Chapter 201 Market woes. Before he called Marcella, he reminded himself that he had to get in touch with his other employees as well. He assigned both Kelsey and Gavin on the important task of shaping public opinion. "Hey boss, you're back." Kelsey perked up when she received his call. "How is Cloudy Curtain's business climate these days?" "It's not looking too well." She grimaced. "The war fever is dividing the population in two. You've got the younger generation who are all enthusiasts about mechs and the older folk who wants their planet to be left alone. The problem is that the latter group is holding the reins of power." The Greens and the White Doves formulated an effective strategy to fight against the creeping push of mechs onto their world. They gave up on the young folk who had never experienced a war in their lifetime and focused on the jaded parents and grandparents who personally lived through the previous Bright Vija wars. Vase frowned at the news. "Is the Republican commissioner letting them get away with it? That geezer is deliberately acting obtuse when we met with him," Kelsey said angrily. He only offered vague platitudes and stuck to his opinion that he shouldn't involve himself in local politics. "Ha, if I didn't know any better, the ruling coalition has him in their pockets. Too bad I don't have any proof." That sounded highly disturbing because the commissioner was supposed to keep the locals in check, not the other way around. "Are there any worries in the short term?" "Not at the moment. The tax bill has stalled due to a lack of overall support. Recently, the pioneers took advantage of the situation and expanded their influence. They've been a great help in protecting the local businesses." Vase sneered at the actions of the pioneers. They only stepped in once Vase paved the way. Their shameless opportunism knew no limits. They discussed a few matters, but Vase wanted to return home before making any major decisions. In truth, Vase had already taken measures to distract the Greens and the White Doves from pushing through their plans. If Dietrich did what he asked, the consortiums pulling the strings behind the ruling coalition should find themselves in a spot of trouble with Walter's whalers. After remotely checking up his accounts and his administration, Vase decided to call Marcella. He had been out of the loop for a while and wanted to hear from her own mouth how the current market had developed these last few months. His mech broker picked up his call after a minute. "Good to see you in one piece, Vase. I'm glad to see the frontier hasn't bit you in half." "I didn't get bit, but I also didn't come off unscathed," he responded with a rueful laugh. He briefly filled her in on what he experienced. "I can see why you're concerned about the fleet. You have to remember that they serve their own interests above anyone else's." Once they moved on to business, Marcella filled him in on his latest sales. "Both your gold and silver label mechs are starting to appear in public. None of your Mark IIs have seen any major action so far, but they are performing well enough in training exercises. The customers who bought your gold label mechs are especially satisfied with their comfort. That's to be expected. I specifically fabricated them to fit their operators well." Vase replied with a nod. The X Factor was one of his secret weapons and showed their true worth in the machines he fabricated himself by hand. "What about the silver label mechs?" "Carlos is making them up to spec, more or less. Occasionally, minor defects pop up here and there, but as long as the machines pass certification, it's not a big deal. Nevertheless, the current market for Laskin mechs is cratering pretty fast. I've already lowered the price from 30 million credits to 28 million credits. In the meantime, the cost of raw materials had also gone up. Both trends had already started squeezing out the mech designers who had barely been hanging on. They simply couldn't sell their products at a sustainable profit anymore. Vase risked following in their footsteps if he waited too long on coming up with a new design. "You should take a look at these when you can." Marcella sent him some reports over the communications channel. They're the latest projections on the current market trends in the Bright Republic and throughout the Komodo Star sector. Sales are up, but they're mainly driven by mass purchase orders of frontline mechs. The middle segment of the market in which your Mark II falls under is seeing a major slump in sales and interest. He expected this to happen. During wartime, the side with the most mechs held a decisive advantage. People might scoff at a frontline mech that cost only 15 million credits or less, but you could easily field thousands of them at once as long as you can scrounge up enough mech pilots. While he read through some of the reports, Vase asked another question. "I'm in need of a lot of cash, since I'm preparing to design an original mech. Do you have any leads on when I can receive an order for my Ruby label product line?" Marcella grimaced at him over the projection. "Like your gold label mechs, the price premium for your Ruby label line is too optimistic, especially considering the market's current appetite for luxury mechs. You have to come up with a better value proposition." The main problem with the Ruby label product line was that Vase did not have the opportunity to demonstrate its strength. Without a real example for people to point at, no one would know of the mutually reinforcing aspect of the X factor. Despite the lack of takers, Vase stuck to his original conditions. Any mech sold by the LMC that carried the Ruby label should come with an exclusive status. Each batch would be uniquely customized to fit the customer's demands. This took a lot of work and demanded him to exert his utmost. The 75% premium he charged for the Ruby label was a matter of principle. There may be a way if you join some events. If you show up at a fair or exhibition, you'll get the opportunity to make your case in front of an affluent audience. I'll think about it, he responded, though he privately objected to the idea. He partnered up with Marcella so that she could handle all of his marketing and sales. Once I've finished my business in Limar, I'll come by so we can hash it out. Once she signed off, Vase slumped forward and held his head in his hands. While disaster hadn't struck his business while he was gone, he faced increasingly dire circumstances. The Barracuda spent a couple of weeks racing from the edge of the Komodo star sector. The closer she got to the center of the sector, the more traffic she encountered. With the expert navigation of her pilot, the Barracuda never came close to other vessels while she transitioned into a star system. During the quiet voyage to Limar, Vase spent most of his time cooped up in his stateroom. Designing an original mech was never an easy project. The lack of existing boundaries provided mech designers with endless choices. Mech designers had to possess a strong vision as well as solid skills to come up with a good design. Since Vase had some free time on his hands, he visited the Clifford Society's Star Library and read as much free books as possible. He mostly spent his time on deepening his foundation in battle mechantronics. The skill provided him with an overarching perspective on designing melee mechs that he couldn't easily get anywhere else. While his battle mechatronics hadn't advanced to journeyman level in these couple of weeks, he did gain a lot of benefits from his reading. His expanded range of knowledge counterbalanced his earlier infusion of knowledge that came tinged with Master Olson's perspective. "What do you think is better?" Vase asked Melkor while they consumed their latest meal. "A mech that's decent but will last forever, or a mech that's slightly better but breaks in 20 years? Melkor rubbed his visor. "That's a difficult question. It's an open question that depends on many variables. The mech core is rather slow to adopt new designs, so they highly value mechs that can take a beating and keep going. Mercenaries on the other hand are used to the consumer culture of buying a mech and using it for a set amount of years before replacing them with a new one." "I see. So the mech core is taking the long view of things while the private market cares more about immediate performance." With his current capabilities, Vase had no chance of taking part in the lucrative business of selling his mechs to the government. He had to stick within his means and focus on the mercenaries and corporations that made up his existing clientele. "What kind of design do you have in mind?" Melkor asked. As a mech pilot, he knew how much the first original design reflected on the career of the mech designer. Anyone who had the guts to publish a deeply flawed design as his first product could never fully get rid of the stigma he accumulated on his debut. Jason Kozlowski was a good example of this phenomenon. Releasing the bloated Caesar Augustus design at its current form gave him a reputation of having too much money but not enough sense. "I'm designing a knight." Of all the archetypes he designed so far, Vase achieved the most success with the knight. His Youngblood virtual design achieved the most sales out of his catalog of virtual mechs. Additionally, his only real production designs consisted of hybrid knights. While the Mark Antony Mark I and IIs inherited some of the baggage from the base model, Vase also learned a lot of lessons on how to design a good knight. "That's a good type to start with," Melkor replied, though he also added some caveats. "You should be aware that there's only a limited appetite for knights. Rifleman mechs sell the most, followed by the various types of light mechs such as scouts and skirmishers. A typical mercenary squad consists of 1 knight, 3 rifleman mechs and 2 other mechs. I'm aware of the differences in sales." The reports Marcella sent to Vase largely echoed those figures. A knight played a limited role on the battlefield. The most common mech doctrines centered around the flexible rifleman mech, which could fulfill a variety of roles even if they didn't excel in any of them. In comparison, a knight could only be employed as a defender or as the leading element of a charge. Despite these limitations, Vase wanted to stick to what he knew best for his first original design. If he tried his hands on other archetypes, his lack of experience might result in leaving behind a huge flaw when he finally published his design. "A knight is solid, simple and robust," Vase mused. It's harder to go wrong with a knight as opposed to a rifleman mech. Then again, the market is stricter about knights because the mech pilot has to trust in his machine in order to absorb blows meant for others. Occasionally, a few scandals erupted in the news about knights. Usually, a hardcore mech geek studied a knight design in detail and managed to find a small but critical vulnerability. Any opponent that applied pressure on this weak point could instantly cripple the unsuspecting knight. Any mech designer that suffered from this scandal retired from the business in disgrace. Mech pilots trusted their products to guard their lives. To have them turn into death traps due to negligence and incompetence represented a profound betrayal of the mech designer's creed. Vase had to be very careful in this matter. Still, he possessed a decent amount of confidence that he could deliver a successful product. He already formed a vision on what his upcoming design should be. Chapter 202 Vision Chapter 202 Vision. Vase had seen a lot of knight designs in his mech career. Besides studying the classics, he also had hands-on experience with a couple of different models. The Caesar Augustus bore no introduction. The overstuffed hybrid knight tried to do everything at once and made a decent attempt at it by virtue of its excellent armor system. Vase captured some of the majesty of this ambitious design with the Mark Antony, but the cheap HRF armor plating hobbled the core purpose of a knight, which was to be a defensive bulwark. It's rather decent design for its price range. For a design that utilized uncompressed armor, the Mark Antony Mark II functioned well enough to those who couldn't afford anything better. Its cheap composition meant that replacing broken armor plating should be cheap and easy. The greatest strength of the Mark II is its cost-effectiveness. That wasn't always a good thing. It basically meant that the Mark II had no other distinguishing features that allowed Vase to set a premium on his product. He had to keep his prices low in order to sustain the handful of sales he made each month. Competing on price always ended up as a race to the bottom. The current circumstances in which he had to gradually decrease the price on his mech reflected this reality. Though some of the blame also lay on the generational gap, it couldn't be concealed that the Mark Antony series lacked a distinguishing feature that it excelled at. A jack of all trades was a master of none. The second knight he had an intimate relationship with was the hoplite and the young blood he derived from the classic model. The spear-wielding knight possessed a number of interesting innovations that he partially incorporated in his sword-wielding variant. Both models emphasized the offensive nature of a knight. While they fulfilled the defensive role well, they excelled at keeping up with an offensive push as they possessed a bit more mobility than usual. An offensive knight is harder to design than a defensive knight. Both had their own strengths, but an offensive knight had to fulfill multiple criteria. It had to maintain a high level of defense while simultaneously possess a higher level of mobility. Since mech designers usually had to decide between speed and armor, striking the right balance could be challenging. It's an interesting one, and one that fits my interests. Vase had never aimed to design the fastest mech, nor the sturdiest one. He knew of mech designers who dedicated their entire lives to pursuing one extreme. Raul Mendoza, known as the Armorer, had become an inspiration to every mech designer for relentlessly developing the best protected mechs in the galaxy. Vase read his biography when he studied at Rittersberg and knew that while he faced many temptations to branch out in other paths, he stuck to his creed and continued to focus on armor and armor alone. Another model that struck him deeply was the Ajax Olympian. The massive heavy knights possessed a boundless amount of strength and sturdiness that allowed them to resist the monstrous Caius. His intimate work on studying its design and tweaking it for greater performance gave him an inside look in the mind of a knight designer. Though he couldn't apply all the lessons he learned from a heavy knight to a medium knight design, some aspects remained common to every weight class. However, there was one more knight that struck a very profound image to Vase. His ancestors' customized mech the Valiant had been through a lot and outlived the death of its pilot. Whenever Vase thought back on the ancient knight, he could practically taste the history radiating off its frame. Of all the mechs he had seen in his life, only the Valiant showed him a possible way forward. Beyond its exquisite design and rugged durability, the knight developed an extremely potent X-factor by virtue of its hallowed history. I want to design a mech like that. He wanted to design a mech that became increasingly more compatible with its pilot. Those who bonded with such machines gained increasingly more substantial benefits the longer they used it. Vase hoped to embody the ideals of the living mech corporation with such products. It's not going to be easy bringing this dream to life. Vase activated his terminal and wrote a quick list of demands. First, it had to be durable. Its internal architecture should be robust enough to keep going even under the most hellish circumstances. More importantly, Vase had to invest in a good quality armor system composed of compressed alloys. A lot of different formulas and armor systems existed on the market, but only a few would be appropriate for his purposes. The resources required to form the armor plating should be abundantly available in the Bright Republic. Secondly, his mech had to possess a decent amount of mobility. Vase did not plan to experiment with gimmicks this time. Overcomplicated gadgets often introduced vulnerabilities in the core design, and with his skills he couldn't guarantee he'd catch them all. No, Vase simply planned to balance the weight of the frame with a strong engine and efficient artificial musculature. Master Olsen happened to be an expert in this field, so he hoped to pick up something good in Lemar. Offensive knights are characterized by their ability to leverage their aggression into shock attacks. In that regard, his intended design should barely be able to meet that standard if Vase managed to get his hands on the right components. Besides getting his hands on a powerful engine model, he also had to trim the armor scheme to keep down its bulk. It's going to be hard to accomplish all of these wishes without breaking the bank. Cheaper components generally performed worse than more expensive ones. However, the market only cared about how well the final design fulfilled its purpose at a given price level. A good mech designer could take a crappy set of component licenses and easily cobble up a cheap but practical mech design. A bad mech designer would always publish a deeply flawed mech design, even if he had access to the best components in the galaxy. In fact, more expensive components always introduced a lot of complexity in the design. In addition, they required a higher proportion of rare and expensive exotics to deliver such extreme performance. Still, Vase hoped to design a knight for the premium segment of the mech market. At the very least, it should be a knight that was able to compete in the same price class as the current Caesar Augustus. Vase set his price target at 60 million credits for the most basic silver label variant. Such a price corresponded nicely with other premium knight models on the market. In order to ensure a stable profit, Vase should aim to keep the cost of production at around 30 to 40 million credits. All of these criteria sounded fine and dandy, but they amounted to nothing as long as Vase failed to form a coherent vision of his future product. Over the past few months, Vase mulled over how to elevate his design with a powerful vision. My mech isn't the fastest, nor the most indestructible one. It simply endures. It will keep going when you least expect it to. Even if it has suffered grievous injuries, it will grow stronger with every rebirth. Vase named his first Mark I the Phoenix Cry. He did so because he already formed a hint of his ideal mech. Central to the legend of the Phoenix was its ability to be reborn after experiencing a nirvana. Similar to the Phoenix, his first original mech design should become more powerful or at least more potent in its X factor each time it receives an overhaul. If Vase could put this vision into reality, then he may be able to emulate the Valiant on a larger scale. Such a bold ambition demanded not only a good design, but also a correspondingly powerful X factor. I'll have to test the limits of the X factor if I want it to acquire the properties I want. The X factor not only has to have room for growth, it also has to be tenacious enough so that others won't be able to wipe it away. Until now, Vase formed a tentative theory that the X factor came into being if the mech designer and the mech pilot shared a common mindset. He always feared that once other people such as Carlos or a mech technician started performing repairs, the mech would lose its X factor's potency. Now those fears were gone. After he completed the graining mission, Vase came away with more than an enhanced body. His mind also experienced a subtle transformation that Vase tentatively attributed to Jutland's heavenly flower. Though he hadn't tested his new strengths in an actual design process, he somehow knew that his ability to impart images had improved. Now that my mind is stronger, anything that I work on should have a more tenacious X factor. A random mech technician shouldn't be able to ruin my products if they replace a faulty screw or something. Vase envisioned a hopeful future for his design where each of his mechs grew from infancy into unique machines. Each experience added to the history of the mech in question. In addition, the longer a mech pilot stuck with the same machine, the more the mech took on the mech pilot's traits. He felt as if he became the architect of something new and unknown. Though the risks were great, if he succeeded in this project, Vase expected he'd be able to take this concept and use it as the core of his nascent design philosophy. Of course, the system also played a part in this process. While the system never taught him how to work with the X factor directly, it was undeniable that it had put him onto this path. His high mental attributes formed the key to empowering the X factor. Vase even suspected the reason why most mech designers still remained clueless about it was because their level of concentration hadn't reached the minimum threshold for it to become noticeable. Even if they got their hands on the right theories and the correct techniques, without a correspondingly powerful mind, they'd simply be playing make-believe instead of accomplishing something real. My current concentration is higher than almost every other mech designer, but it's not enough for my purposes. With an attribute score of 1.7, his concentration sufficiently enabled him to maintain 3 images at once, though they couldn't be too complex. Vase estimated that he required a much higher level of concentration in order to work with dynamic images that allowed for growth. I'll have to break the natural limit of the human mind in order to get to that point. Vase already had an idea on what it meant to break the natural limit. Before the doctors of the CFA stabilized his body, he felt immensely powerful and healthy. Though he lost some of that potency, his body had already cracked open a slit into the realm of the superhuman. He knew that if he wanted to raise his concentration to an even higher level, he had to accumulate a lot of design points. In between his busy schedule of acquiring all of the elements to form an original design, he also had to test out some of his ideas by designing a couple of virtual mechs. I can practice my design skills as well, so it won't be wasted time. After a couple of hours of quiet musing, Captain Sylvestre sent him an alert. We're about to transition into the Lemar system. Your orders, sir. Head towards the inner system. Lemar 2 is our final destination. Once the local authorities know of my purpose, I'm sure they'll ready an appropriate berth for the Barracuda. Vase had contacted Horatio to let him know he'd be coming. Master Olson's assistant gave Vase a knowing look when he requested the help of a doctor. In any case, Horatio offered his sympathies and promised to inform their master. Hopefully, we won't stay for too long. Once I'm done with my shopping, it's time to go home. He looked forward to turning his Phoenix project into reality. Chapter 203 Oleg. Their arrival in the star system came with little fanfare. As the educational seat of the Carnegie Group, the Lemar system received billions of visitors each year. A single apprentice mech designer raised no eyebrows, and Vase liked to keep it that way. After a perfunctory inspection, the Barracuda zipped over towards the inner system and descended into the atmosphere of Lemar 2. The slim corvette arrived at a private berth reserved for Lemar's affiliates like Vase, who became an apprentice of a visiting master. First, he visited the Lemar School of Life Sciences situated on the other side of the planet. Unlike the Lemar Institute of Technology, the Carnegie Group founded the LSLS in the middle of an artificial tropical forest. A vast amount of alien flora and fauna made their home in this dangerous forest. The frequent injuries and even near deaths provided students with plenty of practice. Fortunately, Vase possessed a thick skin, so the voracious mosquito-like bugs buzzed around helplessly around his body. Several other visitors deployed a small interference field that repelled the wildlife, but Vase didn't bother with the gadget and strode towards the institute scheduled to receive him. Once he stepped inside the cool interior, a doctor whisked him away for checkups. After several days of intensive and sometimes invasive tests, Vase finally received a verdict. "How's it look like, doctor?" The doctor in charge of his case gave him a smile. "Your genetics are in a very interesting place right now. Though we would have loved to have samples of the hexapods and a copy of the research data, right now we can conclude that your body won't develop in a malignant for the next 5 years. There is too much we don't know about your acquired alien traits to be sure of anything more. What about the CFA's treatment? Did they do what they promised to do?" "It's absolutely brilliant what they did." The doctor beamed. "We can surmise that Dr. Jutland induced your genetics into a highly active and malleable phase. This allows him to apply extensive modifications to your physique to the extent that he broke past the natural limits of the human body. And this is a bad thing. You may not know this, but humans are not meant to possess so much strength. Your body would have slowly disintegrated as it strained to keep up its hyperactive state." While Vase got lost in the specifics, he understood the main point easily enough. Just like his tweaks to the Ajax Olympian, his body couldn't handle the strain for an extended period of time. The doctor also added in something interesting. "It's not actually unheard of to induce a human body to perform past its limits, but it's only relatively safe to do so for a few seconds at most. Any longer will result in severe repercussions." The full results of the checkup showed that the CFA already remedied the repercussions that Vase had unwittingly accumulated. They also stabilized his genetics so that he wouldn't be vulnerable to biological attacks that targeted his genetics. So they hadn't sneaked in a back door or something. No, Absolutely not. The doctor shook his head. We can trace their steps in your body. They've been very open about their procedures. It's safe to say that unless they employed their most advanced techniques, there's little chance your body is hiding something nefarious. Vase knew his own worth. A pitiful junior like him didn't warrant such a massive investment. If the Carnegie Group's most premier medical institution hadn't found any hidden bombs, then he probably had a clean bill of health. After receiving some warnings about his new condition, Vase left the institute with a spring in his step. He boarded a long-distance aircar and flew towards the Limar Institute of Technology on the other side of the planet. This time, the LIT hosted no events, so its central campus appeared remarkable empty and tranquil. He only brought Lucky along this time, having left out Melkor due to the requirement that only Limar's own security personnel could pilot mechs. Instead, he allowed him to visit one of the mech academies elsewhere on the planet with some credits in his pocket. Hopefully he'd find something useful during his visit. His aircar flew past the Titanic Juggernaut wreck, allowing him to get a good glimpse of the starship-sized mech. Whoever came up with the concept of the Juggernaut must have been off his rocker. Though its monolithic size allowed it to mount warship-grade weapons, thereby circumventing the restrictions on weapons set by the MTA and the CFA, the drawbacks far outweighed the benefits. Only a first-rate superstate like the new Rubarth Empire can field this kind of boondoggle. Even so, the Rubarthans largely phased out the Juggernauts once everyone started developing counters for the giant brutes. The story of the Juggernauts proved that no single mech was perfect. Human ingenuity and adaptation always ensured there was something better. The aircar landed on a landing pad next to an exclusive housing area where most of the eminent professors resided. A young man greeted him once he left the aircar. "Mr. Larkinson, over here," he called. When Vase walked over, the young man patted his body like he beheld a strange cow. "It's great to meet you. Wow, your skin is so firm. All the stories about you must be true. Have you been sent by Master Olson? Carmen is not even in the system right now. She's busy with another project. Horatio told me to accompany you and guide you around to where you need to go." "Ah, where are my manners? I'm Oleg Vorn, Carmen's youngest core disciple." Vase almost tripped when he heard those words. The boy looked far too young and casual to be a core disciple. Oleg probably hadn't left his teens yet. Nothing about the core disciple hinted at any special traits that made a vaunted master mech designer take him under her wing. Oleg smiled teasingly at Vase. "Are you wondering why I caught Carmen's eye? I don't mind telling you if you tell me what you've experienced on the graining mission." As they walked towards Master Olson's estate, Vase regaled Oleg with a brief rundown on his experiences. Throughout the retelling, he felt as if he was reading a bedtime story to a small boy. "Wow, that Jutland sure was stupid. He actually left you alone in a cave full of tools and parts. It's no wonder he died in the end. So now that I've told you my story, how about yours?" "Oh, it's nothing interesting," Oleg responded shyly. "I grew up in a little planet in the territory of the Vermeer Group. Ever since I saw my first mech cartoon, I instantly fell in love with them. They're so fascinating, right? I wanted to pilot them so badly that I hadn't slept all night the day I turned 10. What followed after sounded familiar to almost every norm. Oleg's neural aptitude didn't qualify him to be one of the 3.5%. If I can't pilot a mech, then I sure as hell do something else with them. When I found out about mech designers, I studied hard in school so that I can design the best mechs. It just so happens that I'm really good at it. So good, in fact, that the principal referred me to one of Carmen's scouts, who eventually patted my head and told me that I'm really smart." The way Oleg said those words sounded as if he hardly knew what a cherished chance he received. Billions of mech designers never had the chance to catch the eye of a master, while Oleg was born on the right planet and at the right time when Master Olson sought a few young seeds to nurture. "So how far are you in your studies?" "Oh, I know a lot about mech design," Oleg boasted. "I even know how to design a mech engine." The young lucky bastard proceeded to explain his latest project. The amount of detail and depth in his descriptions almost overwhelmed Vase to the point of growing numb. What Oleg knew about engines and mechanics had definitely reached the level of journeyman. "The heavens aren't fair," Vase muttered. "What was that?" "Oh, nothing. I was just wondering about something." "How old are you?" "I'll be 19 in 3 months. If Vase still had his baseline human body, he would have received a heart attack by now. Good graces, Oleg was just 18 years old, but he already surpassed what Vase had painstakingly built up with the help of the system. Though Vase felt a momentary surge of jealousy, he quickly suppressed it. The boy was scarily intelligent and his naive facade might be hiding a perceptive mind. Vase did not wish to make an enemy out of someone Master Olsen cherished. Besides, despite Oleg's natural endowments, Vase had high hopes he would surpass the boy one day with the help of the system. With such a heaven-defying tool in his possession, he had high hopes of reaching the pinnacle of mech design on his own terms. By the way, that's a nice cat you have. Oleg pointed at Lucky, who silently padded alongside Vase. I don't recognize its alloys. What's it made of? I'm not sure myself. My father got him for me from a first-rate state. That piqued his interest for sure. An actual mechanical pet from a first-rate state. You're so lucky. I've also considered whether to get one myself, but the latest products takes years to ship to our star sector. By then, everyone will laugh at me for owning such an outdated pet. Vase refrained from shaking his head. A pet was not a fashion accessory. Such words betrayed Oleg's perspective on mechs. He probably saw them as nothing more than tools instead of creations that deserved to be treated with respect. On account of Oleg's status, Vase refrained from mentioning any of his thoughts. They walked for several more minutes until they came upon a highly guarded mansion. Here we are. This is Carmen's home away from home. It's not the titanium garden, but it's home, in a way. Let me show you all the cool stuff. Oleg ran him through the gates and led him past the finely furnished halls and pleasant study rooms. As they reached the interior of the mansion, they stopped in front of a heavily guarded gate. A pair of menacing-looking guards in hulking exoskeleton suits regarded the pair with eyes. "Let me in, guys." "Not so fast, Oleg," one of them said with a curt tone. He obviously didn't care to be respectful to the core disciple. "While you have permission to enter the basement, your new friend is not on the list." "Oh, come on, do you know who he is?" "He's Vase Larkinson, the guy Carmen apprenticed last year. Horatio even handed me a temporary pass for him." When Oleg showed the guard a specially produced pass, the guards eventually relented. Oleg handed Vase the pass once they entered an elevator. As the cabin traveled downwards, Vase looked at the pass with curiosity. "What can I do with this?" "Oh, lots. You basically have free access to all of the LIT's facilities, though most of that place is boring. It's also your access pass to the Clifford Society's headquarters up in the mountains. There's a lot of nifty security features integrated in the pass, so if you ever find yourself in trouble with the authorities, just flash the pass and they'll learn you're the real deal." Vase did not expect to make use of that particular function. The Bright Republic and the Friday Coalition should already have a file on him, so any random police officer shouldn't be able to arrest him on a whim. Once the elevator reached its destination, the doors slid open and revealed what could be considered a mech designer's heaven. "Welcome to Master Olsen's personal workshop." Oleg grinned as he swooped his arms at the impressive. "Look at these beauties. Can you imagine fabricating a mech with these toys?" Vase recognized none of the specific models of the machines in the workshop, but their construction alone revealed how special they were. All of the machines were made with the highest quality alloys. They incorporated an entire fortune's worth of exotics to push their speed and precision to their limits. Besides the standard machines a mech designer utilized, such as a 3D printer and an alloy compressor, Vase also spotted dozens of strange and even alien-looking machines that fulfilled unknown purposes. He didn't dare touch any of them in case he ruined these unique equipment. After letting Vase take in the sights, Oleg took his hand and dragged him towards a corner of the workshop where a set of smaller and less impressive machines rested. "This is the apprentice workshop. All the other machines are locked out to anyone but Carmen and Horatio." "I know, I've tried to hack them all," Oleg said with a sulk. "I still swear Horatio is laughing at me behind my back. Anyway, every apprentice is free to use these gear." Though the apprentice workshop obviously housed more disposable machines, Vase still envied all of the shiny gear. The high-speed 3D printers alone made his carefully reconstructed Dortmund look like a joke. "Why did you take me here, Oleg?" Oleg smirked at Vase. "Oh, I'm just curious about your ability, that's all. As one of Carmen's apprentice, you should be familiar with mech design duels. Wanna make a bet? I'll give you something nice if you put up your mechanical cat as a stake." Chapter 204 Wager. "I'm not putting Lucky up for a bet." Vase replied with alarm. "He's more than a pet to me. It's the last thing my father left me." That wasn't entirely true, but Vase really had a bad idea about this. A mere apprentice with the same status as a nominal disciple could never compete against a core disciple. Chances were high that Oleg would wipe the floor with him in every kind of mech design duel. It appeared the core disciple didn't like his answer. He pouted cutely at Vase. You haven't even listened me out. Horatio mentioned to me that you're planning on designing your first original mech. You're going to need some good component licenses to impress the mech industry. It just so happens that I've got a couple of really good engine designs under my belt. I can guarantee you that their performance will top anything in your price range. The mention of winning a component license of a high-quality engine design aroused his interest. Despite his firm reluctance to engage in the bet, he couldn't help but hear Oleg out. I'm planning on designing a knight for the premium segment of the market of a third-rate state. The engine shouldn't be made out of too many rare exotics. Oh, that's even better. I've got a slew of economic engine schematics I designed for practice. When Oleg turned on a projector and showed him the designs in question, Vase became utterly entranced. Due to his master's specialization, Vase knew a thing or two about mech engines. From a brief glance, Vase could tell that Oleg's designs performed remarkably well even though they didn't incorporate too many exotics. He estimated the market price of the worst engine license at 500 million bright credits. The value of most of the other engine licenses hovered around 1 to 3 billion bright credits. To Vase, that sounded like an incredible fortune. To Oleg, that probably sounded like lunch money to him, especially when Vase took in the different price levels in the coalition. Still, the sheer talent and capability he showed off with these engine designs scared Vase from entertaining any ideas about winning a bet against Oleg. If his mech design skills was up to par with his engine design skills, then Vase had no hope of eking out a victory. I'm sorry, Oleg, but I'm merely a nominal disciple, he said as gently as possible. Any duel between us will only end up in my defeat. A bet isn't a bet if the outcome is certain before we've even started. Oleg lost his perpetual grin when he heard his refusal. Oh, that won't do. I really want to see what you can do. Tell you what, if you're so sure I'll beat you in a standard design duel, let's use a different format. You're good at something, right? Something that gives you the confidence that you're a better mech designer than anyone else at our level. Let's use that as our score. His persistence made Vase uncomfortable, but his suggestion sounded a little more reasonable. Despite the risks, his long-dormant competitive streak flared in excitement. Still, in order to compete, Vase had to show his strength. What was Vase good at? He could think of nothing but the X factor. He gazed at Oleg's eager expression and considered how to phrase his challenge. Something as ephemeral as the X factor couldn't be measured with any tool, which made it difficult to determine a winner. How about this? Vase said as he figured something out. Why don't we try to compete on comfort and personal preference? Let's leave aside competing on specs, because I'm certain whatever you are going to design on a whim will beat my work handedly. Instead, we'll design and fabricate a mech each and present it to a random mech pilot. We'll let him play around with them and tell him to decide which one he finds more comfortable. Sounds good. Of all the criteria Vase could possibly choose, he selected something Oleg had never seen coming. He blinked at Vase with his mouth agape. Comfort? Do you mean ergonomics and stuff? It's not only about a good seat. By comfort I mean that the overall piloting experience should be smooth and effortless. The mech pilot should enjoy the mech and mesh well with it regardless of its specs. Oleg frowned a bit. I never really thought about that. I've never heard of a mech design duel that competed specifically around comfort. It sounds kind of fun. Vase still showed a lot of reluctance to engage in the bet, so Oleg constantly raised the value of his offering until he offered one of his best designs. The Trailblazer will surely fit your needs for a cheap night. This engine is more robust than anything a third-rate state will typically field, and I've really been sparing in the amount of exotics I incorporated in its core components. I've accomplished this by applying some of Carmen's special techniques. See here for example, as Oleg blabbed onwards while pointing at the schematic of his Trailblazer engine, Vase still hadn't made up his mind. Losing Lucky would deal a heavy blow to Vase. He had been his constant companion since the start of his mech design career. Yet Vase found it hard to ignore Oleg's offering. As a fairly recent design, the Trailblazer incorporated much of Oleg's recent insights and innovations. Master Olsen's shadow loomed large in the schematic as well, so Vase already determined that the engine featured her characteristic endurance and longevity. Engines with comparable performance featured a market price of around 3 billion bright credits for a standard 10-year license. As Vase continued to hold back his assent, Oleg even offered to waive the per-unit fabrication fee, which meant that Vase didn't have to cough up additional credits when he fabricated an engine. That's as far as I go. These licenses aren't much, but they're the crystallization of our master's teachings. All right, Oleg, I'll take on your bet, Vase decided after letting out a deep breath. But let's make sure it's fair by setting the ground rules. I don't want the outcome to be in question. Limar was Oleg's home ground, so Vase wanted to extract some assurances out of him. As Oleg worked with the machines in the apprentice workshop for years, he possessed an undeniable advantage in terms of fabrication. To make up for this disparity, Vase enjoyed 2 days of fabrication time compared to Oleg, who only limited himself to a single day. The boy appeared awfully confident despite his handicap, but Vase couldn't push his privileges too far. Where can we get some neutral mech pilots to judge our designs? Vase asked. Oh, we can call Horatio and he'll take care of it. The Lit always borrows a couple of mech cadets from Abelard whenever we need a pilot to test out their toys. Vase remembered that the mech pilots who participated in the Limar Open competition also came from Abelard Academy. He found that most of them were highly capable if a bit cocky and undisciplined. Some cadets even let their arrogance get ahead of them. Could they be honest and objective enough to prefer his design over Oleg's? Let's go with 10 pilots. It won't take too long to let them take our mechs for a spin. Okay. In the end, they came to an agreement on the format of the mech design duel. They would design a knight based off a random selection of old components equivalent to 3-star mechs in Iron Spirit. Vase had 48 hours to design his knight and fabricate it with the machines in the workshop, while Oleg made do with 24 hours. In the meantime, Horatio already received their request to provide a number of cadets to Master Olson's estate so that they'd be able to test the finished products. Horatio looked rather critically at Vase. Are you certain you want to go through with this wager? Oleg is not a normal child. His talent in mech design is extremely frightening. With all the concessions he's already made, I don't have a reason to refuse anymore. Vase resolutely replied, do take care, and don't come crying if you lose. In truth, Vase still felt apprehensive about this duel. However, his pride as a mech designer urged him to confront the direct disciples challenge head-on. He already stacked the deck in his favor. When he considered the potential payoff, Vase became determined to succeed. He had to get his hands on Oleg's precious license. With the powerful Trailblazer as a central component to his original design, his Phoenix would truly be able to embody the persistence and longevity he laid out in his vision. In addition, if he won the license, he'd be able to spend his credits on other goodies. The mech engine and power reactor component licenses always cost the most due to their fiendishly high complexity. A good engine could make or break a mech design. If he could get that taken care of now, Vase could allocate more funds on procuring a decent power reactor license. The better his components, the likelier his original design attracted positive attention, though he also had to pull out their strengths in a splendid overarching design. Throughout his musing, Lucky meowed indignantly at Vase. I'm sorry, Lucky. He apologized and picked up his cat and stroked his chin. I know the bet is callous and all, but it's for a good cause. You don't expect me to lose, do you? Lucky hissed at Vase and forcibly jumped out of his embrace. Vase merely shrugged at the cat. Fine then, just wait and see. Vase calmed his mind and tried to get into focus. They agreed to start the duel within minutes. Oleg stood at the side and stretched his fingers, ready to employ his considerable talent and skill into designing a great knight mech. In truth, Vase treated the mech design duel as a practice session for designing his original mech. Every duel forced the participants to form a complete design out of a handful of standalone components. While the duel format made things easier by providing pre-designed limbs, torsos and heads, the concept essentially stayed the same. The mech designers had a lot of freedom to shape the form and content of their designs. Want to design a 3-legged mech? Sure. Want to design a ball-shaped mech that rolls around like a ball? Go ahead. A mech designer had the freedom to realize every possible idea no matter it was good or bad. In this regard, Vase admitted his inferiority to Oleg. He expected any Night the Boy Wonder design to be a high-quality machine despite spending half his time on its design and fabrication. Even if they set their goal on designing and fabricating the most comfortable mech, strength provided its own way of comfort. For example, any mech pilot would rather own a Caesar Augustus than a Mark Antony Mark II due to the former mech's superior armor system. The two designs differed so drastically in performance that his homemade Mark II simply couldn't close the gap with its trivial advantages. That was the main reason why the Caesar Augustus still sold for around 60 million credits while the Mark II sold for half as much. In order to sway the test pilots to his design, Vase not only had to excel in terms of shaping the X factor, he also couldn't fall too far behind in terms of fundamental design skills. A sparrow can still compete with an eagle, but an ant can forget about it. Vase muttered to himself, I'm still an apprentice mech designer. No matter how much knowledge Master Olsen stuffed into Oleg's head, he was still a teenager. The direct disciple only had so much time to devote on his studies. More importantly, he also cross-trained in engine design, which certainly stalled his progression in other areas. Vase shook his head, enough obsessing over the little freak. It was time he started coming up with a good design. He started focusing his mind on an appropriate set of myths. To maximize the power of the X factor, Vase decided to employ multiple powerful images. The mere thought of how far he could push the X factor unleashed a sense of excitement within his bones. Chapter 205 Triple Division. Considering the transient nature of his design, Vase skipped the growth element of the X factor. In order to win over the test pilots as quickly as possible, he decided to focus on immediate impact. By now, Vase developed a standard procedure of sorts when trying to shape the X factor. At his current level of concentration, he'd be able to work with a maximum of 3 images, all of which served a different purpose that would synergize with each other when they came together. The first image defined and enhanced the role of the design. The second image centered around a powerful totem animal that introduced the right mix of primal instincts into the design. The third image should be based around the myth of a legendary human figure in order to strengthen his design's higher-level cognition. With this division of images, Vase established his first formal X-factor technique. He called it the triple division for convenience. The first image should be an idealized knight mech. To maximize the compatibility between his mech and the test pilots, Vase wanted to ground the experience with something familiar. By building up the foundation of his X-factor on the knight mech itself, Vase ensured that no matter how many individual touches he applied, the test pilots would still feel at home. Sometimes it might not be a good idea to put the archetype central to the design in question. Too much familiarity bred contempt, or at least made the design appear a little boring. In order to balance out the familiar, Vase counterbalanced it with a strong and invigorating totem animal. Let's go with a hexapod king. Though he'd never seen a hexapod king in the flesh, he intimately studied the chias, which was based on its carcass. The sheer power and terror of them both made for a profound image that had long been seared into his mind. Choosing the hexapod king as the totem animal for his design shifted its emphasis from defense to offense. Though his design would very likely lack the endless power supply of the beasts, it would still be able to inherit much of its primal ferocity. Choosing such a savage totem animal risked getting out of hand, so Vase decided to temper it with a more rational human legend. What kind of mythical figure could he conjure up that fit well with the design without being too excessive? Vase went with the image of a mounted knight called the Leading Edge, or Sir Edge for short. He'd been born in the saddle and had been brought up to serve as a professional knight since he first showed his aptitude for riding. As a consummate cavalryman, Sir Edge had mastered fighting in both a mounted and dismounted state. On foot, he could hold a shield wall as any other shield bearer, but he truly came to being when he sat on the saddle. He knew how to keep an overview of the battle and choose the right timing to go in for a thundering charge. In the heat of the battle, he tossed almost every consideration aside and fought with his heart's content, bellowing war cries all around. As Vase became increasingly immersed in the backstory of the Leading Edge, his competition hadn't sit still. Oleg already sprinted towards a design terminal and drew up a basic schematic based on what he thought would be a comfortable knight. As a young and talented apprentice mech designer, Oleg developed his own approach to mech design. He possessed a much deeper foundation in the nuts and bolts of mech design, so he hardly needed to pause in the process of picking out components. Unlike Vase, Oleg decided to stick with the classics and design a fully defensive knight. While his design still stuck to the medium weight class, Oleg pretty much jacked up its armor budget to the maximum possible amount. A knight can never have too much armor, he thought as he rapidly refined his rough schematic into something presentable. He utilized the full functions of the advanced design software in his terminal. A separate projector constantly subjected the latest version of the design to a barrage of standard simulations, which the hidden super processors buried underneath the workshop churned out in rapid tempo. With the help of these powerful functions, Oleg rapidly eliminated the weak points in his design. His optimization-based approach to designing his mech made full use of the abundant amount of processing power at his disposal. Without the corresponding amount of resources, Oleg's approach would never achieve results so quickly. The only downside to this method was that Oleg exerted relatively little control over the direction of his simulations. It constantly spat out error-prone results that led him into dead ends. This forced him to backtrack on his designs until he reached the point where he could take a different path. His approach also let go of any attempts to adhere to a strong vision. Even Oleg didn't know how his design ultimately looked like. Some designers couldn't even image working without a definite goal in mind, but Oleg embraced the inherent uncertainty. It didn't matter how the end product looked like. As long as its specs surpassed the previous version, Oleg was happy. In contrast, Vase let his vision guide his design choices. Once he split his focus and dipped it into the triple division, his mind became filled with the righteous purpose of shaping it into reality. "Let's see what I have to work with," he said, and opened the catalog in his terminal's design suite. The parts listed in the catalog came in different sizes and shapes. Even a minor deviation had a lot of implications to his ultimate design. Instead of making calculative choices based on specs, Vase took a step back and viewed the parts in a holistic manner. Each time he saw a part, he asked himself whether they conformed to the images buzzing in his mind. Most of the time, the images buzzed in disapproval. Only a couple of times did they show their approval. He slowly ticked off the necessary components until he ended up with a full set of components. At first glance, they didn't seem powerful. Vase ended up passing over the most powerful components in favor of those that harmonized well with his vision and each other. They all possessed an intrinsic underlying rule that Vase didn't fully understand. Why these parts? At first glance, the frame and limbs didn't fit with each other. The legs provided a lot of mobility when paired with a powerful engine, but were rather vulnerable to damage to the rear. The torso area, on the other hand, possessed a lot of bulk in order to accommodate a powerful engine and protect its internal components well. Most notably, Vase picked an asymmetric set of arms. The shield arm was larger than the sword arm so that it could brace the heavy shield without breaking apart. Meanwhile, its sword arm might lack in brute strength, but its added speed and flexibility opened up a lot of movements that conventional knights would never be able to pull off. The combination didn't make sense at first glance, but Vase quickly figured out the rationale of this selection. The strengthened legs optimized his mech's charge. Its weaknesses were largely mitigated as long as the mech constantly faced the enemy. The heavy torso and shield arm allowed it to remain standing under fire or use its bulk in an offensive capacity by bashing through its opposition. Its flexible sword arm gave his mech the opportunity to outduel a melee opponent. The relative lack of strength in the sword arm didn't matter because the mech always possessed the option of bashing with its shield if it needed a power attack. Overall, the mech possessed a good mix of offense and defense as long as it could dictate the terms of the engagement. Its entire rear portion would always remain vulnerable, though many other medium knights suffered from the same problem. Only heavy knights featured all-around protection as they had the armor to spare. Vase proceeded to bring his selection of parts together. After he fitted them into a single frame like a crude puzzle, he proceeded to refine his design by utilizing some of the simulations. In the design speed, that was when he finally found out about the immense amount of processing power hidden beneath the terminal. His eyes practically popped out of his eye sockets as a set of simulations that would have taken weeks to complete at home only took 3 seconds in the apprentice workshop. What Vase found even more bizarre was that the terminal stated that his simulations only used up a fraction of the total amount of processing power assigned to the apprentice workshop. Vase could not even imagine the amount of calculations Master Olsen routinely performed to require such an extravagant setup. "This is a lot more processing power than I need." No matter how many resources Vase had at his disposal, they were borrowed goods. It would take a very long time until he earned the funds to upgrade his workshop to this level. For now, Vase stuck with his own method and proceeded to refine his design in his own way. Different from Oleg, Vase already had an endpoint in mind, so he constantly tweaked the schematic in accordance with the desires of his images. Each time he found an elegant solution that harmonized with the concept of his vision, his images bonded ever closer with the design. Vase felt as if the design and the images became more intertwined. Their existences even started to blur a bit as Vase brought his considerable amount of mental power to bear. His highly intense state of mind even shook Oleg from his routine. The boy looked over at Vase and thought he saw a monster in human skin. "Damn, have my eyes gone bad? I better take a break. I even missed dinner time." As Oleg quietly left the workshop to fill his stomach and refresh his mind, Vase continued to work without any signs of fatigue. His highly enhanced body had surpassed the strength of his mind, which allowed Vase to skip the usual process of eating and sleeping for a brief period of days. Against a prodigy like Oleg, Vase never even considered taking a long break. Every second of his 48-hour time limit was inordinately precious to him because it was the only way he could catch up to his fellow apprentice mech designer. I'll spend 32 hours on the design process and leave out 16 hours to fabricate my design. Vase carved out quite a bit of time for the fabrication and assembly phase due to the complexity of the armor system. It possessed just the right mix of protection without taking up a lot of mass. As a downside, the end product varied a lot, making it an unsuitable formula for mass production. It required a skilled mech designer or fabricator to manually produce each piece of plating one at a time. Let's not get ahead of myself. First, I have to finish my design. He went back to work after refocusing his mind. The hours slowly passed until it became night. Lemur 2 used to adhere to a wildly different rotation cycle, but its extensive terraforming process stabilized it until it became identical to old Earth. Thus, the night came and went without notice. The workshop was situated underground. Even Oleg pulled an all-nighter, having taken some special medicine that allowed his mind to work at peak capacity for an extended amount of hours. He'd pay for it later, but until then he also made good use of his available time. Oleg must have wanted to get his hands on Lucky really bad for him to work so hard. The boy finalized his design in the morning, and moved over to the 3D printer and fabricated his first new parts. Despite his handicaps, Oleg maintained a confident smile on his face as he adeptly churned out part after part. In the meantime, Vase still hadn't come close to finishing his design. While he made some progress with optimizing his schematic, he stumbled across a dilemma that forced him to a halt. Chapter 206 Discord and Vase brought him images into reality by visualizing their life cycle. The more details he added, the more vivid they behaved. At some point, they started thinking on their own. His creativity ran out of control and filled in some of the gaps that Vase had unconsciously left behind. For example, the Night Mech yearned to increase its defense. Even as an offensive-oriented mech, it expressed its dissatisfaction with the current design's inadequate armor cover. Vase skimmed off a bit more off its armor plating than usual in order to keep the weight down. The totem animal on the other hand didn't care so much about the armor. Instead, it yearned for a much more effective offensive kit. Hexapod kings proved their strength not by acting like a turtle, but by threatening its rivals with overwhelming might. The human myth component of the triple division also grew more discordant. The leading edge's objection to the design mainly revolved around the staying power of the design. Vase chose to go for a high-impact operation mode in order to make the piloting experience as exhilarating as possible. However, choosing this road obviously used up more energy. Compounding the problem was that the totem animal showed signs of overpowering the other two images. Vase had unconsciously inflated the Hexapod King's tyrannical greed and cruelty to the point where the image almost became capable of contending against the other two images. While making his images come to life had always been a goal to Vase, their unexpected conflict left him with a dilemma. Should he stay detached and let them battle it out? Should he forcibly stop the struggle by separating the images? Or would it be best to maintain a tentative equilibrium by manipulating the images behind the scenes? Vase began his design process with a vision. To allow his images to evolve in an unknown direction meant that he'd be abandoning his initial goals in favor of an uncertain outcome. The X factor would transform in a direction that might have a beneficial or detrimental effect to the design. As much as he wanted to experiment with this new development, Vase decided to stifle it as best he could. His current circumstances didn't allow for too many unexpected surprises. It's fine if this happens when I design a virtual mech, but right now I can't risk ruining this design. Vase proceeded to turn his substantial amount of mental power to bear on his images. Since he lacked the time to figure out a way to solve the problem with finesse, he utilized brute force instead. He forcibly separated the images until clear barriers came into being between the three. This forced the integration of the images in the design to take a step back, but at least they didn't argue with each other anymore. Next, he adjusted the traits of his totem animal in order to rein in its exaggerated behavior. He lessened the ferocity of the beast and granted it a small amount of cunning. When Vase finished his adjustments, he took a mental step backwards and regarded his images again. He succeeded in stabilizing the images, though he failed to preserve their strengths. In essence, his crude intervention solved nothing but prevented the situation from devolving into an unstable mess. Vase had in fact robbed his images of some of their life. This was especially the case with his totem animal. He learned some very important lessons after this ordeal. Images that had been granted with life developed in an unpredictable direction, sometimes going against his intended vision. This is life. True life embraced the limitless potential of chaos. Life was never comfortable if it behaved according to a predetermined plan. A life shackled down by too many rules and restrictions lost much of the vivid traits that made it precious. Even though Vase applied the wrong solution, the overall X factor shouldn't have suffered too much from his previous norm. He simply missed a small opportunity to evolve his current application of the X factor. Now that this is done with, let's go back to designing. While Vase spent precious minutes suppressing the unrest in his mind, Oleg started assembling his mech from the pieces he fabricated in record time. He easily slotted the components in their places, which proved that all of his components had come into existence without any noticeable deviations. The amount of precision he was able to maintain when he swiftly printed out the parts would have astounded a crowd of mech designers. Hardly anyone could ensure their components were without flaws if they adopted the same speed. While much of the miracle could be attributed to the excellent machines in the apprentice workshop, Oleg's comprehensive mastery over the fabrication process also played a decisive role. Vase felt the pinch as Oleg comfortably moved to the last phase of his design process. He required a lot more time to refine his design due to his desire to adhere to his vision. Many times, his tweaks lowered the performance of his design, or introduced new flaws that only became apparent when Vase made further changes. Normally, this happened all the time. Vase could easily draw back his changes and puzzle out a better solution over many iterations. However, Vase had already spent a day on this repetitive process. His snail-like progress could never match the efficiency of Oleg's own approach. In the end, Vase stuck to his method and accepted that he'd never be able to optimize his design as well as Oleg. He focused mainly on eliminating the flaws that already existed in his design while leaving aside the many tricks he could use to enhance its performance. At the end of his 32-hour design phase, Vase smiled in satisfaction. Regardless of the many optimizations that he had yet to perform, his design had come together in a way that all of his images found acceptable, if barely. It's time to move on to fabrication. Most of his knight's components required little effort to produce. Vase left much of the heavy lifting to the incredibly capable 3D printer fabricating his parts. Unlike Oleg, Vase took his time with the process, as he didn't possess much familiarity with these specific machines. When the printer spat out all of the easier parts, Vase paid more attention to the next part. The fabrication process of the armor plating required his personal supervision and intervention if he wanted to finish it within his time limit. By nature, exotic materials all possessed unstable structures. Given time, they broke apart and turned into mundane elements or disappeared into nothing. This made them hard to work with. While automated production processes made a lot of strides in reducing the error rate, sometimes they spasmed when they faced an unanticipated situation. The armor system selected by Vase incorporated a lot of different exotics. Some of them didn't react too well when put together, so the difficulty of fabricating the armor plating without any flaws was extremely high. Fortunately, Vase possessed enough skill to keep the problem in check. The extra time allotted to him for this duel proved to be a lifesaver for him as the lack of haste allowed him to maintain just enough control to prevent most flaws. Even his relative unfamiliarity with the chemical treatment machine and the alloy compressor didn't stop him from making good time. The system demanded a lot of DP before Vase could master the alloy compressor, but the price had obviously been worth it as he never fumbled more than once when he came across something new. With a couple more hours to go, Vase assembled his parts in rapid time. Vase considered this phase to be the easiest one as long as he fabricated his parts within tolerance. The facts proved his case, as Vase hardly encountered a hitch. His knight design came into being as his time began to run out. Oleg had long completed his own design and observed Vase from a distance with a yawn. To him, the knight designed by Vase didn't seem all that special. He completely understood its components and their approximate performance in a single glance. What's the use of comfort in a mech? He sneered. A mech is not a cruise ship. Compared to absolute strength, no amount of luxury can compete. Mech designers competed mainly on performance. The design with the better numbers always commanded a higher appreciation by the mech pilots who entrusted their lives to them. Oleg possessed absolute confidence that his hasty creation could beat the one being assembled by his fellow apprentice. Once Vase finished checking over his mech, he breathed deeply and fell onto the floor. Even with his enhanced physical endurance, his mental strength couldn't quite keep up. Vase had strained focus these last few hours in order to keep his images as vivid and lifelike as possible. All of that hard work paid off. In his formative sixth sense, Vase clearly sensed a powerful aura emanating from the frame. He largely succeeded in shaping his new creation's X factor into a powerful force that had become inextricably attached to the mech's existence. While he hadn't pulled off something new this time, the newly formed knight seemed to come alive in his eyes. The X factor gained more substance this time due to the sheer amount of mental energy Vase directed to its design and fabrication. To put it in another way, while the quality of the X factor stayed the same, its quantity increased by at least 3 or 4 times. With this abundant strength, the X factor permeated even deeper into the frame. This in turn enhanced the connection between the mech and its pilot. A clapping sound approached Vase from behind. "Splendid work, Vase. Your performance improved a lot since you took part in the Limar Open competition. You didn't let Carmen down. What's the name of your design?" "The Tyrant." Vase replied simply. It fit with his overall vision for the design. He was too tired to think of anything better. "I could use some rest first. Where can I get some food?" "Ha, we've got some of the best cooks on this planet. Let me bring you up to the dining room. I've already taken the liberty of preparing some dinner." While some authorized workers shipped the Tyrant to the surface through a cargo elevator, Vase and Oleg took some time to relax. Neither of them mentioned their work or the highly anticipated test. Instead, they chatted about Oleg's career. "To be honest, I'm not sure whether I want to follow Carmen back to the Vermeer group," Oleg revealed as he munched on the barbecued ribs of a native animal. "I'm still a citizen of the Carnegie Group. The bigwigs at Limar promised they'd keep their doors open if I decide to stay." Master Olsen had only recently ascended to her exalted rank. As a relatively junior master mech designer, she still had a long way to go before she mastered every other major field of knowledge. Her exchange with the local masters would only last another couple of years before she felt she had nothing more to gain. "Do you have a lot of family back home?" "Oh yeah, but I hardly ever visit them these days. I'm grown up now, so it's a little awkward to face my parents. They're just average working folk, you know. Even if I send them a lot of calls, they don't know what to do with it. I won't be missing out on much if I go to the Vermeer group." "You should follow your heart. It's not like your parents and your friends are stuck in the Carnegie Group. You've got more than enough money to bring them with you." Vase didn't dare urge Oleg more. To be frank, if Vase received the same offer, he'd still stick with the Bright Republic. His love for his home outweighed the possible benefits he'd enjoy if he relocated somewhere wealthier. They finished their meals and agreed to take some time to rest. Oleg was still dealing with the repercussions of the stimulants he took at the start of the duel while Vase wanted to rest his wrung-out mind. Maintaining the triple division technique for 48 hours while taking only minor breaks proved very stressful to him. Fortunately, the previous phenomenon where he'd suffer from increasingly crippling headaches hadn't occurred this time. Tomorrow, we'll see whose mech will win. Chapter 207. Accommodate on a large and extensive training field, 2 mechs stood like giant statues. For this event, Horatio took some time off his busy schedule to mediate the mech design duel in person. Vase had already met Horatio in person, but he never presented himself to the man in person. Horatio appeared very dignified in front of the 2 apprentices. He cast a very long look at the both of them before turning his attention to their mechs. "Both of you have set a very subjective winning condition to your duel," he spoke. 10 young mech cadets from the Abillard Academy will be visiting us here today. After spending 30 minutes with each of your mechs, the cadets will deliver their verdict on which mech they prefer in terms of comfort. Do note that these pilots might have a different understanding of the term than yours. Will we be able to explain the meaning in greater detail? That won't be necessary, Horatio said. It's best not to predispose the mech pilots into favoring one design over the other through the use of wordplay. Let them experience the mechs with their own biases. A shuttle arrived soon after and delivered 10 random mech cadets. Some of them were elites who ranked close to the top, while others hadn't found a way to excel in the academy. The only thing they had in common was that all of them had taken advanced training in piloting night mechs. They wouldn't be clueless when faced with the creations of Oleg and Vase. Horatio left the 2 designers on a closed platform and greeted the cadets after they arrived. As he explained the rules to them, Vase took a seat on a nearby bench and watched at the test pilots. He counted 7 men and 3 women, not that gender mattered all that much. Oleg grinned at Vase. Now that we've finished our parts, let's share our design schematics. Sure. When Vase received Oleg's design, he took a long time to parse the blueprint. Oleg decided to form a quintessential defensive knight, piling up its armor while leaving barely enough mobility to qualify as a medium mech. The concept sounded simple, but Oleg brought his design to an unprecedented level. He possessed transcendent skill in the field of battle mechatronics and mechanics, having taken the basic pre-configured parts and tweaked them in ways that optimized their endurance and defense. To be frank, the extreme level of optimization scared Vase a bit. Oleg managed to raise the overall performance of his parts by a third through updating their outdated design and optimizing them so that they performed at their best. In comparison, Vase would be lucky if he reached an overall improvement of 20% due to lack of time. That 10% difference sounded small, but mech pilots and mech designers could easily tell the difference. The mech cadets began to rotate among the two mechs. Each of the pilots spent 30 minutes on each mech. They tested the machines and put them through their paces on the training ground. The yard even featured a sophisticated semi-virtual training simulator. Advanced programming and the clever use of bots and projectors allowed the knights to spar against imaginary opponents with some physical feedback. While it couldn't replicate a true battle experience, the pilots at least experienced a taste of their mechs in combat. As the mechs moved through obstacles or light combat simulations, their differences became more pronounced. His Tyrant moved rather nimbly for a knight mech. Its mobility allowed it to run around the obstacle course with greater speed and control than Oleg's lumbering machine. It excelled in frontal charges when it brought its considerable weight to bear upon a single opponent. Vase paid a lot of attention on its shock-absorbing capacity so that it wouldn't suffer too much damage when it collided against another mech. While its armor couldn't quite deliver the same performance, none of the pilots paid too much attention to it. They weren't allowed to wreck the mechs they piloted. In essence, the Tyrant displayed all of its strengths while being able to hide its only major weakness. Vase hadn't deliberately set out to achieve this condition, but it certainly helped his case. Oleg's mech on the other hand moved with solid deliberation. While it possessed enough speed to sprint short distances, the mech hadn't received any optimizations in this area. Instead, it presented itself as a quintessential medium knight, with all of the pros and cons that went along this archetype. From the schematics Oleg showed off, Vase knew that his design lacked any gimmicks. The younger mech designer probably lacked the time to implement something unique that could wow the test pilots. Instead, Oleg mainly stuck to the basics, deviating only when it came to his specialty. The engine in particular provided his knight with a lot of force and endurance. The mechanical layout of his knight incorporated many innovative design choices that enhanced the knight's ability to exert force. Your knight hits slow, but hard. A knight isn't supposed to outduel an opponent. Oleg replied with a smile. You've made an interesting choice with your mech, but I don't know if it will help your case. Your own design isn't able to throw its weight around once it's forced to a stop. The boy had a point. The Tyrant performed at its best when it kept moving, but sometimes it needed to stay put in order to perform its defensive role. Time went by as the testing period dragged on. At the end of the session, all 10 mech cadets spent at least an hour in the cockpits. Once they finished their testing, they passed on their evaluation to Horatio, who subsequently tallied the score. Vase and Oleg left the observation room and joined Horatio and the pilots standing next to their mechs. While Oleg maintained his confident, sunny smile, Vase nervously awaited the outcome. Had the Tyrant made a good impression? Had the X Factor succeeded in charming the mech cadets? Many questions swirled in his mind as he stood somewhat at attention. Everyone eagerly awaited the results of the duel. Horatio faced the mech designers with a nod. Both of you have accomplished much in the limited amount of time at your disposal. I'm especially impressed with Oleg. Your ability to maintain the quality of your product despite the time limit shows you haven't slacked off in your practice. Thanks. The older man turned to Vase. As for you, don't take your advantages to heart. Your master has invested a large amount of time and resources in his upbringing. We've been grooming him to compete at the most prestigious competitions this side of the galaxy, such as the Rimward Games. Vase remembered that Miss Barakovsky once competed at the Junior Rimward Games. The Junior Games offered an appropriate stage for young but talented mech designers to display their strengths in front of the entire galactic rim. That Horatio alluded to Oleg's future entry in the adult version of the Rimward Games meant that the boy held a lot of promise. Master Olson must be very eager to build up her organization's prestige by planning to show him off at such a major event. I understand. Vase nodded simply. He didn't really wish to think too much about Oleg's current superiority. In a few years, his skills might have developed to the point where he'd be qualified to compete in the Rimworld games on his own merits. Horatio proceeded to turn the conversation back to the duel. At a glance, the two of you employed different strategies in order to win over the mech pilots. I've noticed that Vase has kept to the spirit of the duel. You've focused more on harmony and compatibility when designing your mech, haven't you? I want my pilots to bond with my mech. While achieving higher performance is important, if the pilot can't mesh well with his machine, he won't be able to bring out its full strength. That's a bold statement, Horatio responded neutrally. He carefully refrained from expressing his opinion on the matter. Oleg doesn't seem to agree. I see you didn't even pay much attention to ergonomics when designing your mech. You focused purely on maximizing your mech's performance parameters. Who cares about comfy seats? A mech pilot ought to know what's best for him. Battles are usually won by the side with better performing mechs. That's an absolute truth. As you've alluded to, a mech is mainly built for war. When our mech cadets here graduate from Abillard, they'll be sent to fight at various parts of Coalition space. They're expected to endure extremely challenging circumstances while they pilot their mechs. If their mechs are not up to the task, they are piloting the wrong mechs. Vase took those words as an oblique warning to his approach to mech design. Sometimes, his obsession with the X factor led to decisions that missed out on increasing the performance of his machines. What his images sometimes urged him to stray away from the most optimal design choices. I'm sure you're impatient to hear who has won, Horatio finally said as he finished his brief lecture. Without further ado, here are the scores. A small projector sprung into existence that showed a short tally for each of the duelists. The final results astounded them both. Vase, 5 votes. Oleg, 5 votes. It's a tie. When the mech designers swept past the tally and studied the breakdown of the votes, the division became more evident. The higher-ranking mech cadets leaned on the side of Oleg's knight while the lower-ranking cadets preferred the tyrant. Oleg didn't understand the result. Why hasn't my mech won over the rest? Can you make a guess? The younger mech designer paused to think through a reason. Perhaps those who are more skilled don't require as much accommodation as those who need more practice. The best mech pilots can adapt to any machine in an instant. What do you think, Vase? I think the higher-ranking pilots know they're destined to pilot the best machines. He replied with his own understanding of the voting pattern. Every mech pilot wishes to pilot the most elite mechs, but not everyone gets their wish. I think the more average mech pilots have a better affinity with lower-performing machines that do their best at accommodating their level of skill. Again, Horatio declined to express an opinion on both of their judgments. He simply acknowledged their answers and let them think about it by themselves. There are many reasons why this pattern has emerged. The best mechs are not always the most appropriate mechs for the situation. You must never forget that your role as a mech designer is to accommodate the mech pilots who you are serving. Understand your market and tailor your products to their wishes. Don't expect to succeed if you attempt to force-feed your products to your clients. That sounded great and all, but both of the duelists stood awkwardly as none of them were able to determine a winner for the duel. A tie doesn't reflect the truth. I should win the duel, Oleg suddenly said. Vase became alarmed at his insistence. While normally he'd be willing to concede to Oleg's admittedly justified excuse, Lucky's ownership was at stake this time. Vase couldn't afford to lose. We agreed to the conditions of the bet beforehand. While we haven't anticipated a tie, that doesn't change the fact that you willingly agreed to all of them. The design duel wouldn't be fair otherwise. That just proves I'm the better mech designer. The two couldn't come to an agreement, so they turned to Horatio, who looked on with some amusement. Do you really wish to move away from a tie and force a winner out of this duel? I do. I should be the winner. While Oleg expressed his confidence, Vase stayed silent. The situation didn't look too favorable to him, but if he expressed his dissatisfaction, he'd reveal his lack of assurance. In a situation like this where a mech designer had to stand by their products, Vase had to maintain some level of confidence in his work. Very well. Then, I declare the winner to be Vase. What? Oleg screamed. That's not possible. Even Vase didn't expect Horatio's answer. Privately, he already started scheming of a way to get Lucky back from Oleg's clutches. He never thought that Horatio thought higher of the tyrant than Oleg's excellent design. Why did he win? Chapter 208 Reasons. Even Vase hadn't understood why Horatio favored him over Oleg. His design looked decent, but paled in comparison to Oleg's hasty creation. The younger mech designer managed to create a miracle in only half the time. I know you're confused. You shouldn't be, Horatio said and swept his arm towards the mech cadets who stood silently at attention all this time. First, let's hear our test pilots out. What are your thoughts on the mech designed by Oleg? The pilots gave out a smattering of opinions. It's powerful. I can feel the difference in performance. Most of the training mechs don't feel as powerful as this frame. Slow but protective. I feel I can take on the entire galaxy with the amount of armor it carries. It corresponds to what a knight should be. I don't mind the lack of speed since it's supposed to be a defensive mech anyway. I can do anything with this machine. In the right hands, I can overpower anyone who dares to get close. I can't get used to its sluggishness. It's as if my body is moving underwater. It's too slow. When Horatio asked them what they thought of the design made by Vase, they gave out a distinctly different opinion. It feels like home. The mech just clicked for me. It's one of the few mechs I've piloted that actually worked together with me. The performance is a little lackluster compared to the other one, but when I'm in the cockpit I don't feel that way. It's very responsive. I don't have to fight against the controls to make it do what I want. There's hardly any learning curve with this mech. After the pilots gave out their opinions, Horatio clapped and attracted everyone's attention. You can see that the first thing that pops in the minds of the pilots differs drastically between the two mechs. Oleg, considering the terms of your mech design duel, do you truly believe you've overcome Vase in this regard? I still have 5 votes. Oleg stubbornly replied, even if I hadn't focused much on comfort, does it even matter? You've chosen a crooked path. To compete on comfort, whether it's important or not, the fact of the matter is that you've agreed to compete against Vase on the matter of designing the most comfortable mech. Vase is the only participant who worked earnestly on this area and the comments made by the test pilots makes this clear. The mech pilots haven't received a lot of clarity when they were asked to evaluate our mechs. Vase spoke up, if they had a clearer idea on what they should be judging, then I might have received more votes. Maybe, maybe not, Horatio said. Oleg's viewpoint can't be discounted. A superior mech will always be valued more than a lesser mech. However, the rules for this design duel explicitly leaves out any comparison on performance. In this regard, none of the mech cadets have praised Oleg's mech for its level of accommodation. Oleg wowed half of the mech cadets through delivering a better mech despite performing worse in the aspect of comfort. He might have missed the point on the duel, but he still succeeded in forcing a tie. That couldn't easily be changed. Don't set your eyes on the present. Think of the future. After a couple of years, the both of you will be developing in different directions. If you hold the same duel at that time, who will prove to be more superior in the aspect of comfort? By that time, Vase would have probably accomplished a breakthrough in the X factor. In addition, he'd also advance much further than anyone here expected. After all, they couldn't have known about the heaven-defying nature of the system. Still, if he hadn't advanced his other skills through the system, then Vase would still win on the matter of comfort. Only he possessed the requirements to work with the X factor. If you put it that way, you have a point, Oleg reluctantly admitted, but that's in the future. We're still in the present. Yes, we're still in the present. Therefore, I believe that you should demonstrate your magnanimity and offer a concession to Vase. Don't forget that you are one of Carmen's direct disciple. With regards to age, you're junior to Vase, but with regards to seniority you enjoy a vastly higher position than him. To employ all your gifts to bully a junior who only received a few pointers from Carmen is not good form. Even Vase forgot about this point. Oleg behaved like a teenager, but as a mech designer he enjoyed a very privileged status. Many older mech designers had to make way for the direct disciple if they met him on the street. Besides, look at the stakes for this duel. If Vase loses the bet, he'll have to give up a precious companion of his. Don't think that Vase won't start to resent you. They are lifelike creatures meant to bond with their owners. On the other hand, if I lose the bet, I won't lose anything substantial. A license is very valuable to Vase, but it's nothing special to me. Licenses only held value to those who lacked the capability that it offered. It cost Oleg nothing but a potential loss in earnings if he gave one away without demanding anything in return. That was because licenses only granted the mech designer who received it the right to use a design. This was the nature of intellectual property. If someone wrote a virtual book, he could easily give it away to his friends for free. A couple of handouts didn't really impact his sales in any meaningful way. However, if he became a bit too liberal with his generosity, Then he'd be shooting himself in the foot by missing out on a lot of sales. Did Oleg look like someone who cared about giving away a free design? As a direct disciple, he enjoyed almost unlimited resources. A single engine license worth billions of bright credits was actually worth only a couple tens of millions of calls in coalition space. For such a small amount of calls, Oleg would be too embarrassed to quibble about this sum of money. In the end, Oleg conceded the match to Vase. Though he still felt unresigned, he felt that as a senior he had to show off his good side to Master Olsen's latest apprentice. They both signed a couple of contracts on the spot that officially granted Vase the right to incorporate the Trailblazer engine model in any of his designs for a period of 10 years. It's a really good engine, Oleg boasted as he swiftly recovered from his loss. The Trailblazer is ideal for mechs focused on endurance and efficiency. Just take care not to push it too hard. It doesn't handle peak loads very well. As Horatio left for another appointment, Vase had a suspicion he'd been used. Horatio obviously didn't need to mediate the design duel in person. He must have used the opportunity as a teaching moment for Oleg. He not only learned to be generous, he also opened his eyes to another perspective on mech design. Vase shrugged. As the winner of this duel, he benefited from this moment as well. Besides his material rewards, this event also taught him about a hidden danger inherent in his design method. Pursuing harmony at the cost of performance is not always the right solution. He concluded, in the age of mechs, an endless number of mech designs came into existence. While the market for mechs ensured that plenty saw sales, most models failed to attract any sales due to poor design choices. An optimized mech delivered much greater performance than a similar mech at the same cost. I've been focusing too much on harmony at the cost of synergy. Harmony and synergy sounded the same, but they were actually very different concepts. As Vase understood it, harmony represented how well the design and its components agreed with the images he held in his mind. A good harmony ensured he'd be able to impart a strong and lifelike X factor to his mechs. Few designers should be able to match his prowess in this area. On the other hand, most mech designers focused on maximizing synergy. This had nothing to do with metaphysics. Instead, it required both art and science to bring out the best performance out of every part. Harmony and synergy doesn't necessarily have to conflict with each other. Once his capabilities grew, his selection of design choices should also grow with him. More choices allowed him to make more optimal decisions without adversely affecting the overall harmony of the design. In any case, Vase got away with a massive win. After the end of the duel, Vase decided to wrap up his trip with a visit to the Clifford Society. Oleg begged off accompanying Vase. Ever since Horatio declared him the loser, the air between them grew a little awkward. Both of them needed some time away from each other. I'll be going now, Vase said as he held Lucky in his arms and left the estate. He took an aircar that brought him from the center of the archipelago to the northern region of the planet. Like the virtual version, the real version of the Clifford Society's headquarters had been built on top of a mountain range. Naturally, real humans weren't gods, so the society hadn't gone overboard in spreading their structures out. Most of the core buildings had been built around a cluster of 20 mountains. Man-sized floating eggs granted visitors a convenient way to traverse from one mountain to the other. His first destination was the marketplace. While most members sold their wares through the society's virtual portal, Vase wanted to take a look at some real examples. He visited the small town built at the foot of the mountains and browsed the largest shop that sold equipment. "Welcome, customer," a floating bot said as it hovered over to Vase. "May I be of assistance? Take me to the alloy compressor and chemical treatment machines. I'd like to purchase a set." A set basically consisted of a compressor and a CTM that had been designed to work together. Usually, mech manufacturers preferred to link the two machines together with a compatible 3D printer. This allowed them to automate the process of fabricating compressed armor plating as much as possible, though the more complicated formulas still required human supervision. Our shop offers 32 different sets. Please refer to the projections if you wish to view their specifications. Vase took a good look at the selection offered by the shop. The prices for the sets ranged from 50 merits to 10,000 merits. He only set aside 200 merits for his budget, so he excluded every other set that exceeded his price range. That left him with 13 different pairings. As Vase studied their specs in greater detail, he determined that the differences in price directly corresponded to what they brought to the table. Some compressors and CTMs finished their processes faster than others. Other sets guaranteed higher precision. The newer sets offered automation to a wider range of formulas, while the older sets sold at a discount. Vase pulled back from his inspection before he got lost in the maze. I should determine what I need before I start my selection. The Living Mech Corporation mainly aimed for the higher segments of the mech market, so he didn't place too much importance on speed and automation. However, if he wanted to enable his fabricators such as Carlos to work with compressed armor, some form of automation was necessary. The Silver Label mechs didn't have to be perfect, but the sets had to offer some conveniences in order to allow his other employees to work with the machines. Several sets of alloy compressors and CTMs fit his requirements. He eventually settled on a pair of systems that cost 190 merits. They didn't offer much in terms of automation, but a decent fabricator specialized in alloy compression should be able to handle the process without problem. Even if Carlos can't do it, I can hire someone else who can. Still, before he decided on the purchase, Vase visited some other stores in order to find out if he could pick a bargain. While most of the shops offered a similar selection of machines, he did find the same set at 20 merits off. Why is this set so cheap here? It's a refurbished set of machines. The cheaper stores bought replied in a dutiful tone. Their previous owner unfortunately perished on a mission for the society. Due to his debts, this store has laid claim to his fabrication equipment. Do you wish to view the previous owner's other machines? We offer discounts up to 30% depending on their condition. The answer momentarily chilled Vase. He could have been one of the poor chumps as well. His trip to graining might have showered him with merits, but he escaped from death by a narrow margin. Still, the set hadn't seen much use. Vase checked their condition as well as their production logs and found them to be good enough that he wouldn't get much better if he bought them factory new. I'll take this set. Chapter 209 Keltrex. Vase decided to pick up a second-hand assembly system as well for the low price of 20 merits. Thus, he spent a total of 190 merits on 3 machines that had seen a moderate amount of use. He also enlisted the services of a hacker who could unlock the restrictions set on the processors for the Dortmund printer. After some haggling, Vase agreed to hand over 3 merits to the bot that represented the hacker. Vase handed over the processor chips that had been stored in the Barracuda over the past few months and heard that they'd be ready within a few days. Every problem appears trivial once you have a lot of wealth, he noted with a rueful smile as he exited the latest store. Problems that keep me up at night can be solved with a single snap of the finger. His shopping spree showcased the power of a few hundred merits. He successfully acquired a number of high-quality machines that delivered slightly better performance than most machines available in the Bright Republic. Together with the Dortmund, I've acquired a full ensemble of industrial gear. What did that mean? It meant that from now on, his physical assets ceased to be a hindrance. If he wanted to, he could even fabricate the original Caesar Augustus with his newly purchased equipment. Now, he had over 200 merits remaining in his account. While that sounded a lot, he also had to acquire a lot of component licenses. While some of the smaller components sold for only a couple of merits, the large amount of components added up to a frightening sum. Vase obviously had to set priorities. The 3 things I need the most to design a high-quality knight is an armor system, a power reactor and artificial musculature. Together with Oleg's engine license, I'll have all my bases covered. If he had any merits left after making those purchases, he'd settle on acquiring some decent licenses for some peripheral components such as ECM, energy cells and a cockpit. As for the really minor parts such as gyroscopes, sensors and a transceiver, he'd settle for acquiring cheaper ones with credits. Hopefully he'd be able to save as much merits as possible in case he wanted to borrow some exclusive books from the Moon Library. Vase found his shopping experience to be exhilarating. While the pricier products remained out of his reach, the product standard in Limar ensured that even the cheaper offerings in the store could compete with what the Bright Republic regularly used. The only problem he faced was that a lot of the parts for licensing required a large amount of exotics to work. Vase couldn't help the fact that the Friday Coalition ruled over the most resource-abundant territory in the Komodo Star sector. Resources that were extremely scarce in the Bright Republic could be acquired for a reasonable sum in the Coalition. In fact, many of the cheapest licenses consisted of badly optimized components. They only reached a reasonable level of performance by virtue of their extravagant use of resources. Thus, even with an upfront price tag of a dozen merits or so, Vase would still lose a fortune over time as the production cost per unit racked up to a terrifying digit. Thus, Vase had to ignore most of the deceptively cheap offerings and turn his attention to the more expensive licenses offered by the real experts. This was where the strength of the LIT came through. As a major technological center for education and research, the Limar Institute of Technology possessed connections to a vast network of scientists and engineers. Many of its alumni that went on to become successful component developers made some of their best licenses available to their alma mater at preferential prices. Despite the discounts, the prices for the more decent-looking armor systems quickly ran up in the thousands of merits. The prices were so disgustingly high that it became obvious that they only catered to a breed of mech designers. The products within a more affordable price range all came with various issues such as the problem mentioned earlier. It became very difficult for Vase to seek out a decent armor system that didn't break the bank. I can't go on like this. I have to give something up. Some armor systems could be licensed on the cheap, but racked up many millions of credits in production costs. Other systems offered reasonable prices in both areas but delivered mediocre performance. Those that performed slightly better were so difficult to fabricate that his error rate would balloon to 25%. Obtaining a perfect armor system that checked all the boxes was out of the question. Vase had to make a careful consideration on what he'd be willing to sacrifice. I'll be marketing my product to the Bright Republic, not to Friday Coalition, so I don't have to adhere to the prevailing standard of a second-rate state. It pained him to lower his standard, but Vase concluded he made the right decision. As a young entrant in the mech business, Vase hadn't built up his brand to the point where the local market believed he'd be able to participate at the top segments of the market. A design that's too high-end would end up as another white elephant akin to the original Caesar Augustus. The catalog looked a lot better now that he let go of his unrealistic standards. In order to future-proof his designs once the next generation arrived, Vase focused his attention on armor plating that withstood directed energy weapons a little better than usual. Apparently, many other mech designers had the same idea. The prices for these valuable systems averaged around 20% over armors that specialized against absorbing shocks and kinetic impacts. Against this scam-like market behavior, Vase could only grit his teeth in response. The list of products that met his criteria still consisted of several hundred products. Vase spent an entire day poring over the specs of each viable armor system. His decision had far-reaching effects for the immediate future of his mech career, so it was of utmost importance for him to make the best decision possible. He settled for a rather boring choice. He chose a decently successful armor system that had been developed a decade or so ago. Though it was on the old side, plenty of mech designers who purchased the same system had nothing but praise for the armor. Thank you for purchasing the Bergens & Sons Company Keltrex AVE 33 armor system, the cheerful sales bot exclaimed in a weirdly feminine tone. A sales representative will be with you in a moment to establish a licensing contract. Please be patient. A few minutes later, a man emerged from the air. His anti-grav clothes brought him straight to Vase. After shaking hands, the sales representative offered him 3 different variations of the licensing contract. The variations gave Vase more favorable terms depending on his production pattern. If he intended to engage in high-volume production, it was worth it to spend some extra merits to lower his per-unit fees. On the other hand, if he only intended to sell a dozen or so mechs a year, then he could take a discounted contract that put hard limits on how many times he could fabricate the Keltrex. While Vase didn't plan on establishing a huge production plant, he did aim to achieve a sales figure of at least 1,000 mechs a year. With his new and refurbished equipment, his workshop should be able to reach this ambitious goal. I'd like to sign the standard contract, please. I don't want any restrictions and I don't need any additional privileges. A good choice, Mr. Larkinson. The upfront fee for the standard contract amounts to 75 merits. Vase transferred the painfully high price tag with his comm. This was only the beginning. Since they signed a contract in Coalition space, Vase had to transfer his production fees in calls instead of Bright credits. The cost per copy amounted to 30,000 calls or around 3 million Bright credits. He winced at the thought of throwing away so much credits whenever he fabricated a copy of the Keltrex system. The much cheaper HRF armor system that he currently used for the Mark II only demanded a modest fee of around 100,000 Bright credits per copy. Still, he didn't regret his choice. Among the cheaper armors available in the shops, the Keltrex system happened to require exotics that were relatively abundant in the Bright Republic. Vase didn't have to import rare resources from far-flung states in order to meet his production needs. In this regard, the higher than average per unit fee was a worthwhile sacrifice to make. I still have to pay a fortune for the raw materials alone. It gets worse if I have to fabricate a set of armor for a knight. Knights piled up on a lot of armor, more than any other archetype. Vase already calculated that he had to spend a whopping 20 million credits just to fabricate a standard set of knight armor. Worse, the cost might reach even greater heights if the cost of raw materials continued to rise. Since Vase set a target sales price at around 60 million credits for his original design, the ludicrous expense was still somewhat bearable. Fortunately, the Keltrex system brought a lot to the table. Bergens & Sons company developed several variations of its Keltrex series. While the Keltrex AVI E33 was one of its cheapest offerings, it still enjoyed some of the advantages of its more expensive cousins. The biggest attraction to Vase was that it didn't weigh too much. While other systems relied on large amounts of conventional alloys to make up for their disappointing formulas, the Keltrex used an ingenious formula that brought out the full strength of their special alloys. It's not only great for knights. I can use the same armor system for other types of medium mechs. Its versatility allowed Vase to use the same production license in multiple different designs. This allowed him to save a lot of money in the long run. The same went for Oleg's Trailblazer engine, though it did shoehorn Vase into designing mechs that fit its traits. Vase shopped for other component licenses with the same thought in mind. With 35 merits remaining in his budget, he quickly acquired a relatively boring set of component licenses for the ECM, energy cells and cockpit. With his most important purchase behind him, Vase relaxed and took his time browsing for a decent power reactor and artificial musculature license. After another day of contemplation, he handed over 35 merits for a satisfactory pair of component licenses. While their specs fell a little short of the Trailblazer engine, the one area they excelled in was endurance. They'd be able to withstand a decent amount of damage and keep running. I only have 100 merits left. He considered spending them on other component licenses, but eventually stuck to his original decision of holding back a reserve. If I can't acquire the rest with credits, I can still spend my merits later. At this stage, Vase hadn't even drafted up a preliminary sketch of his original design. If he purchased a complete set of component licenses before he even drew up a draft design, he'd be liable to shoot himself in the foot. What I have now is enough. Vase acquired the most essential components to start his draft. With the Trailblazer engine and Keltrex armor system at the core, he acquired all the essential ingredients to bake a great cake. It was up to a great cook to process these ingredients and incorporate them into a well-designed dish to bring out all of their qualities. Now that he completed his shopping, it was time to return to Cloudy Curtain. Vase held Lucky in his arms and hailed an aircar that brought him back to the Barracuda. Chapter 210 4-star designs. The Barracuda slipped into FTL in a blink. Having left the Lemar system, Vase felt as if he left the paradise for the wasteland. He became enchanted by Lemar's high level of development. The products that second-rate states like the Friday Coalition took for granted could hardly be found in the poorer states. It wasn't as if the Bright Republic had no means of getting access to high technology. However, the higher tiers incorporated a lot of exotics or exclusive research that made them too expensive for the poorer states to adopt at a wide scale. Only the upper echelon enjoyed a couple of gadgets at a ruinous cost. The distribution of wealth in the galaxy came down to resource endowment. Even if the poorer states acquired a couple of pieces of high technology, they'd be bankrupting themselves in the long run if they went overboard. Even if Vase acquired some fantastic component licenses from Lemar, he'd be pricing himself out of the market due to the ridiculous cost of his products. That didn't mean that Vase had resigned himself to this remote corner of the galaxy. In his burning ambition to reach the pinnacle of mech design, he intended to use the Bright Republic's market as an incubation ground for his nascent business. At my current level, I won't be able to make a splash in the Coalition. Too many geniuses like Oleg already occupy the entire market for innovative mechs designed by newcomers in the industry. In addition, Vase also had to contend with his rivals who emigrated from the surrounding third-rate states in order to seek out a better future. To someone like Vase who possessed no innate advantages but a very high growth rate, the Republic's mech market provided him with enough demand to meet his needs. For now, Vase had some free time in his hands as it took his Corvette several weeks to return to Cloudy Curtain. What shall I do? He could study some textbooks in order to broaden his perspective, or he could design a virtual mech so that he earned some much-needed DP. Currently, Vase hadn't checked in with the virtual economy for a while, so he turned on his terminal and checked his Iron Spirit account. Surprisingly, in the past few months, his mech sales experienced a continuing surge of sales. While the market in Cloudy Curtain had pretty much been tapped out, his two principal models started gaining a tiny amount of traction on Bentime. It's not only the young blood and the old soul that are doing well. Even the Mark Antony Mark II has sold over 1,000 times. That explained much of the growth in DP during his time on Graining IV. Without this persistent trend of sales, he would never been able to spend so much DP on acquiring the essential skills and gadgets to get out of Dr. Judlin's clutches. Vase poured into the comments that his Bentime customers left behind. He found out that nothing in particular had been driving his sales except for his budding reputation for selling mechs that did well with fussy mech pilots. This one feels like a cold beer in a warm evening. Thumbs up for this mech. I have a neural condition that makes me allergic to almost every kind of mech. My brain just spasms out if I force myself to pilot them. I thought I had to abandon my hobby of piloting mechs, but thankfully I found out about this amazing model. Please design more mechs. I bought the famous Mark II. It's everything my buddies promised. There are no words to describe how deep your mind can meld with this model. Don't pilot this mech if you want to compete. Buy it when you want to relax. Vase found a common strain among the comments. In the virtual community of Bentime, he started making a name for himself as a niche designer who specialized in so-called recreational mechs. He didn't feel flattered. As a serious mech designer, Vase aimed to build up a reputation for designing battlefield-viable mechs. If he started acquiring a reputation that his mechs were no good except for a couple of rounds of fun, then he'd face an uphill battle trying to persuade the market to purchase his mechs for their primary purpose. That is, to deploy them in battle. Fortunately, the phenomenon hadn't reached the point of no return. To the larger community, Vase and the Living Mech Corporation remained largely unknown. He'd be able to shape his reputation once he released his first original design. That day came closer and closer now that he fulfilled most of the prerequisites for doing so. The road ahead had been paved. All he had to do was step forward. It's still not time. His intuition told him that he had to wait before he embarked on this ambitious project. Somehow, he lacked something vital that could elevate his original design into something great. He didn't know what he currently missed. Could it be an obscure skill, or a unique component? In any case, if he designed his original mech at his current state, he'd be introducing an average and unremarkable design in an already bloated mech market. The LMC might not even be able to meet his current goal, achieving at least 1,000 sales a year, if he published a boring design. He shook his head and turned his attention back to designing a virtual mech. Despite his worries, the galaxy still moved on. Earning more DP is never wrong. Vase wanted to break the mold this time by designing something very different. In truth, he began resenting the act of designing variants. It was as if he took an existing piece of art and fiddled around with its appearance. Even if he improved upon the original work, most people would think he borrowed from someone else's efforts. There was actually an element of truth in that statement. Modifying an existing mech skipped several vital processes in the art of mech design. Many mech designers tend to rely too much on these crutches and slowly became unable to transition to designing an original mech. That said, I'm still not ready to design an original mech myself. As long as he kept this problem in mind, he wouldn't fall into this trap. Before he embarked on designing a mech, Vase studied the market trend in the game for inspiration. This time he decided on designing a 4-star variant. Different from the lower-starred virtual mechs, the 4-star designs usually catered to a more mature audience in the Gold League. They consisted of senior potentates who decided not to pursue a career in mech piloting and young adults who started their advanced training at an academy like Abelard. If I want to correct my reputation, then it's better to aim for the young professionals rather than the leisurely elderly. Most of the older potentates who got stuck in the Gold League only played the game in order to meet the minimum proficiency standard to qualify as a reserve pilot. Those with the potential to pilot had the obligation to keep their skills somewhat sharp. Those who acted lazy started to lose their much-cherished privileges. Vase knew the crowd. They were the old geezers and has-been pretenders who cared more about getting their handouts from the state than actually contributing something to society. They usually ended up squealing when the war erupted and progressed to a frightening degree. That was when the Mech Corps came knocking at their doors. Rather than aim for that group of leeches, Vase would rather design a mech for the likes of the young pilots he knew. Like Charlotte, or Lovejoy, or even Melkor. He wondered how they were doing these days. Charlotte must be having a great time at the Republic's branch of the MTA, while Lovejoy still underwent rigorous training in order to make the breakthrough from advanced pilot to expert pilot. If I want to design a mech that calls out to advanced pilots like them, I'll have to design something challenging. Vase excluded the basic archetypes such as the knight and rifleman mechs from his consideration. He wanted something with a lot more nuance, though it also had to fall within his skill range. Each increase in stars came with a lot of added complexity. For example, Vase easily designed a flying light mech like the one-star Seraphim due to that era's primitive technology standard. Such a slapdash attitude to mech design couldn't be applied so easily with several hundred years of progress in the picture. After leaving aside the more exotic categories such as aerial mechs or heavy mechs, Vase began to consider his remaining options. A striker mech is too similar to knights, while skirmishers and ambushers are a bit too similar to my previous virtual designs. He started to consider some of the less commonly produced designs such as medium scouts or medium artillery mechs. What about an assassin mech? It sounded like an interesting challenge. As ridiculous as it sounded, assassin mechs actually existed in recent times. They saw a lot of use in the first-rate superstates as a way to take out highly valuable cutting-edge mechs before they showed their strengths. While active cloaking technology had slowly diffused from the first-rate states to the rest of the galaxy, it remained fairly expensive, so the Rim rarely used these types of mechs. Fortunately, the game made everything more convenient. While Vase would probably have to pay a higher price to get access to the right virtual licenses, he'd still be able to play around with cloaking technology. Vase browsed the catalogs of the game and saw that assassin mechs could be divided into several ways. Light assassins usually excelled in stealth while their medium cousins packed more punch. Some assassins came equipped with a powerful ranged weapons while others relied on a good melee weapon. Naturally, this was just a general trend. Plenty of exceptions still existed. Considering his specialties and his interests, he narrowed down his choice to a medium melee mech. It presented more of a challenge and benefited him more. The act of exploring a way to maximize the assassin mech's ability to deliver a fatal blow in a single strike would advance his understanding of Master Olson's teachings. He didn't spend too much time on selecting a good base model. Due to the pricey nature of the technology, the virtual licenses of the cheapest models started selling at a staggering price of 2 million bright credits. Still, Vase had money to spare, with well over 600 million credits in the bank. The higher investment would also pay off, for the mech designer system capped the limit of his DP earnings for 4-star mechs at a much higher bar. If I can succeed in designing this variant, I'll be able to earn up to 100,000 DP in total from its virtual sales. What did 100,000 DP represent? It was one of the most difficult prerequisites to upgrade one of his journeyman level skills to senior level. While Vase didn't plan on upgrading any of his skills just yet, he could sure use the DP on other goodies, such as upgrading his mental attributes or acquiring the next tier of stealth augments from the shop. After a couple of hours of casual browsing, Vase settled for a fast and silent model from some obscure company called Carrera Designs. Rather than a traditional mech business, Carrera Designs made their living by selling their designs instead of mechs. These design studios pumped out hundreds of designs a year. Most of them ended up forgotten in some shelf, but savvy mech manufacturers snapped up some of their more successful designs for quite a bit of money. The Dark Silver FFL-25 happened to be one of their unsold designs. One of the mech designers under the employ of Carrera Designs had been tasked with exploring the relatively new phenomenon of active cloaking. As its code number suggested, the FFL-25 represented the 25th iteration of their exploration. Due to the poor track record of the previous versions of the Dark Silver line, Carrera Designs never managed to sell the FFL-25 despite its high-level refinement. Unknowingly, they slept on a hidden treasure. It only came into prominence several generations later. It possessed a short-lived but highly effective cloaking system for a medium mech. For about 3 minutes, they remained undetectable to the most commonly employed sensors that measured light, sound and various other kinds of signals. As long as the unsuspecting targets weren't actively scanning for cloaked mechs, the Dark Silver model had a high chance of sneaking up to their backs. In comparison to its excellent but quirky stealth system, the FFL-25 happened to be slightly lackluster in making the kill. Its extreme devotion to stealth left little room for actual combat capability. The model had a lot of trouble trying to pierce through thick sections of armor. It also possessed paper-thin armor that solely existed to enhance its stealth. Actual protection from enemy attacks remained a distant second priority. Many mech designers today use the excellent base provided by the dark silver design and work to mitigate its flaws. Overall, they achieved mixed success as the base model truly left little room for enhancements. If they went too far, its supreme stealth system started to suffer. It's an interesting puzzle. I like it. Vase forked over the 2 million credit fee for the virtual license. He already looked forward to putting his own spin on this design. Chapter 211 Last Spear. Vase didn't feel like spending additional credits on additional virtual component licenses. One of the problems of the dark silver design was that it allocated the majority of its space on enhancing its active stealth systems. It contained precious little space for any other systems. Most of the variants he'd seen took the FFL-25 and added alternate loadouts. Instead of a piddly little knife, the other mech designers mostly provided their variants with limited-use weapons that delivered a large amount of damage in an instant, such as bombs or acid containers. To be frank, Vase considered employing the same means, but he held off because he wouldn't add anything new to the game. In addition, the solution seemed like a cheap cop-out that turned its back on the original intent of the Dark Silver line. The players who buy the variants mostly use them to sabotage the enemy base and supply depots instead of assassinating enemy mechs. Why are there so few variants that retain the Dark Silver's original purpose? A handful of ambitious mech designers tried their hands at fixing the FFL-25. Their attempts either enhanced the base model's strength while sacrificing its stealth capability, or they preserved its stealth but made only marginal improvements in its strength. Obviously, all of the mech designers who worked with the frame failed to find the silver bullet that circumvented the base model's limited capacity. The oldest 4-star designs originally came out about 100 years ago, which severely limited today's designers from introducing modern innovations. The most successful variants therefore eschewed the stock design and rebuilt it from the ground up. They used the same components and the same materials but rearranged them into a completely different package that delivered substantially higher performance in some areas. Not a lot of these redesigns existed as it required a lot of work for very little payoff, since assassin mechs never sold as much as mainstream mechs. However, this in turn gave Vase an opening for him to introduce something others hadn't done before. It's a lot like designing an original mech in a sense. Letting go of the boundaries of the base model freed Vase from its restrictions but also gave him room to stumble. Nevertheless, Vase didn't shy away from the challenge. First he had to set a vision for his variant. In his eyes, an assassin mech didn't require protective armor. It avoided damage by virtue of its stealth systems and its speed. The base model mostly emphasized the former and paid only lip service to the latter. Let's focus on speed and momentum. The conventional assassin mech sneaked up on their targets at an opportune moment and landed a lethal blow. Once they finished the deed, they popped their chaff and snuck away during the confusion. Just like the old soul in a sense. His 2-star sniper mech became known for its devastating ambushes and slippery escapes. This proved that the strategy worked, but Vase didn't wish to retread the same old path. Instead, he envisioned an assassin mech that used its cloak not to get into point-blank range, but to position itself for a short but devastating charge. The beauty of this modus operandi was that Vase only had to ensure that his design possessed enough speed and acceleration. The arms and torso didn't need any special attention. As long as they held up at the point of impact, his assassin mech should be fine. In essence, his variant relied on its running start to build up enough momentum to punch through an unsuspecting mech's armor. A weapon that enabled the mech to transfer its force into a single point worked best in these circumstances, so Vase immediately decided on pairing his design with a spear. The only problem is that the mech can't maintain its stealth while running. Faster movement came with more vibrations and more disturbances in the air. It became vastly more difficult for its active stealth systems to suppress the deluge of signals. Vase had no solution to this problem, but it shouldn't matter too much. In his imagination, he envisioned his assassin mech using its cloak to sneak in close to its target, but not too close to get detected by its passive sensors. These usually became more effective the closer anyone tried to sneak up on their backs. Instead, his assassin mech stayed just out of detection radius and readied itself for a charge. At the decisive moment, it rushed forward and closed the distance within seconds before ramming its spear into the vulnerable back of its target. After delivering its blow, the assassin mech ran away at full speed. It's going to be risky for the mech to survive without any form of chaff. He judged. The escape should be the most difficult phase of the assassination process. While he could fit a small chaff module onto his variant, it would likely affect the effectiveness of its stealth. Thus, he decided to leave it out of the picture and focus solely on stealth and speed. Now that he established a clear vision for his design, he began to construct a set of images for this triple division technique. First, he set the base role as an idealized version of his assassin Mech. Vase simply added in his vision for his design and imaged more scenarios on how it should be used. The most important job for the base role image was to enhance the compatibility between the X factor and the actual Mech. It didn't need to be too strong or remarkable, but it couldn't be inaccurate. Vase in fact possessed average creativity, but it should be sufficient to paint a detailed enough picture. It helped that his assassin Mech possessed a one-dimensional playstyle. It revolved solely around the Mech's ability to set up for a charge and escape when the deed was done. As long as it achieved perfection on this part, his design didn't need any added frills. Next, he moved on to the totem animal for his assassin Mech. He wanted to pick out a predator that perfectly encapsulated his design's ability to pounce at a target and get away quickly. Vase tried to come up with a standard Terran animal that fit its nature well. Let's go for a cheetah. These large cats were favored predators that had often been genetically modified for various purposes. Their extremely fast sprinting velocity endeared them to various customers that liked to take advantage of this trait to hunt for difficult prey. After browsing the galactic net, Vase found that the standard wild cheetahs exhibited different behavior in different situations. However, whenever it had to hunt alone, it employed a hunting strategy much like his assassin Mech. Instead of stealth, it used various kinds of cover and concealment such as hills or tall grass to obscure its approach. Vase liked the imagery the animal evoked, so he centered his totem animal around a solitary cheetah. With plenty of footage on the galactic net, Vase had no trouble constructing a vivid image of the cheetah at hunt. Once he moved on to the final portion of the triple division technique, Vase had to be more thoughtful. The human myth portion of the technique required a lot of backstory in order to provide a lifelike human touch to the X factor. He didn't pull off anything too fancy this time. He made up an assassin called the Last Spear, as he used to be a guard for a fallen royal household. The fall of the king as well as his relatives has forced the Last Spear into the life of a fugitive without status. The man fell into a bad crowd, and eventually made it to an assassin's guild that taught him all the tricks of the trade. Ever since he completed his training, he began to wage a one-man reign of terror against his former enemies who took over his homeland. The Last Spear stuck to the weapon of his choice. He wanted to let his targets recognize his spear as it plunged through their chests and their life faded away. To him, it wasn't about the money. It was personal. He swore fealty to the fallen royals and dedicated his life to defend their honor even in death. Others might think him crazy, but the Last Spear found his true calling in life once he started harvesting the lives of those who profited from the conquest. He made it his solemn mission to track down every bastard that contributed to the fall of the royals and stab his spear into hearts without fail. Well, this is intense. Vase shook his head. His imagination got ahead of itself and conjured up a depressing image, one filled with both duty and pointless obsession. The Last Spear's futile crusade against his enemies served no point except to torment his old enemies for a cause that no longer existed. Well, the specifics of the backstory didn't matter too much in comparison to his character's skills and mindset. As long as he could capture some of that quintessential expertise in his image, his X factor became substantially more helpful. This was especially important in this case as Vase wished to emphasize the rational side over the primal side of the X factor. A large emphasis on the latter in his previous designs should be the main reason why his designs gained a reputation for being recreational. Besides, assassin mechs are extremely difficult to pilot. My customers will need all the help they can get. Most mech pilots hadn't received any special training on how to pilot an assassin mech. Some accommodation in this area should be very helpful with easing his model's substantial learning curve. With the three elements of his triple division technique set in place, Vase employed the full force of his mind and superimposed them into a single gestalt. With this hazy half-marred product in his mind, he got into a trance and started his redesign project. First, he scrapped the base frame, stripping away everything except for its barest support structures. When he was left with nothing but an alloy skeleton, he tweaked some of its bones in order to enhance its mobility. Then, he started adding in the organs. All of the essential components such as the engine and the power reactor filled up the internals. Different from standard mechs, the Dark Silver line employed a large suite of active ECM and stealth systems that all took up a lot of space. All of these gadgets demanded a lot of space. Vase crammed in as much as he could while building up his mech's internal architecture at the same. His experience with the Mark II turned him into a veteran in this kind of work, so Defty skirted past the knots that popped up every once in a while. Every savings he made in space or weight, he allocated it towards enhancing his mech's mobility. He paid relatively little attention to flexibility and agility and merely piled up on its ability to accelerate in a straight line. His assassin mech should be able to pounce upon its target with as little lead time as possible. Thus, acceleration mattered more than top speed. It still needs to be fairly fast in order to escape pursuit. It should at least run away far enough to re-engage its stealth. While his design slowly came into fruition, the triple division technique started to fluctuate within his mind. Just like with the tyrant he designed in his duel with Oleg, the three images started to chafe against each other once they started to show more signs of life. Different from last time, his images didn't fundamentally conflict with each other. While Vase hadn't done so on purpose, all three elements possessed very few contradictions. Instead, they jostled around for dominance. None of his images wanted to share responsibilities. All of them wished to dominate the Gestalt and turn the others into its slaves. The conflict became increasingly more heated as Vase did nothing to discourage the fighting. In fact, he'd been aiming something of the sort from the start. This time, he wished to see what happened when the fighting had stopped. Chapter 212 Singular. Ever since his mind underwent some inexplicable changes, his influence on the X-Factor deepened. In particular, anything he imagined into existence took on a life on its own. What did this mean? It meant that his images took back their sovereignty. Their history, behavior, attitudes and aspirations developed on their own without conscious input from Vase. He might have created them in his mind, but their transformation into an insubstantial lifeform shielded them from any further alterations. Rather than describe them as his creations, to be altered or discarded at will, they became thoughts given form, that could not be violated on a whim. Naturally, Vase still remained the ultimate arbiter of their lives. As long as they took up space in the real estate of his mind, he could wipe them all away if he wished. Not that it's desirable to do so. Vase created the images to enhance the quality of his mech. If he wiped them out before completing his design, he'd be neutering its X-Factor. Like a parent who meticulously raised their kids, they had to let go of the reins when they grew up. Vase merely hoped he raised them well enough that they didn't do stupid things like doing drugs or spend all their time awake on games. Currently, his three images shared the same amount of mental power provided by Vase. Thus, the initial struggles didn't amount to anything as all three images encountered the same level of opposition. The stalemate quickly ended once his images expressed their personality traits. The assassin mech exhibited the least amount of activity, as it led a fairly short and one-dimensional life. In contrast, the cheetah and the last spear both enjoyed complete lives. With their inherent advantages, they employed their power in much more creative ways. They soon noticed the assassin mech's failure to keep up. Sensing weakness, the cheetah and the last spear tacitly stopped their probes against each other and turned their full might onto the poor mech. The battle ended in an instant. Faced with attacks from two fronts, the assassin mech could barely put up a defense. The two voracious predators eagerly broke through its guard and frantically absorbed the substance that made up its existence. The assassin mech died. The cheetah and the last spear cannibalized its very existence and used the energies to enrich their lives. They both underwent another minor transformation that strengthened their existences. Once they fully digested their meals, the two surviving images eyed each other with barely restrained aggression. The cheetah exhibited unrelenting hunger towards flesh while the last spear stoically wished to put down the beast. The last spear pounced first. As a former guardsman, he knew that he wouldn't be able to take his rival by surprise. So he decided to attack the cheetah openly, taking hold of the opportunity to deliver the first blow. The cheetah reared back in surprise. The animal totem's strengthened existence suffered substantial damage from the opening strike. Enraged, the cheetah pounced on the last spear and started tearing apart his substance with its claws and teeth. In the end, the primal ferocity of the cheetah was no match for the ingenuity of man. The animal only knew how to attack and paid little attention to defense. The last spear endured the assault as best he could while he steadily whittled down the cheetah's existence. Once he landed the final blow with his spear, the cheetah ceased to live. Its damaged and punctured existence became the tonic that fueled the last spear's final growth. The man steadily absorbed his final opponent's substance. His aura continued to grow stronger as he did so. When nothing was left of the other two images, the last spear bent down on his knees and saluted to the memory of the fallen royal house. Vase could feel his earnest devotion to his cause and how it gave him strength. The added energies had transformed the surviving image into something that approached a living human being. It's too bad it still falls short. Vase vaguely sensed that the last spear lacked a crucial ingredient that prevented his ascension into a higher state of being. The melancholy that emanated from the image bled over to Vase, and even he started to feel depressed. He shook his head. I can't lose sight of my goal. If he started sympathizing with him images, he'd become their servants instead of the other way around. Vase had to remind himself that as much as he aspired to explore every facet of the X Factor, it had to fulfill its original purpose of strengthening his mech designs. I'm a runaway scientist who wants to subvert the heavens. It's stupid to treat them like actual humans. It sounded a little callous, but it was an important distinction to make. Now that the battle in his mind came to a conclusion, Vase resumed designing his mech. The changes in his mind immediately led to adjustments in his style. While he still maintained his original vision, his perspective shifted to a direction that highly favored his sole surviving image. The last spear exerted a very strong influence in his decision-making, to the point where Vase even backtracked on some of his earlier decisions. Overall, his assassin mech became even stronger with the spear. His design gained some added flexibility in its arms, allowing it to wield its spear more effectively besides thrusting it forward. Vase didn't necessarily agree with this direction as he had to sacrifice some redundancy in the arms to make room for the modifications. A skillful mech pilot will be able to outduel an opponent, but a lesser skilled pilot will suffer. With much less room for error, it heightened the difficulty of piloting his design. The mech pilot had to avoid damage to its arms at all costs. Despite its added capability, his core design still retained its focus on assassination. The last spear's domineering influence permeated his entire design. The two became connected in a way that made it impossible for Vase to separate the two. He could only destroy them both if he stopped in his tracks, because his sole surviving image could only be contained within his mind for a couple of months. That had been an unwelcome surprise. While Vase never mothballed his projects so far, to learn that his images only had a limited lifespan ruined his mood somewhat. Once his images reached a higher state, his mind space became more unwelcoming to their presence. He had to finish his design as fast as possible so that he could anchor their existences to a more accommodating space. Fortunately, Vase didn't intend to spend too much time on his assassin mech. As the Barracuda swiftly reached the Bright Republic and almost reached his home, Vase put the finishing touches on his largely completed design. Besides the redesign, Vase encountered very few hurdles on his way. His ample knowledge and the simple requirements for his design allowed him to focus solely on a couple of priorities, which led to very few conflicts. Vase borrowed a few influences from his other designs for his assassin mech. Most significantly, Vase incorporated the festive cloud generator within the small amount of space available. Once the mech sprung its ambush and charged forward with its spear, the entire mech should emit a massive amount of raging black smoke. If its target became lucky enough to spot the phenomenon, the pilot should feel a lot of dread at the incoming wave of doom. Its effect became even more pronounced than the one he added to the young blood's legs. His night mech simply left a sharp trail behind its legs when it charged, while his assassin mech pumped out a lot more vapor. Vase wanted to amp up the illusion that nothing could stop his mech once it charged out into the open. While all of the vapor didn't help the mech in its escape, it should still have a measurable psychological effect to bystanders. If things went right, the black train of doom should become his assassin mech's calling card. Anyone who spotted it should instantly associate it to his design. Vase spent some time on personalizing its appearance. The stealth armor his variant adopted from the FFL-25 took on a default black coating that minimized reflections. While anything he added over the coating minutely affected its ability to stay hidden, its active stealth systems should be good enough to minimize the problem. I think you'll like this, he said to his image as he added the emblem of the fallen royal house onto the chest of his design. The circular symbol resembled a curled-up yellow otter. The last spear pulsed with strong emotion once Vase finished adding the emblem. Naturally, he also added in the symbol for his company at the much less prominent place on one of his assassin mech's arms. The little touches of color added some levity to its serious appearance. Still, Vase didn't wish to detract too much from its original purpose. All it needs is a name. Vase already started thinking of a suitable name at the tail end of his design phase. He wanted to leave a name on his design that encapsulated its role without being too garish or incomprehensible. What about the Darkspear? It certainly encapsulated the nature of his assassin mech in the most succinct way possible. Those who first encounter the name should immediately be able to associate it with his variant due to the unusual pairing of a stealth mech with a spear weapon. With that done, Vase submitted his latest design to the system after activating his privacy shield. Even in the confines of his own ship, he remained ambivalent about its security. Design evaluation. Darkspear variant name, FFL-25P Darkspear base model, Dark Silver FFL-25 original manufacturer, Carrera Designs weight classification, medium recommended role, assassin mech armor, F+ carrying capacity, E aesthetics, B+ endurance, D energy efficiency, E flexibility, C firepower, B integrity, C mobility, C+ spotting, D stealth, A X factor, C++ deviance, 76% performance improvement, 18% cost efficiency, -3% overall evaluation. The Darkspear is a radical departure from the Dark Silver FFL-25 in many ways. While it largely retained the original stealth systems, the Darkspear is able to assassinate its targets as long as it remains unopposed during its brief but violent approach. You have received 100 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X factor. The system really didn't give his design any high marks. Over the years since he owned the system, Vase learned that the program evaluated his designs in comparison to the same type of mechs. While he wouldn't have to compare his works directly with the best designs in the galaxy, it still disappointed him a bit that his Darkspear variant scored so low in many areas. Different from his other evaluations, the system added a category for stealth. Only in this area did Vase achieve some results. While he hadn't introduced any innovations in this area, his redesign successfully preserved the strengths of the FFL-25's strong stealth systems. In the few areas that mattered, the Darkspear at least met the minimum standard to fulfill its role. The only thing that puzzled him was that the system rated him C++ for the X factor. Vase had never seen the system use a double plus as a modifier for his score. System, why did you give me a C++ and not a B or something like that? This time, the system got off its lazy butt and answered his question in earnest. The X factor of your design has improved only marginally. The difference in quality exceeds your previous efforts, but it fails to meet the necessary standards to obtain a higher rating. Vase figured something like that must have happened, but it still disappointed him that his experiments hadn't led to a major breakthrough. Obviously, something must be different. I'll have to wait for customer feedback in order to find out if anything has improved. Vase introduced his latest variant to his virtual catalog with hardly any notice. At first, none of his fans noticed the addition of a new 4-star mech. That changed soon after when the first qualified Iron Spirit players tried out the Darkspear. Word soon spread among the local players who reached the Gold League or higher. A new phenomenon soon emerged in the local virtual mech scene. Chapter 213 Printer. By the time the Barracuda finally landed at Cloudy Curtain Spaceport, he just released the Darkspear. The storm this model unleashed in the local virtual community still required some time to come into fruition. At this time, Vase mostly concerned himself with logistics. The new equipment he ordered from Limar had been loaded in a jumbo transport ship that still took a few more weeks to arrive in Bentime. The shipment had been delayed due to the need to adhere to the schedule of fixed convoy routes. Naturally, the shipping services passed on the costs to their customers. Business keeps getting more inconvenient. Vase shook his head. The Rimlord Star Herald and all the other news portals had been hammering their subscribers with dire predictions about the state of the economy. The first major businesses that had been hanging on for years had already been tipped over into bankruptcy procedures due to the ongoing rise in costs. Fortunately, his Living Mech Corporation only operated for about a year. It hadn't developed long enough to develop the massive overhead that older companies usually ended up with. He paid more for security than any other non-production expenses such as payroll, taxes and interest payments. Vase hoped to change that over time when he finally expanded his workshop's production capacity. While he still had to wait for his alloy compressor and CTM, with the hacked processors in his possession he could finally put the finishing touches on the reconstructed Dortmund printer. He already looked forward to working with an industrial printer. Vase already had a taste of it when he worked with the Stellar machines in Master Olsen's apprentice workshop. If the Dortmund printer worked as advertised, then Vase could expect to speed up his fabrication phase by as much as 75%. In particular, the Dortmund massively sped up the fabrication of uncompressed armor plating. Its increased speed and precision allowed Vase and any other fabricator like Carlos to automate the fabrication of any component up to a certain level of complexity without any worry. The Dortmund could even fabricate more advanced processors that his current printer couldn't handle. Actually, the mini printer collecting dust in the Barracuda's workshop possessed even more capabilities in this regard, though it needed a lot of time to fabricate a single chip. Once Vase disembarked from his Corvette with Melchior and Lucky, a small fleet of shuttles from Sanyal Ablin awaited his presence. "Sir, please enter the center shuttle." They boarded the only shuttle with the hatch left open. Once they secured themselves into the seats, the entire arrangement started to move. Even a casual trip from Orinoco to Freslin required an armed escort these days. Vase lamented the necessity of it all and the extra charges he'd received from Sanyal Ablin. The mercenaries and the security companies must be making a killing these days. "It's not without reason," Melchior commented. "The security industry is able to deter most threats by brandishing their superior gear. Even then, the occasional clashes result in a lot of wear and tear. It takes a massive amount of money to keep their assets functional." The smaller mercenary corps had a particularly rough time trying to keep afloat. A single ruinous battle could result in massive repair bills that ruined their financial outlook. "Did you enjoy your stay at Abelard?" Vase asked, changing the topic. "I can imagine the standard for mech pilots is a lot higher in coalition space. It's actually not too far apart. Abelard employs a lot more simulations as well as real mechs so they can ensure that every graduate will at least reach the level of advanced pilot. However, even then they can't ensure that any of them will advance into expert pilots. Normal mech pilots made up the rank and file that usually ended up piloting frontline mechs. Advanced pilots received better treatment due to their ability to bring out the full strength of standard humanoid or animal mechs. Yet even then, a state wouldn't shed a tear if they lost them by the thousands in a single battle. As long as a state had sufficient time, they could replenish such pilots with relative ease. Only when a pilot advanced to the rank of expert pilot did they truly become elite. Even the extended Larkinson family only boasted of a couple of expert pilots, almost all of whom retired due to old age or injury. His grandfather Benjamin happened to be one of them, and used the respect afforded to him to transition into a career in the Ministry of Defense. Even Rittersberg's career politicians had to sit up and pay attention to a former expert pilot. "How far are you from reaching this rank?" Melchior chuckled at his question. "You have no idea how difficult it is to achieve a breakthrough. What I've learned at Abelard has made it even clearer to me how much of a gap I still have close. So even second-rate states have difficulty training expert pilots. They have more options. Their standard training doesn't produce much better results, but as long as they're willing to allocate unlimited resources to training a couple of important scions, they'll be able to reach the necessary standard by force. Even then, there are several shortcomings, as they often have shaky foundations. The bad habits they haven't corrected will become critical weaknesses at that point." Vase didn't fully understand what it meant to be an expert pilot, much as Melchior didn't understand the ranks of mech designers. If Vase ever wanted to move up to designing elite mechs, he had to learn what made expert pilots so rare and valuable. Fortunately, Vase had plenty of time before he reached that point. First, he had to take care of his more immediate concerns. Once his guarded shuttle arrived at the landing pad inside his workshop's premises, he hopped out with a spring and entered his familiar abode. Carlos already waited for him at the entrance. "Good to see you here. I'm back now. How's the workshop while I was gone?" "Nothing really comes to mind. I've already told you everything you needed to know from the reports. The main thing that's really bad for business is that the costs of raw materials is continuing to rise. Right now, the total cost of production has ballooned to 20 million credits." Vase became alarmed. "That much? A few weeks ago you said it was still around 19 million credits. The increase amounted to 5%, which didn't sound so scary." However, his cost figure already ballooned by almost 20% since the start of his production, and it might even reach 50% by the end of the year. When Vase delved in the reports, he found out that the major resource suppliers prioritized their bigger clients over small fish like him. With the LMC's current sales volume of roughly 100 mechs a year, it didn't even represent a blink in the profits of the major suppliers. The increasingly depressing cost picture reminded Vase once again that he had to take control over his own supply chain. At the very least, he had to ensure the continued supply of the rarer exotics in the event the major suppliers pulled out of the MTA's internal market entirely. Let's hear some good news for a change. How are your silver label Mark IIs coming along? Carlos smiled at him. I've completely mastered their fabrication. I've poured into all of the manuals and studied more about assembly in my free time. At this moment, I can ensure only one part in a million will have flaws. Even in the best conditions, a fabricator never promised a success rate of 100%. The Mark II especially exhibited a higher level of complexity than normal. That Carlos made it this far could only be attributed to the fact that he had plenty of time to master one single model. In comparison, while Vase didn't possess the same level of confidence, his deeper foundation allowed him to fabricate many other models with very few flaws. As for Carlos, his shallow range of skills forced him to start from nothing whenever he encountered a different model. Don't forget to keep mastering your assembly skills. You're already getting a lot of hands-on experience, but without the theoretical background you won't be as flexible as me whenever I introduce a new model. When are you ready to introduce your new design? It's already getting stale fabricating the same Mark II over and over again. It will take a few months at the very least. First I have to install all my new toys. Then I have to round out my collection of component licenses. I'll likely end up short on money, so I might have to pursue some money-making projects in the meantime. Now that Vase established the Living Mech Corporation and had proven its capability to run at a profit, however tenable that might be, his reputation should open up more opportunities. Once they reached the fabrication hall, they approached the long-dormant Dortmund 3D printer. From a mess of loose components scavenged off a score of wrecked machines, Vase meticulously restored or reconstructed them into a mechanically functional machine. Only the security restrictions hidden within the programming of its processors held it back. Now, even that ceased to be an obstacle. Vase carefully installed the processors back in the appropriate slots before closing up the printer. The anticipation practically swelled within his heart as he pressed the button that should turn his machine online. A couple of lights dramatically glowed. The dubiously restored Dortmund accepted the input from the processors and became activate without any hiccups. It works. Both Vase and Carlos celebrated at the Dortmund's successful restoration. Vase eagerly approached the onboard terminal and dug into its diagnostics and status readings. His preoccupation with the machine kept going for hours as he patiently tested the Dortmund's capability to print both micro and larger components. He even fed the printer some cheap alloys from his inventory in order to see with his own two eyes if the Dortmund matched its description. "That's so fast," Carlos exclaimed when a perfect piece of uncompressed armor plating emerged from the machine. "You've got to let me use this machine. You'll get your chance." Vase chuckled. Even he began to tire of his old and ramshackle printer. "For now, whenever I have no need of it, you can use the Dortmund." Before Carlos could use the new machine, Vase set conditions for its use. Its higher speed and powerful capabilities also increased the risk of catastrophic damage in the event the Dortmund malfunctioned. Carlos had to study the manual and practice fabricating with the Dortmund in a virtual simulation before he received permission to use the industrial printer. While Carlos went off to do his homework, Vase took over his fabricator's production quota for the week. He already had a silver label Mark II lined up to be shipped at the end of the week. Vase pulled up his sleeves and went to work. The fabrication run only took up less than a day. Even Carlos required 3 days at his very best. Parts kept spitting out the exit tray like a machine gun, to the point where his workshop's loader bots threatened to bottleneck the fast-paced fabrication process. The overworked bots simply couldn't keep up. They worked their anti-grav modules to the bone trying to supply enough raw materials for the hungry printer and pick up finished components when they piled up at the exit tray. In the end, it took longer to assemble the Mark II than it took to fabricate all of its parts. Vase completed the entire fabrication and assembly cycle of the Mark II within 2 days. With practice, Carlos should be able to achieve the same within 3 days even if he turned his brain off, as the Dortmund's formidable automation processes did most of the heavy lifting. With this new machine, the LMC finally had the grounds to call itself a mech manufacturer. Vase smiled with satisfaction as he patted the Dortmund's exterior. The first step is done. Vase still had a lot of hurdles to go through before he became ready to design an original mech. Despite the long road ahead, Vase already thought of a couple of ways to make his printer more useful. There shouldn't be more than half a dozen industrial printers on Cloudy Curtain, if there are any at all. Perhaps I can make use of this fact. Chapter 214 Shady Chapter 214 Shady. After some rudimentary research, Vase found out that Cloudy Curtain pretty all of its gear from Bentime. The short distance enabled local businesses to order all manner of machine equipment from the local mecca of fabrication. So the LMC couldn't effectively rent out its fabrication capacity to other businesses. However, his options didn't end there. Besides a smattering of small and medium enterprises, Cloudy Curtain also hosted Walter's Whalers. The Mech gang recently underwent a major expansion after selling off their scavenged goods. The bulk exotics they sold might not be very valuable, but the huge amount they sold in the black and gray markets earned them lots of credits. As Vase had traveled more throughout the galaxy and became wiser to the ways of human society, he realized that the Whalers possessed a lot of connections. The strength of their gang lay not only in their solidarity, but also their expansive network with many elements of the Bright Republic's underbelly. As his company required a lot of money to round out its component licenses, Vase called a meeting with Dietrich. They met up in downtown Freslin at a coffee shop owned by the Whalers. Vase carefully activated his privacy shield before they began their discussion, preventing his guards from listening in on sensitive matters. "You sure that gadget works as advertised?" Dietrich pointed at his comm. "It's never been beaten as far as I know. Perhaps some devices could crack through the shield, but Vase doubted that Saniel Ablin brought any such equipment with them to snoop on Vase. Kings, presidents and CEOs of major companies deserved that kind of attention. Vase sipped on a cup of coffee that Dietrich ordered for him. "We haven't seen each other in a while. Before we get to business, how's it going with the Whalers?" "Oh, it's great. Our numbers are growing by the day," Dietrich boasted with a gleaming smile. "You helped a lot as well. You've energized a lot of the bored potentates at home. More people are getting interested mechs again and they've been knocking at our doors until they collapsed." Vase hoped he had that kind of effect. Too many potentates in Cloudy Curtain left their training to the wayside once they failed to enter an advanced academy on Bentime. "What about their training?" "Oh, we're picking the cream of the crop, whatever little there is, but you know how it goes. The recruits have more spunk than skill, and it takes a lot of screaming and yelling to get them to learn something right." "Sounds awful." "It's a little better than before. They've been practicing a lot in games, particularly with your knight and rifleman mechs. Still, that's no true substitute to piloting real mechs. The local mech academies on Cloudy Curtain had been underfunded for decades. Their training mechs resembled zombies and their curriculum fit a history class more than a mech class. Many of its graduates didn't even qualify for the lowest rank of mech pilot. As for the local elites, they relied more on private tutors than trust the academy's teachers to do an adequate job. Vase always thought that Cloudy Curtain hosted enough private tutors and retired veterans to found a private academy on their own, but to each his own. "Do you have the mechs ready for your recruits?" "Heavens, no, they'll crash and burn within minutes if we let them anywhere near the cockpit. Besides, we don't have the money. I can help you with that problem," Vase said with a smile. "I happen to get my hands on an industrial printer that can fabricate pretty much anything you think of. Best of all, its processors are hacked, so it won't be sending any logs to the original manufacturer. Most 3D printers established a connection to the local networks in order to send their logs and activity reports to various parties, chief among them the MTA. Dietrich looked at Vase with a dubious eye. "Are you thinking about doing the repair scam?" The repair scam was a basic but widespread method that happened to be popular among mercenaries and gangs. When they bought a mech, they usually signed a standard contract that enumerated several rights and restrictions, chief among them the right to repair and replace a damaged component. Imagine if a mercenary corps reported that their mech lost its arms after a battle against pirates. While they could order replacement arms from the original manufacturer, if they owned a capable 3D printer, they might as well reproduce the arms themselves, so they do so. A few months later, the same mech happened to lose its legs in a training accident. Again, instead of contacting the original manufacturer, they fabricate replacement legs on their own and restore their mech to full health. Perhaps another month later, the mercenary corps suffered an ambush from a criminal gang. The recently repaired mech happened to lose its entire torso and head. However, they happened to recover a pair of arms and legs, and they looked to be in pristine condition as well. The mercenary commander decided not to bother the manufacturer and painstakingly fabricated an entire torso and head, and fit the orphan arms and legs to the machine. Voila! The mech regained its top form. Of course, all of those battles and training accidents never really happened. They only existed on paper when the mercenary corps had to come up with an excuse to justify their supposed battle damage. In reality, they bent the repair clauses to their advantage and reproduced and entirely mech out replacement parts. This sort of behavior was really prevalent in the frontier, where expeditions often disappeared into the wilderness for months or years. Dietrich definitely looked interested. How good is your new printer? It's a top-of-the-line machine in the Republic. Better machines exist, but what they can do, my Dordman can do as well. Vase sent him a document of the Dordman's capabilities via his comm. While his privacy shield blocked any signals from going in and out of the tiny radius around him, it didn't stop any signals kept inside the bubble. I don't really know how to read this, Dietrich said and scratched his head. I'll have to take this up with our technicians, but I believe you. They elaborated their deal and discussed the details. In addition to commissioning their own replacement parts, the whalers also promised to extend the same service to their contacts for a small fee. Vase and Dietrich didn't set up a formal contract for this agreement. Instead, they arranged everything verbally. Regarding his earnings, Vase estimated that he stood to gain an extra 100 million credits a year from this agreement. The whalers and any other clients took care of the resources and all the other costs. Vase merely had to keep his printer available for a couple of hours a week. It's best not to go overboard, Dietrich warned him. Too many new mechs without an obvious source will obviously ring some alarms. Vase agreed with him. He reserved most of his printer's capacity for his own business activities, especially when his sales started picking up. For now, Vase had the capacity to spare, but once he published a competitive design, he planned to phase out this arrangement. Can you offer me some money up front? He asked. I'm kind of short on money. Are you in debt? Not exactly. The mech pilot's face scrunched up as Vase explained his circumstances. Damn, I always heard it took a fortune to start making mechs, but these sums are outrageous. I'm sorry to say I can't help you here. This left Vase with a dilemma. While his new agreement with Dietrich could potentially net him a lot of earnings, it took too long to earn all that money. With this business done, they moved on to other matters. Vase recalled that he once asked Dietrich a favor. He asked them to investigate the Kolms region that the two big farming consortiums secretly developed. Have you found out what they are up to? Dietrich shook his head. It's impossible to observe from afar. Our planet's cloud cover rules out any attempts to observe from space, while anything that is hanging lower in the air will get detected for sure. So why are the farming consortiums in such of a tizzy at this time? Just because we can't look at it, doesn't mean we can't stir the pot. Dietrich smirked and crossed his arms. Do you know how easy it is to redirect some asteroids to fall upon that area? That sounded really dangerous. Redirecting asteroids to employ them as makeshift bombs touched upon a fundamental taboo. Oh, relax. They're only about the size of a container. Nothing that will wipe out an entire continent. And nothing has stopped the asteroids from falling. Ha, do you know we're in charge of asteroid defense? It's super easy to tell the government they got totally smashed when I brought them a lot of drinks. As an obscure, rural planet, Cloudy Curtain boasted little in the way of orbital infrastructure. Their home planet had no space station or defense station, let alone a Republican patrol carrier. No other local power boasted as much mechs as the whalers. Sending the asteroid down to the Kolms region was a brazen attack on the farming consortiums. They should know that the whalers were complicit in this attack, and if they had some brains they should also know that the attack had a connection with Vase. However, without any evidence, the farming consortiums had no recourse. Making a fuss risked escalating their conflict. In addition, their secretive activities might get exposed. From the way the consortiums and the ruling coalitions kept mum all these months, Vase suspected that he touched on a critical activity. What are they hiding, you think? Even we're scratching our heads at the question. Dietrich responded. Our best guess is that they're cultivating some super sensitive crops. It's probably something that requires unique conditions to grow and it should also be of very high value. Maybe the farming consortiums have been smuggling those goodies in between the bags of regular cloud rice whenever they send another shipment to Bentheim. Hardly any inspection paid close attention to bulk goods like rice. If the whalers guessed correctly, the farming consortiums might be cultivating an extremely high-value crop that Bentheim's upper society loved. The question was whether they wanted to do something about it. Do you think it's illegal? It has to be. They shouldn't be so secretive about it otherwise. The problem they faced was that both sides held a certain amount of leverage over the other. Vase could threaten to sic the whalers onto the Kolm's region while the ruling coalition could ram their tax bill through the planetary assembly. Both measures resulted in drastic consequences that neither side wanted to see. Vase predicted that the status quo wouldn't last forever. On principle, the White Doves completely hated mechs and everything they stood for. A mech manufacturer on their own soil offended them in a fundamental way. In essence, they were mortal enemies to each other. And now, Vase brought over the whalers to his side. They never really paid attention to the local power structure before, but the latest incident should have woken them up. Sorry about bringing you into this fight. Vase apologized. No worries, man, they're idiots, anyway. In this kind of galaxy, who the hell believes in pacifism? Pacifists or not, they're loaded with money. They might send some trouble on your way. The easiest way to cope with Walter's whalers was to hire a rival gang to dispute their territory. As long as the farming consortiums threw enough money, they were bound to find some willing participants. Despite expectations, Dietrich remained complacent. They can try all they want. No sane outfit will take them up on their offer. Do you want to know why? Why? Dietrich leaned forward and whispered in a low tone. I'll let you in on a secret. We answer to Monty the Beheader. Monty, Vase exclaimed. One of the three tyrants of Bentheim. Yup. The vast criminal underworld made a lot of men and women stand out for their brutality. One of the ultimate rulers of the Bentheim underworld, Monty the Beheader became known for cutting off the heads of more than 1,000 clansmen who betrayed his allegiance. He boldly recorded the dirty deed and let it spread on the galactic net. Ever since then, everyone knew that you should never mess around with Monty the Beheader. Learning that the whalers ultimately answered to the notorious Bentheim crime boss made Vase feel a little queasy. The kind of activities that Monty engaged in frequently made the news, and not in a good way. Chapter 215 Runaway Success. Why did you tell me this? Vase asked with an elevated heartbeat. The three tyrants should never be brought up in a casual conversation. In addition, Vase shouldn't even know of the connection between the Monty the Beheader and Walter's whalers. So you know who's got our backs. He's not the nicest boss, but he's fair to his underlings. Besides, the whalers are merely associates to him. He doesn't pay too much attention to what goes on in hick planets like ours. That's good to hear. It certainly explained how the whalers enjoyed so many connections. They were actually a part of a larger underground organization with tentacles that stretched out everywhere. In the larger scheme of things, the whalers kept an eye on Monty's backyard and occasionally helped hide some hot goods that needed to be squared away somewhere obscure but not out of reach. Dietrich swept up his palm. Besides, he's really big in the resource trade. I heard you've been looking around for a fixed supplier. If you want, I can give you an introduction to some companies that are in his pocket. The offer sounded very attractive, to the point where Vase almost spilled his coffee. Still, he felt reluctant to establish deeper ties with a notorious crime boss. Doing a couple of odd jobs might be okay, but if he started getting in deep, he'd wonder if he could ever get out someday. Thank you, but I can take care of my own business. They made no other agreements at this time. Vase hadn't gotten the instant cash infusion that he hoped for, but at least he secured another revenue stream, even if it looked a little dubious. Carlos would have to deal with the extra workload. After they left the coffee shop, they went their separate ways. Vase returned to his workshop while contemplating his business relationships. He always knew he had to keep an amicable relationship with the local gang. At Rittersburg, he'd been taught about the reality of the criminal underworld and how pervasive their influence extended throughout society, especially out in the galactic rim. Most third-rate states lack the strength to control their territory effectively. This gave room for alternative power structures with different goals in mind. Bentheim was especially rife with warring crime groups, which was one reason why Vase avoided the place. Luckily, there's nothing going on here that will attract any serious attention. Vase concluded, if there's one thing the politicians are right about, it's that our planet is too poor to rob. Vase still thought differently, but he became more aware of the risks. If Cloudy Curtain ever shed its status as an underdeveloped planet, some groups might wish to take a piece of the pie. If too many people all grabbed a pie, Vase would have nothing left but an empty plate. I doubt the situation will end up that way. With the whalers having been in power for more than a decade, they're not so easy to dislodge. When his armored shuttle arrived back at his workshop, Vase briefed Carlos in on his extra assignment. His friend looked very dubious at him, as if he couldn't believe Vase dared to engage in such a scheme. You do know your cousin is part of the planetary guard, right? Won't she lock you up if she finds out what kind of scam you're pulling off? She'll never know, Vase confidently said. The whalers will take care of all the paperwork. They'll establish shell companies and everything that will fake legitimate repair orders. Even if someone digs into their background, they'll only find that they're owned by another shell company which is owned by another shell company and so on. Most companies only existed on paper. They acted as holding companies that allowed the real shareholders to hang on to properties without leaving behind their names. This could get very complicated but also very lucrative once different companies set their headquarters at different tax jurisdictions. What about your grandfather? Carlos continued to press. He's a board member of your company, you know. There's no way you can hide the truth from him once he sees how much extra activities we're doing. My grandfather won't make a fuss. I'm sure of it. What I'm doing will not only benefit the company financially, but I'll also be appeasing the local gang that's in control of the planet. Sometimes you had to get your hands dirty in order to do business. Vase was pretty sure that the Larkinson family established their own ties with shady groups in order to safeguard their real estate on Rittersburg. In any case, he'd deal with it if it became a problem. At this early stage, Vase couldn't turn his eyes away to an additional revenue stream. Since the equipment he ordered from Limar still took some time to arrive, Vase decided to check up on his virtual sales. He placed the Darkspear onto the virtual market a week ago and wanted to see whether he achieved enough sales. His eyes opened wide when he inspected his sales history. Over 2,000 sales. He only predicted an initial sales volume of around 100 mechs. Even in his most optimistic projections, he never dared to hope that he could break past 500 units sold. The amount of credits he earned from these sales still remained negligible as Vase continued to set the lowest minimum prices on his designs. What Vase truly cared about was how much DP the system awarded him for achieving so much 4-star sales. Since Vase earned 10 DP for each Darkspear sold, the system should have added over 20,000 DP to his account. He quickly summoned up his status on his comm and saw with his own eyes that he earned just a little bit more than that amount. Sure, a 4-digit sales volume hardly fazed the more successful developers of virtual mechs, but to Vase it represented a great success. Once he got over his shock, he started scratching his head. Why did his latest model sell so well? Cloudy Curtain might have a modest amount of gold leaguers, but Vase imagined that not a lot people would be interested in piloting an assassin mech. It required a very patient and deliberate playstyle that contrasted sharply with the instant direct action that other mech classifications provided. He looked at his customer profiles and found that the majority actually came from Bentime instead of Cloudy Curtain. For some reason, his latest virtual design caught on there. After a bit of digging, Vase found out why. In short, a couple of early adopters fell in love with the concept. One of the biggest complaints of assassin mechs was that it became extremely tedious trying to sneak up on an enemy mech. The Darkspear happened to skip the riskiest portion of the approach. Unlike other assassin mechs, it didn't need to enter the range in which the sensors of any mech became increasingly more effective at spotting anomalies. What happened was that the early adopters basically cheesed through the Gold League by taking out their opposition with sudden charges from behind. The enemies never saw them coming if the pilots of the Darkspear models used them effectively. Vase guessed that the X factor played a vital role in easing the pilots to the stock and pounce tactic the Darkspear heavily favored. Even through the complications of piloting a virtual mech, the X factor still made its presence known, especially since it possessed the highest grade that Vase had produced so far. The Darkspear caused a minor upheaval in the Bentime virtual gaming community. With several copies making the rounds, many oblivious gamers throughout the galaxy turned into their victims. They all left rude and profanity-filled comments behind on the Darkspear's store page. Awful specs. Even my dog can design a better mech than this dude. Stupid mech. Don't buy this piece of garbage. I've never heard of Komodo before, but if the mech designers there come up with designs like this, then we're better off without them. Still, despite the intense reaction to his new design, he still sold a couple of hundred virtual mechs to players around the galaxy, mostly from the other rim sectors. Those who lived closer to the center of the galaxy generally scoffed at any mechs designed from someone from the galactic rim. They also enjoyed a higher standard of living so they could afford much higher quality mechs. Still, despite the spontaneous success of his mech, Vase didn't think it was sufficient. Every 4-star mech charged a considerable sum of in-game gold or real credits to purchase. Once players reached the Gold League, they had to be more mindful of their spending as Iron Spirit introduced more elements to their in-game economy. So Vase set aside the store page and performed a casual search on the galactic net. The first article that showed up pretty much revealed the MOSVILLE Firefly's Captain Jarl Brenthill dominating his opponents in the virtual battlefield with a quirky new assassin mech. Even Vase had heard about the Mosville Fireflies, though only in passing. Their team captain happened to have come across the Darkspear somehow when he publicly streamed his gaming session. With his superior skills sharpened by many years on the dueling circuit, Jarl quickly mastered the essence of the Darkspear and began to take it into the arena. Even at the Diamond League level, he completely ran over his opponents. He always made effective use of terrain to further mask the Darkspear's invisible approach. Jarl never got caught before he started his charge. Even when his mech dropped its stealth, his opponent still took a second or so to react to its sudden presence. By that time, the Darkspear's weapon ran through the backs of their mechs. Even though Jarl eventually matched up against increasingly skilled opponents who managed to react in time, his earlier winning streak had compelled his fans to try out the Darkspear for themselves. As stream viewers already witnessed a great example on how to utilize the Darkspear, they quickly found the best uses for this mech. This is the second time I can thank a streamer for delivering me so many sales. He realized. This time, a pro showcased his model. If a casual player tried their hand at the Darkspear, they probably would have fumbled in front of an audience. That could have given his design a bad reputation. Vase looked around and found that Jarl had somehow become obsessed with the Darkspear. When Vase visited his stream page, he saw that Jarl had been streaming for 4 hours straight today, attracting a respectable audience that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. All of this budding enthusiasm for his mech gave him an idea. He called over Rayla, who had almost recovered from her Mulgan poisoning by now. His niece entered the office area with a grumbling face. "What's up? I need your help with something. What do you know about Jarl Brenthill?" As a former amateur duelist, Rayla knew more about the dueling scene than anyone else on the planet. She instantly perked up when she heard the name. Jarl, he's a 6 skirmisher pilot. In fact, he's one of my role models. He's great at psychological warfare and always manages to approach his opponents from a tricky angle. He's also wickedly handsome. Rayla said that with a teasing smile that Vase automatically ignored. Instead, he pressed his own concerns. He's streaming one of my virtual mechs right now on the galactic net. Take a look. When Rayla peeked at the projection, she raised her eyebrows. Wow, I didn't know you could design something as devious as this Darkspear. If I was any good at spears, I'd probably be interested too. Do you think Jarl might be open to some form of sponsorship or other cooperation with me? Mentioning sponsorship to Rayla, who used to aspire for it, might not be wise, but Vase figured enough time had passed to take the sting away. That depends. Rayla crossed her arms. She stopped paying attention to the stream. Jarl is the team captain of the Fireflies. Currently, they're doing great in the 3v3 arenas, so he's not short on sponsors and cash. It will take a lot of credits to attract his attention. How much? Mech athletes make a lot of money when they win. Rayla explained. They have to if they want to repair all the battle damage their mechs frequently incur. It takes around 10 million credits to get your foot in the door. That sounded way too much money for Vase. He might as well use Iron Spirit's direct advertising system in that case. Vase frowned a bit. I'm not talking about a sponsorship of the Fireflies. I just want to sponsor his stream for a time. Will it be possible to come to an arrangement with him in this matter? Well, it's off-season right now, so Jarl has a lot of free time on his hands. You have to know that a pro at his level isn't streaming because he's in need of extra cash. He's using it to interact with his fans. That made a lot of sense. When Vase watched the stream, Jarl frequently responded to the comments from his viewers. That sort of interactive engagement with his fans helped build his brand. So there's no chance I can catch his attention. That's not true. There's still one way you can catch his attention. Rayla replied with a smile. Offer him something unique. Streamers love showing off unique mechs that are tailored to their style. Since Jarl seems to love your Darkspear design so much, why not offer to customize it? A lot of mech designers show off their goods in this way, not only at online streams, but also in the real arenas. Her suggestion had a lot of merit. Customized mechs remained the ultimate possession for many mech pilots. Chapter 216 Jarl, Misstep. Jarl, what do you think is better when it comes to mech duels, a win with severe battle damage or a loss without scratch? A win. You've got to win all the way. If you're already starting to think about repair bills when you're dueling another team, you've already given up. Jarl emphatically said, "The only way to earn enough credits to keep your mechs in tip-top shape is to keep on winning." In truth, even a top-tier team like the Velvet Fists couldn't afford to wreck their mechs in every match. Each dueling season tested the skill and judgment of each team. Some knew when to give up early and saved up on repairs, while others kept on fighting past the point of no return and faced exponentially greater costs. Explaining all of that took a lot of nuance that belied his public image as a daredevil. With his handsome face and his half-shaved blonde hair, Jarl presented himself as the ultimate thrill-seeker who constantly risked it all and won. His bold but slightly dim person also helped mask his deviously tricky fighting style. "Zev Harper, will we be seeing you in action this summer?" Jarl nodded inside his virtual cockpit. "I'll be appearing in a couple of rallies organized by the Mech Corps. Be sure to check the schedule in my profile page." Even as he responded to his many viewers, his darkspear silently crept through the rocky cliffs and hills of a desolate moonscape. His mech's high-powered stealth systems ran at quarter strength right now. It did nothing to prevent a mech from seeing his darkspear if it had a direct line of sight, but it was sufficient to dampen his other emissions as long as Jarl stayed behind cover. Finding the right place to hide happened to be one of his specialties. Under his expert control, he slowly crept behind the highly advanced swordsman mech that kept a wary eye towards its surroundings. In 1v1 duels like this, if your opponent never showed up, he probably prepared an ambush. As a fellow Diamond League player, the enemy pilot didn't let down his guard. An extremely complicated dance emerged as a result where both sides tried to maneuver in their most optimal positions. The Darkspear held a decisive advantage over the swordsman mech. The latter excelled in open duels, and did not include any sophisticated sensor arrays capable of detecting stealthed opponents. However, even if the swordsman mech only possessed a standard set of sensors, their overall quality ensured they'd be able to detect any approaching assassin mechs once it reached a distance of 50 to 100 meters or so. That gave the pilot enough reaction time to set up a guard. As long as his swordsman mech withstood the first blow, his advantage only grew. With soft and measured steps, the Darkspear slowly closed the distance to the swordsman mech. Jarl moved practically in sync with his mech. He became completely immersed in the act to the point where he stopped paying attention to the questions of his viewers. He was on the hunt. The enemy pilot had a brain, as he chose the most open area on the battlefield. A wide stretch of moon plains provided precious few opportunities to conceal an approach. Jarl estimated the Darkspear's power and heat reserves and noted that he had less capacity in the latter. It didn't matter too much as his estimates placed his mech's capacity within range of his targeted distance. He flicked the switch that activated the full-powered stealth suite. The Darkspear shimmered out of existence, and a low oppressive dampening field minimized its other emissions. Jarl entered a highly focused state where he constantly adjusted the movements of his mech according to his judgment. He moved when his opponent looked elsewhere and sat still when he risked getting noticed. Even if the Darkspear obscured its entire frame, it was very difficult to hide its footsteps. He managed, somehow. He utilized a special stepping technique that allowed the Darkspear to move forward briskly while leaving minimal traces behind. It utilized the slight uneven terrain to its advantage as no battlefield was truly flat. The swordsman mech had no clue a deadly hunter approached its back. As the Darkspear slowly stalked its way closer, Jarl's anticipation built up to a heightening crescendo. Target fixation threatened to overwhelm his mind, but Jarl made sure to hold back his urge to propel his mech forward. Now is not the time. His mech subsided a bit as it realized that Jarl had a point. The swordsman mech turned around abruptly a few seconds later. If the Darkspear charged out at this point, it would have been exposed. It became a test of time. Would the swordsman mech turn back around before the Darkspear's cloak ran out? It might be better for the assassin mech to begin its attack, for if it became exposed at a distance, it would suffer a very bad fate. In this, Jarl could only rely on his own seasoned instincts. Normally, he never really took simulations like Iron Spirit seriously. For all of its professed attempts at realism, it always seemed to pale in comparison to the visceral feeling of piloting a real mech. Yet the Darkspear changed his outlook on the game. He only purchased the gimmicky model on a whim as he was curious to see how someone could marry a spear wielder and an assassin mech. Ever since he entered the cockpit, Jarl had the sensation that he entered into a black hole. The mech hid a lot of depth, and he'd plunged straight into the hole. By now, he must have piloted the Darkspear through hundreds of duels. All of his viewers got to see his overwhelming performance in the comfort of their homes. Even now, his fans screamed for him to wreck this swordsman Mech and add another victory to his already swelling record. Not yet. As Jarl's Mech only had around 5 seconds left of cloaking time, the swordsman Mech finally turned around. The moment it did so, the dark spear erupted from its hiding spot and charged forth in a blazing black missile of doom. The festive cloud generator attached to its frame billowed out demonically towards the unsuspecting swordsman Mech. The enemy pilot's Mech blared in alarm. To his credit, he turned around fairly quickly, though the only thing he saw was a big black streak of vapor closing in on his Mech. The pilot panicked and prepared to dodge, only to stop when he belatedly noticed that his sensors detected a Mech at the forefront of the cloud. The swordsman Mech quickly raised its sword in a guard. Too late, Jarl yelled as his Mech deftly veered to the left at the very last moment. Propelled by the full momentum of a Mech at the apex of its charge, his spear punched right through the swordsman Mech's chest and dealt moderate damage to its internals, barely missing the core shell of the power reactor. The stricken Mech received such a heavy blow that it had been flung into a half-spinning back throw. Even then, it recovered remarkably quickly. It continued to spin and kicked out with its feet, preventing the Darkspear from delivering its coup de grace. "You're bleeding," Jarl grinned. "I can feel your power reactor failing." The swordsman Mech exhibited unstable movements as its entire frame suffered from a lack of power. Still, even at half its strength, the swordsman Mech possessed superior strength and speed. Besides its awful chest wound, all of its other sections remained undamaged. As if realizing its predicament, the swordsman Mech threw caution to the wind and embarked on a furious counterattack with all of its systems running past their peak. Its pilot needed to ensure a quick win, and he was confident that his damaged Mech could handle an assassin Mech out in the open. Jarl grinned as he guessed his opponent's intentions. "You've already died after I made my first blow." His viewers howled for blood and started betting on how much time it took for Jarl to finish it off. The shortest bet ranged from 10 seconds while the longest one went up to 3 minutes. Perhaps an average pilot might be in trouble, but Jarl had more than a decade of dueling experience. While he missed his daggers, the Darkspear's eponymous weapon jabbed and spun with expert handling. Taking advantage of its reach, Jarl kept the fumbling swordsman Mech out of range while slowly chipping away at the gaping hole in its chest. "Damn it, if I had my daggers, I'd already be peeling open this can of worms." It took an entirely different set of skills to handle a spear compared to a pair of daggers. What got to Jarl the most was that his opponent read most of his moves like he was an open book. Despite his earlier setback, the enemy pilot was still a highly skilled swordsman. Jarl had to take advantage of his opponent's failing machine to get an edge. In addition, after hundreds of duels, Jarl had slowly become used to the unwieldy weapon. After parrying aside another sword slash, the Darkspear plunged forward abruptly with its strong legs and shoulder bashed the swordsman Mech. It dealt relatively minor damage to its opponent, but successfully threw the swordsman Mech off balance. Even as the swordsman Mech slashed wide in a last-ditch effort to deter an attack, the Darkspear took the blow head-on, allowing its free arm to be amputated while the other arm thrust its spear into damaged sections of the swordsman Mech. The victory message hardly sated Jarl as the virtual battlefield winked out of existence. This fight shouldn't have turned into an open brawl. Almost every opponent he met as of late survived the initial charge and fought back with the ferocity of a wounded bear. "This Mech is getting kind of boring." Jarl spoke to his viewers once his cockpit shimmered away and threw him back to his lobby. "Do you think I should pilot something new?" His viewers expressed divided opinions. Some wanted him to carry the Darkspear all the way to the top of the Diamond League while others missed his more conventional skirmisher style. Jarl grinned at the comments and responded with a simple message. "I'll think about it." After answering a few more questions, he said his goodbyes and shut off his stream. As he emerged from his simulator pod, he felt oddly empty now that he left the virtual cockpit behind. The Darkspear had a way of compelling him to return and assassinate more mechs. Even piloting his competition mechs felt hollow in comparison. Personally, Jarl figured that the novelty of piloting such a unique variant must have infected his mood. While Jarl left the simulator room and headed for the showers, his agent suddenly appeared. "Jarl, I've got something interesting for you." "What is it?" "There's this kid called Gavin Newman on the line. He says he represents the mech designer who came up with the Darkspear you're messing around lately. He wants to enter into a minor sponsorship agreement with you." Jarl frowned at his agent. Minor sponsorship agreement usually netted him and his team a paltry sum. "I thought I told you to refuse all these petty deals. I've long grown beyond groveling for pennies." The early career of a mech athlete always revolved around money. Jarl remembered that he used to sign contracts for baby feet and dog toys back when he started out. Hey, it's not like that. This is more of a temporary thing where you pimp the Darkspear for a couple of weeks. His agent replied defensively. Gavin is claiming that the mech designer is willing to design a customized virtual Darkspear for you. That attracted his attention. Like any mech pilot, Jarl appreciated custom mechs. Unlike the general models on the market that had been designed to accommodate as many pilots as possible, custom mechs allowed their pilots to bring out their full strength at any time. Mech athletes like Jarl hardly ever showed any interest if someone threw a money chip containing millions of credits in front of his feet. On the other hand, the moment a decent mech designer offered to design a custom mech, they'd all be slobbering like dogs. Jarl only kept his composure due to the fact that he'd merely be getting a customized virtual mech. Even then, his constant longing for the Darkspear made it very difficult to set this offer aside. Tell me more. How much work do I have to do to earn this custom mech? Chapter 217 Small job. Vase left the job of establishing contact to his publicist. Gavin worked efficiently and contacted the Fireflies for a sponsorship offer. To Gavin's surprise, Jarl expressed interest in obtaining a custom virtual mech. That left the door open to negotiations, which Gavin and Jarl's agent quickly hammered out. Since the deal did not require much formality, the two sides came to a simple understanding. In absolute terms, Vase provided Jarl with an exclusive customized virtual Darkspear. He'd designed the unique machine after a talk with Jarl over the comm and after he received a list of specifications. Since they wanted to get this done as quickly as possible before the new dueling season began, Vase would not take more than a few days to complete the custom design. Once Vase had done his part, Jarl would pilot his custom job and promote the Darkspear model for a certain number of hours per week. The mech athlete and streamer would continue to pimp the Darkspear model for a month. The actual contract looked a lot more complicated, but put simply, Vase got his first spokesperson for the huge and largely untapped Bentime market. Gavin visited the workshop to brief Vase on the contract and get him to sign a few documents. He also had a lot of questions about the deal. Isn't it premature to expand your brand presence in Bentime? I thought we already agreed on our marketing strategy. Diverting too much attention on the virtual market makes no sense. The real and virtual markets are too different from each other. Even if you spend a lot of effort on your virtual models, your actual earnings won't increase by all that much. Vase understood Gavin's doubts, but he had to grow his ability to earn lots of DP. I don't entirely agree with you on that point. Marcella tells me that many of my customers who bought the Mark II became convinced of its craftsmanship after trying out some of my virtual models. In addition, higher sales figures of my virtual product lines will also translate to confidence in the quality of my real mechs. It will be a blip in the ocean. Jarl is hardly the most popular celebrity from Bentime. Without a constant media presence, your brand will quickly fall into obscurity. His words rang true. As the local mecca of mech production and export, Bentime was saturated with thousands of brands. At the LMC's current scale, it had no hopes of competing with these long-established household names. Still, Vase didn't need to put in a lot of effort to cobble up a custom virtual Darkspear, and he got plenty of short-term benefits out of the weeks-long promotion. As long as his sales for his latest virtual mech surpassed 10,000 units, he'd earn 100,000 DP in total. Vase needed the huge sum to shore up his skills and attributes to design a decent original mech. Despite Gavin's skepticism, Vase still went through with his plans. Before Gavin left, he wanted to ask a question that had been burning in his mind for a while. Boss, I'd like you to clear something up for me. Yes, well, it's like this. I've been analyzing the sales patterns of your virtual mechs and compared them to your peers. One pattern happened to stand out like a sore thumb. Your customer retention is off the charts. Anyone who buys one of your virtual mechs is several times more likely to buy another mech designed by you. This usually doesn't happen to newcomers in the market. Consumers never really paid attention to the mech designer when they purchased a product from the low end of the virtual market. They only cared about specs and their personal feelings about the mech. Most mech designers who started out wished to make a name for themselves and their businesses. A mech manufacturer with a steady amount of repeat customers would never have to worry about missing their sales targets as long as they didn't screw up. I've focused a lot on improving the piloting experience. Vase answered simply, I'm guessing that my customers have caught on its benefits. I'm sure you've found that out yourself when you asked around. It's beyond that. Some of your customers are oddly attached to their mechs, to the point where they treat them as affectionately as pets. I'm rather concerned because this effect is very pronounced in certain cases. It reminds me of the foreign affair. Heavens no, Vase immediately denied. I haven't messed around with the neural interfaces. This is nothing like the foreign affair. The foreign affair stood out as the first and only case where a company managed to brainwash its customers with its virtual mechs. Back then, the simulator pod manufacturers competed against each other on how well they could make their simulations come to life. They all increased the intensity of their neural interfaces with each new generation of pods. This uncontrolled growth of neural intensity led to some companies taking advantage of this phenomenon by messing around with the neural interfaces of their mechs. Most tried to be subtle and added a minor addictive element to their interfaces. For a couple of years, these shady companies saw steady growth as their models grew in popularity. Farrand Inc. obviously didn't get the message. Its brash CEO jacked up all of the settings to the maximum. In the short term, his company rose like a rocket as sales ballooned almost exponentially. It became a major sensation in the virtual market as its models became increasingly dominant in the mech simulator games of that time. Sadly for Farrand, the good times didn't last together. A few mech designers got suspicious and started poking around at Farrand's many designs. Their actual specs were nothing special, but each test pilot became instant converts the moment they piloted the virtual mechs. The horrifying consequences of Farrand's mechs finally came to light when researchers found out about the tampered neural interfaces. The scandal ruined the company overnight and the MTA arrested all of its executives and mech designers. They only took a week to sentence them to death. Even then, many of its victims required years of therapy in order to wean off the urge to pilot any of Farrand's mechs. 1 million or so of its most devoted fans had played with the virtual mechs for so long that their condition became practically incurable. The MTA took them all in and nobody had ever heard from them again. These days, virtual mechs received much closer scrutiny. Iron Spirit certified every virtual mech submitted to its marketplace and they often flatly refused any mech that included non-standard neural interfaces. In addition, manufacturers of simulator pods cleaned up their act and pulled back some of their most extreme innovations. In this light, Gavin's question made little sense. Even if Vase had any nefarious intentions, he'd never get away with it with all the precautions introduced after the Farrand affair. After Gavin made the arrangements, Vase faced a projector which fizzled into the image of Captain Jarl Brenthill. The man truly looked gifted in both looks and talent. Even Vase felt a little bit oppressed when faced with a celebrity of this magnitude. "Hello Jarl, it's nice to meet you." "Likewise." The mech athlete responded perfunctory while he studied Vase. "You've got a sturdy body. Are you working out?" "Ah, no, it's due to a mishap that messed with my genetics." "Well, I still have some training to catch up to, so I'll make it short. First, I got our resident mech designer to form up a list of what I'd like to include in my custom mech. I'd appreciate it if you can meet at least 2/3 of what I've noted down." Jarl sent the virtual document over to Vase, who opened it up and skimmed through the points. The mech athlete's priorities had been formatted in precise language that told Vase exactly what to do. That made his job much easier than if he merely had a brief talk with Jarl. "I see that you wish to change the Darkspear's default weapon from a spear to a pair of daggers." Vase carefully noted, the document even included an exact set of dimensions for the pair of blades. I can see why you prefer the daggers, but my mech favors forward momentum over agile footwork. Those weapons will not be a good fit for my current frame." "Don't worry about it, I'll make it work. As long as you can increase the range of motion and the responsiveness of the arms, I'll be okay with my baby. The arms are already optimized for thrusting and absorbing shocks. If you want me to increase their range of motion, I'll have to take away some of its other abilities." "Then do so. I'm fine with such a trade." Fortunately, Jarl set realistic expectations for his custom mech. He set a few other reasonable conditions that Vase agreed to without much objection. As a consummate professional who piloted dozens of mechs in his career, he knew what kind of limitations mech designers faced. Most professionals picked up on some basic knowledge from the design world as they came into contact with different mechs. Only spoiled brats like Vincent Rickelin, who only ever trained with 1 or 2 models, asked for something as dumb as a codpiece for their mechs. Overall, Vase understood Jarl's desires for his custom mech and it was his job to make it into reality. After cutting off the connection after an hour of discussion, Vase mulled on how to go about this project. His main concern was to preserve the model's excellent X factor. Vase faced a difficult puzzle in that the X factor for the Darkspear had already been set in stone. Even if Vase updated its design in the future, the assassin mech always became defined by its ability to charge from stealth. Vase recalled the few times he went back to a design and changed the schematic. The Mark Antony Mark II came to mind. Vase did not really depart from his vision, but he made such a radical redesign that it could even be considered an entirely new variant rather than an update from the Mark I. Even then, Vase did not stray too far from his original vision. He merely defined them in explicit terms so that he had a better grip on the just-developed triple division technique. For this project, Vase considered whether he could grant his custom design an entirely new gestalt. It's worth a try. I doubt this will end badly. At worst, I'll just scrap my work if I end up with a muddle-headed design. He activated his design suite and loaded in a copy of the Darkspear's design schematic. When Vase looked at the assassin mech, he felt that every shape and marking hid a portion of the last spear's will. For a moment, Vase dreaded the thought of tearing this mental creation apart. He shook his head. What am I hesitating about? It's just a copy. Even if he butchered this particular copy, it didn't affect the main design. While he intuitively thought that every permutation of a design should share the same strain of X factor, in reality each copy took on its own separate existence. This was one of the biggest reasons why the X factor could never show its full strength in the virtual world. The virtual mechs never lasted long enough to develop its history. With this perspective in mind, Vase steeled himself and visualized a knife in his mind. With the ruthless care of a pet owner about to end the life of a suffering dog, he struck at the image central to this image. Clang! The last spear's manifestation showed up at the last possible moment and parried the mental knife with his spear. The rebound from the failed strike rattled Vase to the point where he took a few steps backward. The image associated with the Darkspear had developed its own instincts for life. It could even detect a threat against its existence and put up a defense. Ordinarily, Vase would rejoice that he developed his X factor to the point where it developed a form of autonomy. Now, it made things harder, for Vase found to his surprise that the last spear's manifestation possessed just enough strength to withstand his mental attacks. In essence, Vase could not even overcome his own creation. Chapter 218 Undermine. Perhaps I'm going at it the wrong way. Vase tried to kill the image embedded into a copy of the Darkspear's design in various ways. No matter what kind of weapon he materialized in his mind, the stubborn manifestation of the last spear always parried his attempts. Each time he got rebuffed, his mental stability took another hit. His brain became so disarrayed that he had to halt his attempts to kill the image. Maybe that's the problem. I'm not treating it with respect. Vase realized he fell into the trap he often accused others of falling for all the time. His design was not some commodity to be used and discarded at will. It possessed its own determination to live, at least in his conception of how the multiverse worked. Despite his strong visualization, Vase could never really rule out that everything that happened earlier was just a figment of his imagination. The further he delved into the X factor, the more he relied on intuition instead of theory backed by solid science. Still, the image was so strong that it couldn't be imaginary. His headaches felt very real. After trying and failing to take the forceful approach, Vase tried to use a gentler means to coax the image. I need you to be able to wield a pair of daggers. Will you let me change your fighting style? The manifestation objected strongly to this change. He wielded the spear like it was his sacred duty. Even if he shifted his profession from a royal guard to a slinking assassin, he never got rid of his determination to slay his enemies with the weapon of his choice. Taking up a pair of daggers made the manifestation feel dirty. Vase only had himself to blame for these personality traits. In his original vision, the Darkspear focused completely on wielding its spear to its maximum effect. He threw no consideration to any alternatives due to a lack of carrying capacity. Even adding in a backup knife ruined its balance. Against the intractable last spear, Vase made no headway in achieving any sort of compromise. The manifestation did not even leave the door open to negotiation. He didn't even blame the stubborn creation for refusing his overtures. Even if Vase expressed his sincerity, his patience had a limit. Perhaps he could make another attempt by starting over, but Vase did not wish to leave this problem unfulfilled. There might be a time in the future where he had to make some changes on the fly. If he still didn't possess a solution to this problem, he'd be facing constant setbacks and delays. He took a step back and tried to parse the situation. The manifestation inhabiting the copy of the Darkspear design never showed any signs of tiring. Where did it get its energy? Was it inexhaustible, or could Vase slowly chip away at its reserves? If he could figure out this puzzle, he may be able to come up with a means to wear down this stubborn image. Then he thought about how the X factor centered around the unity of the Mech designer, Mech and Mech pilot. Leaving the pilot out of consideration, what if Vase forcibly tried to change the design with an overriding image? Could he impose his own vision over the original design and therefore change the fundamental makeup of the X factor? As much as Vase treated the images like living beings, they exhibited many traits that left them open to exploitation. They exist in the imaginary realm and have to obey the rules that govern their existence. They aren't solid in a way that makes them unassailable. If I can chip away at their foundation, I can open a crack in their defenses. Vase took a break in order to get his mind back in order. He played around with Lucky and cataloged the gems he excreted lately. The cat lately complained about an insufficiency of high-quality minerals, so Vase had to order a new shipment of premium ores to stop Lucky's badgering. What's another million or so credits? He ruefully told himself. Compared to my cat's well-being, money is no objection. His cat ate so much minerals and only produced a couple of gems in the end. The disparity between input and output was so huge that Vase wondered how his mechanical cat's digestion actually worked. Did Lucky convert low-quality minerals to high-quality alloys within its digestive system, or did he turn it into pure energy? Both possibilities seem outlandish considering Lucky's size. Only the most advanced labs could accomplish such a feat. Other than cutting him open, Vase had no way to be sure. He left the problem aside and decided to catch up on the news. He visited the galactic net and saw much of the same doom and gloom. Rising costs started to trickle down to the consumers and everyone felt the pinch. Their willingness to spend more on luxury goods declined, which caused several businesses catering to these markets to decline in turn. The Republic's economy slowly transitioned into war-footing production of mechs, turrets, carriers, and a vast amount of supplies ramped up in preparation of half a decade of war. Naturally, the bulk of these extra orders went to the big established companies. Small fry like his living Mech corporation barely benefited from this upsurge of demand. In fact, the rising cost of production negated most of his gains. How is House Kane doing these days? With the expedition over, House Kane and Vase went their separate ways. By now, the Arc Horizon should have made the journey back to the Grey Willow Star sector. Vase searched the news and found that Lord Kane had made some waves upon his return. House Kane had actually been in bad shape for a while and even stood to lose its most valuable planets. However, the successful expedition turned the tables on the vultures that prayed for their fall. With a new champion in the form of Felicity Kane, House Kane successfully gained prominence through a number of duels against rival houses. The major reason why she won the duel was because her Cathrek received an overhaul that vastly increased its power generation. Finally, House Kane announced a number of partnerships with the CFA, which also contributed to their ascendancy. With the tacit backing of a behemoth in the form of the Common Fleet Alliance, House Kane didn't have to worry about rivals trying to undermine them in secret for a couple of years. The CFA must have gotten a great haul out of the graining system. Much of the frontier remained untouched by human greed. The galaxy was simply too large to be explored in its entirety. Treasure and danger coexisted alongside each other in this vast sea of stars. House Kane happened to have gambled and won in their last-ditch effort to make a big score. Still, Vase knew how fraught it had been at certain times. The news only celebrated the success stories. For every successful expedition, 10 more crashed and burned. Out here in the frontier, people regarded treasure hunting as a delayed form of suicide. After Vase finished his recovery, he summoned up the copy of the design and prepared for round 2. This time, he opted to go for an indirect approach, seeing as he could never beat the vigilant manifestation in a head-on clash. First, Vase adjusted his vision for the Darkspear. He visualized his custom mech's performance if Vase adopted Jarl's suggestions. The frame took on a slightly different shape that enhanced its flexibility. Its prominent spear made way for a pair of black and curved daggers. The mech's overall paint scheme took on a Moseville blue shade, with the team logo prominently replacing the royal emblem on its chest. Now that he had his vision, Vase turned his attention to constructing the right accompanying image. He had to be careful with this step because he didn't wish to ruin his custom mech's X factor by destroying its original identity. I have to supplement the image somehow. Vase had a good idea on how to go about it. First, he constructed a simple image centered around Jarl Brenthill. He summoned another projector and let it display some highlights of the mech athlete's career. A vague entity emerged in his mind that carried the essence of Jarl's piloting style. This should be close enough. Then he slowly started tweaking the actual design. He already prepared his plans beforehand, so he worked swiftly in dismantling his design's original arrangements. Vase avoided bumping into the manifestation. Instead, he solely focused on his new vision and image and tried to embed it into his current work. This time, he encountered no obstruction. The manifestation of his design's X factor started to take on different traits as Vase slowly changed the fundamental nature of his design. The schematic and its accompanying X factor turned from a pure spear wielder into a transitional form that made it better at wielding daggers. It was as if a drop of black paint had fallen onto a bucket of water. The previously clear water became murkier as it took on a gray shade. The longer Vase worked, the more drops of paint fell down into the bucket. In the meantime, the manifestation didn't even realize its own contradictory nature. The image flickered a lot as it couldn't decide whether to wield a spear or a pair of daggers. The dichotomy became more pronounced as Vase continued to work on the design for the next couple of days. The design steadily reached a tipping point where its original identity of a spear wielder became lost. Now should be a good time. Vase switched the swear for a pair of daggers he already prepared beforehand. The curved weapons fit the new design like a glove. For a moment, he expected explosions, but nothing drastic resulted from this action. The manifestation slowly warped and solidified into a dagger wielder. Its appearance even resembled Jarl. It worked. He learned something new with attempt. His images drew their strength from their source. Affecting the source allowed Vase to affect the original X factor in a form that fit his modifications better. He felt relieved that he didn't have to go back to the drawing board each time he wanted to update his design or derive a custom mech out of one of his models. The ramifications of this experiment affected more than just his own models. Vase wondered if he could apply the same method to other designs or mechs. He could even use it as a subtle form of sabotage. If I ever happen to be working on a mech for someone I hate, I can subsume its X factor with a malevolent spirit. Even if every inspection checks out, the mech will still perform worse than normal. He quickly discarded the idea. Something like that would never happen. Mech pilots wanted people he could trust to work on their mechs. Putting an enemy in charge of your own war materiel was just asking for trouble. Now that he solved the biggest issue, Vase resumed his design work and finalized his modifications. Most of the changes required a decent amount of testing that ate up a lot of time, but Vase wanted to ensure he delivered a flawless product. The fate of the sponsorship deal and Jarl's enthusiasm for his endorsement mattered a lot. This is going to be my first proper entry into the Bentime market. Once the Darkspear catches on, my other models will see a surge in popularity. Once that happened, Vase gained a foothold in the notoriously crowded Bentime mech scene. He expected to boost both his virtual and real business activities from that point. According to the latest shipping update, his new equipment should arrive at his workshop in the coming week. Once he unpacked his goodies and installed them on the workshop floor, he'd be ready for the next phase in his business plan. I'm still short on money, though. With only a couple of component licenses under his belt, Vase needed at least a dozen more to round out his collection. With his company's current war chest, he'd be hard-pressed to license a set of decent components that could fit his minimum standards. He intended to design a premium mech. After all, he should invest at least 1 billion credits in this area to avoid inconsistencies in his original design. Where can I find some money? Short of exchanging his valuable merits or finding an opportunity to make a quick buck, Vase considered whether he should take another loan. Chapter 219 Vintage. With the declining profitability of his only Mark II production model, Vase could not sit back and wait. His rough projection of the future revealed that his profits diminished at an alarmingly fast rate. While he considered taking another loan, Vase ruled that out after figuring he did not wish to become more reliant on external actors that might not have his best interests at heart. Banks that extended huge loans to companies often demanded a voice on how to run the company. Vase absolutely abhorred such a possibility. As for selling merits, he'd be making a huge loss if he went through with such a transaction. Merits were extremely valuable and hard to come by. Even a single merit represented a chance to obtain priceless knowledge that he couldn't get from the system. While the system's skill tree allowed him to learn many standard skills, Vase learned that they contained no personality. What he meant by this was that the knowledge held no biases or special insights developed over a long period of designing mechs. Sometimes, This should be an advantage, but other times Vase would miss out on crucial perspectives like Master Olsen's focus on endurance and longevity. Vase vaguely sensed the system's requirements for advancing a skill from journeyman level to senior level demanded a thorough understanding of the field. This meant that he had to broaden his range and become acquainted with many different viewpoints held by different experts in the field. Mech designers ordinarily hoarded such knowledge. Even the system didn't provide him with different perspectives on the same subject. Thus, merits formed the only way for him to advance in the future. I can still decide to exchange it later as a last-ditch effort. He decided. He hadn't exhausted all of his other methods. He decided to follow his mech broker's suggestion and look for events where he could showcase his ability. A quick search on the galactic net returned dozens of conferences, competitions, show events and exhibitions starting in the next couple of months in the Republic alone. Most of these occasions demanded strict requirements to any participating mech designer. No ordinary Dick, Tom and Harry would be allowed to bring their horrible designs and amateurish mechs. The classiest events that attracted the richest clientele only opened their doors to journeyman mech designers and higher. Vase had to rule these prestigious events out and lower his sights to those that welcomed apprentice mech designers like himself. These occasions generally drew a poorer crowd that cared more about getting a bargain than ordering a quality mech. He shook his head. These sound more like flea markets than proper opportunities to show your talent. Vase studiously combed through the various events and tried to find one which offered him the best possibility to close a lucrative deal. He found one in the Vintage Festival. It celebrated the coming passing of Laskin mechs into obsolescence. With the next generation of mechs about to arrive, a number of people who grew up during the rise of Laskin mechs more than 20 years ago found it difficult to say their goodbyes to these reliable workhorses. To them, their love of Laskin mechs represented a nostalgic love of their childhood experienced. They used to play with toys of Laskin mechs and played the models in virtual simulations in their adolescence. Even if their performance had fallen off these days, their heartfelt love for this period of mech development remained more important than the specs of the following generation of mechs. These are my kind of guys, Vase remarked with gleaming eyes. Many of the attendants to these festivals had money to spend and didn't care too much about the latest innovations. They only wanted to go back in the past and relive the glory days of the last generation of mechs. They'd easily overspend on anything that struck their fancy. The only problem was that many of his fellow mech designers knew this as well. While the Vintage Festival allowed apprentice mech designers to showcase their Laskin designs, they conducted a strict selection of every applicant. The only upside to the festival was that journeyman mech designers disdained to compete on sales at such an event. These well-established mech designers focused more on selling their current designs than revisiting soon-to-be extinct dinosaurs, so not a lot of journeymen bothered to take notice of the event. The few that did sign up for the festival mainly wanted to show off their vintage prestige models in the centerpiece exhibition. The majority of the actual sales occurred in the side halls where various hopeful apprentices hoped to make some easy money from their outdated production licenses. There's one thing strange about this Vintage Festival. Why would the Vintage Festival, which focuses so much on Laskin mechs, invite younger designers to sell their mechs? Some of them hadn't even been born during the golden years of this period. Vase himself barely remembered anything of that generation. He came up with a number of guesses. The most probable reason was that every enthusiast of Laskin mechs already owned genuine vintage models, or simply found them to be old and familiar. Perhaps they wanted to see what the younger crop of mech designers could make out of this old period in mech history. Let's see how past festivals have gone. When Vase read through the articles of past vintage festivals, he got the sense that these middle-aged customers sought two things at once. They wanted to see and purchase great models that brought them back to the past, but they also wanted to see something fresh that proved that Laskin mechs hadn't reached the end of the road. These two desires contradicted each other. Many apprentices either stuck to the base model and tried to reproduce them as faithfully as possible, or designed radical new variants that performed much better than the originals. The downsides to each approach resulted in poor sales to most apprentices hoping to earn some money. Those that tread familiar ground could never surpass the models fabricated by the original manufacturers. Those that spent a lot of effort designing new variants ended up with models so far removed from Laskin mechs that they lost the essence of that period. Some apprentices tried to take the middle road by making only minor tweaks to the base model, but many visitors shook their heads at these timid attempts to present something remarkable. The mech designers' lack of courage reflected back in their work, which often looked and felt as if designed by a bot. It's not easy to persuade the visitors to pull out their wallets. None of these people are easy to please, Vase surmised after reading through the summaries of the public sales reports. While it didn't include any private transactions with special conditions, many mech designers struggled to make a sale. Vase hoped to succeed where many others had failed. Unlike the other designers, Vase had a secret weapon. Mechs with an abundant level of X factor evoked strong emotion to anyone who saw them. Such machines should make a powerful impact in the sea of mediocre mechs that others put on display. The entire festival revolved around the themes of nostalgia and authenticity. These were subjective criteria that could only be judged with feeling and emotion, something which Vase had a lot of practice in bending them to his will. If I can get this right, I'll have the crowd eating from the palm of my hand. He decided to apply for the festival. When Vase looked at the requirements to participate, he found them to be troublesome but attainable. The Vintage Festival only offered a venue to mech designers who were able to deliver. Since Vase owned his own workshop, he possessed ample qualifications to participate. He only found a snag when he found out that he had to present at least 3 different models to the organization. The festival took place about a month later, but the deadline for participation ended only 3 weeks from now. I'll have to work hard to meet this deadline. Fortunately, his new machines should arrive in time for him to produce an original Caesar Augustus. Yes, Vase wanted to fabricate the expensive, untarnished original Caesar Augustus. With the imminent arrival of his alloy compressor and CTM, his workshop finally gained the capability to reproduce the base model's highly advanced armor system. It should be the centerpiece of his presentation. Even though the white elephant flopped on the market, its iconic look and features made it live to see a bright future in the form of toys, action figures and simulator reproductions. Many of the kids and teenagers at that time aspired to pilot this prestigious model. The main challenge Vase faced with this model was to determine the right feel for this model. He once toured a couple of mech halls on Bentime and personally witnessed a couple of great examples of the Caesar Augustus. Each designer or fabricator left their own unique imprint behind in their work. Even though their influence was slight, it still provided the mechs with their own unique flavor. The better designers left a stronger mark behind. There's a lot of depth behind each quality reproduction. The very best copies fabricated by the very best mech designers conveyed a strong blend of flavors that told a rich story. Even though their strength paled in comparison to what Vase could accomplish on his own, their rich experience and untold depths of knowledge provided them with a distinct advantage. It's like comparing a candy to a moldy cheese. Even if the candy offers a very strong flavor, those with more sophisticated tastes will prefer the cheese. Vase had to tread carefully in this matter. If he failed to impress the crowd with his chosen vision, he could say goodbye to any potential sales. Besides the Caesar Augustus, Vase planned to offer a gold label Mark Antony Mark II as the second model in his application. The Mark II represented a modern, cheaper take on the Caesar Augustus, which should ordinarily not sell very well in an event like the Vintage Festival. His recent experience with modifying the Darkspear gave him an idea on how to tackle this problem. He could modify the Mark II both visually and emotionally in order to appeal to the festival goers. Even if it was a long shot, it was worth a try. In any case, the Mark II already satisfies the condition. Besides tinkering with the X factor, the two models required no additional work. Vase understood both designs from top to bottom, so he could immediately begin to fabricate them as soon as he received his shipment of raw materials. I still have to figure something out for the third model. While Vase could take the lazy route and offer the old Mark I, he really didn't wish to embarrass himself. The Mark I was vastly inferior to the Mark II and should be consigned to the recycler. His pride as a mech designer refused to consider showing up at the Vintage Festival with the Mark I as an example of his current ability. That left the most time-consuming option. I'll have to design a new variant. Since Vase already planned to offer an original model and a radical variant, he figured he should offer something that fit in between. Even though the festival disdained such boring machines, Vase felt confident he could break the mold with the help of the X factor. The less changes I make, the faster I can get this done. With a time limit of a couple of weeks, Vase couldn't afford to invest his attention on another radical variant. He blamed himself for not checking out these kinds of events sooner. Some of them really provided a good opportunity for him to make some money. With a tentative plan in place, Vase decided to consult his mech broker and his publicist. As professional marketers, he should listen to their advice. Chapter 220 Suckers. When Vase called Marcella and told her of his plan, she responded with a thoughtful look. Ordinarily, I'd advise apprentices to stay away from this crowd. The people who purchase mechs at the vintage festivals have their heads stuck in the past. What they consider to be a good mech can be very different from what you and I think are good. Basically, his mech broker called them fanboys and fangirls who exhibited irrational love for Laskin mechs. Even if they saw the latest cutting-edge mech designed by a renowned master, they'd scoff at their fancy modern features. I can't say I understand them, but my unique specialties should appeal to their tastes. I'm confident I can make an impact at the festival. You do have that quality, Marcella admitted with a thoughtful expression. Yes, if you tailor your mechs in a way that amplifies the good old days feel of the last generation, you'll be able to tug at the heartstrings of your customers. She offered to facilitate his application to participate at the festival. In addition, she promised to staff his booth with some savvy employees who could do the heavy lifting in terms of persuading visitors to purchase his mechs. Naturally, she also received a cutout of these sales. Marcella also warned him about a troublesome phenomenon. One thing you should know is that the customers who attend these festivals will often decide with their guts instead of their brains. Around a third of these people will come to regret their impulse purchase when they sober up. Expect them to call us up to cancel their orders. Vase frowned at that. Is there any way to stop this? Why not rule out cancellations in the sales contract? That's bad form and prohibited by the MTA. It protects your customers from being bamboozled into signing awful contracts. Your best bet is to have an ample stock of finished mechs that you can ship out immediately. Once your customers get their hands on your mechs, they'll find it a lot harder to demand a refund. The battle over consumer and producer rights tilted back and forth over the centuries. Currently, the ascendancy of the MTA granted mech manufacturers more protection than before, though their protection only applied if the mechs went through certification. Uncertified mechs like those that had been assembled on the cheap by taking advantage of the repair scam or pirated licenses enjoyed no such protection. Both the seller and buyer risked getting screwed by each other as no one guaranteed their transaction. In general, any mech that passed certification carried a guarantee by the MTA that the machine had no defects and hadn't been sabotaged in any way. Once a customer gained possession of such a mech and didn't issue any complaints, he'd be stuck with it from that point onwards. This meant that he couldn't accidentally crash the mech and demand a refund from the manufacturer afterwards. The mech was sound and didn't carry any defects in terms of navigation or locomotion. The fault lay solely in the mech pilot who trashed the new machine. So what you're saying is the only way to prevent more refunds is if I can deliver my mechs as fast as possible. Vase frowned at the implications. The best solution is to fabricate an ample stock of mechs in advance and ship them over to Bentime. When the festival starts, you can transfer the mechs into the hands of your customers at the very same day. Don't give them time to reconsider their purchase if you want to maximize your earnings. What his mech broker said made sense, but it represented a very large bet to Vase. If he attended the festival with dozens of models stashed in a warehouse but failed to sell the majority of his stock, he'd be stuck with an awful lot of wasted mechs. Outside of the vintage festival, these nostalgia-ridden mechs carried no appeal to regular consumers. I won't fabricate more than a single copy of each mech I plan to sell. Vase eventually decided, your idea has merit, but my liquid funds can only stretch so far. I'd be using up my entire drawer of cash if I fabricate more copies of the Caesar Augustus or any other COMEX. COMEX stood short for compressed armor mechs. In first and second-rate states, such a terms would be redundant, because pretty much every battle mech incorporated some form of compressed armor. Only in resource-starved third-rate states did people find it necessary to distinguish COMEX from unmechs, the unflattering term for cheap mechs built with uncompressed armor. That's your decision to make. Marcella responded with a touch of understanding. Do make sure to prepare for an intense period of fabrication. The longer you take to deliver your product, the higher the chance your orders get cancelled. If you let your customers wait for months, you will stand to lose a lot of potential earnings. With the Dortmund printer and his new set of equipment shipped from Limar, Vase didn't worry too much about this possibility. His workshop would soon be capable of fabricating mechs at a rate of one per day once he mastered the equipment and beefed up the staffing. After finishing his talk with Marcella, he consulted Gavin to hear from another perspective. His publicist's face turned into an eager expression when he heard how Vase described the clientele. I know the type. They're suckers. They're the sort of people who will throw away their entire life savings on a toy that is shiny enough in their eyes. The key is to make your product shine bright enough that they can't see the flaws through all of the glare. What do you suggest? Gavin had some useful advice to accomplish this feat. Impose artificial scarcity on the products that you're offering at the festival. Give them enough unique traits and add an exclusive sounding label like Legacy Edition or Limited Edition and promise not to produce more than 10 or so copies of each model. This way, you'll limit the amount of work you have in store and maximize the profits of each individual sale. His suggestion sounded similar to what Marcella once said. Vase declined to complicate his product offering back then because he didn't want to end up with a messy catalog. Now that he was awfully short on money, Vase reconsidered his decision. It sounded like an easy way to distinguish his products and the changes he planned to make with the X Factor. These wouldn't be regular mechs intended for the open market. Pulling this off required a careful judgment on the amount of copies he intended to sell for each model. Fabricating too many copies diminished the exclusive nature of each design. However, if he went too far in the other direction, he'd earn a paltry sum even if he managed to boost his profit margin on the few models he sold. Fortunately, Vase didn't have to figure this out on his own. Can you analyze the market and determine the optimal amount of mechs to sell? The key is to maximize out earnings, not our profit margin. I need lots of cold hard cash to fund the development of a new design. I can do that, but I can only get you the most accurate results if I know how good your designs catch on to your target audience. You can develop 3 scenarios then. Vase suggested. One where my sales fall flat, one where there is modest interest and one where my models catch fire. We can leave the actual figures ambiguous until we're able to gauge the actual response to my works. Gavin immediately went to work after receiving his assignment. As for Vase, before he turned his attention to his new projects, he wanted to catch up to how Jarl Brenthill had been taking his new virtual mech. He opened up his terminal and visited the Mech Athletes livestream. The rushing storm does it again. Another mech down for the count. A bombastic battlefield came into view as Jarl's custom mech had just emerged from stealth and rushed to the rear of an enemy squad. Unlike his previous duels, this time Jarl opted to play in one of the larger game modes. Even if he rushed out alone, the enemy mechs became disarrayed. Vase had tweaked the festive cloud generator to pump up even more vapor, this time dyed in Moseville blue. The dark blue coloration added an electrifying component to the assassin's mech rush. The rifleman mechs panicked and fired blindly in the direction of the approaching cloud. The custom mech deftly dodged the direction of their aim. Jarl utilized a complicated spinning pattern to approach the enemy formation from a more vulnerable direction. The instant he approached a rifleman mech, his assassin mech struck with a flurry of deadly stabs, instantly striking all of its weak points. The moment the rifleman mech got downed, Jarl turned to the next rifleman mech and struck its weapon aside before tearing it apart in a rapid example of battlefield deconstruction. Most of its companions hesitated on shooting back for fear of causing friendly fire. The 2 melee mechs of the squads tried to race to the rescue, but Jarl's machine always seemed to dance away from their reach. Is this still an assassin mech? Vase wondered with puzzlement. Jarl's performance astounded him. While the custom mech lost its ability to cripple a mech with a single charge, its added agility allowed it to destroy several vulnerable mechs in quick succession before the enemy squad could form a proper response. Once his momentum started to fade, the custom mech quickly turned around and sped away. The remnants of the enemy squad were in no shape to pursue, allowing Jarl to get away scot-free. The amazing burst of explosiveness riled up the viewers of the stream. Jarl's viewership enjoyed a remarkable growth since the last time Vase visited the channel. Right now, he drew over 2 million viewers. A quick check on his virtual sales dimmed his enthusiasm a bit. The Darkspear only sold around 4,000 extra virtual copies, far below the growth in viewership. It showed that while the viewers admired Jarl's display of murderous efficiency, they didn't attribute his success to his mech. Despite this small disappointment, Vase was well on track on reaching his sales target of 10,000 units sold. I'll probably reach the maximum in 1 or 2 weeks. Designing a custom mech for Jarl had been worth the effort. For a small bit of work, he accelerated his accumulation of DP by a fair pace. His online account even received a lot of requests for him to design a custom virtual mech. Vase had no time to engage in this business, but it signaled that Vase had finally gained some renown. With several projects in store and a lot of potential sales needing to be fulfilled, Vase finally got around to consider expanding his workforce. It's time to get more manpower by my side. Vase held several ambitions for his workshop personnel. They didn't need to be too capable, but they must be loyal and able to solve problems on their own. He greatly admired how House Kane cultivated a capable group of mech technicians to staff their maintenance department. He planned to emulate their model for his own workshop. Let's start with hiring 10 or so mech technicians. Any more and my workshop will become crowded. With only 2 production lines, Vase expected to face relatively few issues at the beginning. Carlos and Vase had already made do with bots so far. In that regard, hiring mech technicians seemed redundant, but once the LMC started to expand, the extra hands should prove useful. To keep the mech technicians in line, Vase wanted to put a senior mech technician in charge. The chief technician should have ample experience and ideally plenty of leadership experience. It's going to get hard getting my hands on such a gem. Mech manufacturers treasured these kinds of chief technicians. They possessed both rich experience and sound judgment and could solve a variety of difficult conundrums without asking for help from someone more knowledgeable. Fortunately, Vase didn't have to take the trouble of seeking one out himself. The Larkinsons nurtured its own army of mech technicians. Perhaps he could snag one from his family's estate. Vase prepared to call his grandfather. Chapter 221 Perpetuity. His grandfather didn't look surprised when Vase made his request. Any good mech workshop needs a crew of human hands. It's good of you to realize that. Too many manufacturers are seduced by the total control they have over their bots that they don't realize that their perfect arrangement falls apart once it bumps into an obstacle. I already know about the whole automation debate, grandfather. I won't follow in the footsteps of the Terrans. Pretty much everyone in the galaxy knew about the dangers of relying too much on bots. A few hundred years ago, the Greater Terran United Confederation once thought to replace all menial labor with bots, and reached a remarkable degree robotization in their society. All of this went dandy and fine, until some groups of undisciplined dissidents hacked several widespread models of bots, causing widespread destruction and mayhem. Bots went rogue as they attacked the humans they served or caused deliberate fires and explosions. The unprepared Terrans found to their horror that they depended so much on bots for their everyday life that they could hardly muster a response to the rogue bots. Even worse was when their battle bots became compromised as well. While they possessed much tighter cybersecurity, rampaging bots had forcefully invaded the headquarters of the companies who made them. The rebels made off with libraries filled with source code and other critical files, which they used to devastating effect. The so-called bot rebellion, as it became known, had fractured the largely unified humans into disparate islands of calm, as some bulwarks managed to eliminate the bots early. By the time the Terrans managed to get a grip on their own territory, the dream of uniting the human race under a single political entity had been shattered. I'll send you one of my chiefs. It will take a lot of persuasion to relocate from Rittersburg to Cloudy Curtain, so you better offer him some good conditions. I suggest you look somewhere closer to fill up the rest of your roster. Thank you for that, grandfather. I'll be sure to treat him well. Vase realized that Benjamin must have made a great sacrifice by parting with one of his chiefs. The Larkinsons always cultivated their own crop of technicians in order to be assured of their loyalty and qualifications. As long as he had a trusted chief watching over his technicians, Vase didn't have to worry about their conduct. They closed the call after his grandfather estimated that the chief should arrive in a month. Vase figured he'd wait on hiring more mech technicians until then, as he wanted his new chief to make his own selection from the local workforce. Vase spent the next day preparing his workshop for the new additions. He moved over the existing machines so that it offered enough space for 2 distinct production lines. The old production line consisted of his second-hand printer and his second-hand assembly system. While a little slow, the old line sufficed in fabricating unmechs like the Mark Antony Mark II. The new production line took up a lot more space. The basic production process started with inputting raw materials in the Dortmund printer. Bots brought over the parts it spat out to his new assembly system, which should rapidly construct a new frame. Any parts that required compressed armor went through a few more steps. The Dortmund printer fabricated an embryo which would then be submerged in a special solution in the chemical treatment machine. Once the formula did its job, the altered embryo would then be put in an alloy compressor which will subject the unfinished piece of alloy to enormous forces. After that, a proper piece of compressed armor should come out of it, which would then be taken to his new assembly system to be put on a mech frame. Despite the additional steps, Vase envisioned that the new production line should be able to work much faster than the old one. At the start, it might take a couple of days to fabricate a mech. The second one should be finished a little faster, while the third one took even less time. This went on until the learning curve finally flattened. By that time, Vase boldly predicted that the new production line should be able to finish a mech within a single day. The most time-consuming portion are the chemical treatment and the alloy compression phases. While it's not possible to automate them completely, if I can hire or train a specialist to take charge of these machines, he will be able to optimize their processes. Perhaps Vase obsessed a little too much on arranging his production lines, but establishing a good flow saved a lot of money and time. It was better to plan his arrangements beforehand than to do it while he had a ton of orders to fulfill. The next day, a small fleet of transports arrived at his workshop. After his security checked over the goods, Vase finally received the new additions to his workshop. In order to save time, Vase tasked Carlos with setting up the machines. While they look sophisticated, they're mostly self-contained, so they should work right out of the box. Just run some diagnostics and start a few test projects to make sure they work according to specs. Are you sure you want me setting up these expensive machines? Carlos asked apprehensively. After all, while he didn't know their exact models, they all looked extremely expensive and far beyond what a typical mech boutique should own. It's still within the range of your capabilities. Just don't drop anything and you're good to go. If you say so, boss. Vase predicted that Carlos should take a couple of days to ensure the machines had been installed correctly. Even if the bots sped up the installation, his fabricator still needed some time to check all of their functions. In the meantime, Vase decided to start on designing the 3 models he'd present at the Vintage Festival. Gavin and Marcella sent him different reports that gave him some insight into his target audience. They're not simple Laskin fanboys. Many visitors of the Vintage Festival merely wished to relive the past, but the ones with money had more discerning tastes. They should be his actual target segment. After skimming through the reports, Vase got a sense of what kind of product should appeal to their desires. Laskin mechs will soon be used and discarded en masse in the upcoming war. This is the eventual fate for most outdated mechs, but it's a sad outcome nonetheless. Those in charge intended to send out the Laskin mechs to the forefront of the battle because they were expendable. While this was the most logical and efficient decision to make, it nonetheless rested on the assumption that Laskin mechs could no longer contribute to society. This was profoundly disrespectful to the people who developed an affection for this generation. It was akin to putting a rifle in the hands of their grandparents and shoving them onto the battlefield to die. Now that they've grown old and infirm, they served no other use. Rather than allow them to continue to take up valuable resources, it was better to let them go out with a bang. Even Vase felt ambivalent about this cold but rational decision. The alternative would be breaking down the mechs and forge new machines out of them, but that required way too much effort. Every model only has a limited shelf life. The moment a mech designer finalized a design, its clock had already started ticking. Mechs generally lasted around 20 years. The visitors of the Vintage Festival disliked the ephemeral nature of their generation. Vase had thought a lot about their desires. He finally touched upon one of their deepest desires. What they truly want is an immortal mech. Enduring, eternal, immutable. If Vase could design a mech that embodied these ideals, he'd have a bestseller on his hands. His design should intrinsically grow in value as it got older. That's going to be a challenge. Since mechs generally possessed a limited lifespan, their value always decreased over time. Even if his customers never piloted his models and intended to put them on display, Vase had to ensure its components never decayed in this state. This should be easy to do, but entailed a lot of small modifications. Vase had to replace the more delicate components in his design for durable versions that demanded very little maintenance. He started with the easiest and most familiar design, the Mark Antony Mark II. Vase recalled the images he used to form its X Factor and reused them in their original conditions except for one small addition. He added an underlying tone of continuity and perpetuity to their flavors. After composing the altered images, Vase went to work on modifying his design. He already knew which components needed replacing, so he hardly wasted any time. It took only 2 days to rip out all of the disposable components and replace them with hardier versions. The work hardly required a lot of thought, but Vase spent some time on testing his altered design to make sure it retained its functionality. While the mech still possessed elements that degraded over time, it should be manageable if their owners performed sporadic maintenance. I can't go too far in this direction, Vase carefully reminded himself. Mechs that focus so much on longevity tend to turn into empty shells that fall apart once they enter the battlefield. Even if the customers at the Vintage Festival bought the mechs to serve as collectibles, they should still be able to fulfill their primary function. Mechs that lost their fighting capability lacked the authenticity that the festival goers demanded. Let's call this the Eternal Edition. The Mark II Eternal Edition cost a bit more to build as Vase replaced some of its cheaper materials with more expensive ones. Other than that, the mech should still match the specs of the regular design. Only its X factor should be different. Vase couldn't wait to fabricate a show model to experience its aura. He had to order a new batch of raw materials to fabricate the Eternal Edition. While his order would be sent on the next convoy shipment to Cloudy Curtain, Vase turned his attention to his second project, the original Caesar Augustus. A complex mood settled into his body as he called up a projection of the original design. Just a year ago, I merely dreamed of being able to work with this design directly. Carlos already made good progress with setting up his new production line. Soon, the Living Mech Corporation would be able to fabricate mech designs like the Caesar Augustus at a decent scale. It represented a step up for his company and added to its prestige. That said, Vase didn't plan on doing any business with the regular design outside the festival. The demand for every last-in model had declined, so it made little sense to add yet another soon-to-be obsolete design to his product catalog. Working with the Caesar Augustus required a bit more effort from Vase. From a technical standpoint, Vase already knew what to tweak or replace. He mainly placed his concerns on its X factor. How can I shape the X factor of a design that's not my own? Perhaps the original design never carried any meaningful X factor at all. Nevertheless, the design still carried a touch of Jason Kozlowski in his younger years. Vase had to respect the intentions of the original designer while simultaneously putting his own spin on its classic design. Fortunately, his familiarity with his design allowed him to come up with a suitable vision for his Eternal Edition. Since it served as the centerpiece of his display, it should carry forth the original model's aspirations to serve as a leader and a rallying cry on the battlefield. Since he only planned to do some minor modifications, Vase thought it was inappropriate to use the triple division technique. The design belonged to Jason Kozlowski and Vase didn't wish to tarnish the touch he left behind. Instead, he intended to amplify its core concepts of hope and authority while adding a touch of eternity to the mixture. With his mental strength, Vase expected to achieve a remarkable result once he finished the modified design. Let's get to work. Chapter 222 Eternal Edition. Vase successfully blended his new vision onto a very slightly tweaked design. With this, the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition should be ready for fabrication once he got the raw materials. This time, Vase had to wince as he ordered another batch of materials to add to his existing orders. Compressed armor always used up more exotics. With the rising cost of resources, his total cost had ballooned to 50 million credits. I can barely make a profit out of this model if I only charge a normal price. At least he gained something from this effort. His understanding of this old design had deepened, which should prove useful for his next project. With 2 Eternal Editions down, Vase turned his attention to the third design, a mech variant of the Caesar Augustus. Having worked on several different variants of this design gave him a unique impression of what it could do. It's a mech designed for heroic leaders. It's not a coincidence the coating is brilliant white. This mech is designed to inspire. While that sounded great, Vase put some questions on whether this scenario actually occurred since the model's release. What mech designers cook up in their imagination might not translate into practical designs. The Caesar Augustus embodied this phenomenon. The model became larger than life due to the hopeful dreams that propelled its design. In a certain perspective, it represented a high note of the last generation of mechs. Figuring this out reignited his own passion and love for mech design. He summed up the underlying intent of this design. Mechs don't always have to be realistic. What's wrong with a little fantasy? Granted, such a naive approach to mech design rarely led to critical success. The mech market centered around fulfilling their practical demands, such as delivering high performance for a reasonable cost. The bloated Caesar Augustus failed to reach the heights its designer originally aimed for, and suffered for it upon its debut. Vase wanted to chart his own path. The Mark II had been designed with practicality and cost efficiency in mind, while the Caesar Augustus revolved around hope. Vase wished to design a variant that embodied his own ideals instead of adhering to the demands of the market or the original designer. An inkling of magnitude crept up in his mind. Vase faintly realized this decision affected his design philosophy. Even though Vase only grasped a glimpse of what seniors and masters referred to as design philosophy, he knew its development formed the key to advancing to their level. The way these people talk about design philosophy makes it clear it's not about mentality alone. Vase surmised after he recalled the few instances where older mech designers stressed the importance of developing a design philosophy. It involves some sort of higher state of being. Vase had the sense that it functioned similar to the X factor and that it involved some sort of metaphysics. From what he heard, a well-developed design philosophy enabled a mech designer to develop a design that functioned beyond the boundaries of common science. The more advanced journeyman-level textbooks occasionally hinted at such. Design philosophy and the X factor may even be different roads that lead to the same destination. Is this why ICE haven't taken over the job of designing mechs? He mused. The technology to allow computers to design mechs on their own existed for a long time. Even then, it never caught on. Design philosophy should be one of the main reasons why ICE could never match a human mind. Enough distractions. Vase shook his head and turned his attention back to his design. For his third model, Vase wanted to embody his own principles. So far, his principles aspired to bring mechs to life. He summed up his end goal. People should look at my design and mistake it for a living entity. His mechs didn't need to be autonomous sentient beings like some living AI. After all, he designed mechs, not robots. The difference between the two was that mechs functioned best when paired with a human pilot. Vase aimed to enhance the piloting experience by enriching the mech with lifelike qualities. A wonderful synergy should result with this pairing. What Jarl pulled off with his customized Darkspear should only be the tip of the spear of what Vase ultimately wanted to bring into existence. This time Vase decided to go with an understated X factor for his third model. Vase didn't wish to overshadow the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition, which ought to play the leading role in his display. He quickly hit a snag. How can I design a mech that's both eternal but also alive? Something that went through various phases of life. They grew stronger from the moment of their birth and declined in strength once they reached their peak. Something with a finite lifespan did not fit well with a mech that was supposed to be eternal. He turned to a simple solution. In his imagination, anything was possible, even eternity. Vase envisioned an immortal sage, a being out of ancient myth just like the instructor. The man used to be a warrior at youth, achieving plenty of merits that fueled his career into officialdom. Through hard work and smart decisions, he achieved a higher status, eventually vaulting to a ministry before deciding to retire. Even then, he continued to guide his country towards prosperity. Stepping back from power granted him a sober perspective on many matters. Through constant deduction and self-reflection, his mind experienced a cleansing that elevated him to immortality. I like this image, he smiled. This time, he used it as the central component of his triple division technique. The base role remained a hybrid knight while the totem animal consisted of a mythical undying turtle. After a few hours of composing an appropriate background for all of his images, he mashed them all together. Surprisingly, the images didn't come to blows. The immortal sage and the undying turtle minded their own business. Only the hybrid knight showed some aggression but failed to uncover any openings. The two sagely images both collaborated with each other, holding the hybrid knight at bay. This isn't supposed to happen. He deliberately strengthened the sage and allocated only a limited amount of mental strength to the other two images. Vase wanted the sage to stomp over the other two and absorb their essence in order to evolve its own. Life threw a wrench in that plan. It's best not to force the situation further. He concluded. It's my own fault for making the immortal sage. So enlightened, Vase went to work on a template of the Caesar Augustus with his tentative images. He couldn't help but overhaul large portions of its crowded interior. The solutions he developed for the Mark Antony Mark II could also be applied to the base model. He made sure not to go too far, both because the frames ultimately differed in many aspects. Different armor systems led to different weight distribution and support. Vase had to figure out plenty of new solutions to simplify the internals. Just like with the other two designs, this time Vase aimed to enhance the mech's longevity. He borrowed some of the solutions he applied on the original Caesar Augustus, saving him a lot of time. In total, Vase spent just over a week to refine his third design. As it came into its own identity, the design already started to evoke a strong sense of life, wisdom and immortality. As a final touch, Vase added in the festive cloud generator in the form of a rolling purple cape instead of a head crest. It added to his variant's role as a ruler instead of a warrior. Let's call this one the Marcus Aurelius. The ancient Roman emperor in old Earth's history had been regarded as something of a sage. As Vase was no expert of this time period, he merely picked the first suitable name the galactic net spat out. It sounded stately enough to convey the right emotions. The Marcus Aurelius functioned more as a symbol rather than a war machine. While Vase maintained its capability to do battle, he much rather preferred to see it prosper in times of peace. Vase passed over the design to the system for evaluation. He already knew how well his latest design performed, so he skimmed over most of the report. The only thing that mattered to Vase was its X factor. In this regard, the system granted the design a score of C+, well below his expected target. Oh come on, system. Just because the images didn't cannibalize each other doesn't mean my design is any worse than the Darksphere. The system stayed silent of course, but even if it knew the answer, Vase had to figure things out on his own. Obviously, a higher quality X factor required some kind of interaction with his images. Allowing them to fight to the death should only be one way to spur an evolution. Vase wondered if he could get his images to evolve through voluntary synthesis. It's something to consider for the next time. Right now, Vase finished his design work. All he had to do was fabricate the show models of all three designs in order to meet the requirements to participate in the Vintage Festival. The raw materials for the eternal editions of the Mark II and the Caesar Augustus had already arrived. By the time he finished fabricating the show models of both designs, the resources to fabricate the Marcus Aurelius should also be shipped to his workshop. Carlos, Vase called when he entered the workshop floor. Yes, boss, set aside your current project and help me fabricate my 3 show models. I've just finished their design and I'm itching to see if they measure up in reality. That's great. The two went about their work with infectious enthusiasm. Vase took the lead this time because he wanted to ensure the X factor for each of the models remained pure. He merely let Carlos fetch some materials or arrange some minor details to speed up the work. His employee lacked the mental strength to compete against his boss in this aspect. The Eternal Edition of the Mark II only took a day to complete. With their extreme familiarity of the LMC's only production model, they hardly needed to pause as they used the Dortmund printer and the new assembly system to put a mech together. Vase left the mech aside after inspecting its X factor. It had indeed gained a smidgen of eternity compared to his other gold label mechs, but the difference was rather small. Its design still retained something of a workhorse quality Vase had conveyed in his original vision for the Mark II. I should get a better result with the other 2 models. This would be the first time his workshop fabricated a mech clad with compressed armor. While Vase had fabricated the fabrication of the Caesar Augustus in a virtual environment, that gave little comfort to him. Virtual fabrication only provided him with a simplified experience in an excessively ideal environment. Only a little more than a week remained until the deadline for entry passed. Vase had to work briskly in order to make it in time. Let's begin. Over a week-long period, Vase fabricated both the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition and the Marcus Aurelius in back-to-back sessions that stretched on for many hours. Vase faced very few difficulties with fabricating their internals, which shared many commonalities with the internals of the Mark II. He only encountered difficulties when he started fabricating compressed armor plating. The formula used in the formation of the extremely resilient armor demanded an extreme amount of precision. Vase constantly had to watch the chemical treatment machine and the alloy compressor to make sure they applied their processes evenly. Flat plates required relatively little effort to ensure their quality, but the process became more complicated once he started with the curved ones. Their uneven shapes added a lot of extra work for Vase as he had to find the right settings to allow the processes to seep into the plating without major deviations. Vase barely completed the fabrication of the 2 expensive models within the deadline. As a final touch, Vase added in a couple of random gems with minor effects. With his growing sum of DP, he could easily afford the 100 DP it took to add an anonymous stamp to Lucky's gems. When Vase stored the models side by side in an expanded storeroom, he became bewitched by their mutually reinforcing auras. Any single model represented a treasure by itself, but when they were put together, they achieved a qualitative transformation that even Carlos couldn't ignore. Why do I get the feeling that your show models are hiding something big? Carlos asked with puzzlement. Vase smiled at his employee's remark. You have no idea how special these models are. They're eternal. Chapter 223. Back to Bentheim. The Vintage Festival accepted his entry when he applied. Properly speaking, Vase had to bring his show models to Bentheim before the deadline expired, but the person in charge of applications bent the rules for him. It only took a day or two until the next convoy shipped the models to Bentheim. Vase left the arrangements of his booth to Marcella, who in turn delegated the job to her subordinates. These same people would also be staffing his booth and take care of his sales once the festival began. Their role in this event is to facilitate the sales process. Marcella explained over the comm. While you don't need to be present at all times, it will be helpful if you stick to your booth and explain your designs to anyone who shows any interest in purchasing a mech. Oftentimes, a customer can be swayed to purchase your products if you present yourself as a reputable mech designer. Will you be there as well? I'm not going to make it. Marcella shook her head. I'm negotiating on behalf of another client on a major order. Sorry kid, but you're still small time as far as I'm concerned. Fair enough. While Marcella earned a generous cut with her current contract, it didn't amount to much in absolute terms. While he recently expanded the LMC's production capabilities, it only sold a handful of Mark IIs a month, far below the standards of a typical medium-scale mech manufacturer. After saying goodbye, Vase turned his attention back to his workshop. I should prepare for an intensive round of fabrication. His words betrayed the confidence he held in his Eternal series. Their craftsmanship surpassed anything that Vase had produced so far. When the three models stood side by side, their X-factor emanated a formless pressure that threatened to engulf the entire storage space. I won't believe my models will flop. Vase gambled a lot on their success. Already, his company's savings account diminished by a whopping 120 million credits. He had no other choice but to spend the money on the raw materials to fabricate the show models. If he couldn't even manage to sell the original models, he'd be stuck with a couple of extremely expensive statues. All I can do now is wait. The festival started in a couple more weeks, leaving Vase plenty of time to get his company in order. First, he optimized his new production line. His previous bout of fabrication exposed some flaws in his arrangements that could prove dangerous down the line. Vase nipped the latent problems in the bud and ensured that all of the machines worked properly. By this time, their first shady orders had arrived. Dietrich arranged for some nondescript companies with boring names such as Ellis and Johnson Security or Armature Inc. to place some random component orders to the LMC. Superficially, they all appeared to be legitimate companies that all owned mechs but needed urgent replacements. Vase wasn't fooled. They all stood for shadier organizations that wanted to make use of his workshop's unregistered and unmonitored Dortmund printer to fabricate a whole swath of mech parts. Much of the orders his company received consisted of complex parts that regular printers couldn't handle. Still, his Dortmund printer should provide enough assistance to Carlos that he'd be able to handle the majority of the orders by himself. Vase only took care of the most difficult orders, which consisted of various compressed armor plating. I still think this is a bad idea. The more we fabricate, the more we become involved. Carlos repeated to Vase. I don't want to wake up with a gun pointed at my head one day. Vase idly waved away his concern. Relax, Carlos. It's safe here in Cloudy Curtain. It's 10 times worse if I decided to set my business up in Bentheim. Even if he exaggerated a bit, his words possessed an element of truth. Managing your relations with the local gangs had often been considered as the cost of doing business in Bentheim. Frankly, the sheer amount of shady activities that went on in the port system exposed the Republic's weakness. Its relatively loose grasp on society allowed an abundance of bad actors to settle between its gaps. The weeks went by in a blur. Even the challenge of fabricating the exotic orders didn't faze Vase much. He left Carlos with the rest of the workload and boarded his Corvette, which held 2 packed mechs, Melkor's Stanislaw and Rayla's Vectrix. Vase learned his lesson. Instead of hoping for the best, he prepared for the worst. After the last incident on Bentheim, his family arranged a permit for him to travel around with a mech escort. He didn't leave his fate to chance and made more preparations. He contracted Sanyal Ablin to provide armed transportation and additional security at the festival. The coalition security company eagerly accepted the job after Vase paid them a hefty sum. Rayla, Melkor and Lucky accompanied him aboard the Barracuda. By now, Rayla recovered fully from her poisoning and showed eagerness to get back into shape. Even the bad memories she got from her last trip to Bentheim didn't dim her enthusiasm to get out in the galaxy. Hopefully nothing happens this time, Rayla remarked as she sipped a special nutrient-rich solution at the lounge. It's annoying to fight against enemies who hide in the dark. Vase pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Who can say? At least the chaos on Bentheim has subsided a bit. The Mech Corps did a good job rooting out the BLM from their hiding holes. Yeah, but the damage is already done. The Bentime liberation movement sabotaged a lot of critical infrastructure that kept the mech industry going. The disruption in supply chains led to far-reaching consequences to the companies down the line. Nobody enjoyed the sudden rise in costs. Worse, many manufacturers went out of business due to their inability to generate a profit in these circumstances. This led to a significant amount of layoffs, putting many low-level laborers on the street. This in turn fueled the indignity against the central government. Rather than blaming the BLM for disrupting the economy, they would rather lay the blame on the elites at Rittersburg. On that depressing note, the Barracuda swiftly reached the Bentime system in less than half a day. As his pilot and navigator Miranda Pham became increasingly more familiar with the Corvette, her ability to plot a faster transition improved. Navigating gravitic space takes a lot of judgment. Captain Silvestra explained to Vase when he asked about the difference. Laymen often confuse FTL travel for taking a shortcut in a dimension where distances are shorter. We're actually shifting to a range of upper dimensions where spacetime exhibits slight differences from one dimension to the next. The key to reducing transit time laid in a ship's ability to plow the same route over and over to explore the most efficient set of upper dimensions. What complicated this process was that substantial differences in mass and volume led to different transition times. A slow, lumbering shuttle generally did better if it kept to the lower range of dimensions, while a fast corvette like the Barracuda preferred a higher range. Ships that tried to transition into a range beyond their capacity risked being torn apart by the differences in forces exerted at various points of their hulls. Fortunately, interstellar travel to a port system like Bentime posed much fewer risks than normal. Their journey went without a hitch and the Barracuda effortlessly descended into the atmosphere until it reached Marcella's private mech yard. A smartly dressed auburn-haired woman welcomed Vase and his companions to Bentime with a smile. "Mr. Larkinson, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Aunt J. Livinese. I'm the sales manager for Bollinger Mech Trade. Miss Bollinger has put me in charge of your sales force for the upcoming festival." After Vase shook her dainty little hand, he regarded her with a curious expression. Unlike Bollinger, who exhibited the muscular physique of an ex-veteran mech pilot, Aunt J looked like a fairy. That must help a lot in the business as many clients probably underestimated her poise. "Have you seen my show models yet?" "Oh, yes, they're absolutely fabulous." Aunt J gushed with genuine enthusiasm. "They're as impressive as the artisan models in the museums. I don't know how you managed to design them like that, but if you're able to reproduce the same sensation in your production models, then I expect you'll be making a hefty amount of business." Even though she praised his craftsmanship, she also put a couple of question marks in his ability to replicate the show models with all of their qualities intact. "I can assure you that my fabrication skills are up to par. I can easily match their qualities in my subsequent production." Even though the sales manager still held doubts, she chose to believe him. As a sales manager who handled a lot of routine business for Marcella, Aunt J had already become familiar with his Mark II. Even the silver label mechs that Carlos fabricated every week contained a smidgen of X factor. Technically, the Eternal series consisted of gold label mechs, and they displayed the traits typical to this exclusive range. Even if Aunt J couldn't quite put her finger on why the models impressed her so much, she knew that people would pay a lot of money to own a mech that could radiate such pressure. "Too bad my publicist Gavin isn't able to attend. He'd love to discuss the details with you." Gavin and Kelsey only worked part-time at the LMC while they focused on their studies. They still had a year to go before they graduated from the local university in Freslin. Vase shared the virtual documents that Gavin compiled to Aunt J. It turned out that the sales manager performed her own analysis on his projected sales, though she didn't come up with 3 different scenarios. She smiled at him. "I know the sort of people who attend this festival, and I think it's very likely your models will catch on. I think it's not too far-fetched if we assume the most optimistic scenario will take place." Gavin's optimistic scenario envisioned a huge demand for his Eternal Edition mechs. Under the assumption that there would always be more customers, he came up with a complicated pricing scheme for each models during the 4-day festival. The Mark II Eternal Edition started sales at a whopping 40 million credits, with a limit of 10 models sold each day. The limit ensured that his company wouldn't be burdened by endless orders that risked being cancelled after a couple of months. The Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition sold at an even more incredulous price tag of 80 million credits, with only 3 models sold per day. Gavin predicted that many collectors wanted to own this model in the optimistic scenario, thus he jacked up the price to almost twice its production cost. As for the Marcus Aurelius, nobody knew if anyone wanted it more than the Caesar Augustus. Due to its uniqueness and exclusivity, Gavin decided to hold a daily auction over this model. This allowed them to avoid setting a fixed price for this esoteric model. That could either go good or bad depending on its appeal. Antje clearly questioned the need to hold an auction. Your design is rather conservative for a variant. On paper, it's nothing impressive, though I admit it does make you forget about it once you see it in the flesh. My main concern is that others won't see it that way and refuse to raise their bids. Failed auctions showed that Vase had overestimated the value of his designs. If he couldn't match or surpass the standard price of a Caesar Augustus, then his reputation in the mech industry could take a hit. Vase stuck to his guns. I'm willing to take the bet. He charged high prices for his designs because they carried something unique. His entry into the Vintage Festival formed something of a trial balloon. Vase wanted to gauge whether the public had any stomach for mechs enhanced by the X Factor. The LMC's entire business model rested on the outcome of this event. Chapter 224 Colleagues. The Vintage Festival took place at a city called Ansel. Situated far away from the bustling metropolis of Durham, Ansel offered more established mech designers a place to do their business. It became particularly renowned for its Ansel University of Mech Design, an educational institution solely dedicated to teaching the art of mech design. Even though Vase studied mech design at the Rittersberg University of Technology, in truth its mech design course wasn't all that great. The AUMD held a lot more prestige in the mech industry due to its deep connections to the local mech industry. A tight network of influential alumni regularly contributed to the prestigious school with lectures, tours, internships and even exclusive textbooks. Each student who graduated from Ansel's mech design course received numerous lucrative opportunities that gave them a head start in the industry. A fleet of armored shuttles escorted by several mechs on foot reached the city after several hours of travel. Many other transports heading to Ansel enjoyed protection, so the fleet attracted little attention. Vase left his shuttle after they arrived at the local convention center. Meanwhile, Rayla and Melkor stayed in their mechs and went ahead to his show booth. The organization allowed Vase a single armed guard to accompany him. Looks like we made it in time, he said while carrying Lucky. Not a lot of people had arrived in the morning. Ansel's distance from Durham led to fewer visitors who decided to stop by on a whim. This ensured that the majority of the visitors held some actual interest in the theme. The convention center consisted of a massive white-faced main hall with 3 different side halls spread in equal directions. The whole layout resembled a cross, with one leg bigger than the rest. Every mech designer converged at the main hall first. Before the festival began, the managing director had some words to say. Vase entered the bright white walls illuminated both by Bentime's sun and some added light sources. Gleaming metallic mechs in various shapes and sizes glistened in the light, mesmerizing all who entered this opened halls. Many of these honored Laskin mechs came from local hands. The neatly projected captions made it clear that half of their designers graduated from the AUMD. Even with the benefit of bias, Vase knew that all of the designs deserved their places of honor. When he reached the end of the hall, Vase joined his fellow mech designers circling a stage. All of them stood still, mesmerized by the mech elevated to the highest place of honor. No way, that's the Reckoner. A mech designer who just entered after Vase screamed out. How can one be here? The Reckoner was one of this generation's famed artillery mechs. Designed and sold in the Hardland sectors of the galaxy, it turned into an iconic sight in the last 40 years among the second-rate states that could afford it. Many of the mech designers present in the hall had never seen one in the flesh. With its 8 heavy spider legs and its relatively flat torso, the mech had been designed as a low-profile artillery platform. It only really possessed one single weapon, a thick, extendable howitzer that fired off massive explosive shells or railgun projectiles depending on its configuration. Entire cities turned to ruin after a single Reckoner unleashed its entire payload. All of this the artillery mech accomplished many kilometers away. In truth, its heavy cannons barely stayed within the limits of acceptable firepower. What impressed the designers here the most besides its presence here was its age. Various marks and scratch marred its faded camouflage coating. Even though Vase did not detect any substantial X factor, its worn-out components gave the Reckoner a special feeling of a machine that did its duty but tired of the job. An hour went by as mech designers kept converging around the Reckoner. It must be the most expensive mech at the festival by far. Even Vase didn't dare to put a price on this mech. It was worth its weight in exotics as pretty much all of its components incorporated them in their construction. As Vase patiently waited for the manager to arrive, Vase received a distinctive ping from his comm. He looked up his device and saw one of his apps informing him that another society member was among the crowd. The other member received the same notification and chose to home in on Vase. Minutes later, an elderly-looking man approached Vase. "Knight Larkinson, my name is Reesk MacDonald, a squire of the Clifford Society." Vase shook hands with the elderly squire with a bemused expression. He couldn't quite get a grip on a squire as old as Reesk. Every other squire he encountered at Limar only had a couple of years on him. The man sensed his confusion and smiled. "Don't be so surprised. The squires you've met at Limar are mostly recent graduates that are trying to keep their options open. Those of us who come from outside coalition space often blind themselves to the challenges of competing against actual coalition citizens. Most of them will return to their home states after years of fruitless effort." Unspoken in his explanation was that Reesk had likely been one of these dreamers. After finding out that his skills barely impressed the elitist coalition citizens, he packed up his bags and shuffled back to the Republic in order to make a living. The fact that he languished as a squire up to when his hair turned gray meant that Reesk didn't deserve any respect. "My apologies, I'm not used to seeing older society members," Vase replied. "As you've said, those that gathered at Limar still have a full life ahead of them. If I hadn't already had plans, I might have lingered at Limar as well." They chatted a bit about their mech careers. Like Vase, Reesk entered a competition held by Limar and managed to reach a notable rank. However, his foundation didn't amount to much, and he only reached the top 500 by sheer luck. Even after he gained access to the Star Library, Reesk never got to read a lot of books. "Merits are simply too hard to come by," the old man lamented. "I don't have anything to trade, so the only way I got them is by doing these tedious long-term missions. Even then, they only pay a handful of merits after you slave away for years. It's completely impossible to earn enough merits this way." While he agreed with Reesk's complaints, Vase pointed out an alternative. "Haven't you considered taking one of the riskier missions? They pay quite well for a couple of months of work." "Absolutely not. The pay is better, but the conditions are awful. Mech designers like us belong behind a desk, not at some hostile alien planet while shells are raining down above our heads. Leave the battlefield work to the people who signed up to fight." As Reesk chatted on about his lack of opportunities, Vase increasingly came to dislike the stodgy squire. The elderly mech designer had a golden opportunity to develop his skills and knowledge through trading merits for access to textbooks, and what did Reesk do? He squandered decades of his life performing the safest and most unrewarding missions imaginable. Vase finally welcomed the arrival of the managing director. Everyone hushed their conversation and even Reesk had to shut his mouth. Everyone stared beneath the legs of the reckoner as a small platform lifted upwards from below. A much more distinguished gentleman appeared on stage. The man looked at the hundreds of mech designers gathered here today and nodded in satisfaction. "It pleases me to see so many of you take part in my festival." The director began. "The last generation of mechs may slowly be forgotten, but our memories of this remarkable period will live on. Our job is to remind the public that the last generation will never be consigned to the archives." Everyone cheered in unison at those words, though Vase doubted everyone present here agreed with the director. He had the feeling that at least half of the mech designers had no other choice but to attend in order to make some last bit of money out of their aging production licenses. The director went on to explain some practical matters after his opening. The organizers held different events each day in the main hall. For the most part, only journeyman mech designers qualified to participate in the main exhibitions, so Vase tuned out the speech. He was mostly here to sell mechs instead of trying to gain prestige. Once the director reached the end of his speech, the mech designers dispersed. The main hall became open to the general public, where the managing director officially marked the opening of the festival. "I don't need to be here." Like Vase, many of the apprentices decided not to linger and headed to their booths in the side halls. As he walked to his booth, he glanced at the show models along the way. Most of them appeared familiar to Vase. While he couldn't name their exact models, the apprentices mostly licensed the same designs. All of them were prevalent in Republic space. As with previous years, the quality of the show models left something to be desired. The harsh reality of setting up a business among thousands of competitors left many mech designers at the brink of their finances. A significant amount of show models consisted of bottom-tier frontline mechs. Some even sold for as low as 5 million credits. Vase thanked his lucky stars that he ended up with a better start when his father gifted him the system. Once Vase arrived at his booth, he beheld his 3 show models. The Mark II Eternal Edition, the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition and the Marcus Aurelius all displayed their full glory with pride. The similarity between the 3 models betrayed their common origin, but the distinctive traits that Vase imparted in them allowed them to develop their own distinctive look. Wow, who made these models? Who would be so extravagant to license a Mech? Do you know how much it costs to fabricate a single of these machines? Whoever's bored enough to work with the Caesar Augustus design must be a moneybags or something. A dozen Mech designers who occupied the booths next to the one reserved by Vase had gathered over. Compared the Caesar Augustus and its illustrious variants, their cheap mechs looked like ugly ducklings before a swan. Some of the designers grew jealous, hence the mildly snide remarks. "Make way please, this is my booth." When Vase appeared behind their midst, the Mech designers turned around. More than half of them became astonished at his age, while the rest figured that he was some sort of scion of a rich and powerful family. No matter their thoughts, they all smothered their words and politely parted aside. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Where did you get your production licenses? Did you pay them on your own? Are you interested in collaborating with us on a joint project? We'll give you the majority share." Vase mostly ignored the solicitations from his colleagues. At his level, he stopped taking notice of these low-tier designers. Even if they reached the apprentice level through their talents or connections, they obviously didn't have much of a future like Risk. He turned around and regarded the crowd with a forceful expression. "Please disperse. You're blocking the way for my customers. The festival is just about to start, so you'll have plenty of time to admire my designs." A couple of designers found fault with his attitude. "Who are you to tell us what to do? I'm older than you. When you were still in diapers, I've already graduated with a degree in mech design." Vase didn't fall for their trap. He stared at them wordlessly while holding a glowering Lucky. His dour face and his lack of response gave his fellow colleagues no opportunities to seek some benefits from him. They eventually walked away with bitter expressions. After he put down Lucky to let his pet stroll about, Vase approached Xianxia, who supervised the placement of the final props. Various projectors, posters, simulator pods and other gadgets occupied his spacious booth, all of which enhanced the shopping experience. "Don't you think you brought too much stuff?" Vase asked with worry. In his eyes, all of these devices attracted attention away from his model. Xianxia shook her head. "Your show models don't seem to have any difficulties attracting attention. You should worry more about catching the attention of your potential customers from admiring your designs." Marcella's protege sounded a lot more optimistic than before. "Do you think they'll really catch on with the crowd? I can guarantee you they will. Compared to the mechs of your neighbors, yours are the only decent ones in range. The contrast will heighten the appeal of your products." Her words certainly rang true. Vase couldn't help but let out a smile as he looked forward to meeting his first customers. Chapter 225 Toys for Boys. The traffic started pouring in after an hour into the festival. Most of the early visitors consisted of average people who wanted to avoid the crowded main hall. The opening ceremony started off with a bang. If not for the main hall's excellent isolation, the side halls would have been inundated with music and cheers. Vase got a notion of how well his show models attracted attention when he noticed a lot of foot traffic heading in his direction. Only around 10% of the show models in the hall consisted of premium mechs. The Caesar Augustus drew the most attention, but the Marcus Aurelius also held a certain appeal. A loose variety of visitors arrived at his booth to gawk at the expensive models up close. "They're just like the masterwork models at the show halls. What is this design? The Caesar Augustus? Oh, let's go then. I heard the Augustus was a flop." "Are you kidding? You're blind if you call this mech a flop. Just look at the detail of this machine." Vase couldn't tell if the X factor or the rarity of his show models had a bigger influence on the crowd. Whatever the case, more than 24 people of varying walks of life quickly congregated around his booth. To his regret, none of them looked like potential customers. They ranged from couples hauling along their kids to career mech pilots on leave. Their clothing and lack of escorts made it clear that they didn't have the credits to spend on something as extravagant as a mech. Even if they didn't spend a single credit on his products, Vase didn't care too much. The day had only started and peak time came later. The constant number of people lingering at his booth attracted the attention others who wanted to see what the fuss was about. His models gained a steady amount of exposure. The kids and the adults who grew up during the golden period of the last generation worshipped his spin on the Caesar Augustus. The Eternal Edition's glorious aura infected their minds with fanciful delusions where they imagined playing the hero. The Marcus Aurelius on the other hand appealed to the older crowd. Compared to the bright and vivid Caesar Augustus, the sage-like Mech exuded an aura of peaceful timelessness. That turned off those who craved constant action, but it put the elderly folk at peace as they thought about the legacies they left behind. Only the Mark II Eternal Edition proved to be a disappointment. Its aggressive aura paled in comparison to glory exuded by the Caesar Augustus, while its inferior quality and cost condemned it to the role of a sidekick. While Vase found it unfair for his cheapest model, he still hoped for a change in fortune. Once the people with money arrived, its price tag should warrant the forgotten Mech's second look. The only unexpected surprise he encountered had to do with his virtual mechs. The recent promotion of his Darkspear also had a knock-on effect on the recognition of his other designs. Will you be selling a dagger assassin like the one you designed for Jarl? A young man asked. Jarl's custom mech is an exclusive design. He won't be happy if I make more copies available. Vase patiently explained. Besides, I made a lot of expert tweaks on its design that make it exceedingly difficult to pilot for the average player. Only a top pilot with lightning-fast reaction speeds can get a grip on its controls. The man and a few other fans looked disappointed at his answer, but Vase had no choice. He signed a contract with Jarl that stipulated that his mech should be the only virtual copy of its design. Frankly, Vase got a little bored of the mundane questions. Very few festival goers showed any serious interest in purchasing his models. Occasionally some other mech designers visited his booth. Their jealousy flared up when they watched the steadily growing numbers crowding at his booth. The organizers even stationed a couple of extra guards in the area to keep them well behaved. Sometimes they tried to argue with Vase about his design choices. One skinny designer took stock with one of his designs and made his objections loud and clear. Hey, you made a mistake with this mech. The arms are protruding forward too much. Don't you know how to balance a mech? Vase grew a little angry at the ignorant remark. When he turned around to reply, Antje quickly held his arm. Don't argue with trolls. You'll only feed them. You'll never be able to win a debate against someone who is set out to make trouble in public. The reminder cooled his head, allowing him to regain his rationality. Antje had a point. He had everything to lose and nothing to gain by arguing in public. Still, his pride as a mech designer made it difficult to ignore the blow. Antje whispered something on her comm. Look, security is already handling the issue. They won't allow the festival to be spoiled by ignorant loudmouths. A couple of security guards took hold of the designer and quickly hauled him away. Hey, unhand me you muscle heads. I'm a highly successful mech designer. My mechs are up ahead. You can't throw me out. The mech designer threw up so much commotion that the guards injected him with a sedative. That quickly shut him up. Vase and a couple of others shook their heads at the pathetic sight. I remember seeing his show models. One of the visitors remarked. They hardly amount to anything. I can't imagine anyone willing to buy those heaps of junk. Maybe that's why he lashed out. His designs are crap, so he wishes that every other design is crap. Sadly, other designers kept the unwanted critique going. With hardly any activity at their own booths, they strolled around the halls and let out their frustration at the first decent mechs they encountered. As Vase offered some of the best mechs among the apprentices, he became a frequent target for snide remarks and discouraging advice. Only the fact that they maintained a cordial tone prevented security from dragging them out of earshot. Their remarks even had a conspiratorial tone to them, as many visitors lacked the technical background to understand the truth of their words. Many issues in mech design involved complex interconnected design choices. If Vase changed one tiny aspect, then he had to make adjustments to 10 different sections of his designs. Sometimes, what appeared to be the most optimal solution turned out to be a trap. The most important goal that mech designers had to keep in mind was to complete a practical design. Oftentimes, that meant that the designers had to dial back their ambitions in order to ensure their design remained functionally balanced. Pursuing peak performance in one area often came at a ruinous cost in another area. These subtleties became lost once you engaged in an argument about specific design choices. The perception of the crowd turned ambivalent once they heard remarks like, "The arms are too protruded," or "The limbs are too stiff for long-term battlefield deployments." Vase tried to be the better man and decided to close his ears to the noise. Despite the efforts of his fellow mech designers, his show models exhibited enough attraction that they constantly drew more visitors. He even got to meet his first potential customer. The woman looked like a bureaucrat delegated to do some errands for his boss. While she threw an admiring glance towards the Caesar Augustus, its ludicrous price tag almost frightened her to the bones. She quickly diverted her eyes towards the more modest Mark II. Aunt Jay introduced its features. The Mark Antony Mark II is a major revision from the Mark II, and is currently deployed by mercenaries and companies around the Republic. The Eternal Edition of the Mark II features several enhancements that make it suitable as a display model. The Mark II Eternal Edition is an ideal design to inspire your company and intimidate your competitors. That sounds great, but this mech line lacks compressed armor. The businesswoman retorted, at the price you're charging for this mech, I might as well procure a mech. That's your decision to make, but you'll be better off if you procure the Mark II. Display mechs aren't meant to be deployed in battle. The quality of the armor hardly matters if its role is to impress the people who are working or visiting your headquarters. Just look at the frame and forget about its specs. Feel how it calls out to you. Can you feel your blood pumping faster? The businesswoman wavered a bit. Now that you mention it, this mech does seem to have a motivating effect. In the age of mechs, humanity worshipped mechs to a degree that elevated them beyond the battlefield. An informal custom emerged where certain companies put mechs in front of their headquarters and important offices to show off their wealth. The practice caught on, and more companies started putting up display models for various reasons. For example, an aggressive skirmisher mech encouraged a company's employees to be proactive and to take more risks. A mobile rifleman mech encouraged employees to be more flexible in their approach and to head off potential dangers in advance. A heavy knight proclaimed the company to be an enduring fixture in the market. No matter what its competitors threw at them, they remained unassailable. All of this sounded like hyperbole, but many academic studies have proven that the custom did indeed bring about a subtle psychological effect. The difference often amounted to a couple of percentage points, but for some large companies that quickly added up to a few billion credits. Many businessmen still doubt the actual truth of the matter. Only a small minority of companies actually engaged in this custom. The rest considered the practice to be wasteful and needlessly indulgent. Toys for boys, they thought derisively. Unfortunately for Vase, Aunt Jay didn't manage to make a sale this time. The businesswoman shook her head after she spent a couple of minutes taking in the Mark II's aura. I'll have to decline your offer. Your mech doesn't possess the traits my superior is looking for in a display model. She turned to the nearby Caesar Augustus. Your other models look more suitable, but the price. The Marcus Aurelius would be auctioned in the evening while the Caesar Augustus sold for 80 million credits. Either mechs had been priced out of reach of nearly every company in the Republic. Even though his first potential customer shied away, a couple of other serious buyers expressed their interest. Vase mainly stood by and let his salespersons do the talking. All of them worked for Marcella, so they possessed ample competence in this area. Vase only intervened when the more technical-minded buyers started asking complicated questions. Despite the increasing number of potential buyers drawn to his booth, his salespeople didn't manage to close a deal. The number one objection raised by these people was that Vase charged way too much for his mechs. His price levels did not conform to the market where people expected a mech that offered a certain level of performance to charge only so much money. For example, the Mark II Eternal Edition delivered almost the same performance as the vanilla Mark II. However, their prices differed substantially. The Eternal Edition sold for 40 million credits while the regular Mark II sold for only 28 million credits. Many potential buyers couldn't accept this 12 million credits premium. As the afternoon rolled on, his booth still didn't manage to make a sale. Even as the crowd around his booth grew to more than 100, the buyers among them all kept their wallets closed. Even Aunt Jay started showing her concern. She pulled Vase to the side. I think we've misjudged the market demand for your mechs. You've succeeded in drawing a lot of interest, but that doesn't matter if you can't convert any of that interest into actual sales. I think we should adjust our price levels. It's too soon to lower our prices. There's still half a day to go before the first day is over. You don't realize how important it is to deliver a strong performance on the opening day. Aunt Jay shook her head. The organizers keep track of every mech designer's sales record and publicize the list in front of the halls for everyone to see. If you end up in the bottom of the list, you'll discourage other buyers from taking you seriously. Vase forgot about that detail. He showed some actual worry this time. I understand the severity of the situation, but I'm not willing to budge on my prices. At least wait until the evening. If we haven't sold anything by that time, I'll reconsider the matter. Even if others thought he behaved excessively greedy, his products earned the premium he charged. His potential buyers might be discouraged for now, but once they strolled around the convention center, they might change their minds. Chapter 226 Price Level Setting. The right price mattered a lot in the mech industry. The MTA maintained a public record on every certified mech sold by a mech designer. Potential customers often looked up his recent record to get an estimate on the value of his products. The initial price often set the standard. Consider coming up with a mundane product like a pair of shoes. These days, modern manufacturing techniques have turned these articles of footwear into a cheap commodity that could be bought for rock-bottom prices. Some of the more affluent consumers even fabricate their own if they own a household 3D printer. Most shoe manufacturers saw little future in trying to compete on price and volume. Instead, they went into the opposite direction, coming up with something fancy by employing famous fashion designers and incorporating trace exotics in their products. All of that cost a lot of money, so the shoe manufacturers charged a higher premium for their fancy shoes. Sometimes they charged 50 times the unit cost of a single pair of shoes. It sounded like a scam, right? Yet many shoe manufacturers sold out their most exclusive and expensive products the moment they released them on the market. They painstakingly built up a brand for excellence that consumers trusted. Put in a cynical way, a strong brand effectively brainwashed the market. Consumers believed that the high prices the manufacturers adopted represented genuine value. Sometimes, this even turned into a self-fulfilling prophecy. As brands grew in recognition and value, people who owned them earned more social recognition. Clothes made the man and woman. Every company in pretty much every sector aimed to build up a brand like this. Unfortunately for Vase, the living mech company hadn't reached this level yet. It barely got off the starting line. To charge a 12 million credit premium for the Mark II Eternal Edition could be considered arrogant and premature. Neither his company nor his design achieved a strong enough brand to let him get away with such an outrageous price hike. At least according to conventional wisdom. Then again, nothing what I do adheres to conventional wisdom, Vase said to himself. Vase faced two main hindrances to getting his audience accept his higher prices. First, he barely started operating a year ago, and the LMC only came into existence a couple of months ago. While he built up his company's brand on Cloudy Curtain, extending it to the vast and limitless bedtime market required an even greater investment than before. Throwing a couple of billion credits on ad campaigns would barely be able to bump his company's profile from 0% to 1% awareness. Second, the true value of his products lay in the X factor, which had a definite effect on people but could not be measured directly. In addition, since Vase wished to keep his knowledge of the X factor a trade secret, he couldn't even direct the audience to take note of its effects. Buyers had to trust in their gut feeling to appreciate his mechs enough to fork over the extra premium. Yet they weren't always stupid. The more credits at stake, the more they started thinking with their brains instead of their guts. When they looked at the Mark II Eternal Edition and inspected its specs, they would know that its performance simply didn't match its price. If there was one thing consumers hated, it was being made aware that they were overcharging for a product. A strong brand blinded consumers to this occurrence, but Vase didn't enjoy such a luxury at the moment. A purchase should feel good. Vase hoped that anyone who decided to buy his mechs felt happy that they went for his designs. He'd leave a bad taste in their mouths if he appeared to be overcharging his products. This explained his current lack of sales. As visitors kept pouring into the convention center, Vase still hadn't made a sale. The few potential buyers among the crowd soundly rejected his greedy prices and turned elsewhere to satisfy their cravings. Even his neighboring booths sold a couple of mechs. Vase didn't think much of the mundane-looking mechs neighboring his booth, but their mech designers joyfully appealed to the crowd milling in front of his show models. The prices of their mechs ranged from 10 to 20 million credits. From what Vase could see, the desperate mech designers didn't even charge much of a premium for their mechs. They'd barely make more than 500,000 credits after deducting their production costs and license fees. Still, as poor as they behaved, at least they made some progress. Vase on the other hand sat with empty hands while the first day of the festival already progressed halfway. It comes down to feeling. Vase realized after musing about this point. There's got to be a way to make the feeling more poignant. He turned his head to the nearby simulator pods. Marcella's organization brought 10 pods to his booth to allow the guests to try out the virtual versions of his show models. They loosely set a limit of 10 minutes per guest so that every potentate got a turn. Even then, around 50 eager guests waited in line. Vase noted that everyone who wanted to try out a simulation consisted of average festival goers. While that helped leave a good impression behind, the mass of people blocked his potential customers from accessing the pods quickly. Vase immediately turned to Antje. I think it's best to encourage our potential customers to try out the simulators. Let's cut back on access to the pods to the general public. Good idea. While not everyone who expresses interest in our mechs is a potentate, there are enough that it's worthwhile, so set some pods aside. The sales manager immediately went to work. She set 3 pods aside and instructed the sales representatives to encourage their use by anyone expressing interest in the mechs. Half an hour went by as the new policy went into effect. Vase sat back and watched as the potential customers got an opportunity to experience the mechs up close. Their attitudes of his products changed once they got a taste of piloting the mechs. While the experience paled in comparison to entering the actual cockpits, the rules forbid the practice out of safety concerns. I still need an extra oomph to get across the idea that my mechs are different. He looked at his models and compared them to the simulated footage displayed by the various projectors at his booth. The projected mechs looked a lot more vivid due to their motion and something else that Vase had overlooked. The festive cloud generators are inactive. Vase declined to add the generator to his lightly modified Caesar Augustus. He did add them to his variants. The Mark II Eternal Edition featured a striking red vertical head crest, while the Marcus Aurelius is a rolling purple cape. When both modules turned active, it made the mech seem larger than life. However, the organizers strictly prohibited the activation of any show models. Even turning on the lights posed too much of a risk. Still, Vase wanted to try and see if he could get an exemption on this rule. He summoned up the hall manager. A round-bellied man with a mustache showed up. He dressed in a weirdly formal costume that emphasized the girth of his belly. In an age where various weight-reducing treatments existed, being fat was more of a fashion statement than a sign of obesity. What a wonderful trio of mechs! The hall manager exclaimed as he arrived at his booth. A couple of security officers had to shove the crowd aside to allow his portly body to get close. I love what you did to the Caesar Augustus. It's one of the best I've ever seen. You could apply for a masterwork certificate from the MTA with this beauty. Vase awkwardly laughed. I'm still too junior to think about such a thing. Mechs had to meet a lot of strict criteria before they became eligible for a masterwork certificate. Generally, only senior and master mech designers possess the skills to reach this standard. Then what seems to be the problem? I'm looking to turn on a function of 2 of my show models. Vase replied and guided him to a projection that showed the Mark II Eternal Edition and the Marcus Aurelius in action. The festive cloud generator injects minute particles into harmless water vapor to achieve these visual effects. I do admit the mechs look dazzling when the so-called cloud generators are active, but the potential risks are numerous. The main reason why we don't allow mechs to run any systems is because their reactors have to come online. Even at their lowest operating level, they generate a significant amount of heat and energy. If anything goes wrong with these reactors, the consequences could be catastrophic to the nearby crowd. The hall manager gestured to the pressing mass of people who became enchanted by his mechs. From a public safety standpoint, the man had a point. From a technical standpoint, the chance the reactors malfunctioned and exploded was virtually nil. These are brand new mechs that have gone through certification. The MTA ensured they're safe. What's the harm in turning on a couple of vapor generators? Think of how much better my mechs will look like. The festival will be better off if the crowd can see my mechs at their best. His arguments slowly persuaded the hall manager to the merits of letting his mechs appear at their best. Vase figured out that the shrewd man in charge of this side hall competed against the managers of the other halls to attract the most visitors. The manager never told him this directly, but his responses hinted at this dynamic at work. The more he talked, the more he honed in on these benefits. My mechs are already one of the biggest draws in this hall. I know you have reservations for turning on those cheaply built mechs, but my products are different. I didn't cut any corners when I designed and fabricated these mechs. I can truly guarantee you that nothing will go wrong if I'm allowed to turn on the generators. It took 5 more minutes to squeeze an exemption out of the reluctant manager. At the end, Vase had the feeling he was merely providing an excuse for something the manager actually wanted at the beginning. His training and instructions prevented him from complying right away, but talk long enough and even the steel-hearted started to waver. When Vase quickly entered the cockpits and turned them online at their lowest level, the entire crowd held their breath. Since he received an exemption to run his mechs at their lowest activity level, he sneakily bent the rules and turned a few more lights on as well. The difference became apparent right away. A low murmur of appreciation ran through the crowd as the two models underwent a transformation. The exclusive Marcus Aurelius especially appeared dramatic. Its rolling purple cape reinforced the regal quality to his eternal mech. While it always became a hit with the older folk, even the kids and teenagers started to admire the sage-like model. As the only two mechs that received permission to come online, the spectacle instantly doubled the crowd. Vase didn't care about that but instead directed his attention to an affluent visitor who just exited a simulator pod. When the man entered the pod, the mechs still remained dormant. Only when he got to enjoy the simulations for 10 short minutes did he emerge with an entirely new view. His gaze admired the aggressive contours of the Mark II and the ethereal ambiance radiated by the Marcus Aurelius. He turned his attention back to the Mark II after a while. It appeared his budget only allowed him to consider the cheapest offering. Even if Vase planned to auction the Marcus Aurelius, its high production cost ensured that it would not come cheap. Eventually, the potential customer made a choice. He caught the attention of a sales representative. "I'd like to purchase a copy of this design." Vase smiled when he heard those words. If everything went right, he just made his first sale. This is just the start. Chapter 227 Auction. The first buyer turned out to be a sentimentalist. He wanted to purchase the Mark II Eternal Edition for himself and not for any business purposes. Evidently, he had a lot of money to spare. Vase had the feeling the man earned his money through less than legal means. His name turned up very few records and the details he provided about himself hardly illuminated his life. No matter what, a sale was a sale and the man possessed enough legal standing to sign a contract. The first sale opened the floodgates. After a couple of more potential buyers tried the mechs firsthand in a virtual environment, they became sold to the idea of owning the mech. Their backgrounds ranged from retired mercenary commanders to well-off business owners. Vase soon reached his daily quota of 10 Mark IIs. Sold in the next couple of hours. Once the quota had been met, most potential customers that came afterwards expressed regret for arriving too late. Many of them had visited his booth earlier and mentally dismissed his designs as overpriced, but once they heard how his Mark II caught fire they came back too late. Aunt Jay smiled with satisfaction at the sight. Herd mentality is at work now. Your Mark II Eternal Edition has turned into a must-own design. If nothing goes wrong, most of these latecomers will be back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll still be in a rush after a good night's sleep. I'd hate to see them lose their drive to purchase my mechs after they had some time to reflect. Vase remarked. Herd mentality only works as long as there's momentum propelling them forward. 10 Mark Antony Mark II Eternal Edition mechs represented around 400 million credits in value. If Vase sold out for the next 3 days, he'd make over 1.2 billion credits in revenue alone. After deducting all of his expenses, he'd still end up with roughly a third of that incredible sum, enough to fill up his current shortfall. It will be better if my Caesar Augustus start getting sold as well. Many potential customers still shied away from the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition. Its intimidating price tag of 80 million credits sounded a bit too ludicrous even for enthusiasts. The ability to make a direct comparison between the Eternal Edition and the original model hurt a lot. They could get an original Caesar Augustus for well under 60 million credits, after all. Maybe Vase had been a little bit too greedy for charging a 20 million credit premium on an intangible benefit. If nobody pointed out the design's excellent X factor, how could his potential customers not feel scammed if they decided to purchase a model? At least the Mark II benefited from not having a direct comparison. While unmech variants of the Caesar Augustus existed, their specs differed substantially from each other. The Mark II also acquitted itself well if someone compared its specs to those other variants that lacked compressed armor. Once the first day of the festival transitioned to the evening, the events in the main hall started amping up. While many visitors left the side halls to join the festivities, many more guests arrived from elsewhere who found the press of the crowd intimidating. The side halls received plenty of fresh faces, and the number of people who congregated around his booth never diminished. Every sales representative focused on pushing the Caesar Augustus. Despite setting a daily quota of 3 mechs, the fish simply refused to take the bait. Vase began to grow more concerned. His happiness for selling out the Mark II aside, he'd miss out on a lot of lost opportunities if his more expensive product line did poorly. After a while, Antje came back to him after getting a pulse of his well-heeled crowd. There are still people who are eyeing the Caesar Augustus, she began, yet they're holding back due to their price. Their willingness to buy is pretty high, but not high enough to justify 80 million credits. Worse, they know that others are holding the same doubts. I think they've reached a tacit agreement to wait out your resolve. What does that mean? Vase frowned. Are they sure that no one will snap up my mech at my asking price? That's exactly right. The seasoned collectors among them are familiar with this game. When they think a seller is demanding too much, they discourage everyone from making the first step. This forces the seller to lower prices. It's an open conspiracy. Essentially, the two sides waited out each other's patience. The first side to give in lost the advantage. While Vase found the issue rather thorny, at least the willingness to buy his centerpiece model exists. He worked his brain over the problem. All we need to break their game is to force out a single sale. Once the first quota is sold, the second and third will be snapped up instantly. Again, the first step is the hardest. We don't have any other means to compel a sale. Props and visual spectacles helped set the mood, but Vase had exhausted his options. The hall manager didn't allow him to turn on the Caesar Augustus because it didn't feature a festive cloud generator. The striking looks of the Mark Antony and the Marcus Aurelius with their constant emission of colored vapor made the Caesar Augustus look plain. It will help if we turn off the two other mechs. Antje shook her head. We'll cut off all the buzz we generated so far. We can't stop midway. Besides, you still plan to auction the Marcus Aurelius, right? We have to do it when it appears at its best. That gave Vase an idea. The schedule called for auctioning the Marcus Aurelius in the late evening, but why not do it now? I think we can work up a buying fever if we auction the Marcus Aurelius. Those who didn't manage to get their hands on my exclusive variant can set their sights on the Caesar Augustus instead. That's a great idea, but there are a lot of risks involved if we auction your exclusive mech too early. The sales manager warned. The lack of buying fever among your more expensive models may lead to an anemic bidding procedure. To my judgment, it's still too soon. Something had to change. Either Vase decided to hold the auction now, or wait out the patience of his buyers. He preferred to take action immediately. Hold the auction now. Don't worry too much about the risks. I'm sure that there are people here who have been eyeing the Marcus Aurelius. It's a unique variant and only 4 of them will ever exist. They held an informal auction in an hour, leaving enough time for those who kept their eye on his mech to return to his booth. Antje took care of the arrangements and made some space in front of his booth. She also employed a specialized auction software that tracked all of the bids. Eligible bidders merely had to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel out to register their bids, which would be displayed in the open by the largest projector they possessed. If anyone wanted to stay anonymous for some reason, they could also input their bids into their comms. As long as they verified their identities and proved they had enough money, the bidders had the option to hide their names and affiliations. As the skies darkened outside Ansel, the auction finally went underway. Vase tried to hype up the crowd by taking the stage and explaining what he did to the Marcus Aurelius. He devoted his speech on both its technical aspects and its vision. This is more than a Caesar Augustus with a cape. This is a symbol, Vase proclaimed as he gestured his hands towards his newest variant. Imagine putting it in front of your headquarters or your collection hall. Who would diminish you when you own the king of mechs? Best of all, the model is extremely enduring and will last for hundreds of years with proper maintenance. Even as it ages, its essential quality will remain. Vase expected that anyone who bought this mech would never deploy it in battle, so he emphasized its brilliance as a display model. Once he finished his speech, he left the stage for Antje, who finally started the auction. The price starts at 0 credits. Please bid in increments of 100,000 bright credits. No other currencies or bartering will be accepted. Who wants to make the first bid? I do. A random mercenary laughed. I'll take it for 100,000 credits. 200,000. 500,000. 3 million credits. 10 million. 10.1 million. 10.2 million. 10.3 million. 10.4 million. You pussies. We'll be stuck here for the entire night if you two go on like that. 30 million credits. I can say the same for you. Do you really think this eye candy is worth 30 million? I bid 45 million credits. A low murmur ran through the crowd as they heard that sum. 45 million credits was considered the floor price for a Caesar Augustus. Now that the opportunistic low ball offer stopped, the pace of the bidding reached a calmer stage. It took a few seconds for a new bid to follow up on the old one. The bidders each looked at each other as if trying to figure out if they reached their limit. The mass of people who gathered to join the fun made it difficult to figure out who still wanted to bid. Vase himself estimated the auction started with over 100 bidders, but now that the price surpassed bargain bin territory, only around 20 serious bidders still remained. 55 million credits, 56 million credits, 60 million credits, 61 million credits. The auction further slowed down after reaching the magical figure of 60 million credits. For the same sum, the bidders could order an original Caesar Augustus fabricated by National Aeromotives themselves. Any bid that surpassed this sum meant that the bidder placed a lot of value on what Vase had contributed to the original design. 63 million credits. 63.5 million credits. 64 million credits. 64.5 million credits. The remaining bidders began to grow reluctant. Some stayed patient and refrained from speaking out, while others started making bids anonymously. An anonymous bidder just put up 67 million credits. Xianxia announced as the projection shifted. Come on, is that all? Will you allow this precious mech to get away from your grasp? Enough. A powerful voice boomed. A man in military uniform stood up and silenced the tentative bidders in an instant. I bid 80 million credits. Another commotion ran through the watching crowd. They never imagined a single mech in this festival could reach such a value. Even more remarkable was that the bidder came from the Mech Corps. People guessed whether he made his bid on behalf of a senior officer or a division. Even Vase found the presence of the soldier to be puzzling. Did someone in the Mech Corps decide to do him a favor? He couldn't imagine any other reason why they wanted to get their hands on an outdated mech. Favor or not, at least a mental barrier is broken now. With this bid, the Marcus Aurelius matched the asking price for the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition. Any further bids represented a strong desire to own its first copy. 81 million, 85 million, 85.1 million, 86 million. Only 4 bidders remained at this stage. The military officer competed against what looked like a collector, a CEO and an anonymous bidder. It all came down to nerve and the size of their wallets at this point. 88 million, 90 million, 90.1 million, 90.2 million, 90.5 million. 90.6 million. For some reason, the final bid stalled at this amount. Xianxia waited for a dozen seconds, but the crowd remained as still as a graveyard. Eventually, she had to move the auction along. Alright folks, the current bid stands at 90.6 million credits. Going once, not even a peep emerged from the frozen audience. Going twice, just when Vase thought the limit had been reached, the man that looked like a CEO lost his patience. 110 million. This is my final offer. The vast sum came as a shock. Even Vase hadn't imagined such a massive bump in bids. While everyone blinked at the astonishing figure, Xianxia hurried the closing moments of the auction along. Going once, going twice. Vase thought Xianxia must be deliberately inducing haste to prompt the other hesitant bidders into action. Whatever her intentions, her gamble failed as no one showed any willingness to put up a higher bid. Quote. Sold. The crowd erupted in hysterics as the Marcus Aurelius had been successfully nabbed by the businessman. The other bidders in contention had to throw in the towel when faced with such extravagance. Vase didn't know whether the winner had been smart or foolish for raising the bar by an extra 20 million credits. Perhaps he thought that raising the sum by 10 million credits provided too little shock. The news traveled throughout the halls. More people started pouring in from elsewhere in order to catch a glimpse of a mech worth 110 million credits. While the main hall showed off many mechs that sold for more, it was still a milestone for the side halls. As for the losers of the auction, they quietly approached his sales representatives and bought his stalled Caesar Augustus. Vase instantly achieved his daily quota of selling 3 of them a day. His face practically lit up in smiles when he heard the news. Chapter 228 Hype. Chapter 228 Hype. Vase remained in a jubilant mood throughout the night. Despite the shaky start, his customers finally bit the bullet and submitted an order for his mechs. While they merely represented a reservation of sorts that could be cancelled at any time, Vase didn't worry too much as long as he delivered the mechs quickly. The most astonishing event that happened that day was when the Marcus Aurelius sold for 110 million credits at an auction. In the Bright Republic, any mech that sold for over 100 million credits had to possess something special. Usually, only expert pilots and other elites piloted such mechs. What made this case special was that the Marcus Aurelius reached this standard by virtue of its rarity and its so-called intangible value. That was a polite way of saying that many people thought the winner of the auction grossly overspent on a mech that should ordinarily be worth 60 million credits at most. One local news portal published a critical article about the auction. Through theatrics and guile, Mr. Larkinson succeeded in pulling the wool over the eyes of his audience. With the Vintage Festival's hall manager complicit in his scams, this money-grubbing mech designer manipulated his buyers into spending twice the amount of money that they ought to. We are dearly concerned with the Vintage Festival's integrity for hosting Mr. Larkinson and granting him additional favors that honest mech designers could only dream about. On the other hand, many other news portals put a positive spin on the events. Have you heard of the Living Mech Corporation? If you're shaking your head, you're not alone. Founded by the scion of the Larkinsons, a military dynasty, the company made a splash in Ansel yesterday by selling and auctioning their limited edition mechs at sky-high prices. Our resident mech analyst predicts that Mr. Larkinson has achieved a profit margin of 100%, which sits at the top range for mech designers at his level. It is a mystery why the Marcus Aurelius reached a value of 110 million credits. Mr. Brandstein, CEO and chairman of the Brandstein Asset Management, is known as a shrewd investor and has never made any catastrophic bets. What did Mr. Brandstein see in the mysterious Marcus Aurelius that made him want this exclusive model at all costs? No matter his intentions, his august patronage has lent some sorely needed credibility to Mr. Larkinson's mech startup. Vase shook his head as he browsed the articles the next morning. The reporters spun grand tales out of very little facts. Their articles mainly contained speculation and opinions that served to accommodate the existing biases of their target audience. Any publicity is good publicity, Aunt Jay told him as she ate her breakfast at the hotel they stayed at. While these news portals don't reach very far, they are strongly rooted in Bentheim. The key to building up a brand in Bentheim is to lay down a distinctive track record. Stand out, make a splash, whatever you do, don't settle for mediocrity. In other words, even if Vase screwed up, as long as he did so in a spectacular manner, he'd still be able to increase his name recognition. The amount of competitors in the Bentheim market reached such a ridiculous level that many average mech designers who designed normal, practical mechs never achieved success because nobody had heard of them and their boring designs. It was easy to get lost in the crowd. Once they arrived at his booth, they faced a difficult situation. Numerous buyers congregated around his sales representatives asking to purchase the Mark II and the Caesar Augustus. Normally, that would make Vase happy, but this time the number of buyers exceeded his daily quota. It's very important to handle this situation with care, Aunt Jay warned as she read through the waiting list of customers. There are a lot of influential people on this list. How do you wish to proceed? Even though the situation looked great, the wrong decision could tip over the favorable balance that they managed to create. Vase considered his options. We could institute a first-come first-serve policy. Those who spent the effort on getting here the earliest have priority over those who come later. If we want to be really fair, we could also do a random draw of all the people who expressed interest in buying my products. We could even spread them out over the day so that no one will feel we've left them out. Those are fair options, but they're not the most optimal ones. His sales manager responded, right now, you're in the enviable position of being able to set your prices. Even at your current price levels, there is still room for growth. That sounded logical, and in an ordinary situation he'd go for it. In economics, demand usually matched supply. If demand exceeded supply, then the most appropriate response was to raise his prices until the cheapskates stopped demanding his products. Meanwhile, those with thicker wallets eagerly spent more for essentially the same products. Still, Vase thought he had a good thing going on now. Pushing his buyers to the limit might cause a backlash that could see the momentum that had grown around his products fade. Let's keep the prices as they are, Vase decided. My profit margins are hovering around 100% already. That's extremely good for a newcomer in the mech industry. It's more important to consolidate our gains than to overreach our current market standing. Aunt Jay looked disappointed, but she accepted his decision. As a marketer, she thought that Vase had lost an easy opportunity to earn some extra money. If they played their cards right, they could have earned 20 to 30% more. To accommodate their potential customers, they decided to go for a random draw. Each hour, they held a lottery for the opportunity to purchase a single Mark II or Caesar Augustus. The announcement momentarily befuddled the crowd of buyers, but they stuck around anyway. If they failed to win the first draw, they still had a chance in the second one, and so on. The arrangement slightly favored those who persisted the longest, though eventually luck formed the decisive factor. Another advantage of resorting to a random draw is that the winners will cherish their lucky opportunities. Aunt Jay noted as she saw the first lucky bastard jump into the air with joy. That means the chance that they'll turn back on the transaction and demand a refund is a lot lower than if you raised your prices. Throughout the second day, his booth became more of a exhibition than a store. Even more visitors arrived at Ansel today, causing the halls to be packed with people. Through word of mouth, his show models became one of the must-see attractions of the Vintage Festival. The space in front of his booth became jam-packed with visitors. The hall manager sent additional security to his area to maintain order. Vase found it amusing that people started to speculate on what made his designs so valuable. They entered a peculiar state where they sought for possible answers while staring at his show models. This made them more sensitive to the X factor the models radiated, causing them to come up with all sorts of wild reasons. In any case, everyone pretty much agreed that his models possessed a certain gravitas that drew the eye. This was most obvious with the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition, but the Marcus Aurelius formed an especially puzzling Mech. People ascribed more value to the mystical Mech because someone else already paid a fortune for it. Even if they couldn't sense its X factor, its mere perceived value had transformed it into a hot commodity that brought a lot of value to whoever got to own a copy. That perception strengthened when the professional Mech aficionados gave out favorable reviews of the Marcus Aurelius. Experiencing its X factor at close proximity and trying out its virtual version allowed them to get a taste of its special qualities. They all used their own terms to describe their sensations. Larger than life, a Mech with stature, a living legacy. These authoritative statements fueled the anticipation surrounding the Marcus Aurelius. By the time they held the second auction, a famed collector finally managed to secure his bid at 120 million credits. More and more people began to believe the Marcus Aurelius possessed a unique strength, especially if they tried it out in a simulation. The crowd started to demand he release the virtual model to the general public, but Vase refused to give in to the demand. He wanted to maintain the aura of mystique around his most valuable model and maintain its exclusivity. The less people became exposed to the Mech, the more they wanted to possess it. The limited amount of time allotted to simulations barely satisfied their cravings. In fact, it spurred them to an even greater frenzy. On the third day, besides selling out his regular models, the third Marcus Aurelius had been won by an anonymous bidder for a modest sum of 115 million credits. The lower sum compared to the day before represented that his model had reached its apex in terms of hype and perceived value. Even though demand for the Marcus Aurelius remained high, it reached a hard limit in terms of how far Vase could stretch out its value. His suspicions borne out when they held the final auction at the last day of the festival. With most of the guests attending the closing ceremony at the main hall, the buzz around his show models had clearly reached a low point. The final bid given by another CEO only reached 113 million credits. While this still represented an unimaginable sum of money, Vase had secretly hoped for more. He shook his head at his greed. I've already won big at this event. There's no need to complain about missing out. The daily sales chart proved his success. His booth had topped the sales chart in Hall 2. Surprisingly, a few Mech designers over at Hall 1 did even better. They mostly consisted of AUMD alumni who catered to their home market. While their profit margins were drastically lower, they managed to sell hundreds of Mechs, all of which added up to a frightening sum. Aunt Jay tried to console Vase. They're already players in the Bentheim market, and their Mechs are much more reasonably priced. These are natural results from your diverging product strategies. You've been targeting the high-end consumers while they've been focusing on the middle segment of the market. I see. You're right. It's stupid to fuss about this issue. We haven't been competing directly against each other. He always envisioned the LMC to take the high-end route. Instead of investing in production capacity, Vase would rather develop his skills and his products and develop a reputation for excellence. After a wonderful period of doing business, they began to pack up their props and dismantle their booth. Vase sent the show models back to Marcella's storage yard to be inspected and brushed up. Even if they served their duty as show models, they were destined to fall into the hands of his first clients. Goodbye, my sweet Mechs. I hope you enjoy your new homes. At the end of the ride, Vase wasted a lot of time on paperwork. Technically, he hadn't sold any mech yet. He only received a number of orders that he had to fulfill before the customer transferred the promised sum. Despite these technicalities, Vase still made out with a fortune. First, he sold 40 Mark Antony Mark II Eternal Editions. With 40 million credits a pop, the total sum reached 1.6 billion credits. Second, he 12 copies of the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition for 80 million credits for a total of 960 million credits. Finally, he auctioned out 4 exclusive copies of the Marcus Aurelius for a total of 458 million credits. Just 4 mechs earned him almost a billion credits alone. Still, Vase had to throw in a lot of caveats that diminished his final earnings. First, Vase promised Marcella a 10% cutout of his gross profits. That was 10% less than their contract, which Vase insisted on due to all the work he had put into this event. Even then, Vase would dearly miss that money. Second, increased resource costs raised the production costs to a higher level than ever. Right now, the fabrication cost for a Mark II Eternal Edition evened out at 24 million credits, mostly due to the added premium materials included in its design. The Caesar Augustus and Marcus Aurelius both cost around the same to produce at around 50 million credits, though the actual price fluctuated significantly from day to day. That meant that Vase might be able to pay only 49 million credits tomorrow, but 51 million credits the day after that. Still, the general trend made it clear that Vase had to spend big in order to earn big. Chapter 229. Delegate Vase faced the daunting prospect of trying to fulfill 56 orders in perfect order. He not only had to arrange the logistics in a way that kept his production line running as much as possible, he also had to be personally involved in each step of the way. All of his customers ordered the equivalent of gold label mechs. If Vase decided to be lazy and left the fabrication to his employees, then the mechs would never reach their full potential in the X factor. Once his customers got their hands on the diminished products, they'd look at their mechs and wonder if Vase bamboozled them. As the actual product's qualities couldn't match the show models, they'd be justified in their outrage. "I can't cut any corners with these orders," Vase murmured as he drew up a rough plan on how to fulfill the orders as fast as possible. "The amount of stuff I have to take into account is growing by the day. I should probably beef up my administrative workforce soon." At the very least, Vase required someone to take care of the administrative side of things. He also needed a financial wizard to manage his growing pile of cash. Relying too much on automated software to do his administration left him prone to overlooking too many things. After the Vintage Festival ended in a spectacular fashion, he immediately returned to the Barracuda with his followers and lifted off from Bentheim. He couldn't wait to return to his workshop and get his hands dirty. Right now, time was of the essence. He had to fulfill his orders fast if he wanted to release an original design before the end of the year. While no one knew when the Visions planned to invade the Republic, the pundits on the news portals all predict it wouldn't be too long. Both sides already started mobilizing some of their reserves. In the meantime, the Mech Corps fought back against the rebels and the pirates preying on the shipping lines. The anti-piracy operations progressed decently as the Republic hunted down the smaller pirate outfits, though they failed to nail down their elusive leadership. Closer to home, several famous divisions achieved great success at crippling the BLM's off-planet assets. Their influence in the greater Bentheim region shrank drastically as a result, leaving the separatists with too little assets to pose a threat on other planets. Once the Barracuda arrived at Cloudy Curtain, Vase returned to his workshop under an even tighter guard. Word of his success at the festival had spread to his home. While his stature and influence had grown, so did the risks. Saniel Ablin already informed him the amount of probes and hacking attempts on his workshop had increased by over 1,000%. His long-awaited help waited for him at the entrance to his workshop. "It's great to finally meet you. I'm Vase." A stodgy man with graying hair clasped his hand in a strong grip. "Cyril Hockett, Chief Mech Technician. Your grandfather offered me some new scenery, and I figured you could use the help. Your help is sorely needed. Right now, I've got a barebones operation going on. That was fine when I just started my business, but now I've got to fulfill a large quantity of orders." Vase proceeded to explain the layout of his workshop. He introduced his incoming chief to his shiny new machines and explained their extensive capabilities. He also showed him around the storerooms and other areas to make sure where he could find what he needed. When Cyril saw that Vase had no other workers in his workshop except for Carlos, he almost spat on the floor. This is a piss-poor workshop for a company that just received billions worth of credits in orders. When you've grown to the point where you aim to deliver more than 50 mechs in less than half a year, then you should stop thinking you can do everything by yourself. As far as I'm concerned, you should have started training up some mech technicians from the moment you incorporated your business. To be honest, the reason why I didn't hire any technicians sooner is because it's difficult to ensure their loyalty. Vase sheepishly admitted, if you've heard about the dangers I've been through, then you should know there's a very real threat of infiltration. When his grandfather promised to send out a chief, Vase had briefly read his profile. Unlike some random technician he could hire off the street, Cyril had been orphan who lost his parents in one of the past Bright Vija wars. He'd been picked up by the Larkinsons who took care of his upbringing so that he formed a strong loyalty to the family. Many wealthy families engaged in such practices to form a cadre of loyal retainers. The lives of these men and women could have been much worse without the nurturing they received from their backers. Due to his simple history and impeccable service, Vase trusts Cyril almost as much as his father and grandfather. His new chief already made some bold plans. It's a little cramped here, but I like it. You've got some real quality equipment here. It's a shame you don't have enough hands to make full use of them. Let me take care of the hiring. I'll be sure to watch out if they're up to anything. With me around, they won't even get the chance to harm you. Cyril's confidence provided some reassurance to Vase. He nodded at his chief and keyed him into the various systems that ran his workshop. In particular, Vase granted Cyril the authority to hire and train new personnel on his behalf. The chief didn't need to check in with Vase for every little decision he made. Naturally, his security systems still kept track of everyone's movements. Vase occasionally skimmed the logs to make sure that Carlos hadn't been slacking off. He simply had some extra reading to do with Cyril's addition to his workforce. Delegate when you can. Cyril nodded approvingly. The key to transitioning from a scrappy startup to an established company is to increase its scope but maintain control. You'll shackle your company if you insist on micromanaging every aspect. Focus on your strengths as a mech designer and leave all of the details to your underlings. Cyril made some broad recommendations to his operations. Besides urging him to staff his administrative department, he also recommended moving his workshop within half a year. Why so soon? Vase asked with a puzzled tone. I don't expect I'll need to expand my workshop any further before I develop my first original design. The chief shook his head. That's a short-sighted perspective. With only a fixed set of orders to fulfill, right now is the best time to plan a relocation. If you haven't looked outside, your workshop is sitting at the edge of a suburban neighborhood. I'm fairly certain that the local zoning laws is prohibiting a further expansion of your workshop. Yes, but why is it necessary to move to an open area as fast as possible? You need a bigger inventory. Not only for raw materials, but also for your products. Right now, you're shipping in materials and shipping out mechs with hardly any margin for error. I see. Until recently, I lacked the cash to worry about building up my inventory. Now I've got a large amount of mechs to deliver. A larger inventory allowed his workshop to fabricate without interruption or delays. It also helped provide a buffer if war or piracy cut off the shipping lines between Bentheim and its major suppliers. Cyril provided even more reasons to move. Vase could plan ahead and use a much more efficient layout of his work site with plenty of room for expansion. He could also consult Sanyal Ablin on how to make his workshop safe and secure from the very start. Money can make a lot of people go crazy. It's unfortunate your recent sales have attracted so much scrutiny. You can expect a lot of important visitors to knock at your door in the next couple of days. His words came true the next day. While Cyril went out to the local branch of the MTA to put up a recruiting notice, a familiar face turned up to his doorstep. Dietrich sat down on a sofa in his lounge with a serious expression. He sighed. I hate to be doing this, but my father insisted. You know how we've got your back, right? A lot of scum started snooping around our turf. We've been cleaning them up as soon as they show up, but it's tiresome work. You've become a big boy now under our protection. I even let you take advantage of my connections. I see, Vase said flatly. He already knew what Dietrich had in mind. Nothing comes for free. Ha, wouldn't it be nice to eat cloud rice every day? Sadly, you're right. You only get to enjoy something if you're willing to pay for it. That goes for both the transgalactic corporations and the local liquor store where I've been buying my best drinks. Seeing as you're running a business yourself, it's time to pay your debts. Before Vase made it big, Walter's whalers treated him like kid. They indulged him to build up good relations and to ensure they established a relationship before he rose up. Even if he never amounted to anything, it didn't cost the whalers anything to make the effort. Now they realized they were sitting on a gold mine. While they still wanted to be friends, they also wanted a piece of the very juicy pie that Vase had just brought back from Bentheim. They negotiated for a couple of minutes. Unlike the domineering gangs in Bentheim, the whalers presented reasonable demands to Vase and the LMC. They asked for a modest contribution of 5% of gross profits. Vase expected worse, like a demand to cough up 500 million credits immediately. "We're not stupid, you know," Dietrich remarked when he noted that Vase doubted his words. "We run our own businesses, so of course we know a thing or two about liquidity. All those stories you've heard about the gangs in Bentheim are exceptions rather than the norm. There's a whole bunch of chuckleheads in that cesspit who have more greed than sense. They rarely last very long." In fact, the whalers made a shrewd decision by betting on the future. Demanding a 5% cut in gross profits sounded small while the LMC remained in its beginning stages of its growth. Once it expanded to the point where it sold tens of thousands of mechs a year, that 5% accumulated into a frightening amount of money. Despite being taken advantage of, Vase knew he couldn't refuse the offer. He nodded wordlessly, and after exchanging a bit of pleasantries, his guest left the workshop. "At least I only have to start paying for the next fiscal year." Vase set the fiscal year to the date he first embarked on his career as a mech designer, which came up very soon. Not only did he have to file for taxes for his earnings up to now, he also had to make another interest payment on the debt his father accrued. It's interesting what a difference a year can make. A year ago, Vase faced an existential threat because he started penniless with 330 million credits in debt. This unimaginably huge sum loomed over him like a mountain that threatened to collapse on his shoulders. The debt still existed to this day, only this time Vase had grown into a giant. Before he knew it, he became capable of tipping over the mountain anytime he wanted. Only his reluctance to spend his cash before he finished investing in a couple more licenses withheld him from doing so. An alarm interrupted his musings. Someone else arrived at his doorstep. When Vase went up to see who came, he met a familiar face from the pioneers. "Mr. Larkinson." Lyndon Royce tipped his hat to Vase. "Can I come in?" "Certainly. Come right in," Vase replied after his security cleared him of any bugs and threats. "I'm sorry to say I didn't expect your presence, Deputy Director. Recent developments changed our outlook on your case. And its director now. My superior has been reassigned. There's been a lot of shakeups at the Pioneers. Certain factions lost support while others rose with the tide. And I suppose I'm to blame." Lyndon smiled at Vase, confirming the jest. The recent revival of the mech scene on Cloudy Curtain had benefited the Pioneers the most. They grew from a marginal position with little influence to a formidable source of opposition to the Greens and the White Doves. No matter how much they disliked each other, they had to rely on each other in order to resist the status quo. Chapter 230. Transition Director Royce left with empty hands after a largely fruitless meeting with Vase. Having seen their true face, Vase did not have a good impression of the Pioneers. Even in their brief but cordial conversation, Royce always assumed an air that Vase already belonged to their crowd. While Vase favored a better business climate, that did not mean he wanted to step into the swamp of politics. In his eyes, the Pioneers were just as sleazy as the ruling coalition. He had no doubt that as soon as the winds turned against him, the Pioneers would be the first to abandon his side. No matter what the director promised, Vase refused to entertain any entreaties for his support. Faced with a brick wall in terms of willingness to cooperate, Royce got the message and made himself scarce. "Are you sure it's a good idea to keep him at arm's length?" Carlos asked as he entered the lounge. "I'm in the business of selling mechs, not policy making." Frankly, the only useful bit of information Vase got out of the conversation was when Royce explained the Republican commissioner's lack of involvement. The commissioner is an old man who's been pushed out of a cushy position at the Capitol. Right now, he's expected to hold the fort and keep his head down. He can ill afford a controversy on his hands, which will be sure to happen if he intervenes. So we're simply a place of exile for an outmaneuvered politician. Don't forget what planet we are on, Royce emphasized. To the Republic, Cloudy Curtain is one of Bentheim's breadbasket. As long as it keeps supplying cloud rice, they don't really care how developed our industries are. At the very least, Vase and the Pioneers agreed that Cloudy Curtain deserved to be more than a farm planet. That was why Vase rejected closer ties. They largely worked towards the same goal already. Let's get back to business. Vase turned his attention back to the real matters at hand. Our first shipment of raw materials have arrived, right? Yup, enough to build 4 mechs. You wanted to fabricate the Marcus Aurelius first, right? Don't you think it's better to start with the Caesar Augustus and gain some proficiency? He shook his head. I already mastered its design and most of its nuances. At my level of proficiency, I won't gain anything new after fabricating 16 copies of the Caesar Augustus. I'm more anxious about finishing the most important orders first. Those who paid the most should get priority over those who ordered our regular products. Vase had plenty of reasons to hurry up with the Marcus Aurelius models. For one, a couple of mech portals obsessed over the Marcus Aurelius. Those who experienced the show model up close gave out glowing remarks. Those who heard about the auction from afar savaged the design for being grossly overpriced. While the auction contract didn't include the option for buyers to cancel their orders, Vase didn't want them to regret their bids. Fulfilling their orders as soon as possible should alleviate the criticism he received because the model would become more accessible this way. Besides, fulfilling these orders also netted him almost 500 million credits in gross revenue. That was easy money, especially since he only had to deliver 3 additional mechs besides the original show model. For the upcoming batch of mechs, Vase gathered Carlos and Cyril, who returned from the MTA. The Marcus Aurelius is a prestige design. The frames have to come out flawlessly from our workshop. I'm going for perfection this time. Speed is not an issue. Do you want to utilize both production lines at once? His new chief suggested. The old one can be used to fabricate the less important parts while the newer one can do the bulk of the armor and other delicate components. No, it's important to give the models the impression that they're handmade by me. Even the most unassuming bolt needs to be fabricated with the best machine we have. We'll stick to the new production line. While Vase wanted to fulfill his orders quickly, the Marcus Aurelius demanded perfection. Even the tiniest flaws that the MTA didn't care about had to be eliminated from the start. With their new stock of raw materials, they proceeded to fabricate the 3 models one at a time. The relatively measured pace of fabrication and assembly ensured that Vase could maintain his concentration over long stretches of time. This empowered the finished product's X factor and ensured they didn't suffer from any deficiencies. It took 9 days to complete the 3 mechs. Even if Vase wanted to take it slow, the fast and efficient Dortmund printer ensured a brisk pace. Vase sent them off to the MTA for certification, upon which they'd be shipped to Bentheim on a high-priority berth in the next convoy. Even though Vase claimed that he already mastered the Caesar Augustus and its derivatives, they still learned many new tricks. Carlos and Cyril especially gained a lot from the experience, the former due to his lack of experience and the latter due to his unfamiliarity with the design. They both provided essential assistance that saved a lot of time. When Vase moved on to fulfilling the orders for the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition, they transitioned into a well-oiled machine that pumped out a frame every 2 days. The workshop became a lot busier once Cyril recruited his first crop of mech technicians. He settled for 10 bright young men and women who came from all over Cloudy Curtain. The young technicians didn't possess impressive resumes, but Cyril recruited them anyway for their other qualities. Their relative youth and boundless optimism fit well in a young and growing company. Their qualifications aren't important. Anything can be trained so long as you put in the effort. Cyril remarked to Vase as he watched the technicians fumble around a practice project on the old production line. What I'm really looking for are blank slates. It's essential for a workshop to be staffed by a core of true believers. These local technicians can be shaped and molded to fit your needs. Basically, Chief Cyril aimed to replicate the same methods that the Larkinsons used on him. It sounded a bit manipulative to brainwash the recruits from fresh, but this was standard practice from the factory floor to the military. At this stage, Vase didn't require an abundance of competent technicians to assist him in his work. It was better for the LMC to lay a good foundation. Vase didn't even bother to learn their names. All of the young men and women pretty much considered Vase to be a god. After all, he managed to earn billions of credits in revenue in a single event. The difference in status between Vase and the average person had widened to such an extent that it rivaled the vast distance between galaxies. Vase had truly ascended into the ranks of upper society. In general, if Vase needed anything trivial done, he told Cyril or Carlos, who delegated the actual job to the closest technician at hand. Thus, a 3-layer hierarchy came into being with Vase as the emperor and the mech technicians as the plebeians. For the most part, this kept Vase from being disturbed as he did his work. While Carlos didn't have much of a talent for leadership, the mech technicians loved him for being a relatable mech designer, never mind that he never actually designed a commercial mech. In short, his workshop experienced remarkable changes that elevated it from a tiny mech boutique to a proper mech manufacturing site. The backlog of orders ensured that the mech technicians witnessed firsthand how an actual mech came into being. Once Cyril brushed up their fundamentals, they even became more involved with the fabrication of the mechs. By the time Vase finished his 15th and last Caesar Augustus, their assistants sped up the fabrication process by at least 20%. Vase sighed in relief once he fulfilled the most important set of orders. Having delivered all the premium models before their customers could back out of the transaction lifted a weight off his mind. Now we're really going to pick up our speed. It's already more than a month and we still have over 30 mechs to go. The advantage of leaving the Mark Antony Mark II Eternal Edition as last became evident at this stage. All 10 mech technicians gained enough proficiency by now that they could be trusted to handle more important tasks. Along with the fact that the Mark II utilized uncompressed armor, Vase managed to fabricate a single frame in less than a day. Another month went by as they maintained a rapid pace. Shipments flew in and out of his workshop almost daily as the workshop pumped out mech after mech. Even though Vase pushed the pace to the limit, he never exceeded it and risked losing control. The constant, repetitive work sapped some of the excitement out of his mech technicians, but it also indoctrinated them fully into his company. Through constant nurturing by Carlos and Cyril, the workers became immersed in a workplace culture that emphasized initiative, cooperation and excellence. What about efficiency? Cyril asked when Vase presented them with his outline for the kind of workplace culture that he wanted to foster. Initiative and excellence sound good and all, but free-thinking mech technicians have a tendency to go off the beaten path and decide on inefficient methods. As long as my mechs retain their quality, I don't care. Efficiency is important, but don't forget that my aim has always been the high-end mech market. My profits margins are high enough that I don't have to be the best in the industry in this area. It's more important to ensure a constant flow of flawless mechs. They might even benefit from a touch of individuality. In the meantime, many of his customers have already received his products. With the spread of his prestige mechs, Vase created another minor buzz in the mech scene. 2 different CEOs won the auctions for the highly exclusive Marcus Aurelius. As soon as they received the mechs and transferred the payments, they displayed them prominently in front of their company headquarters. The locations turned into local sensations with the placement of the new mechs. The strong X-factor radiating from the frames exerted a subtle but pervasive influence to anyone that visited the offices. Those who worked there from day to day slowly adopted different work patterns. In particular, they lost some of their short-sightedness and showed more consideration to the future. Whether these changes benefited the companies in question, Vase wasn't sure, but their in stature had solidified the Marcus Aurelius as a remarkable design. The more numerous Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition provoked a lot of comparisons with the original edition. A couple of mech portals borrowed access to the Eternal Edition and conducted an in-depth look on what Vase had done to make them so special. They came away with a lot of puzzlement. For some reason, each mech overperformed in a single aspect, and they couldn't find a mechanical reason for this deviation. They also couldn't make head or tails of the auras, though they definitely basked in the sensation. Among the norm with gold label mechs, Vase included one of Lucky's unique performance-enhancing gems in the cockpit. The mystical gems worked their magic silently as he stamped each of them with the anonymizing stamp. With the promotion of the Darkspear, Vase could easily afford the 100 DP it took to stamp each gem, though the numbers added up a bit. With the addition of over a 100,000 DP, Vase had refrained from spending them until he finished his current set of orders. Even though he could benefit from improving his various assembly skills, he didn't strictly require any help. He'd rather save the points for more important skills. Almost every day, Vase turned on his privacy shield and explored the options provided by the system. As the time to design an original mech came within reach, he faced a difficult choice in his development strategy. Should he widen or deepen his base of knowledge? Chapter 231 Taxes. Regarding the mech designer system, Vase had many ideas on where to spend his DP. The most luxurious one would be to upgrade his stealth module on his comm, but that drained pretty much all of his recent earnings. It's better to spend them on skills and attributes this time. The more he thought about the prospect of designing an original mech, the more he realized the daunting nature of the endeavor. Not only did he have to make a functional mech, he also had to make it sell. A peculiar trend in the mech industry was that mechs with strong strengths and weaknesses sold better than they ought to. This pattern became especially prevalent in the lower segments of the market. They considered balanced mechs with no obvious traits the safe and boring option. Many of the mainstream models throughout the galactic rim, Heartland and Center consisted of these kinds of mechs. Even if they were as flavorless as water, their excellent quality control and lack of exploitable weaknesses made them safe to deploy in large amounts. Generally, the mech industry believed that newcomers should focus on their strengths rather than balance out their weaknesses. Mech pilots sought out mechs that complemented their strengths. Even if their favorite models came with caveats, knowing about them beforehand allowed them to mitigate these weaknesses. It's probably too much to aim for upgrading a skill to journeyman level. Vase considered as he finalized the shipment of the final mechs. Excluding the original show models, Vase completed the fabrication of 3 copies of the Marcus Aurelius, 15 copies of the Caesar Augustus Eternal Edition and around 34 copies of the Mark Antony Mark II Eternal Edition. All of this should have taken more than a year in his old workshop, but with his new machines and mech technicians, he finished it all in just over 2 months. The speed at which his workshop completed the orders showcased the benefits of superior capital and labor. It's a bit daunting to sit around so many expensive machines. I also have to be responsible for my workers. Even when Vase hired Carlos, Calci and Gavin to help him manage the Living Mech Corporation, he always felt alone. In essence, he never really shed the sense that it was essentially a one-man operation. Now, with the addition of 11 pair of hands in the workshop floor, every day turned lively. Even as they finally finished all the limited edition mechs, they still had a busy week ahead with the fabrication of the regular Silver Label Mark IIs. One benefit of his high-profile participation in the Vintage Festival was that the demand for his product spiked up. Marcella often received solicitations for Vase to fabricate a Marcus Aurelius or a Caesar Augustus. Sadly for the latecomers, Vase had no intentions reducing the scarcity of those mechs. They stopped being rare if too many copies circulated in the market. Thus, most customers turned away when they heard that Vase stopped providing mechs of that caliber. The only model Vase offered freely were the Silver Label Mark IIs. His well-practiced mech technicians eagerly tackled the challenge of fabricating the Mark IIs without direct involvement from Vase. With Carlos and Chief Cyril watching over the eager men and women, Vase had nothing to worry about on that end. They used the new production line for the Silver Label Mark IIs, which not only sped up the work, but also ensured the quality of the finished components. The LMC sold an average of 3 Silver Label Mark IIs per week. Despite tripling the rate of production, the drastically higher resource costs meant that his gross profits hadn't really increased all that much. At this time, Vase also finished tallying up his finances for the end of the fiscal year. Excluding the recent orders, the LMC accumulated around 700 million credits in regular business activities. The sum consisted of the investment made by the Larkinson family, the profits out of fulfilling orders for the Gold and Silver Label Mark IIs and the compensation for fulfilling irregular orders. To make the long story short, Vase earned around 1 billion credits in gross profits from the entire event. While Vase received more than that as payment for delivering the mechs, the painfully high resource costs as well as the minor cut to his mech broker reduced his earnings. When Vase added various fees such as a 1% cut to the organizers of the festival and the various shipping and insurance costs, then Vase should thank his lucky stars that he still retained 1 billion credits. Vase only briefly enjoyed the massive sum his company accumulated. Every business had to pay taxes, and the LMC was no different. Even though it benefited from several exemptions meant to ease the burden on startups, the LMC still had to cough up money to the planet and the state at an effective tax rate of 20%. The company paid 15% to the central government and 5% to Cloudy Curtain's local government. Furthermore, he also had to reserve money to pay for his other annual expenses. This included his electricity bill, which ballooned once the company gained the new production line. It also included the annual compensation for Sanyal Ablin for its combined security, convoy shipment and insurance costs. I also can't forget to add the interest payment for the old loan. After deducting a depressing amount of expenses to his company's account, the LMC was left with only 1.4 billion credits in liquid cash. It's not the windfall I hoped for, but it's still a huge pile of money. Vase amply met his goal of raising a vast sum of money. While it took a short couple of months to earn this sum, he finally gained some options with regards to completing his set of licenses. Right now, without a solid draft for his first design, he held off on shopping for component licenses. It's like baking a pie. Even though I already know the type of pie I want to bake, I still don't know if I want the filling to be apples or blueberries. He had to be careful with acquiring the right component licenses. With stagnant profits, Vase could not rely on his company to raise more cash in the event he wasted his current savings. The main problem he faced right now was that Vase felt apprehensive about drafting an initial outline for his design. He vaguely sensed a gap in his mind that warned him that he missed something essential to design a good original mech. Over the past couple of months, this feeling grew stronger, to the point where it even haunted his dreams. Specters of possible futures where he introduced his first original design with bombast, only to be ridiculed by the mech industry, happened every night. What am I missing? Vase puzzled over his conundrum. Was it experience, inspiration, skills? Even without spending his DP, Vase considered himself to be amply prepared for the task. Many other apprentice mech designers published their first original designs without the help of the system. Leaving out the freaks and the direct disciples, Vase should be one of the most prepared apprentice mech designers without an original design in his belt. Perhaps he needed a break. Vase had worked non-stop for the last couple of months. Even though he mastered his new equipment and refined his assembly skills through constant repetition, he still found the work to be tedious, especially since he had to focus his mind to imbue his mechs with the X factor. I've been wondering if you were still human. Chief Cyril joked as Vase admitted his frustrations. You've worked harder than any of us. Even I take a couple of days off. The way you're putting all your passion in your mechs is admirable, but if your entire life revolves solely around designing and fabricating mechs, then you're no different from a human-shaped bot. The remark startled Vase. When was the last time he put down his work and relaxed? He couldn't even recall something as simple as that. It's not easy getting my company up its feet. I only got this far because of all the effort I put into my career. Even Carlos shook his head when he heard those words. Vase, you've got to learn to relax. Even when we studied at Rittersberg, we still partied a lot, remember? What happened to the old Vase? The old, average loser Vase made way for a successful founder and mech designer. You'll die an early grave if you keep that up. Cyril warned with a serious tone in his voice. I get that you're focused in your work. You always achieve great results when you put your full heart and soul into your mechs. But damn it, you're draining your life. What is that supposed to mean? What I mean is that you should find some meaning in your life. Get a hobby, play some games, go on a vacation. Hell, the best way to cure workaholism is to get a girlfriend. Ha, don't talk about girlfriends with Vase. It's his sore spot. Carlos snorted. Vase automatically ignored any talk about getting a girlfriend. Instead, he fixated on a particular term his chief technician uttered. Find the meaning in life, huh? For the first time in months, Vase got the sense that he grasped a straw in the dark. The puzzle that forced him to stall his plans to design an original mech became a bit more comprehensible. His subordinates showed him the light. Even if they joked around a bit, they still showed their concern. Besides mechs, Vase really had nothing else to occupy his life. Small things like playing with Lucky or talking to his relatives over the comm didn't count. He lacked any form of fulfillment besides his work. To be honest, even if he realized this deficiency, he still felt reluctant about spending time on something else than progressing his career. He truly enjoyed designing mechs and running his company. What else can I do, then? A lot of mech designers back in Rittersberg joined a club. There are countless clubs that cater to overworked professionals like you. There's golf clubs, painting clubs, gaming clubs, drama clubs, shuttle racing clubs and more. Whatever hobby you can mention, there's a bunch of men and women who enjoy doing their hobbies together. Everything is better if you share it with others. That sounded fine on a major planet like Rittersberg or Bentheim, but a lightly populated planet like Cloudy Curtain probably didn't offer such a sheer variety of clubs. Besides, Vase didn't even know what kind of hobby he should take. Fortunately, Chief Cyril had some sage advice for him. You should look into a creative pursuit rather than a sports activity. Mech design involves both art and science. While it's necessary to be proficient in science and engineering, you also need to flex your creativity. Many mech designers find a hobby for themselves to find inspiration for their next designs. Their ideas don't fall from the sky, you know. His chief technician's words resonated with the doubts that lurked in his mind. He forgot about this essential truth in mech design. The creative element distinguished mechs designed by bots from mechs designed by actual humans. Even though the latter might be prone to flaws and inefficiencies, the creative solutions employed by a human designer often led to better results on the battlefield. The whole industry revolved around this nuance. The sheer variety of mechs being designed every day led to a vibrant mech market where a customer could ask for a mech in any possible shape or form. While only a small portion of designs achieved commercial success, even the failures added something of value to the industry. All of this enlightened Vase to the need to enrich his life. Without any other life experiences, how could he know what was best for his original design? That still begged the question of what kind of hobby he should pick up. Chapter 232 Fulfillment. Vase considered designing mechs his life's calling. Since his birth into the Larkinson family, his upbringing constantly centered around mechs. Even after finding out that he'd never be able to interface with a mech, he switched his goals to designing them after a low spell. Strangely enough, Vase never questioned his singular obsession with mechs. In the age of mechs, that shouldn't be a problem for most people, but mech designers had it different. A mech designer designed mechs. While that sounded like a pleonasm, it actually hid a fundamental truth. A mech designer combined his knowledge and life experiences to shape a unique mechanical war machine into being. What was a mech designer without much life experience? A bot, a run-of-the-mill cookie-cutter designer who studied from the same mainstream textbooks referenced by countless other designers. Is this why apprenticing to a master and seeking fortune in danger is so important? Vase hummed to himself. He felt as if he parted the veil behind an essential truth in the field of mech design. Mech designers that lead monotonous lives will inevitably gravitate towards designing monotonous mechs. He thought back on all the innovative designs he came across. From the glorious, larger-than-life Caesar Augustus to the gimmicky spear-dashing hoplite, all of these unique creations possessed a spark of personality that no sane designer could have ever come up with if they holed up in a design studio all day. Despite their various flaws, the personal touch imbued in their designs turned them into unforgettable classics that lived on in the annals of mech history. What about the star designers, the very best designers in the galaxy? Legends like Apollo, the Polymath and the Armorer all possessed colorful biographies filled with excitement, struggle and tragedy. They persevered through their lows and rode their highs towards the very top of the tallest mountain in the galaxy. Even then, they still sought even greater heights, always grasping towards the unattainable heavens above. That's still too far away from me. Vase shook his head. Who was he kidding? Forget about reaching the heavens, he still hadn't finished his first climb. Let's find a hobby first. What did other people do for fun? Vase decided to ask his employees. He already knew what Carlos did sometimes in his free time. Even back at Rittersburg, he occasionally sneaked to a game center and immersed himself in one of those casual mech simulation games. Different from Iron Spirit, these games allowed neural peasants like Carlos and Vase to get a taste of actual piloting with minimal demands on their aptitude. They worked by pre-programming all kinds of moves into the virtual mechs. Players could activate them by issuing only a single mental command. Rather than call it piloting a virtual mech, Vase considered it more like commanding a robot. He always felt very detached when he played such casual games. Even though the games evolved throughout the years to the point where even beginner pilots could pull off moves mastered by aces, it never felt real enough. So that's out. Vase approached Chief Cyril next. He had a very peculiar hobby. I make my own clockwork from scratch. I started with the classics using alloys and woods, and after several years of mastery I moved on to incorporating exotics in my works. It's a great hobby for technicians like me because the skills and patience you learn from assembling clocks will greatly help your ability to put a mech together. Clocks didn't call out to Vase. As far as he was concerned, if he needed to know the time, he could look up the current time from his comm. With some reluctance, he started asking his technicians on what they did in their free time. I like to catch up on the mech duels of the past week with my buddies. My father used to be a pro at 0G rugby. I still play some in the weekends at Freslin's local club. I'm part of a bird watchers association. We're currently lobbying the local government to introduce more species of birds on our planet. None of these activities appealed to him, but they did give him a sense on what people did for fun. Half of the time they took over the hobbies from their parents. That presented a problem for Vase, as his father was a mech pilot himself. What did my dad do in his off time? He liked to sit on the porch of their house and watch the murky sky of their home planet. Sometimes he brought out a data pad and read some literature about mundane people facing mundane problems. Should he sit down and read a book like his father? I already have to read a lot for my work, so I have no appetite to read anything else for fun. Vase didn't imagine he'd have so much trouble finding a suitable hobby for him. The more he realized its absence, more he thought he hadn't been making the most out of his life. He started dabbling in various kinds of arts. He tried practicing music, but his complete lack of experience with any kind of instrument made it clear he needed to put in thousands of hours to get somewhere. For someone like Vase, that took way too much time. He switched to painting next, only to get frustrated by his inability to translate his vision onto the canvas. Besides requiring a lot of specialized skills and finesse, Vase also found the process to be tedious. Figuring he had nothing left to lose, Vase tried out a couple of virtual games on his terminal. He tried his hand at being a battlefield commander ordering around virtual troops, an infantryman fighting against aliens in the trenches and a ship captain who tried to bring his battered ship home. None of the games held his interest for long. Vase already worked in a sector closely related to war and conflict. Playing the role of a combatant was a nice fantasy, but he'd rather stick with his current job. He also played some of the sillier popular games. He pretended to be an anthropomorphic pony on Fairy Tale World or engage in a detective game where he tried to solve a fictional city's chicken theft spree. The lack of depth and the substantial amount of detachment in these games bored Vase to tears. Anyone who plays these games are either kids or adults looking to escape reality. So even virtual games couldn't stoke his passion. Vase scratched his head and sighed. I'm such a quintessential mech head. My entire life is geared towards mechs. It was not as if he understood where others got their enjoyment from their hobbies. They simply didn't resonate to Vase. His body and mind had been wired in a different way to most people, and it received a further transformation from his adventure at Graining IV. I've got alien genes in my body. Maybe that's got to do with my lethargy. He couldn't deny that Vase still didn't understand his body, even though he regularly visited a specialist. From Sanyal Ablin, he still felt a bit unsettled by the changes wrought by the additional organs in his body. His Jutland organ still continued to circulate an invisible energy loop in his body. While his treatments helped subside some of the organ's strange effects, Vase always considered it with a wary eye. For this reason, Vase declined to participate in any sports. His post-human body gave him an unnatural advantage in this area. Many sports clubs automatically bar their gates towards any genetic deviants like him. They wanted to maintain an even playing field for the most numerous species of mankind. I can't blame them for doing so. They'll unleash a race towards hybridization if they allow people who muck up their genetics with alien traits in their ranks. Vase considered taking a hobby closer to his calling, such as constructing functional scale miniatures or designing so-called fantasy mechs. The latter consisted of designing mechs using technology or principles beyond humanity's reach. In many cases, this referred to magic. Several popular virtual games took place in a low-tech fantasy environment. The mechs that sometimes appeared in these settings ran on either pure magic or a combination of magic and technology. They provided an alternative to those who wanted to play with mechs but didn't wish to simulate reality so closely. He briefly considered diving into this world, but begged it off after a while. If I'm going to escape from my work, I better not be doing the same thing. By now, even his subordinates grew exasperated by his ineptness at finding a distraction. Carlos tutted at him with a tired expression. For heaven's sake, Vase, just get off your butt and go take a walk or something. There's plenty of things to do in downtown Freslin. I'm kind of under constant threat right now. My security guards advised me against taking casual walks outside. Who knows how many greedy criminals are waiting to kidnap me outside. The LMC made a fortune out of its recent sales. No one could hide that fact, especially since dozens of news portals published articles about his products. The more money he accumulated, the more scrutiny he attracted. Few of those gazes had the best intentions in mind. Frankly, Vase started to feel that his current security arrangements could use some adjustment. Melkor and Rayla helped by patrolling with their mechs, but Vase could hardly demand they stay inside their mechs for an entire day. Work constantly tempted him back, but he resisted. The workshop doesn't need me right now. At the moment, the LMC only produced the Silver Label Mark IIs. That didn't mean the design posed no challenges, but with Carlos on hand, his employees should be able to handle any problems themselves. The new workplace culture started to show its effects. Under a combination of positive reinforcement and leading by example, Chief Cyril managed to instill the Mech technicians with a sense of initiative. They loosened up and started giving out suggestions on how to improve particular processes. Even if their ideas turned out to be brain-dead stupid, at least they made an effort. Vase had no wish to turn his company into a soulless profit-driven enterprise where its workers were treated like cogs in a machine. Carlos often complained about treated like dirt in his previous job as a quality control inspector at a major mech manufacturing plant. Vase turned back to his quest to find a hobby. He even asked Lucky if he had any suggestions on what to do. The mechanical cat let out a puzzling meow before turning back to munching on a chunk of minerals, tail swishing lazily all the while. Okay then, enjoy your meal. Should he simply give up on his search or find a girlfriend to spend his time with? Vase quickly ruled out these options. Maybe I should go on a vacation. He considered spending time on a retreat not too far away from home. While Vase liked to experience a change in scenery, he didn't wish to stay aboard a ship for weeks at a time. He couldn't afford to take too much time out of work. The idea stood out as a great way to experience something new without making a substantial commitment to his time. With the speed of his Barracuda, he could easily reach most star systems within Bentime's sphere of influence in a couple of days. Vase browsed through a selection of nearby star systems and planets. Every settled planet in the Republic offered something unique to tourists. Even a boring place like Cloudy Curtain turned into a refuge for those that lived on worlds with very strong suns. He paused flicking through the destinations when he came across an aquatic planet called Moira's Paradise. Water covered the entire globe except for a couple of artificial islands. Its settlers built many cities underwater. While the planet originally offered very little in the way of aquatic flora and fauna, its enterprising citizens imported many remarkable alien wildlife into its ecosystem. They even managed to get their hands on a couple of exotic creatures that could only be found in the Galactic Heartland or the Galactic Center. All of them deserved a closer look. Chapter 233 Moira's Paradise. Once Vase set his mind on his destination, he moved quickly. He browsed the galactic net for holiday options and selected a vacation package catered to the rich. Vase booked a ticket aboard an advanced aquatic cruise ship that provided guided tours around Moira's Paradise. He paid 300,000 credits for the lowest level package, which provided him with a basic cabin that nevertheless exceeded the standard of any 5-star hotel on Cloudy Curtain. The tier above that offered him a roomier berth, a higher priority on visiting the various sites and premium service aboard the cruise ship. That sounded nice and all, but anyone who wanted to take advantage of these luxuries had to cough up 5 million credits a pop. That's not even considering the upper tiers. Moira's Paradise attracted a decent amount of tourists from the neighboring states. The ocean planet worked hard to diversify its ecosystem to the point where it became a regional attraction. It offered a handful of unique exotic creatures that couldn't be found elsewhere in the Komodo star sector. There's also the aquatic mechs to consider. I've never been exposed to that scene. An entire subculture developed around aquatic mechs. Any settled planet with oceans of water or other liquids required a whole different paradigm if you wanted to invade or defend it. Any regular mechs that fell into a boundless ocean quickly sank to the bottom until the increasing pressure crushed it like a can. Aquatic mechs had to comply with two essential demands. First, it had to be able to handle the crushing pressure. Second, it had to be waterproof. This led to the adoption heavily armored fish or merman-shaped mechs propelled by powerful jets as the norm in aquatic combat. Weight formed less of a concern than elsewhere, allowing aquatic mech designers to stuff their mechs full of goodies that would have slowed a mech on land to a crawl. In addition, aquatic warfare often occurred within knife-fighting range. The only viable form of long-range combat consisted of flinging torpedoes at each other. At close ranges, railguns, harpoons and ballistic rifles became viable, but not ideal. In third-rate states, melee combat dominated the oceans. Having booked his ticket, Vase packed up his bags and brought along Lucky and Rayla for the ride. When she heard he wanted to take her along for the ride, she looked a little put off. It's great that you're finally bringing me away from this boring as hell planet, but why aren't you going somewhere exciting? Moira's Paradise is a tourist trap. Hardly anything happens over there. Even the BLM doesn't bother with the place. It's either you or Melkor, and he's already had his turn. Besides, don't you want to see the aquatic mechs up close? Who cares about those fish mechs? Besides, my Vectrix is absolutely useless without solid beneath her feet. I won't be of any use to you. Just come with me. I need someone I trust at my side. With some reluctance, Rayla eventually relented. She exacted a promise from Vase to bring her along if he went on another adventure. Vase privately thought she might have to wait for years, as he didn't plan to risk his life anytime soon. They boarded the Barracuda and made their way to Moira's Paradise on a direct FTL transition. As a binary star system, it possessed a powerful pair of suns that made it relatively easy for the Barracuda to hone in on its coordinates. The Corvette traversed the distance in a matter of days before reaching the edge of the star system. Another day went past as the Corvette made its way to the inner system and descended onto one of the few artificial islands dotting the surface of Moira's Paradise. They made it well in time before their cruise ship debarked from the island's port. The massive submersible cruise ship looked like a starship with a streamlined shape. When Vase first caught sight of the Nautilus of the Deep, he found its scale to be as impressive as the luxury passenger ships plying the stars. Vase, Rayla and Lucky joined an orderly line of well-dressed passengers before the ramp. Considering the ticket price, none of the people possessed average backgrounds. The line moved quickly as an army of attendants processed their tickets and checked over their belongings. Rayla had to leave her pistol and her knife behind. The crew of the Nautilus took responsibility for their security for the most part, though Vase heard of tales where passengers resorted to fists. Mr. Larkinson, a uniformed attendant called once he boarded the ship. My name is Georgina Black. I'll be your first point of contact for your stay aboard the Nautilus of the Deep. If you have any concerns or requests, feel free to contact me in person or through my comm. They exchanged comm contacts before Georgina led him to his cabin in the lower decks. For 300,000 credits, the room he appeared sufficiently lavish. Its blue-gold embellishments added a deep-sea ambiance to the place. Vase and Rayla handed their floating coffers to the cabin bots, which automatically sorted out their clothes and other belongings. The Nautilus will depart in 2 hours. Please make your way to the middle observation deck at that time. We'll be commencing the first part of our tour at that time. After mentioning a few other points of notice, Georgina left the guests to their devices. Rayla already started to yawn. It's dull in here. Let's visit the shopping boulevard. The pair proceeded to enter the shopping boulevard set in the upper decks of the Nautilus. A transparent, retractable dome allowed strong sunlight to fall upon the boulevard. Plenty of guests have already set their sights on the luxury products in the displays. Rayla pretty much raced towards the clothing stores. Meanwhile, Vase strolled through the electronics and gadget stores. All kinds of conveniences could be bought for a pretty sum. A couple of products had even been imported from the coalition, such as comm modules that sold for 500,000 credits. The boulevards offered plenty of space for those who didn't feel inclined to spend so much money. Kids ran around the open park areas while older boys tried to woo the girls they came across. Couples sat together admiring the statues and other artwork that enlivened the interior. Vase picked up a variety of accents from their conversations. He even caught a few coalition speech patterns, most notably from the Carnegie Group. They possessed the most open culture within the Friday Coalition. It made sense that the more adventurous among them spent their holidays abroad where their purchasing power turned them into royals. What would someone like Oleg think when he visits the Republic? He'd probably be astounded by the lack of development of his state. The bright Republic offered few prospects to elites like him. He deserved to perform on a greater stage. Vase milled around for a while but refrained from purchasing anything. Even if his company's accounts strained with cash, the money should be spent on investments rather than useless consumer goods. Besides, sitting in the park watching people go about their lives relaxed him in a soothing way. Here, he could let down his worries and forget about the concerns that weighed him down. For the next 10 days, Vase resolved to lay down his job as a mech designer and enjoy the sights like a normal tourist. Already he could feel the benefits of his decision to spend his time on Moira's Paradise. The harmonious environment cleansed his mind and soothed away the stresses that had been accumulating without his notice. A tranquil mood settled in as Vase waited until Rayla returned with a few bags of clothes. Vase had provided her with a generous allowance this time. After handing the bags off to a service bot that brought them back to their cabin, the pair followed the directions towards the middle observation deck. The Nautilus featured an extendable hump at the upper part of her hull that provided a commanding view of the artificial island and the boundless ocean. Vase and Rayla arrived in time and met up with Georgina, who gathered up around 30 other passengers. All right, everyone is here. The attendant clapped. Welcome aboard the Nautilus of the Deep. As the most premier cruise ship on Moira's Paradise, the Nautilus offers the highest level of comfort and protection to our guests. Again, if you have any concerns, please feel free to inform me. Now, without further ado, let us set off. A low shudder ran throughout the massive ship. The Nautilus groaned before slowly edging away from her berth at the island's port. With deceptive slowness, the massive cruise ship flung herself forward and built up a considerable amount of speed and momentum. As the island began to recede, a handful of aquatic mechs swam around the Nautilus. Their powerful jet engines easily kept up with the cruise ship's massive starship-sized propulsion. After the excitement died down, Georgina detailed their schedule for the next 10 days. The Nautilus will be bringing you along some of the best sights our planet has to offer. In the first leg of our journey, we'll be submerging ourselves into the Vermilion Sea. You'll be able to see some of our many exotic creatures up close and learn why they are treasured by the galaxy. A projection came into being that showed off some of these alien creatures. None of them appeared monstrous, which was likely a deliberate decision by the rulers of Moira's paradise. No need to scare the kids away. Next, we'll be visiting Fort McClellan, a neutral, sovereign bulwark built to resist an alien invasion. Built and maintained by the MTA, this mobile, floating fortress features many advancements prevalent in the center of the galaxy. Much of its areas remains off-limits, but they offer limited access to vetted visitors. Not to worry, anyone who's currently aboard our ship is already cleared. The projection showed an intimidating mass of construction the size of downtown Freslin. It was shaped like an oval and moved through the water with unknown means. Squads of aquatic mechs emerged from various launching points around the floating fortress. Its smooth, thick hull gave the illusion that McClellan functioned like a turtle. Vase wasn't fooled. Even as he recognized the precious exotic alloys used in its construction, he also spotted the outlines of giant, retractable hatches that undoubtedly covered enormous weapon emplacements. Fort McClellan also offers distinguished guests a tour of their first-class aquatic mechs. VIPs and those who pay a fee are granted greater privileges in this tour. Please check the details in the virtual guide that's been sent to your comm. First-class mechs was an informal term that people used to refer to mechs built to the standards of a first-rate superstate. The vast majority of the mechs that Vase encountered in the Republic consisted of only third-class mechs, while the Coalition had it better with their second-class mechs. In truth, the designs utilized by Fort McClellan consisted of bottom-tier first-class mechs. If any mech pilot showed up to a duel with a bottom-tier mech, they'd be laughed away before they get a chance to fight. Still, a pauper mech from a first-rate state turned into a kingly steed the moment it entered the galactic rim. Even Vase looked forward to seeing first-class mechs in the flesh. After experiencing the majesty of the MTA, we'll be descending to the deepest depths of the Vermilion Sea and arrive at Kava City, the entertainment capital of Moira's paradise. Kava City offers great opportunities for art enthusiasts in its sector-renowned museums. Fancy some shows from Kava City's renowned theaters? Refer to the virtual guide and let us book your tickets on your behalf. Kava City offered much more than museum and plays. The place had become notorious for its freewheeling gambling and competitive aquatic mech scene. While Bentheim held the crown for landbound and aerial mechs, Moira's paradise was a mecca for amphibian and aquatic mechs. Chapter 234 Space Whales. The Nautilus submerged after the guides finished their introductions. Vase noticed that the crew arranged different guides to different groups. Some preferred bots while others preferred no guide at all. The VIPs even had a full staff catering to their every needs. As for Vase, he preferred staying in a group. The surrounding people already started introducing themselves as they waited for the Nautilus to reach the required depths in the Vermilion Sea. Vase introduced himself as an independent mech designer, which didn't raise a lot of eyebrows. There were bankers, socialites, shipping magnates and scientists among the crowd, and all of them occupied leadership positions of some capacity. Only a quarter of the tourists dealt directly with the mech industry. Vase found himself drawn to a conversation with a middle-aged shipping magnate named Eddie Zhang. So you are predicting an abrupt collapse and rise of prices in exotics? How does that work? Vase asked with evident confusion. Mr. Larkinson, you speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel of exotic minerals as if they are all the same. That's a gross oversimplification of the market. The Komodo star sector is relatively barren in exotics in both quantity and variety. It's the latter that's been causing anxieties for us. Our neighboring star sectors are increasingly tightening the flow of exotics that's been exported from the galactic heartland. Are they growing hostile to us? Eddie shook his head. Nothing as nefarious as that. The vicious mountain and majestic teal star sectors have their own internal tension to deal with, so they are basically intercepting any shipments of exotics before they reach our sector. We're the last kid in a very long line of hungry children, and the cafeteria only has so much bread to pass around. Vase found it ironic that a wealthy man like him with a net worth in the billions used such an allegory. But the Komodo star sector still produces its own fair share of exotics, right? Yes, and the quantity is sufficient to meet the needs of the domestic industry, but certain types of minerals are too hard to come by. The Bright Republic doesn't make too much use of these expensive imported exotics, but the coalition in the Hexarchy will be badly affected when they find they can't produce their high-quality second-class mechs in the desired quantities. Once that happens, the knock-on effects will resonate throughout the sector. I see now. Vase could also think through the consequences. Even though the second-class mechs require imported exotics to produce, they also take up a large share of locally sourced exotics. Once the mech manufacturers find themselves bottlenecked by decreasing imports, the local exotic resource market will end up in a glut of unsold exotics. That could be good and bad for the mech industry in the Republic. Certainly, Vase didn't think it would be that simple and that the LMC would enjoy a reprieve from the rising cost of raw materials. All of these worries threatened to burden his holiday, so Vase avoided the topic of mechs. As the Nautilus started diving past various colonies of remarkable marine life, the guides started to explain their origin and their notable traits. The Spirellian spike fish is a notable species of carnivorous fish unique to the Komodo star sector. The spikes extending out of their bodies are not only incredibly tough, but they also enable the fishes to communicate with each other through extradimensional means. Larger schools of spike fishes are able to pool their power together, to the point where it has been proven that they have been communicating with another school of fish several light years away. That required a school of over 1 million spike fishes, something that the spike fishes on Moira's Paradise couldn't sustain. It sure sounded impressive nonetheless. Seeing the Spirellian spike fishes swim in unison in such a coordinated fashion hammered home the beauty of nature. Throughout the next 2 days, the Nautilus visited various reefs, volcanic vents and trenches. Each time, the passengers gazed wondrously at the exotic marine life making their homes there. One of the most notable exotic species consisted of fluorescent amoeba. They actively emitted a rainbow of colored light. These shapeless blob-like creatures not only looked resplendent in the dark, but also hid their thorns very deeply. The Syrian amoebae are notable for being one of the few species in the galaxy to have weaponized radioactivity. If they are provoked in any fashion, they will burn away most of their energy to flash an intense burst of radioactive light that will fatally affect their attackers. Most often, the amoeba in question will die, but others of its kind will feed on the remains and reproduce. Just when Vase thought he'd experienced enough exotic species, the Eleodonok whales took him aback. One of our most valuable exospecies consists of the Eleodonok whales. These whale-shaped, 8-limbed creatures are actually genetic offshoots of the extinct sentient alien species called the Alos. If you remember your history lessons, in their early expansion into the galaxy, the Terrans encountered the Alos. While they were rather slow-witted, these sentient space whales developed a form of FTL that was leagues better than what humanity cobbled together on their own. The Terrans quickly found out that the Alos tended to be pacifists, so they outright stole their FTL technology. Before waging war on them, utilizing their new ships to their full advantage, they took the Alos off guard and wiped them out to the last whale. Communication between the two species had always been rough, but near the end of this genocide, humanity managed to develop some form of communication with the Alos. At their final moment, the space whales made a desperate plea for their species to live on, rather than be wiped out from existence. Since humanity already occupied a commanding position, they assented to the request. Through extensive genetic manipulation, they developed the Eleodonok whales from the carcass of the once majestic Alos species. Humanity saw it as a final humiliation for a species they vanquished, but the Alos species considered it a continuation of their lineage. Nowadays, historians consider the war against the Alos to be one of humanity's most formative steps to dominating the galaxy. The anti-alien extremists in the Terran government increased their grip on power and began to pursue a policy of rapid expansion and aggression. This subsequently led to humanity's greater expansion in their origin star sector. Even though they bumped into trouble when they bumped into a regional alien superpower, their boundless ferocity gave them a fighting chance. What startled Vase about the Eleodonok whales was not their history, but their mental energy. As the Nautilus gently traversed along a colony of playful whales, his sixth sense started pinging with increased intensity. Each time a whale did something notable, his sixth sense spiked. The strange sensation totally rooted Vase in place. How are these creatures so strong? Every whale possessed an immense mental strength that Vase could hardly believe it at first. Yet despite the power locked in their bodies, the signals they put out was a mass of chaotic noise that easily blended into the background. They've got all that strength, but they don't know how to use it. Vase never really paid too much attention to the history of mankind's early ascent into space. The Alos species only formed a footnote in their long and contentious rise to the stars. If humanity hadn't stolen their FTL technology and adapted it for their needs, the space whales would have been forgotten by all but the most obscure historians. Now, he took a second look at their history. What made these whales so remarkable that they needed so much mental strength? How strong were the original Alos, and how did they utilize their powers? He approached Georgina when she finished her initial explanation. Can you tell me more about the Eleodonok whales? Certainly, Mr. Larkinson. Do you wish to know anything specific? What are the uses of the whales? He asked. Every exotic species they encountered offered something useful to the planet. For example, Moira's Paradise cultivated the Spirellian spike fishes for their spikes to serve as substitute materials in the construction of quantum entanglement nodes. Besides serving as a monument to mankind's defeat of the Alos, the Eleodonok whales are harvested as ingredients for high-value psychotropic drugs. Many inexplicable mental conditions can be treated with these drugs. Georgina didn't know much more about the drugs because it touched upon the core business of the transgalactic drug manufacturers. She knew more about the empathic nature of the Eleodonok whales. As a near-sentient aquatic exospecies, the creatures demonstrated a remarkable capacity to bond with any humans they came across. All of this hinted that the whales possessed exceptional minds. Vase wished to get closer to the creatures, but Moira's Paradise strictly prohibited contact with the Eleodonok whales except for therapeutic purposes. The Nautilus only lingered for half an hour. Before its time was up, the cruise ship made its way deeper into the depths of the Vermilion Sea. Fort McClellan Ordinary drifted in the deepest trenches of the planet's oceans. The Nautilus will be arriving at Fort McClellan tomorrow morning, Georgina explained. Make sure to set your alarms and wake up early if you want to step foot inside the fortress. The MTA maintains a strict schedule and any latecomers will be refused at the gates if they arrive 1 second too late. Why is the floating fortress drifting so deep? Won't the pressure put a lot of stress on its shell? A kid asked. Their tour guide smiled along with most of the adults. Almost everyone knew the answer. That's a good question. Think about what forts are supposed to do. Can you tell me why they have such thick and strong exteriors? So that they can bounce off attacks. Good. Now think about a fort in water and compare it to a fort in space. The latter is surrounded by vacuum, which is another word for empty space. If someone fires a gun at the fort, the vacuum will do almost nothing to prevent it from reaching the fort. Now compare that to Fort McClellan, which is many kilometers underwater. If you fire a gun from the surface of the ocean, it will only reach a short distance before the projectile loses power. Oh, so all of this water is like another form of armor. That's right. The deeper you go, the more stuff you put between the fort and any attacks from space. In fact, aquatic planets are often considered fortress planets for their ability to hold off against a siege. That's also the reason why the MTA decided to build Fort McClellan here. A tourist with a military background added his own insights to the topic. Floating fortresses are superior to underground fortresses because they are able to move around. The water already renders most forms of weapons of mass destruction ineffective. Lasers fired from battleships in orbit will get refracted while projectiles lose their momentum. Anything else that gets through will often lose their mark as the fortress has already drifted away. The floating fortresses also used other means to obscure their presence from wide area scans. By hiding within the depths of the oceans, these fortresses forced invaders to allocate a lot of resources in combing the waters for their trails. Such a game of cat and mouse could drag on for years or even decades, making the invaders very miserable. In comparison, conventional underground fortresses were often found within weeks. Their inability to move made their presence obvious once the invaders brought powerful enough scanners. So the fort will only be useful if aliens invade our state. Yes, floating fortresses like Fort McClellan takes a lot of resources to maintain. The Republic isn't able to build one that is good enough to hide against conventional scanners. After answering a couple of other questions, Georgina left and the tour group dispersed. Just as Vase wondered if he should look up the space whales on the galactic net, Rayla grabbed his arm and dragged him elsewhere. Hey, what's going on? I just found out that they're holding a concert in one of the auditoriums. Do you know who's performing? It's stellar fantasy, yo. I can't miss seeing them up close. And so Vase spent the rest of the day attending a concert. Chapter 235 Disparity. The Nautilus of the Deep made her way towards the depths of Moira's paradise. In this age, humans preferred to live above blue skies and breathe fresh air, but some made do without them. On aquatic planets, the vast majority of the population lived underneath massive domes at the bottom of the oceans. Fort McClellan differed from those static settlements by possessing both stealth and mobility along with a very thick shell. Combined, these traits turned the floating citadel into one of the best protected bulwarks against external threats. As the Nautilus arrived at the right coordinates, a handful of fast marine shuttles descended onto the cruise ship. Heavily armed security officers in MTA colors scoured over the entire ship from top to bottom. Even Vase and Rayla had to be subjected to a couple of scans. The pair had been cleared to enter Fort McClellan, but Lucky had to be left behind. Our apologies, Mr. Larkinson, but our scans can't penetrate your mechanical companion. For safety reasons, it's best to leave your pet behind. Vase acquiesced to the demand, especially since the Mech Trade Association guaranteed his security aboard the fort. Besides, if the MTA turned on him for any reason, he doubted Lucky could make a difference. Against the vast might of one of the two most powerful human organizations in the galaxy, nobody could afford to go against their will. When the fort came into view of the ship, everyone on the observation decks held their voices. The floating fortress appeared as a giant metallic egg with many segmented surface plates, all of which could be retracted to reveal weapon hardpoints or hangar entrances. At its current state, the fort hid its fangs, but its gigantic size loomed like a constant threat. An estimated 50,000 men and women manned the fort, enough to lock down the entire planet if it stockpiled enough supplies. Once the Nautilus had been checked, the MTA started shuttling tourists over to the dormant egg. A small hatch opened up to allow the marine shuttles to enter the belly of the beast. A powerful energy screen kept the water at bay. Despite the immense pressure at this depth, the energy screen never flickered from the stress. Georgina gathered her tour group once the passengers exited the shuttles. She led them through a series of guarded checkpoints through depressing gray corridors. The entire interior appeared utilitarian to the extreme. Vase spotted hardly any artwork or decorations that could cheer up the people manning the fort. Every service member they passed by maintained dour expressions that spoke of complete dedication to the cause. Even the Mech Corps isn't as serious as these dummies, Rayla carelessly remarked, which earned him a few glares from the other guests. It was never a good idea to disrespect the MTA, especially in the middle of one of their strongholds. You may be wondering why the service members are unusually focused on their tasks, Georgina said when the atmosphere turned tense. That is because they are exiled from the galactic center and have been forced to take up a post in the galactic rim. Essentially, they are not here by choice. So is everyone here a conscript? Isn't that dangerous? Not everyone aboard the McClellan is a conscript. Half are volunteers sourced from across the Komodo Star sector. Once they signed up with the MTA, they formally renounced their citizenship to their former states and have become a true galactic citizen. Even if they don't look like it, they all hold very strong fealty to the MTA. As an organization renowned across the galaxy, the MTA knew how to inspire loyalty in its people. Much of what actually happened inside its halls remained classified, but everyone knew that service members almost never turned against the organization. Some conspiracy theorists even thought that the MTA injected nanites in their members to influence their thoughts. Since such an act violated a fundamental taboo enforced by the very same organization, no one entertained such ideas. An MTA public relations officer met with Georgina at the end of a long series of corridors. Unlike most service members, the officer actually smiled. Welcome aboard Fort McClellan. For the next 2 days, I will be guiding you around the fort. Our first destination is just up ahead. Follow me. They followed the guide to a massive chamber that hosted a giant cannon barrel the size of a Corvette. The sheer size of the thing underscored how powerful the fort could be if it ever bared its fangs. The PR officer began his speech. Fort McClellan hosts many advanced types of weapons, from pulse cannons to antimatter nukes. While I can't speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about most of those armament. Sometimes we find the simplest solution the best solution. This big boy here is a plain old Gauss cannon that's been scaled to fit our needs. Just like any weapon that works on electromagnetism, it propels a heavy alloy slug forward at unimaginable speeds. At the right depth, we can even crack a battlecruiser in half. Everyone got to enter the control room and witness simulations of the super-sized Gauss cannon at work. A childish glee took over the guests as they pretended to hurl accelerated slugs at various simulated targets, all projected with an unprecedented level of realism. After everyone got around with the cannon, the PR officer brought them along some other places. They dropped by the mess hall to experience first-class food. They visited one of the armories, where they got to hold some very advanced infantry weapons. Tourists who held weapon proficiencies even got to fire them in the practice range. Vase especially found the pulse rifles intriguing. Pulse weapons served as the standard weapon in the Galactic Center for its ability to deal both kinetic and thermal damage at the same time. As long as weapon developers paired the technology with sufficiently powerful energy cells and heat sinks, a pulse weapon vastly outlasted conventional ballistic weaponry. I'm not a fan of rifles, but this rifle is really awesome. Rayla whooped with enthusiasm as she fired the rifle until it reached its heat capacity. A block of alloy at the range turned into a broken, half-molten mess. I only drained 10% of its batteries. A lot of other people took note of this, prompting the PR officer to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up. Human technology has made enormous strides into increasing the density of our energy cells. In truth, the rifles you are holding are all equipped with the lowest tier of energy cells. It's unfortunate that our heatsink technology hasn't caught up with our needs. Normally, we allow the rifles to vent the heat or eject the sink and replace it with a cold one. The officer demonstrated the procedure. The spent heatsink came out red hot, to the point of distorting the air around it. If the officer didn't wear a specialized glove, he would have burned his hands down to the bone. The more you move to the center of the galaxy, the less restrictions we face in terms of power supply. A cutting-edge mech of the new Rubarth Empire can output enough energy to power a capital ship. That meant at minimum a battlecruiser, a capital ship crewed by thousands. Battlecruisers possessed enough armaments to wipe out every form of life on a planet such as Bentheim or Rittersberg. The notion that all of that power could be compressed in a single mech completely astounded Vase. Does McClellan have one of those mechs? Sadly, no. The officer smiled as he shook his head. Such mechs are extremely demanding in their fabrication and maintenance requirements. It would cost as much as the GDP of the Bright Republic to maintain a cutting-edge mech for a single year. Again, the tourists learned how little the Komodo Star sector mattered in the greater scheme of things. While we don't have a cutting-edge mech to show off, we do have plenty of excellent first-class mechs to offer. They moved on to one of the many mech stables of Fort McClellan. Even Vase looked forward to this part, as he had never come across an aquatic mech in his life. Everyone expressed their awe once they came across the mechs. Every mech looked like giant metallic fish. Only a couple of mechs adopted humanoid traits in their design. Much like the aquatic mechs of the Bright Republic, our mech pilots favor hydrodynamic shapes over the increased flexibility of a humanoid aquatic mech design. Why don't aquatic mech pilots want arms? Oh, it's not that they hate arms, but they bring more cons than pros when you fight underwater. In practice, the speeds at which aquatic mech combat occurs makes it difficult for a humanoid mech to swing its weapon. Mechs have to fight against the water before they can deal any damage to their opponents. Humanoid mechs also had a tendency to lose grip on their weapons at higher speeds. They had to lock their weapons to the frame through various means if the mech had to crank up their jet engines. Mech designers might as well adopt a fish-shaped design and embed the weapons along the frame in fixed hardpoints. That's not to say that humanoid aquatic mechs serve no use. The man quickly added, mechs face less pressure the closer they are to the surface of the ocean. Sometimes, aquatic mechs have to fight against enemies that are on the surface or in the air. Arms provide more flexibility than rigid hardpoints in this case. They got to visit both varieties of mechs. The first design consisted of a classic merman mech. It possessed a humanoid torso and a fish-like lower body. Its complicated arrangement of scales and flexible internal frame made the lower body as responsive as the body of a snake. It allowed the mech to maneuver through the water with a high degree of control. With a mech designer's eye, Vase noted that the mech had been fabricated in an absolutely perfect state. Besides some evidence of routine wear and tear, the mech appeared flawless. Other copies of the same model exhibited the same traits. How are these mechs produced? He asked, unable to contain his curiosity. They don't look like they've been fabricated and assembled with ordinary means. That's because we don't fabricate the mechs, we materialize them. The PR officer smiled with pride. Each design is reproduced from atom to atom with a materializer. You'd have to bring up a lab-grade scanner to notice any discrepancies from the mech in its original design. How fast is this process? Oh, it's fairly fast. The best equipment can materialize a mech in less than an hour. Materialization is our most advanced means of producing mechs. Still, it will likely take several hundred years for the technology to proliferate to this corner of the galaxy, as materializers demand a lot of power to run. While the technology sounded impressive, Vase found the results to be less than stellar. The mechs appeared completely dead to his senses. Even when he strained his sixth sense, he encountered nothing but silence. Even the sloppiest fabricated mech carried some remains from the people who worked on the machine. Vase had never encountered a mech that felt more dead than these aquatic mechs. A normal mech fabricated by his competitors at least showed some potential for life. Even if their X factor ended up in a stillborn state, it still left some remnants that possessed a chance to be revived. A mech that had been materialized lacked this possibility. The influence of any single human being had been diminished to the point where he had to activate a single command on a materializer. Once he lifted his finger, the materializer did the rest of the work, reproducing the design from atom to atom with precision that only machines could accomplish. The future of manufacturing technology is becoming increasingly more soulless. Vase lamented quietly. The pursuit of speed, efficiency and precision had no limits. Human beings imposed many constraints on these goals, as their wobbly limbs, slow reaction speeds and questionable judgment made it difficult to ensure a perfect production run. Personal craftsmanship became increasingly more irrelevant in the face of better technology. Vase took a final look at the merman mech and turned away. He completely lost his appetite for McClellan's mechs. Chapter 236 Imagination Beyond the childlike fascination of witnessing humanity's latest toys at work, Vase thought the visit to Fort McClellan served another purpose. There was no reason for the MTA to show off its might to the well-heeled tourists of the Nautilus than to put them in their place. For Vase, the visit reminded him that the states in the Komodo Star sector meant nothing to the MTA. As far as they were concerned, the conflicts between the states resembled toddlers fighting over a favored toy. Still, even the MTA and CFA had their limits. Even though they made a lot of strides in binding the fractured human states together, they never attempted to unite all of humanity into a single galactic empire. History had shown that such a cause often ended with disaster. Nowadays, the galaxy was big enough to accommodate all kinds of rulers and states. The existences of countless kingdoms, republics, federations, alliances and more attested to the diversity of their race. After touring a couple more aquatic mechs and other curiosities, the tourists shuttled back to the Nautilus. The final leg of the holiday consisted of a 3-long visit to Kava City, the party capital of Moira's paradise. The tour organizers offered a lot of options for the passengers to choose. Some preferred to visit the city's seedy gambling dens while others preferred the city's fantastic art scene. Rayla wanted to attend a high-profile aquatic mech duel tournament. Vase on the other hand wanted to find some inspiration by paying a visit to the city's many museums. Kava City isn't safe. We shouldn't split up. Oh, come on Vase, why do you have to visit those boring museums? If you want to admire some artwork, why don't you look them up from your terminal? A projection is no substitute for the real thing. That's what artsy design folk like you would say. To me, it makes no difference. They argued a bit but Vase had the upper hand since he paid all the bills. Vase only relented a bit by promising to spend one day at the arena before going off to the museums and art galleries. As far as I'm concerned, you're wasting your time, Rayla remarked with a touch of spite in her tone. Culture is never a waste of time, Vase replied as he registered their plans to the tour operators. They'd receive their priority tickets within the hour. It takes a lot of creativity to come up with a good design. They don't fall off the sky like apples from a tree. A mech designer had to come up with something creative in order to make a splash in the market. Many of his rivals forgot about this rule and published generic designs that competed in the same saturated market segments. They'd never be able to beat the mainstream models that have gone through countless rounds of optimization. As the Nautilus traversed along the bottom of the ocean, Vase considered whether he'd benefit from spending his DP. He eyed his status and his stagnant attributes and considered whether to invest in candies that upgraded his creativity. Status: name, Vase Larkinson. Profession, apprentice mech designer. Specializations, none design points, 112,530 attributes strength, 1.3 dexterity, 0.8 endurance, 1.9 intelligence, 1.8 creativity, 1 concentration, 1.7 neural aptitude, F skills assembly apprentice 3D printer proficiency 3 assembler proficiency 3 battle mechatronics apprentice business apprentice computer science incompetent electrical engineering apprentice structural pathway configuration 2 mathematics journeyman mechanics journeyman jury rigging 3 speed tuning 3 metallurgy journeyman alloy compression 2 metaphysics incompetent physics journeyman directed energy weapon optimization 2 lightweight armor optimization I medium weight armor optimization 3 melee weapon optimization 2 salvaging apprentice signals and communications apprentice abilities superpublish available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation. A post-human mech designer with a random collection of skills. Over the months, his physique had stabilized at their current levels. With an endurance of 1.9, his body performed close to the genetic limit of the human race. His strength had also decreased by a significant margin. For now, Vase ignored his physical attributes and focused on his mental ones. There should be a reason why the system includes creativity in its status page. The industry often repeated the phrase that designing mechs was both an art and a science. Now that Vase faced the prospect of designing his first original mech, he became aware of the importance of those words. It's never wrong to invest in my mind. With a stockpile of over 100,000 DP, Vase had the points to spare. He decided to upgrade his creativity first. Right now, Vase merely wished to improve his capability to appreciate art. Vase checked whether his privacy shield still worked before purchasing a bunch of candies. Come on, system, give me the candies. Creativity attribute candy, 1000 design points. Creativity attribute candy, 1100 design points. Creativity attribute candy, 1200 design points. Creativity attribute candy, 1300 design points. Creativity attribute candy, 1400 design points. Creativity attribute candy, 1500 design points. Creativity attribute candy, 1600 design points. Creativity attribute candy, 1700 design points. Creativity attribute candy, 1800 design points. The candies materialized before him. Vase had never figured out how the system did that, but now that he learned about materialization, he started to foster some suspicions. He looked at his form-fitting comm resting on his wrist, but no matter how much he stared at it, he couldn't believe it actually packed such a wondrous piece of technology. Since the system maintained its silence, Vase simply shrugged and started swallowing the candies one after another. The candies worked their magic in a gentle fashion. Vase found it hard to describe the transformation in his mind. It was as if a gentle breeze blew into his mindscape. Wherever it passed, flowers bloomed and animals grew. The difference between a creativity score of 1.0 and 1.9 quickly became apparent. His mind bloomed with possibilities. Vase found it difficult to hold his focus as his senses ceaselessly stimulated his imagination. Things ceased to become things. They became something more. For example, when Vase looked at a half-empty glass of water sitting on the table, his mind started to go off a tangent about its origins. The glass possessed an exquisite design, but Vase could tell it had been mass-produced. He imagined some dirty factory on some rusted planet that had pumped out these glasses on the cheap. His mind made up the tragic backstories of the handful of workers whose job entailed looking after the bots that did the actual work and cleaning up after their messes if they screwed up. Even the water itself sent his mind into a wild story about how some primordial comet traversed the stars for billions of years before it fell into Moira's paradise. The nautilus of the deep sucked up some of the fallen comet's water molecules out of pure coincidence. I've got to get a grip on my mind. Vase clenched his teeth as he attempted to stop his overactive imagination. My mind works for me, not the other way around. In the end, Vase had to employ his considerable concentration to force his imagination back. He maintained his highly focused state throughout the day until his imagination started to relent. That could have been dangerous for me. Vase wiped the sweat from his forehead. Maybe I should show more consideration for balancing my attributes. If he didn't possess a strong concentration, then he might have gotten lost in his own world. Vase never imagined that upgrading his creativity could lead to such a dangerous result. The mind is a sensitive domain. I should be more prudent about it. I should stop swallowing all of the candies at once at the very least. He'd become too complacent of its relatively mild effects. The candies appeared trivial compared to gene boosts that came with very strong side effects. The ordeal forced him to pause his plans to upgrade his other skills and attributes. He had a sense that his imagination still needed to be tamed. Right now, Vase felt as if he birthed an uncontrollable monster in his mind. Without a leash, it could wreak havoc with his mentality. For the rest of the day, Vase rested in his cabin, only coming out for meals and such. Meanwhile, the Nautilus continued her journey to Kava City without stop. By the time Vase recovered sufficiently to leave his cabin, the cruise ship reached her destination. The city looks huge, Rayla uttered as she stared out from the observation deck. Millions of people live and work in Kava City. Of course it's huge. Massive transparent domes littered the bottom of the Vermilion Sea. The domes kept the water out from the man-made construction contained inside. If Kava City faced a threat, the domes could even be covered by armored shutters made out of bulk exotic alloys. To make their surroundings more attractive, Kava City spent a lot of effort in transforming its surroundings. Powerful lights illuminated the strange and colorful marine flora around the domes. Aesthetically pleasing fish and other marine life made their homes among these alien plants. Despite the immense pressure at this depth, the plants and fish swayed leisurely along the currents. All the biodiversity gave Kava City the impression of an underwater kingdom. The Nautilus arrived at a bustling port that hosted many other ships. Once the ship established a connection with the structure, the passengers entered the city in a figurative horde. Vase entered the city with Rayla and Lucky in tow. This time, his cat got to enjoy the sights as well. His cat purred with pleasure once Vase brought him out of the familiar confines of the Nautilus. Mindful of his security, he also brought along a pair of guards. The cruise organization maintained a partnership with a local security firm that regularly hired out its guards to the passengers of the Nautilus. Vase had to pay an extra fee to get some peace of mind. Once they stepped out into the nearest dome, they looked around and admired the dynamic structure and the lights flashing from their surface. "It's so wild here, I like it," Rayla grinned. "Strange, there's no mechs in sight." "That's because mechs are prohibited from operating inside the domes," a nearby tourist responded to Vase. "Think of how much damage a rogue mech can do. If they're powerful enough, they can even crack the dome above our heads." Vase and Rayla shuddered a bit at the thought. Vase had it worse as his overactive imagination started to spark a very vivid image of what a catastrophe a cracked dome could be. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Even though they constantly faced the risk of a malfunctioning dome, Vase still felt safer in Kava City. The lack of mechs meant that Vase still had a fighting chance if another incident occurred. One of their guards flagged an aircar. Once they hopped inside, the car brought them to their first destination. The car entered an underground passage filled to the brim with other vehicles and leisurely passed underneath a dozen domes before reaching the busiest one. "Welcome to Kava City's Mech District." An invisible transmitter greeted the new arrivals as they stepped out from their aircars. "Enjoy your stay but be mindful of the rules." Several flashing warning signs posted at the exit of the parking area emphasized the rules again. The rules basically boiled down to one thing: no active mechs allowed on the streets. "Do people break these rules?" Vase asked his guards. "It happens more often than you think, Mr. Larkinson." Emotions run high during some of the duels. Sometimes the mech athletes put themselves under debt in order to compete at the stage. If they lose, they stand to lose everything. The explanation showcased the darker side to dueling scene. Rayla shook her head in pity. A lot of people don't realize how much credits it takes to run a dueling team. There's always kids entering the amateur circuit who think they can get by with their skills alone. What happens next? They find out they're not as big of a deal as they thought. Some duelists are quicker to realize this lesson than others. Those who hold on to their delusions either have the skill to back up their confidence, or become ruined within a year. Chapter 237 Aquatic Mechs. A large and boisterous crowd waited before the biggest mech arena in the Mech District. As a fully developed aquatic planet, Moira's Paradise hosted a robust mech scene that revolved completely around aquatic mechs. Fans of the aquatic variant of mech duels favored their brutality. The estimated mortality rate in an aquatic duel was 5 times higher than normal due to several factors. First, the water pressure often killed off the pilots if the cockpit incurred minor damage. If the cockpit's automated self-repair systems couldn't fix the crack in time, that tiny crack could quickly grow into a massive breach. Aquatic mech duels therefore came in 2 flavors. Low-pressure aquatic mech duels occurred in conditions that simulated a depth of up to 100 meters, while high-pressure mech duels adopted a depth of at least 10 kilometers. People often considered the former to be a stepping stone for the latter. Low-pressure duels are fast and rely a lot on reflexes. While you need to master a lot of specialized skills to do well in these duels, there's not a lot of money to be made in this circuit. Rayla explained as they entered the arena's VIP gate. So it's kind of like the kiddie version of the real duels. Yup, the high-pressure duels is where the real action can be found. The mechs there are larger and slower, so the mech pilots have to move deliberately and with forethought. Every action matters and one mistake can spell a fatal end. It's a high-pressure environment in more than one way, you could say. That sounds stupid. Why won't the organizers make things safer for the mech athletes? Vase didn't understand why anyone would be willing to compete in a high-pressure aquatic duel. The high risks associated with these duels ensured that you might never come home after a match. Even veteran mech athletes with a decade of experience occasionally died. Fatal accidents could happen to anyone at any moment. Fans pay a lot more to attend these kinds of events. Aquatic mech teams earn a ton of money if they're halfway decent, though they have to spend even more to repair their mechs. Aquatic mechs outmass their landborne forms by a significant amount, so it cost a lot of resources to produce and maintain these beasts. While these mechs featured a high degree of compartmentalization, any breached sections had to be written off, which added to the costs. Once the gate personnel processed their tickets, a uniform attendant guided them to a private room that hovered above the arena. Around 2,000 floating rooms surrounded the massive arena. Aquatic mechs required a lot of space to bring out their full strength, so the amount of space dedicated to this sole arena exceeded his imaginations. Lucky made himself comfortable on a nearby sofa while Vase tinkered with the control terminal. Its various settings allowed him to project multiple angles at the same time. It also allowed him to relocate his floating room. Vase lowered his room so that it almost went up to the transparent dome that enveloped the pressurized dueling ring. When will the action start? The first duel starts in half an hour. Would you like some refreshments? They ordered some drinks and waited for the arena to fill up. The VIPs entered the floating rooms and started moving them to their preferred positions. As for the regular folk, they had to make do with the bleachers. A lot of people already arrived early, and in the time that remained, the seats became filled to the brim. Over 500,000 people came to watch the upcoming series of duels. What's happening today? Don't you know? Rayla looked at Vase as if he was an idiot. It's the finals of the Sea Crown tournament. Two of the best aquatic mech teams are going to duke it out in a series of 5 one-on-one mech duels. The Kava City Sea Dragons enjoyed a long and illustrious track record ever since they became the city's hometown team. They won the Sea Crown for 3 years in a row already. As the challengers, the Velton Myrmidons faced an uphill battle in the coming finals, but a lot of people rooted for the underdogs. With their young team of highly talented athletes, it remained to be seen whether they could beat the odds. Who will you support? The Myrmidons, of course. The Sea Dragons are good, but their previous team captain retired recently. This is the best opportunity for the Myrmidons to take the crown from the Dragons. The spectacle finally began when a pair of announcers came into view. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to the crowning event of Kava City. Today, the Kava City Sea Dragons will be defending their title against the ambitious Velton Myrmidons. 2/3 of the crowd stood up. Sea Dragons. The supporters of the challengers also rooted for their team. Myrmidons. The sheer amount of energy in the air fueled a frenetic atmosphere that called for blood. Even Vase got caught up in the excitement. Just like Rayla, he looked forward to the upcoming clash. The team leaders have submitted their final lineups. First up, the Red Kraken will get the chance to avenge his miserable defeat at the hands of the unstoppable Juggernaut. People often referred to the top athletes by their nicknames. The names also helped outsiders like Vase get a sense on the piloting style of the individual duelists. After a lot of pomp and ceremony, the pressurized arena ring started to churn. A hatch opened up to let in the Red Kraken of the Myrmidons. Like its namesake, it had been designed to mimic the mythical Kraken. With its 8 articulating limbs and a host of hooks and other nasty surprises, the monstrous mech possessed plenty of tools to dismantle an opponent within its grasp. The Sea Dragons sent out a more traditional aquatic mech. The unstoppable Juggernaut piloted a hammerhead shark-shaped mech. Different from its organic counterpart, the Sea Dragon mech featured a thicker and more robust head that had been designed for collision. That hammerhead mech must be expensive to maintain. Vase astutely noted. The mech technicians in charge of maintaining that mech must be hating it with a vengeance. Rayla browsed the records of the Juggernaut. You aren't wrong, but the Juggernaut and his mech is one of the best aquatic mech duelists in Kava City. Every opponent he meets on the ring has to respect his devastating rush. Whatever damage the Juggernaut incurred, his opponent's mech likely fared worse. Such a mutually destructive game of chicken led to expensive repair bills for both sides. The Juggernaut only remained viable because he enjoyed the support of a well-funded team and the crowd loved his antics. A lot of viewers from the Republic tune in when he enters the stage. What about his life expectancy? Rayla shrugged. No one really cared about the danger when a spectacle was involved. In any base, the round began. The churning waters made it difficult for both mechs to hold their course, but as their jets powered up, they started to gain more control. Both mechs circled around each other. Despite the Juggernaut's focus on collisions, his mech incorporated a small miniature torpedo launcher that he used to send out some harassing fire. The Red Kraken intercepted most of the torpedoes by firing out short-ranged spikes from the main torso of his octopus mech. The Hammerhead mech took the opportunity to close in for its first charge. It revved up its engines and its short-range aquatic boosters to propel itself forward like a missile in flight. Too early, Rayla shouted. Even if the Red Kraken focused on taking out the torpedoes, he didn't forget to keep an eye on his opponent. The Kraken smoothly dashed his mech aside, dodging the first attempt with ease. The Juggernaut didn't take the failure to heart and steered his mech into a lazy circle to maintain some momentum. Both mechs incurred no damage at all so far. Since the Red Kraken piloted a relatively immobile mech, he didn't bother to chase after the Hammerhead mech. Instead, he positioned his mech at the side of the dome where he'd be able to limit the angles of approach of his opponent. The tension ratcheted up. Everyone waited for the Juggernaut to make a move. As the duelist with the faster mech, he had to take action within the next couple of minutes. Why is he holding back? Vase asked. His mech is very one-dimensional. Besides his mini torpedoes, he doesn't have any other ranged options. The only way he can avoid a loss is if he keeps moving. He has to find the right angle and moment to charge in order to maximize his success for a collision. The match turned into a standoff as the Juggernaut refrained from going in. Vase couldn't imagine how much pressure the duelists faced. He's moving. The Juggernaut finally chose to move, turning his circling trajectory into a straight path towards the octopus mech. As the Hammerhead bore down on its target, it initiated its short-range boosters at full strength, closing the gap at such a speed that the Red Kraken only had seconds to respond. He juked his octopus mech upwards at just the right time to dodge the charge. Just as Vase thought the Hammerhead mech would miss its target and collide against the edge of the dome, the Juggernaut made a split-second move. The Hammerhead mech cut off most of its forward jets and activated the auxiliary boosters attached to the bottom side of its frame. In addition, a large fin-shaped spike slid out from its upper frame. The Juggernaut turned his mech's forward charge into an uppercut strike that savaged the octopus mech from below, slicing away two of its tentacles in that single pass. The crowd went wild. Even Rayla whooped at the move. Kudos to the mech designer of that Sea Dragon mech. Even Vase admired the modifications put into the mech. Mech designers in the employ of a competitive dueling team often change the designs of their mechs to keep them fresh. A lazy team risked an awful loss if they used the exact same mechs for all of its matches. Their opponents could easily analyze the weak points of their designs and practice fighting against them in countless simulations. Still, the Juggernaut lost his momentum after making such a drastic change of course. Before he could move his mech away, the Red Kraken pounced at the stalling Hammerhead mech. His octopus mech engaged his own short-range boosters and moved to envelop the Hammerhead mech with its 6 remaining tentacles. Oh, what a misplay by the Juggernaut. He failed to move away in time. Now his mech has become entangled. Even as the Hammerhead mech cranked up its engines, the octopus mech solidified its grip on its raging prey. Its 6 tentacles managed to clasp the Hammerhead mech tightly before it could force its way out of the trap. Saws, spikes and other cutting implements emerged from the tentacles and started to rail against the armor of the Juggernaut's mech. Even with its thick, shock-absorbing armor, the ceaseless grind from the Kraken started weakening its weak points. After a solid minute of thrashing, the Kraken cut its way through the side armor. The water pressure enlarged the breach and crushed the internals in that compartment. The Hammerhead mech lost 10% of its power. Even as the Kraken continued to exploit more weak points, the Juggernaut gave up on disentangling the tentacles. Instead, his Hammerhead mech engaged its short-range boosters for the last time, propelling both entangled mechs against the surface of the dome. Crack! The main torso of the octopus mech collided against the dome head first. Even after such a shock, the Red Kraken still continued to cut apart his prey, managing to cut open another compartment. Both of the duelists raced against time. Would the Red Kraken disable the Juggernaut fast enough before his opponent bashed his octopus mech into pieces? The duel turned violent as both mechs suffered continuous damage. Crack. In the end, the octopus mech succumbed to its wounds. Its tentacles started to lose their strength and the vital central torso suffered critical damage to its power reactor. The Red Kraken quickly conceded before the damage reached his cockpit. The Red Kraken transmitted his surrender. The first round goes to the Sea Dragons. As the spectators stood up to cheer for their teams, Vase sank back in his seat and shook his head. The Hammerhead mech had been built like a tank, so it could take a lot more abuse. The Red Kraken should have let go instead of holding on so stubbornly. It's a bad matchup for the Red Kraken, Rayla noted a little glumly. Her adopted team lost the first round. After all, of all the opponents he could duel, he faced off against the heaviest aquatic mech. In a best of 5, the Myrmidons already fell behind. They couldn't afford another loss if they hoped to obtain the prestigious Sea Crown. Chapter 238 Conviction. The second round commenced after various bots cleaned up all the debris from the pressurized arena ring. Two very different aquatic mechs emerged from the hatches. The Kava City Sea Dragons sent out a stubby eel-like mech. The announcers already laid out their predictions. Slippery Winston has entered the stage. Will the third strongest member of the Sea Dragons deliver another victory for his team? Not very likely in my eyes, as the Velton Myrmidons mean business this time. Look who they brought into the ring. The Myrmidon supporters among the crowd erupted in support of the mech athlete who entered. Firebreather, Firebreather, Firebreather. Unlike other aquatic mechs, Firebreather's mech took on a shape that didn't resemble any terrestrial animals. From the commentary the announcers provided, Vase learned that the designer adopted an original shape that didn't resemble any Terran or exo creature. If Vase had to describe Firebreather's mech, he'd say it resembled an octagonal honeycomb. Its symmetrical angular sides all featured octagonal-shaped armor plating. Besides functioning as modular armor, the armor plating also camouflaged the placements of thrusters, boosters and weapon hardpoints. The logic of its unusual design became evident once the round commenced. The eel mech approached the octagon mech, slithering forth with electric grace. Sparks of current ran throughout its frame, making it obvious that tangling with it up close was a bad idea. Slippery Winston started off the engagement by launching a pair of high-powered harpoons at the octagon mech. Both of them puncture read through the octagon mech's relatively weak plating. Firebreather got harpooned, but will it stick? A strong current ran through the cables between the harpoons and the eel mech. Yet before it could do much damage, a spark of liquid heat erupted from the affected side of the octagon mech. The cables melted apart, freeing Firebreather from the electric attack. The octagon mech started to spin a bit and present an undamaged side to the eel mech. Its strange shape gave the mech a lot of options as it possessed an array of weapons and thrusters at each side. Constraints in disposable space limited their power, but the enormous redundancy gave the mech a lot of options. Not content to sit back and let Slippery Winston out of his grasp, Firebreather sent his mech forward and fired off volleys of short-range heat attacks. Even if Slippery Winston gained his fame for his ability to dodge all kinds of attacks, the wide-area heat sprays proved extremely difficult to avoid. His eel mech specialized in agility, but its top speed left something to be desired. It's like a battle between a striker and a skirmisher, Rayla noted, except this skirmisher is a little slow. It's hard to design an aquatic mech that can go faster under these circumstances. Mech designers had to allocate an exponential amount of power to mobility if they wished to make an aquatic mech go faster. Thus, most deep-sea designs emphasized agility and power over pure speed. Right now, Slippery Winston's eel mech started to look cooked as its armor plating started to break down from the continuous exposure to heat. The duelist of the Sea Dragons attempted to fight back by launching harpoons and missiles, but the octagon mech's ridiculous amount of redundancy made it look like they fell into an endless hole. This match is over, Vase predicted. He could tell that the eel mech didn't have much in store except to go all in. Ordinarily, such a move would be best as it could use its deadly electrical currents to fry its prey from within. Slippery Winston must have realized his predicament. As his eel mech started to get cornered, he finally stopped avoiding the attacks and dove head first into the octagon mech. Oh, Winston is going in. Will this be the end? He's falling right into Firebreather's hands. The octagon mech blasted out a giant spray of heated liquids that struck the eel mech head-on. The sheer amount of heat distorted the water around them, but Vase could see that Slippery Winston cleverly rotated his mech to spread the damage over its frame. However, The octagon mech kept pumping out a constant torrent of thermal energy. Firebreather decided to dump his full arsenal at this moment, which rapidly degraded Winston's mech. Yet the eel mech still persisted under these circumstances. It used the tail end of its frame to lash against the octagon mech, smashing aside the armor at those spots. The two mechs continued to batter at each other, hoping to force their opponent to concede first. The contest of endurance turned into a contest of wills. Whoever lost their nerve first would be savaged by the pumped-up crowd. Even Rayla clenched her fists at the action underneath their floating room. "Get closer. I can't. There's too many rooms in the way." A whole pile of floating rooms had congregated around the side where the fighting took place. The VIPs all wanted to get close to see the outcome of this decisive moment with their very own eyes. Moments like these reminded Vase why he adored mechs. The visceral combat stimulated the primitive part of his brain that craved for blood. For all humanity pretended to be civilized, deep down they still let themselves be ruled by the instincts that evolution had been slow to erase. The sense that he lost his purpose started to fade as he got caught up in the fight. He made an important realization during this match. Mechs embody violence. When Vase recently worked on his limited edition mechs, he explicitly designed them to be display models. While there was nothing wrong with designing mechs for peaceful purposes, it should never be his primary focus. A real mech should be bred for war. Any refinements that Vase chose to add to his mechs should never overshadow their primary purpose of destroying their enemies. The duel reached its final stages when the octagon mech managed to burn a large gap in the frame of the eel mech. Firebreather instantly capitalized on the weak point by focusing all of his heat attacks on that spot. A low boom echoed from the dome as something critical inside Slippery Winston's mech exploded. The disruption caused by that explosion opened up the insides of his eel mech to water, which quickly crushed the delicate internals inside the affected compartments. The referees forced a halt to the fighting because Winston had been knocked unconscious from the sudden shock. Fortunately, his cockpit's integrity remained intact, so he escaped from the duel with his life intact. Vase lost interest in the tournament at this point. The subsequent matches proceeded rather tamely as the mech athletes played conservatively and dragged out the time. None of them wanted to end up like Slippery Winston. Even Rayla started to yawn when the standoff between two shark-like mechs went on for more than 15 minutes. Both mechs primarily relied on spikes and torpedoes to harass their opponents to death. Only the dedicated fans remained excited for their adopted teams. Vase stopped caring about the outcome and instead focused on the mechs themselves. All of the mechs he had seen so far possessed a spark of life. Vase could tell that each mech adopted a unique design that had gone through numerous evolutions. Each time they sustained significant damage, their designers tweaked the designs so that the mechs fared a little better next time. They were very much opposite to the clinically clean and lifeless machines of the MTA. Mechs produced through materialization paid for their perfection with their souls. Even if they delivered superior performance over mechs produced through fabrication, Vase wondered if they represented the answer to making better mechs. It depended on the potential of the X factor. Vase only scratched the surface with this metaphysical phenomenon. He suspected that a stronger X factor might have dramatic effects, but he was years away from another breakthrough. At his current level of progress, achieving those levels seemed far away. "What do you think about materialized mechs?" Vase asked his cousin out of the blue. "You mean that fancy new production technique from the Galactic Center? It sounds like it's really expensive. I'll probably be dead before materialized mechs become mainstream in our neighborhood. Do you think they're better?" "Of course. It's more expensive, so it must be worth the money, right?" Her answer revealed that Rayla didn't know much about mech production. A mech pilot like her wouldn't know the difference. Would Vase still have a place in a future where materialization became reasonable enough to take over the galactic rim? If mech pilots started to become more exacting about their demands, then Vase expected to face a lot of difficulty trying to achieve the inhuman level of quality that materialization easily provided. Something started to crystallize in his mind as he wrestled over this issue. Vase had always been fascinated by the X factor. Since he already achieved some progress, he owed it to himself and the system to see this journey through. Even if materialization came with many benefits, it could not replace the fundamental value of plain old craftsmanship. Mechs should come with a human touch. His newfound conviction seemed to cleanse his mind once again. Rather than regard materialization as an inevitability or a looming threat, he treated it as an alternative that he already ruled out. If the mech market progressed in a way that favored materialized mechs, Then Vase would continue to fight for mechs produced through more traditional ways. He'd prop up his own market if he had to. That was not to say that he aimed to fight against this technology. Materialization offered a lot of benefits in other industries that had always been chasing after zero errors. Progress couldn't be stopped once it was unleashed. The mech industry as a whole stood to gain a lot from this method of production as well. Not everyone cares for a handmade mech. The vast majority of mechs sold today consisted of cheap, mass-produced mechs. Once materialization became more affordable, the lower end of the market should gain a lot of benefits as the overall quality went up. The Sea Crown tournament reached its final act as the Sea Dragons and the Myrmidons went even with each other. Both teams eked out 2 wins, beating most people's expectations that the reigning champions would easily steamroll the challengers. Vase regained his interest in the tournament once the final round commenced. Both teams sent out their team captains for this decisive match. Jackknife Jake is carrying the final hopes of the Myrmidons. Will he be able to deliver on the promise he made to his fans, or will he return to Velton with empty hands? Not if the Sea King has anything to say about it. With over 9 years of dueling experience, the King has reigned over our planet for 3 consecutive years as he led the Sea Dragons to victory time and time again. Jackknife Jake piloted a medium-sized angular fish mech with lots of retractable weapon hardpoints. Vase could tell his mech relied on hit-and-run attacks with its sharpened fins to grind his opponents down. In contrast, the Sea King piloted a sea dragon-shaped mech. The extravagant machine had clearly been designed to evoke a sense of majesty, as if it was a given that the Sea King should reign over Moira's paradise. Its design achieved an optimal balance between power and flexibility. Its 2 claws added a lot of extra options to the Sea King's arsenal. Jake, the Sea King broadcasted through an open channel which the arena passed on to the crowd. Your team did well this year, but your lucky streak has come to an end. You've never defeated me before. The outcome is already set. The team captain of the Myrmidons responded, if only to please his supporters. Boast after you win, not before. I've crawled through countless rivals to get to this point, beating expectations along the way. Even if you have the better machine, nothing is ever set in stone. While Jackknife Jake piloted a very good aquatic mech, the amount of money invested into the Sea Dragon mech beggared the mind. From what Vase could tell, the Sea King's mech was worth at least 3 times as much as Jackknife Jake's machine. Is the outcome already determined? Vase softly asked to himself. Personally, he found the Sea King's attitude to be repulsive. He started to root for the Myrmidons again. Come on, Jake, show him what a better pilot can do. Chapter 239. Dancing along the edge. Despite the disparity in value between the 2 mechs, the outcome of the match was still in doubt. Jackknife Jake's bladed fish mech possessed superior speed and agility over the larger sea dragon-shaped mech. He showcased his strengths at the very start of the final round by darting along the flanks of his opponent's mech. While the Sea King possessed the advantage of power and endurance, he wouldn't be able to leverage them properly if he couldn't get a grip on his opponent. The King knew this and didn't bother to chase after his opponent. He drifted in place and retaliated whenever Jake got close. How many weapons are stuffed inside that mech? Rayla asked with surprise as the Sea Dragon mech showed off its arsenal. That's like 5 or 6 weapon systems already. Vase had also noticed its diverse array of weapon hardpoints. It's like a hybrid mech in a sense. It possesses both short and long-ranged options. The Sea Dragon-shaped mech's main armament consisted of its sharp and sturdy claws and teeth. Jake respected their threat to his mech and always tried to attack the Sea King from the rear. A variety of weapon systems dotted around the frame of the Sea Dragon. Much like the octagon mech that appeared before, the Sea Dragon mech hid the exact placement of those systems underneath identical scale-like armor plating. The Sea Dragon fired spikes, torpedoes, harpoons and all other assorted weaponry at the approaching fish mech. Its ammunition seemed limitless as it attempted to constrain Jackknife Jake with suppressive fire. The bladed fish mech incurred a decent amount of scratches from the barrage. Jake chose to dodge the harpoons even if his mech had to eat a face full of spikes. In return, his mech got close enough to rake through the Sea Dragon mech's sides. Both of them are not holding back. Jackknife Jake is throwing all caution to the wind, knowing that he won't be able to last long enough against the Sea King's superior range advantage. The Sea King must not be feeling so well. His mech's agility pales in comparison to the killing machine in the hands of Jackknife Jake. Look at how he's tearing a boatload of armor plates with every pass. Jackknife Jake dished out a good amount of damage, but Vase could obviously tell his mech degraded faster than the Sea Dragon mech. As a speed-focused mech, its armor would always fall behind to a mech that aimed for balance. More perversely, the Sea King obviously splurged a lot on the armor system of his mech. The scale-like plating took a lot of force to dislodge or cut through. Each time Jackknife Jake made a pass, his mech lost momentum, something which the Sea King eagerly pounced upon. The balance of favor started to tilt against the Myrmidon team captain. A huge lance emerged from the mouth of the fish mech. Jackknife Jake abruptly ceased dancing around the Sea Dragon mech in favor of a direct approach. The Sea King had obviously been off guard, but a pilot of his caliber didn't remain stunned for long. The dragon mech opened up its own jaws and ejected a large orb that it had kept hidden all this time. The lance hit the orb head-on and exploded. Like a mine, it detonated with a furious shockwave that impacted the fish mech at virtually point-blank range. Just as everyone thought that had been the end of the Myrmidons, Jackknife Jake emerged from the murky waters with a battered but functional mech. Another lance replaced the broken one that detonated the orb, allowing Jake to continue his rush towards the Sea Dragon. This time, the Sea King had been truly caught off guard, to the point where his mech instinctively fended off the lance with its claws. The lance pierced right through its left claw and pushed on to impale the upper torso. Jackknife Jake quickly detached the lance before squirreling away, leaving the weapon pinned in his opponent's mech. How did Jackknife Jake survive that mine? Quick, rerun that segment. The entire audience turned to the closest projection to see a slow-motion replay of the last encounter. Moments before the first lance pierced the mine, Jackknife Jake detached the lance and abruptly engaged his mech's reverse boosters, cutting off its forward momentum and allowing it to escape the brunt of the blast. What a fast reaction! Jake chose to overload his reverse boosters at a critical moment. Even if they're fried, they've done their job. The lance embedded in the Sea Dragon mech affected its mobility in a serious way. The Sea King's mech experienced a lot of problems when it tried to transfer enough power to the thrusters placed along its frame. The Sea King went mad this time. "I'll crush you like a bug, Jake." The Sea Dragon mech showed off its full capabilities as its jaw ejected dozens of mines. They floated around the Sea King's mech like an omnidirectional guard. Cables shot out from tiny openings, connecting the orbs to each other like a net. The nets then started to chase after the fish mech. Jackknife Jake had to abort his hit-and-run attacks in face of this new weapon. While the nets didn't move very fast, their expansive reach and coverage fully constrained his mobility. Having ejected all of the mines in its stores, the Sea Dragon mech then revealed another weapon from its gaping jaws. The cone-shaped barrel turned out to be a sonic cannon as it started to emit continuous sound waves towards the dancing fish mech. Like a wide-area flamethrower, the sonic weapon's range fell off quickly. Nevertheless, the mech piloted by Jackknife Jake already started to fall apart. The Myrmidon team captain had to make a difficult choice. Either he braved the storm and risked annihilation, or he could keep his distance and bet that the Sea Dragon mech ran out of power first. Mech pilots tended to favor aggression over inaction, so Jake decided to make one more play. Why is he going in? His mech doesn't have much left. Vase noted with puzzlement. From what he could determine, the Sea King piloted a ridiculous aquatic mech. The mine net alone countered every possible move that Jake could make. He'll be letting down his team and his fans if he gives up at this point. Rayla explained. As a former amateur mech athlete, she had a keen understanding of what went on in his mind. Even if he has to put his life on the line, he owes it to his supporters to continue the fight. The damaged fish mech dramatically charged towards the Sea Dragon mech. The Sea King overloaded his sonic cannon, but the weapon merely tickled the fish mech. As Jake reached the mine net, he revealed his final trump card. Moments before his fish mech collided against the net, his mech split in half. The forward section of his mech crashed against the net and caused the mines to explode, obscuring everything in the vicinity. The Sea King tentatively backed away. His mech's excellent sensors caught the moment of separation, but before he could put much distance from the blast, Jake emerged from the turbulent water with just half of his mech intact, yet it moved just as fast as before. Jake's mech had obviously been designed to split beforehand. The rear part of the original fish mech took on an hydrodynamic spear shape that turned the newly revealed front portion into a stubby wedge that looked sharp enough to split apart its opponent. His mech bore down on the Sea Dragon mech with the help of single-use boosters that he kept in reserve up to this point. Is he going to make it? As Jackknife Jake came within spitting distance of his opponent, the Sea King ceased his futile attempt to dodge. Instead, He oriented his mech to allow its tail to take the blow in its stead. A huge explosion occurred at the moment of impact. At the very last moment, Jake ejected his cockpit from his half-mech, leaving the rest to collide and explode against the Sea King's mech in a cataclysmic blast that spread out countless of broken components in every direction. The Sea King obviously hadn't expected an explosion of that magnitude to erupt from the kamikaze mech. His Sea Dragon mech slithered out of the polluted waters in a bedraggled state. Only its high-quality components kept the mech functional, and even that came into doubt as the mech's power reactor started failing. The previous lance strike had opened up a weak point in the Sea King's mech that the collision and explosion had ruthlessly exploited. A tense and chilling mood ran through the audience as they waited for the Sea King to revive his mech. The outcome of the match depended on whether his mech could still put up a fight. According to the standard mech duels, even if a mech duelist was left with a cockpit, as long as it possessed a single backup thruster and a piddly little gun, it remained in contention. The floating cockpit piloted by Jackknife Jake demonstrated both requirements as it slowly recovered from its uncontrolled ejection. Just as everyone thought the Sea King had fallen from his throne, his Sea Dragon mech emerged from its slumber for the very last time. It moved its broken form and turned a claw towards the slowly drifting cockpit. A single claw tip ejected from the limb. Even if it hadn't been propelled with a lot of force, it reached Jake's cockpit in a blink and pierced through its feeble shell. The cockpit has been breached. Jake's life signs have flatlined. A fatality. The Sea King murdered Jackknife Jake before his victim could concede. The entire crowd uttered their outrage at the final move. Only the hardcore supporters of the Sea Dragons remained enlivened. The rest appeared to condemn the unsportsmanlike move. The screams of anger, horror and indignation flooded the entire arena to the point where they drowned out the announcers. Even Vase expressed his shock at that final, spiteful act by the Sea King. Why did he do it? Because it's within the rules. Rayla responded with a sour expression. When you dance along the edge, you're going to get cut sooner or later. Jackknife Jake thought he'd be clever by piloting a kamikaze mech, but as long as he and his mech remained combat capable, he's fair game. It's not his opponent's responsibility to save his life. So you're allowed to deliberately kill your opponent during a duel? Essentially, yes, but most people don't go out of their way to do so. Not only will you get a bad reputation, you'll also lose your sponsors. I don't think the Sea Dragons has any trouble attracting sponsors. Whatever the case, the referees had no choice but to rule the match in favor of the bloodied Sea King. It turned out that his crippling mech only had a few seconds of uptime left. If his mech ran out of juice before he did something to Jake, then the long-held Sea Crown would be lost for the first time in 3 years to the upstart Myrmidons. The Sea King faced a difficult decision. If the captain of the Sea Dragons wished to retain the Sea Crown, he had to disable Jake's cockpit by any means possible, even if it meant a lethal outcome. He chose to do what was best for his team. Even if he had to throw away his reputation, his team secured the vaunted Sea Crown for the 4th time in a row. With bloodied hands, the Sea King cruelly showed how far he would go to defend his title. As the analysts, pundits and fans poured over those final moments, Vase directed his floating room away from the dome. Numerous bots already entered the ring and began retrieving the remains. People will do anything for fame. Rayla spoke up. Each time you enter the ring, you risk an accident that can take away your life. There's always a risk of death when two big hunks of metal go toe-to-toe against each other. What about you? Did you ever fear for your life when you entered the ring? Of course, but adrenaline and a little extra liquid courage helps a lot in pushing those doubts away. You don't want to start a duel with a clouded mind. Even if fatalities happen, I never thought it would happen to me. The sad outcome to a hopeful match put the entire mech arena in a somber mood. Vase didn't pay attention to the subdued closing ceremony where the deputy team captain of the Sea Dragons accepted the Sea Crown for the 4th time in a row. The Sea King himself didn't dare show up in front of the audience. The dramatic turn of events put Vase in a strange mood. After having established a lifelong conviction, witnessing the extent the team captains fought to win had opened his mind to what kind of original mech he'd like to design. Vase closed his eyes and turned his focus inward. A fleeting inspiration bloomed into a vivid image that centered around determination. Never give up. Fight to the end. Chapter 240 Reflection. For his upcoming original design, Vase already chose the phoenix as its totem animal. He envisioned designing a durable knight that should be resilient enough to last a lengthy war. However, a great design should accomplish more than mere survival. Vase forgot about the drive to succeed. No one wanted to lose. Planning for the worst was fine and all, but sometimes you've gotta risk it all in order to achieve a win. Avoiding a loss is not a sufficient goal. A mech should be designed to accomplish a specific objective. He sketched out a possible character he could utilize as the human myth component of his triple division technique. While he hadn't fixed a specific image in mind, he felt determined to include some ambition and the need to win in the list of possible traits. As the Sea Crown tournament wound down, Vase guided his floating room away from the morbid arena dome and the restless crowd. A lot of security bots appeared to keep the defiant supporters of the Velton Myrmidons in line. They were one step away from rioting over the heartless killing of Jackknife Jake. Even though the competition came to an unfortunate end, Vase did not regret attending it. The collective emotions of the spectators and the dramatic turn of events in the ring had revitalized his drive to design an original mech. In a sense, he reacquainted himself with the raison d'etre of mechs. For all their higher ideals, humanity ceaselessly sought to expand their rule over the galaxy. They began their conquest of the stars with the advent of interstellar warships. They consolidated their gains by establishing a flourishing mech culture. Vase, Rayla and Lucky stayed at an exclusive hotel next to the arena and spent the night there. As he slumbered, Vase dreamt of the fantasies had in his youth and blended them with the harsh realities he learned in his adulthood. Designing an original mech was tough, but Vase never thought he would have an easy ride. As he woke up the next morning, Vase left the arena domes behind and visited the cultural districts of Kava City. He toured the museums and art galleries for ancient monuments of fallen alien species and contemporary art alike. Each individual piece carried a message. The best works of art came with rich flavors of X Factor that had been imbued by their creators. "What do you see in this piece of junk?" Rayla complained as she crossed her arms. "It's just a barstool, Vase. You call this art? I can tell the artists here are sincere. Can't you feel the emotions in the pieces? My tummy is feeling hungry. When are we eating lunch?" "Soon. Let me take in the sights first." The art gallery put this particular ensemble in a notable position. The room they stood in had been converted into a metallic interior reminiscent of the insides of a spaceship. Rents and molten marks on the walls evoked the image of a desperate battle. Devastation formed the theme of this exhibition. An artist collective called the Epitaph Among the Stars recovered several mundane pieces of space wreckage and turned them into display pieces. Even though the artworks didn't look too remarkable, they resonated very strongly with his sixth sense. The emotions put in their composition spoke of the dedication of the artists that made it their mission to remember the fallen from the void of space. The other exhibitions never came close to matching their exquisiteness. Half of the art pieces he encountered in the gallery came with an empty void that spoke of two possibilities. Either they were fake, or the artists left the composition to a bot. Either way, Vase found it rather disappointing that the curators valued such pieces. What would happen if materialization became mainstream in the art world? Would every piece of art become husks that were too detached from their creators? From the way the museums and art galleries couldn't distinguish between real or fake, Vase held low expectations of the future. Besides witnessing how other people unconsciously imparted the X factor in their works, Vase also received a lot of inspiration for his upcoming project. After the brutality he witnessed last night, the distraction pulled him back from the brink. Violence and civilization goes hand in hand, but it's not a good idea to lean too far in a single direction. The industry generally abhorred mechs that catered to the darker nature of humanity. Designs that emphasized their ability to evoke terror and inflict mass casualties even received censure from the MTA. Mechs should never be employed as a weapon of terror. While plenty of people outright made a mockery out of that rule, normally the market favored noble mechs. Even a heavy striker armed with heavy-duty flamethrowers could be considered heroic as long as its design emphasized its role as a defender. Perception and reality didn't always have to match. Vase absorbed this lesson slowly as he visited many different art galleries in the next 2 days. The way the artists played at the perception of their audience really inspired his creativity. Some of the most impressive works of contemporary art consisted of four-dimensional displays that changed their form over time in a dynamic fashion. The artists accomplished these effects through the use of modern technology and a small amount of exotics. One remarkable artwork consisted of a mirror that purportedly showed an alternate reality version of whoever stared into its reflective surface. People could only see their own reflections. No matter where anyone else positioned themselves, they would never be able to glimpse another person's alternate reflection. Most visitors treated it as a fake curiosity as they saw themselves in a vastly different state of appearance. Perhaps a sophisticated computer pulled up various data from the galactic net and extrapolated a somewhat realistic image of what they might have been if some details of their past had taken another turn. No one really believed the artist's claims that he had breached the barriers between the universes and opened up a window. The reflections appeared to be completely random. Some looked thinner, as if they couldn't even afford to eat the most basic nutrient packs. Others wore resplendently brilliant dresses, as if their income had been inflated by over 100 times. Rayla claimed she saw herself as a successful mech athlete who had gone pro. She wore a piloting suit emblazoned with the name of her old team, the Wailing Witches. Her suit even carried sponsorship symbols from several notable household brands. Vase felt apprehensive when he got his own turn to look at the mirror. What would the clever computer system behind the illusions come up with as his reflection? Once the latest person moved away from the reflection, Vase stepped up to the full-length mirror. "Is that me?" He sounded disappointed. The Vase that looked back from the mirror looked decidedly average. He wore poor clothes that could be obtained with a couple of dozen credits. His body looked thin but not malnourished, showing that he barely made a living in this supposed alternate universe. Much of the confidence and success that he enjoyed as a mech designer was absent from the reflection. Vase supposed that the reflection indicated his most likely fate as an individual if he never received the system from his father. Crushed by debt and lacking both talent and connections, Vase would never be able to come up with a product in time to pay off the first interest payment that came due. Coming up with 5 million credits on his own proved wholly impossible to a mech designer without the right foundation to survive in the mech industry. The Larkinson family must have refrained from bailing him out as well. With their modest net worth, they'd be ruining the foundation of their estate if they threw good money after bad in his hopeless venture to become an established mech designer. The most his grandfather could do was to secure his rights after the inevitable bankruptcy. Obviously, he didn't take his failure very well. 1 year after the presumed closure of his nascent workshop, Vase must have probably turned back into a useless bum. Deprived of a promising career in the mech industry, he fell off in the deep end and lived from day to day in a wallow of self-pity and recrimination. The next visitor in line started to get impatient as Vase stared at his own alternate reflection with melancholy. His self-esteem took a substantial hit in that moment. He only regained his composure after left and took a break by eating a meal at a nearby restaurant. As Rayla munched on a fat piece of Eleodonok whale steak, she gently bonked his head with her knuckles. "Cheer up, Vase. Whatever you saw in that stupid mirror isn't you. Look at what you made of yourself in these last couple of years. You're a big shot now." "You're right," he sighed as he cut a piece of his own steak. Vase found the whale meat to be a little chewier than he liked. It's a depressing reflection, but it's only one of many possible realities. What matters most is that I've avoided that fate. Vase spent the rest of his allotted time in Kava City by attending a silly play. The performance centered around a setting where humanity and aliens struck a friendly accord. The play made fun of the diverse aliens humanity had befriended. The performance made use of advanced projection technology to capture the speech and movements of an isolated actor and project them into a life-like alien characters. From upright horses with 12 limbs to a floating brain that manipulated its surroundings with tentacles, their antics roiled the audience in a flood of laughter. "Why are you speaking to my waist channel? My nostrils are down here. My apologies. My exhaustive lessons in human culture and etiquette has taught me that I should always start undressing myself after exchanging a couple of words. By the 7 three-horned gods. Humans are disgusting. They douse themselves in the foul and smelly liquid known as water for up to 2 times a day. Imagine the horror known as hygiene. We must declare war against this race to teach them the value of going without a bath for years at a time." What Vase enjoyed the most was how the play obliquely parodied aspects of society that they all took for granted. For example, while humanity universally maintained hostile relationships with aliens, why should they be locked in a constant struggle for dominance in the galaxy? Space was vast, with billions of stars in the Milky Way alone. Not even the most prolific races had grown to the point where they ran out of space. Even if most star systems lacked deposits of exotic minerals, that didn't mean they were useless. Humanity constantly hungered for exotics to fuel their ceaseless struggle for territory against the aliens and themselves. The play Vase and Rayla attended presented a scenario where humans never resorted to war as the first option. While they maintained a decent amount of war assets, they mainly served as a deterrent rather than a prelude to a full-fledged invasion. In this possible setting, the playwright envisioned that the lack of constant warring diminished the hunger for exotics, thereby placing less importance on securing star systems with deposits of these valuable resources. With peace as the prevailing condition, human society occupied a smaller but more densely populated slice of the galaxy. The lack of competition even allowed their race to unite in a single common union that maintained the same set of laws and customs throughout their entire territory. Such a silly future could never exist. Vase had a good laugh along with the rest of the crowd when the play made a mockery of this presumptuous vision. Humans are a greedy, jealous race that always takes away what other races possess. He reminded to himself. He spoke those words with prime. At the end, Vase left the theater in a tired but satiated mood. All the ups and downs he experienced in the last couple of days had refreshed his mind even as it took a toll on it. In any case, he experienced a lot on this planet and gained a lot of inspiration on his upcoming project. His holiday on Moira's Paradise had given him a lot of food for thought. While he didn't get to relax all that often, the mental stimulation he received should be sufficient to flesh out a draft design for the mech of his dreams. Chapter 241 Market Research. Their stay in Kava City came to an end. Vase, Rayla and Lucky boarded the Nautilus of the Deep with memorable moments of their stay. The play is fun and all, but I don't get why it's so highly rated. With parodies, you have to look underneath the surface to get the message. Vase responded to Rayla, have you noticed how the humans appeared more dim-witted than the aliens in the performance? My take on the play is that if humans for whatever reason lose their drive for war, they'll eventually turn into harmless monkeys who are only good for comic relief. Ha, as if that will ever happen. Too much blood has been shed for us to go all lovey-dovey all of a sudden. You never know if the prevailing winds will change. There's always a portion in our society who are advocating for peace and understanding. That sounds pretty bad for you. Without all the fighting, who's going to buy your mechs? Who would buy his mechs indeed, Vase thought. For better or worse, the mech industry depended on the continuation of humanity's thriving martial culture. The amount of mechs that got wrecked and needed to be replaced in the Komodo Star sector reached an astounding sum. Did you enjoy the holiday? Vase asked. Well, it's not an adventure, but it's okay. Moira's Paradise is so different, it's like the people here are aliens. I don't get their fascination for living under a fragile dome all year long. The moment it cracks, all of that water will come crashing down on their heads. I'd rather live underneath the open sky. Vase enjoyed the holiday as well. Besides the inspiration he received, it also felt refreshing to forget about his job, if only for a couple of days. After the Nautilus returned to the surface, a large number of passengers departed the luxurious cruise ship. Vase and his entourage spent a short time on the artificial island before boarding the Barracuda. Back to Cloudy Curtain, Captain Sylvestra asked. Yup, take your time, you don't have to hurry. Before he returned to his workshop, Vase intended to do some market research as a final preparation for his draft design. While he could start to draft a design right now, he risked a disappointing reception if he disregarded the demands of the market. What do people in the Republic want from a night mech? Vase already read up on the subject. Marcella had been very helpful in sharing some of her market research and industry reports. To make the long story short, the private market mainly geared up for a brutal slog against the Visions. Everyone expected the upcoming war to proceed in the same vein as the previous conflicts between the two rival states. The Bright Republic would be put on the defensive while the highly motivated Visions did their best to break through. The irreconcilable hatred between the Visions and the Brighters ensured the war could drag on for up to 5 years or more. The mercenaries and company security forces that made up the bulk of the private market demanded robust designs that could potentially last them the entire war. This fell into his niche, as his Phoenix concept centered around extending the life cycle of his upcoming design. Still, his knight needed something more in order to distinguish his product from the masses. Vase took inspiration of the late Jackknife Jake. While his dauntless personality made a profound impression in his mind, he also admired the semi-modular nature of his fish mech. To design a mech that continued to function bereft of most of its surface components took a lot of guts and skill. He wanted to adopt such a feature into his own design to complement its undying nature, but practical concerns prevented him from going through with this idea. It's a lot easier to pull this off in the water than on land. The diminished form will have to come with its own miniature engine and power source, as well as a form of mobility. Such demands took up too much space to make the concept feasible with the means at hand. Nesting mechs like the fish mech became more prevalent in the galactic center, where superior technology and materials brought about significant gains in performance while requiring relatively little space. He turned his newly invigorated imagination in another direction. What do mech pilots want in their night mechs? Vase poured into his research materials to look up the answer. Vase spotted a tiny detail hidden beneath the personal testimonies. Besides the usual demands for power, armor and speed, the mech pilots wanted to own a mech that could dig. He played a clip of an interview with a veteran mercenary pilot. How often did you find yourself huddled underneath the ground? More often than I liked. The noble armies of the Visions generally consists of a hodgepodge of designs, but one thing that's very consistent is that they bring lots of artillery, particularly missiles. They ship them in by the bulk and fire off their entire magazines in our direction to soften us up. Sometimes, the Visions don't even care if they don't hit anything, because the bombardment has already frayed our nerves. If you know that they will be throwing missiles at you, why not prepare a portable bombardment shelter? Those things work well, but they're only good for a single time. The cheaper ones weigh a lot, so it's a massive pain to lug them around. The more expensive ones don't last long enough to pay for their expenses. It's better to take advantage of the natural soil around us and put a lot of earth between your mech and the missiles raining down in your sector. What about bringing in a digger module? Are you kidding? Those things take up even more space, and they're finicky as hell. No, forget about those stupid gadgets. The only thing I need is an old-fashioned spade. The veteran proceeded to detail the intricacies of digging a makeshift shelter. Different planets and climates led to different soil conditions. It took a lot of technique to dig out a semi-enclosed trench in a reasonable amount of time. Ranged mechs that formed the mainstay of any squad often broke down easily if they helped with the digging. The arms of a rifleman mech specialized in aiming the weapon as accurate as possible. These types of limbs easily exceeded their maximum carrying limits if they went too far with digging. More often than not, squads designated night mechs as their go-to diggers. While knights possessed a lot of strengths, that didn't mean they excelled at digging. Many mech designers overlooked such demands when they came up with their night designs. Interesting. Vase spoke to himself. Could this be a gap in the market? In truth, many mercenaries preferred to be deployed in areas with readily available cover. If they couldn't find anything nearby, they would rather retreat and avoid the bombardment entirely. Only rarely did they decide to stay and ride out the storm. However, his research into this topic revealed that digging became more prevalent in the later stages of the war. Most battles shifted from well-prepared fortifications to bombed-out ruins and temporary encampments in the wilderness. As everything started breaking down, a mech could only rely on his simple spade for suitable cover. So am I going to design a mole mech now? Vase wouldn't go that far. It became tempting to believe in the market research and try to form a response to every issue, but Vase only had so much space in his design. It's enough to take the possibility into mind. A mech that could dig efficiently required a specialized set of limbs that diminished its ability to fight. Vase decided to make do with half measures that made the digging a little easier while preserving the combat effectiveness of his design. This should be the base role of my design. A scrappy knight that also makes for a decent entrencher. With this decision, Vase formulated the 3 required images for his triple division technique. The totem animal consisted of the mythical phoenix. This image represented his desire to design a lasting mech that would grow over the years and become more distinct with each round of repairs. Vase decided to dedicate the human myth to Jackknife Jake. It saved him the trouble of formulating a fictional character. As a mech athlete, Jackknife Jake possessed keen instincts and a great sense for risk-taking. Even if he lost out at the final moment of his career, the preceding feats in his career showcased his talent in this area. I need something with the drive to win no matter how frigid the situation has become. This kind of motivation sounded rather dangerous. If Vase went too far with embedding this message into his design, his customers might be tempted to dive headfirst into danger. After a brief internal struggle, Vase decided to integrate this image into his design. A knight has to possess a lot of courage to perform their roles. Otherwise, how will my design be able to excel in the field? The reality of the mech business was that the market paid attention to a design's performance in the field. Word of mouth spread quickly about good and bad designs. Mechs that performed poorly quickly resulted in cratering sales, while mechs that excelled on the battlefield exploded into popularity. Much of this phenomenon depended on the habits and perception of the mech pilots in the field. Perfectly decent designs on paper might inexplicably be regarded as a harbinger of bad luck if a single pilot suffered from consecutive breakdowns. Even if a lazy mech technician carried the actual blame for the mishaps, rumors always trumped over facts. Sometimes, investigators even found proof that a mech pilot deliberately made a fuss about their mechs at the behest of a competitor. These days, the MTA came down hard on these kinds of practices, so Vase didn't worry too much about getting bad-mouthed. What he actually concerned himself with was whether his design could stand out from the other knights in the market. With my reputation, it should be fairly easy to generate some initial sales. It's what comes after that I have to focus on. The buyers in the mech market spent their money wisely. If Vase could influence his designs in such a way so that his customers used them in flamboyant ways, he'd be able to generate a lot of buzz for his designs. He only hesitated because it could also backfire on him. If his design gained a reputation for driving his pilots into reckless action, his mechs would cease to sell as well as he hoped. In the end, he decided it was worth the risk, and confirmed the concepts that he would use for his design. 2 of my images are focused on different aspects of survival, while the remaining one prioritizes victory. The lack of balance in the images had been a deliberate choice on his part. There was no point in employing separate images if they all fulfilled the same role. By splitting the ratio from defense to offense in this manner, Vase emphasized the defensive aspect of his design while leaving room for offensive action. I'm ready to start my draft design. Designing a draft meant he'd sketch out a loose outline of his mech. It fixed the general shape, type and weight class of his mech and allowed him to figure out what type of components he should license for his final design. Vase hunkered down in his stateroom aboard the Barracuda and projected his design software into the whole room. He took a deep breath and composed his mind, employing the triple division technique at full strength. His images showed signs of stirring up. As Vase infused the hungry concepts with his mind, they started coming to life. He held back his full force as he did not wish to wake them prematurely before he started with his actual design. This should be enough. Let's go with a medium mech. He held out a finger in the air and slowly slid it downwards, leaving a single projected line. His finger turned direction, leaving behind another line, this one in a different angle. 10 minutes went by as Vase flicked his finger left and right, back and forth, up and down. The resulting 3-dimensional sketch looked like a mech, doodled by a 6-year-old child. Yet in the eyes of Vase, it looked beautiful. Perfect. Chapter 242 Draft Design. At first glance, his rough draft evoked more grace than grit. The relatively sturdy profile of the knight took on a concave shape at the waist to save as much weight as possible. Most knight designs opted to beef up this area in order to protect the fragile engine and other related components. Unfortunately, all of the extra bulk tended to slow down the frame in a very major fashion. It's a good thing I've licensed a decent armor system. The Keltrex armor system he licensed in exchange for merits allowed him to get away with more for less. It took up less weight for a comparable amount of protection to other armor systems, so Vase liberally took advantage of this trait. While some people might consider that he went a little bit too far in trimming down the weight, Vase hoped that some would appreciate the upsides of his design choice. His draft design currently hovered in the middle of the medium-weight mech classification. Such mechs offered substantially more mobility than other medium knights that often strained against the limits of their weight class without sacrificing too much protection. Besides trimming down the waist, Vase gently beefed up the areas that his mech couldn't cover with its shield. Most notably, he bulked up the shoulders to the point where it appeared his mech possessed pauldrons. Knight designs sometimes included oversized shoulder pauldrons with the aim of employing them as disposable half-shields. Any incoming attacks could be absorbed by the pauldrons instead of the mech's more sensitive parts. Mech technicians would be able to replace the pauldrons fairly easily if they got damaged. While it risked damaging the underlying arm mechanisms, it still beat risking the integrity of the highly vital power reactor. My power reactor runs on medium-density mech-grade fuel. It can't handle battle damage like a power reactor that runs on electric current. Another license he obtained from the Clifford Society, his power reactor focused mainly on endurance and durability. As a trade-off, it plateaued fairly quickly, delivering a low level of peak performance. Still, paired with Oleg's efficient Trailblazer engine, his mech possessed an enviable level of endurance. My design should be able to operate for weeks without requiring resupply. The only downside to this amazing feature was that his design relied on the supply of medium-density mech-grade fuel. Generally, most mechs in the Republic that incorporated fuel cells ran on low-density fuel. Refiners produced them by the bulk with hardly any effort at all. In contrast, High-density fuel was strictly regarded as a strategic asset and could only be synthesized at specialized refineries owned by the state. Medium-density fuel sat in between these two extremes. While refineries in the private sector possessed the capability to synthesize this kind of fuel, they often left it at the wayside due to limited demand. It cost several times more to run a mech on medium-density fuel, which was reason enough for most mech outfits to balk at the expense. Still, the trade-off is worth it. It's not like the mech outfits can stock up on the fuel beforehand. Incorporating the use of medium-density fuel in his design did not come without risk. While refiners managed to develop formulas that did not combust very easily, if exposed to sufficient heat, they might catch on fire. Vase had to draw up an array of fuel cells that could be emptied or ejected rapidly in the event it became exposed to something like a laser or a flamethrower. As long as its armor holds up, my knight shouldn't worry too much about getting caught on fire. Vase trusted in the Keltrek's armor system to endure lasers without transferring all of that energy to the mech's internals. As far as he was concerned, he got his merits worth and more when he obtained this license. Too bad my licenses are only valid for 10 years. The value of the licenses would probably decline by more than half after the start of the new mech generation, but it still presented an unwelcome circumstance. Merits did not come cheap, even for the more established mech designers. Vase did not relish the prospect of running another life-threatening mission for the Clifford Society. Hopefully, he made enough progress in the next 10 years that he'd easily be able to afford the expense of renewing the licenses. Maybe I don't even need to bother with this hassle. Everything that's Karenkin will soon turn into Laskin. There's not going to be much of a market for Laskin mechs. The newer licenses introduced at the start of a new generation always cost a massive fortune to procure. This gave the larger mech manufacturers a head start in the race to design a new generation mech. If Vase wanted to take part in the upcoming rat race, he'd have to grow the LMC to the point it could afford the investment. It all depends on how well this design will sell. His draft design incorporated several other premium aspects by taking advantage of his remaining licenses he obtained from Limar. The fuel cells he mentioned earlier came in a configuration that minimized the chance of setting off its contents. The ECM he included in his design came with advanced active countermeasures that spoiled the locks of any targeting systems. The Coalition-developed system did not possess a large margin of superiority over local ECM variants, but it should be sufficient enough to handle anything the Visions threw at his mechs. Finally, the cockpit deserved a special mention. The reason why he went out of his way to obtain a cockpit license in Limar was because it ensured the pilot's safety without taking up too much space. It incorporated a powerful set of one-time boosters that lifted off quickly and traveled far enough to escape capture. As an added bonus, Vase also cladded it with a thin layer of Keltrek's armor. While the cladding added to its bulk, the extra protection offered his customers a lot of added reassurance. Put together, his draft already possessed the right elements to compete against the prevailing models in its target segment. While the market offered a lot of better designs that approached the performance of a second-class mech, they also cost a fortune to buy. Like Vase, their designers incorporated several second-class aspects to their design. This resulted in wildly varying prices in the upper segment of the local mech market. There's more. His vision for his knight and the images he used to guide his design work led to a couple of distinctive design choices. First, Vase included a couple of optimizations that enhanced his design's ability to dig. He strengthened the internal frame and the spine so that it could exert more force into hardy soil without causing any internal stresses. Vase even incorporated a free spade with his design. If his knight didn't need to dig, it could slide the spade into a specially designed slot at the base of the spine. The blade of the spade also happened to offer some extra rear protection to the Trailblazer engine that rested inside the lower torso. Secondly, he flourished up his draft with a couple of phoenix motifs. This started with the head, which Vase formed into an Avene shape. He even added in a protruding beak that the pilot could use as a weapon of last resort. Besides the bird-like head, Vase modified the shoulder pauldrons to look less like slabs and more like overlapping feathers. While it looked rather gimmicky, this enhanced their ability to absorb wide-area impacts at the cost of slightly worse performance against piercing attacks. It also made maintenance a little easier since the mech technicians only had to replace a few damaged feathers rather than a large slab of armor plating. As an added touch, Vase also planned to add the festive cloud generator underneath the shoulders. If the mech pilot wished to make his mech stand out, he could choose to pump out fire-colored vapor from the feathers, giving allies and enemies alike the illusion that they faced a phoenix. Perhaps this extra feature looked a little gawky, but it resulted in a very distinctive appearance for his design. It looks really cool, that's for sure. The sword and shield rounded out the phoenix theme that Vase was running. His upgraded creativity sprang into full as he figured out ways to embellish the armaments without taking it too far. The sword incorporated a standard one-handed longsword design, but Vase styled its crossguard in the shape of a phoenix in flight. With its sweeping wings extending out of the sword and the beak that transitioned into the actual blade, it looked rather fetching in his eyes. The shield on the other hand took an asymmetrical design. It was shaped like a phoenix turning in flight, leading to a crescent shape that covered one side more than the other. The sharpened edge of the moon-shaped shield provided his knight with an extra offensive option. Vase had to admit that he spent a lot more time on detailing the surface of the shield than he should. While the sculptured surface looked fantastic, Vase envisioned a lot of added work should he push it into fabrication. It's worth it. For a draft, the Phoenix-themed knight already appeared unique. Vase was pretty certain that very few mechs looked identical to his own. At the very least, the Bright Republic's mech market had never seen anything like it. Its distinctive appearance alone distinguished his product from the rest. Let's iterate on this draft. The first draft merely represented the starting point of his journey to publish an original design. Vase constantly tweaked the general shape of his design, adding in refinements and fixing some of the more obvious flaws. He only put down his weary finger once the Barracuda arrived at Cloudy Curtain. Once the passengers returned to the workshop, Vase decided to seek some input from his circle. He gathered up Calci, Gavin, Carlos and Chief Cyril and brought them to his enclosed office. He secretly activated his privacy shield before he turned on a projector of his draft. This is a preliminary draft of the original design I've been working on. It's an endurance-focused medium knight that excels in long, drawn-out conflicts. It's a premium design that incorporates several exclusive licenses from the Coalition, but I think I can manage to keep its price tag to around 60 million credits. Besides the schematic, Vase also included his estimates on its specs. The guesswork shouldn't deviate too much from the actual numbers should he turn his draft into an actual design. Carlos immediately raised his hands. Okay, forget about its performance. What's up with the bird stuff? I've been wondering about that as well. It looks tacky as hell. Vase expected their feedback to start with this point. I'm running a Phoenix theme for my mech because I want to convey the message that it's not the end if it sustains a lot of damage. The core of my mech is very strong. In the event it suffers a lot of damage, as long as the owners are able to recover the mech, they should be able to repair it close to mint condition. That's a pipe dream. Chief Cyril shook his head. You're selling a lie if you boast about infinite repairability for your mechs. Unless you're using smart metals, or self-repairing alloys or some expensive stuff like that, a battle-worn mech will always degrade over time and use. The chief suggested Vase to take care of the kind of language he used to boast about his design. Hyperbole might be fine if he used it sparingly, but he should not make promises he could never deliver. What do you think about the Phoenix theme? Vase probed the oldest man in the room. I agree with the others, it looks needlessly like a bird. You're laying it on a little thick. I suggest you cut back on the length of the beak and the feather covering of the shoulder pauldrons. The shield looks really good, although I'm not too certain about its asymmetrical shape. All of his core personnel provided sensible remarks. Calci pointed out that his design incorporated both feminine and masculine traits. It's not the point where you can call it a typical girl mech or boy mech, but I thought you should know. Night pilots tend to be guys, right? It's about the same as the total ratio of male and female mech pilots. Cyril noted, there's always going to be a bit more men than women in the field. Well, your design isn't off-putting to men or women in particular, so that should be a boon. Vase turned to the final person in the room. Gavin hadn't spoken out a lot, which is strange as he possessed the strongest marketing background among the gathering. He appeared to be mulling over the draft with his chin resting on his fingers. What's your take on my draft? That depends, Gavin uttered in a pretentiously serious fashion. Do you want to make a lot of money or do you want to sell a lot of mechs? Isn't that the same thing? Vase frowned. Mech manufacturers made their money by selling mechs. Gavin shook his head. Not exactly. Let's take a step back and define your goal. What do you hope to accomplish with your initial original design? His related to the business rationale of releasing a new design. Chapter 243 Feedback. To clarify Gavin's question, Vase thought about his competitors. Some mech designers made a career out of their ability to develop fantastic designs but turned out to be awful businessmen. They didn't know how to run a business or hire someone trustworthy that did. In contrast, the more business-savvy mech designers made the most out of their limited means. Even if their designs lacked a spark, as long as they marketed their product correctly, they ended up presiding over a vast consortium of production facilities. Right now, Gavin hinted that Vase leaned towards the former while having ambitions for the latter. While the two did not fundamentally conflict with each other, the market might not think so. "It's a great-looking design, fantastic even," he explained. "It fits right in with the display models you designed for the Vintage Festival. Yet most of the designs we see on the battlefield are predominantly plain. If they have any decorations at all, it's usually the unit emblem and whatever personal crest the pilot is using." Vase had to admit that his runaway creativity prompted him to go overboard in adding art to his design. As he looked at the projected schematic, he felt that it would be a huge shame to diminish that aspect. The draft he drew up already matched up with the images in his mind. "It's an artsy design, there's no way around it. Maybe it will scare some people away, but making great-looking designs has always been an interest to me. A good design should have an iconic look." This aspect had always been present, but his increased creativity practically forced the matter out in the open. Vase felt the downsides to upgrading his major attributes too suddenly. Sometimes he couldn't help himself from acting on his impulses. "So are you marketing your product as a battle mech or a show?" "Mech. Definitely a battle mech. With the specs it carries, it's a waste to use it as a decorative ornament." If you're determined to go this route, then you should make some adjustments to your strategy." Gavin proceeded to outline his suggestions. "You can have the best of both worlds. You don't have to choose between selling out or maintaining your artistic integrity. Simply stick a gold label to your current design. You can associate the silver label to your dumbed-down mass-market variant." "I see." The idea had a lot of merit and solved the dilemma Vase was beginning to develop. He could accept toning down the detail on his silver label variant if he could retain them in the gold label base model. "I like the sound of it. Simplifying the design will also make it easier for the mech technicians to fabricate the parts. You'll also elevate the gold label version into a desired product with this strategy." Gavin pointed out, "The extravagant appearance of your mech will turn into a boon since it will only be rarely seen. Anyone who buys your gold label product will feel privileged for owning it, just like with your other limited edition mechs. So it's basically taking advantage of perceptual contrast." "Exactly so. It's like evaluating a pile of dung. A small mound is ugly and smelly, but people will prefer it if their only alternative is an even larger mountain of dung." Everyone laughed at Gavin's words. Vase shook his head. "They're both dung, so I don't think that analogy works in this case. You get the idea. By the way, why did you use a bird theme on your landbound mech? Shouldn't you be designing an aerial mech instead?" Oops." Vase sheepishly let out and scratched the back of his head. "I didn't think about that incongruity. I'll probably design an aerial variant once the base model achieves some success. For now, it's not important that my mech can't fly. It's merely decorative, anyway. Many designers incorporate mythical beasts as themes for their mechs. It wouldn't be too odd to come up with an eagle mech or a dragon mech as landbound mechs, for example." Kelsey and Gavin didn't have much else to say about his design, while Carlos lacked too much experience. Only his chief technician possessed the background to dig deeper into the feasibility of his design. "There are two more aspects about your design that look sketchy. The specs suggest you're aiming to keep the weight down so that you can enhance its mobility. Don't you think you've gone too far? The most basic job of a knight is to endure attacks before they go through and hit more vulnerable mechs. Depriving your design of the maximum affordable protection makes your knight suboptimal for that specific role." Vase had thought about that issue. "You aren't wrong. I deliberately set out to design an offensive knight with a decent amount of mobility and agility. I think the trade-off is worth it in this case because the quality of the Veltrex armor system will be able to compensate for the lack of thickness. Do you realize how unusual it is to publish an offensive knight design? The use of defensive knights is standard doctrine. When someone is seeking to procure a knight, they always default to designs that excel in defense." "Gavin, what's the ratio in the current market?" "It's about 4-to-1 in favor of defensive knights. That means offensive knights only take up 20% of the market share for knights." Vase saw an upside to that observation. "That also means that the market for offensive knights is a lot less crowded. I've done my market research. Defensive knights are easy to design, so they're crowding out the market. It's a lot more challenging to design an offensive knight, and it can't be done without a high-quality armor system. They argued a bit more about the feasibility of his design, but Vase had already set his course. Nothing Cyril said could change his mind. It was not as if Vase set out to ignore the wisdom of his advisors. He simply wanted to do something new. After all his work on the Caesar Augustus and its variants, Vase preferred to enhance his catalog with something lighter. There's nothing wrong with sticking to your own judgment on things. That's why you're the boss. You have no one else to blame but yourself if it turns out you're wrong. A company ran on the whims of its boss. Sure, larger corporations possessed a more refined corporate governance, with the board of directors overseeing its general directions while the various executives decided on the specifics. The larger they grew, the more they resembled states. Even with an annual revenue of over 1 billion credits, the living Mech corporation still remained stuck in its startup days. Vase hoped to change that very soon after his grandfather sent him some retainers to beef up his administrative department. What's the other point you want to make about my mech? Chief Cyril pointed at the rear of the design. That spade is an eccentric addition to your design. I'm not arguing the utility of including it, but it doesn't seem to fit with the concept of your mech. You're selling a 60 million credit knight to the private market. At that price, the mercenaries who buy your products will be putting them in leadership positions. Digging is something that's done by grunts, not by officers. I think you're a little too optimistic about that statement. According to my market research, mechs don't always have the right supplies on hand. It's tough to carry adequate supplies around on a fluid battlefield. The integrated spade should prove very useful against the Vesians with their penchant for missile bombardment. You won't convince anyone to purchase your mech on this feature alone. It's not something you can brag about and expect to be taken seriously. Even if it sounds extravagant, I'm willing to bet my customers will be thanking me for embedding that spade in my mechs. His design resembled a work of art, but a robust internal architecture underneath its attractive exterior. Combine that with a nucleus of high-quality components, his design should be more than ready to tough it out in the field. That said, Vase only drew up a superficial design so far. It remained to be seen whether he'd be able to realize the potential of his design by solving every engineering challenge in his way. After wrapping up his conference with his confidants, he decided to solicit the opinion of his mech broker. Gathering feedback and getting second opinions formed a very important part of the formal design process. He called Marcella over the comm and showed off his draft. Looks like you have a very solid idea of what you want to design. Marcella commented, "You'd be surprised how many mech designers muddle through their design process without a clue of what they'll end up." She began by asking a couple of obvious questions that Vase had already discussed with his employees. Surprisingly, she expressed neither approval or disapproval at his visual design. "I've seen weirder things in my life. Mechs come in all shapes and sizes. I can work with any kind of design as long as it works." Her words reflected the attitude of a veteran mech trader. Rather than say the market is more receptive to certain designs, it's more accurate to say that most designs start off as a blank slate. It's up to your marketing to drum up demand for your product. It's going to be my debut mech, so I'm guaranteed to receive some free publicity. I'm aware of that, but don't think you can sit back and rely on the press to market your mech. In your stead, there are many people who don't pay attention to this kind of news. I highly recommend you set aside some funds for an ongoing advertising campaign. How much money are we talking about? 100 million credits if you want to spend the absolute minimum. That took out a very sizable chunk out of his cash. Vase hated the thought of spending so much money on something that had no effect on the quality of his design. Yet Marcella didn't lie to him about the necessity to have a marketing apparatus in place at the time of his design's introduction. Vase risked missing out on a huge chunk of early sales if he couldn't get a message out. Besides this comment, Marcella sounded very positive about his design. The estimate specs ensured that it would be a good fit for his targeted price point. There's only one problem with releasing a design at this point in time. The next generation of mechs is only 9 years away. Your current gen design will be relegated to the bin of last gen designs in less than a decade. While you can take advantage of refined and discounted component licenses this late in the current generation of mechs, you'll also have to deal with early depreciation of your design. It's an unfair trade-off. There's nothing I can do about the timing. Vase shrugged. If my design pans out, I'll have the capital to participate right at the start of the next generation of mechs. After discussing more details, Vase ended the connection. He considered asking his grandfather and some other people for advice, but called it off after considering they'd hardly bring anything new to the table. I think it's time to spend my war chest. Now that he completed a draft design, he should have a good idea on what kind of components fit with his mech. With a budget of around 1 billion credits, Vase had to be prudent in his spending if he wanted to complement his existing component licenses. He sat down next to his terminal and visited the MTA's internal market. With his design still fresh in his mind, Vase hoped to obtain everything he needed so that he could move on to the next phase of his design project. Let's see what I need. Chapter 244 Senior Management. Vase could spend as little or as much as he wanted to acquire the necessary component licenses. If he wanted to splurge, he could blow 1 billion credits on the sensor systems alone, yet such an improvement hardly affected his design. It's not about adding further improvements to my design, but retaining the strengths it already enjoys. Desperate designers with an acute lack of money sometimes licensed outdated components offered by the MTA. They utilized technology that had been developed at least 60 years ago to plug a hole in their designs. If Vase tried to do the same, he risked condemnation. As a premium design, his Phoenix Knight had to maintain a minimum level of performance across the board. He couldn't justify the 60 million credits price tag if he played fast and loose with his design. He proceeded to splurge his entire budget on a number of generic licenses. Some components cost a little more than others, but Vase spent just enough to stray away from bargain bin territory. Besides acquiring licenses for minor components that only die-hard enthusiasts cared about like gyroscopes or inertial compensators, Vase also made some big-ticket purchases that played a vital role in the performance of his mech. The sensor system cost an easy 100 million credits to pick up its license. At that price, Vase obtained the right to use a serviceable set of sensors that had specifically been designed to complement night mechs. It prioritized close-range detection over long-range detection and could take a beating as well. It's not like my Knight will ever be used for a scout. It's enough if it can detect a sneaking mech up close. The second major transaction consisted of a set of supplementary alloy formulas for the sword, shield and internal frame. Each part demanded different degrees of hardness, ductility, density and sharpness. The alloys that came with the Veltrex armor system only covered the exterior of the mech, and should not be used in other areas. Vase spent a total of 250 million credits to obtain all of these licenses. The last major license consisted of the right to apply the Bright Republic's modular fitting standard to his design. The modular fitting standard or MFS was a relatively recent invention that aimed to standardize the dimensions of modular attachments for mechs. Basically, the MFS ensured that every mech that used the same standard could share the same type of backpacks or other compatible devices. For example, an MFS allowed a mech pilot to attach a standard energy pack from the Republic without worrying about compatibility issues. If he happened to come across an abandoned Vision pack in the field, then he would have no luck, as the Vision standard used a different set of dimensions. The plugs wouldn't fit in the sockets. Before the proliferation of MFS, different companies and individual mech designers all employed their format. This led to a maze of confusing choices along with plenty of kludges as mech technicians tried to mate different modular standards together in the field. Nowadays, each state or major faction stuck to a single standard to ease their logistics. The mech core no longer had to keep track of 50 separate fittings. Along with many other miscellaneous components such as transceivers and processors, Vase finally obtained all the necessary ingredients to design a mech. 1 billion credits down the drain. I only have around 400 million left in disposable cash. The LMC still earned a decent amount of money out of routine transactions, so Vase didn't worry about running out of cash. Vase already reserved 100 million credits for an upcoming ad campaign, and he expected to spend a bit more to supplement the development of his Phoenix Knight. I'll have to fabricate a prototype at the very least. He mused as he stroked Lucky's back. The cat had woken up from his nap and demanded his daily dose of petting. I can recycle it down to its constituent materials once I'm done with my tests, but I'm better off if I donate it to the MTA. If Vase wanted to submit a valid original design to the MTA, he had to demonstrate he actually did all the work. The reality of the mech industry was that mech designers often cheated in their work. The worst cases involved stealing someone else's work through hacking or applying pressure. It's best to bring in the MTA right from the start. I should send my development logs to their servers. He took some time to set up a secure connection to the MTA. Once every day, his computer systems passed along his documents, his data sets and more. He even included camera recordings of himself working on the design. This should leave ironclad proof that he alone developed the Phoenix Knight. That was very important. A mech designer's first original design should always be the culmination of his own efforts. While he'd be allowed to employ assistants or specialists who worked on the components, the overall design of the mech must always be the reflection of a designer's skill. Otherwise, any designer could ask a senior to help him along. How could anyone be proud of their first original design if the senior did 90% of the work? After establishing a connection, Vase was ready to move on to the next phase of his project. It's time to mold my draft into an actual design. This would be the most important phase of his design project. Vase couldn't afford any missteps at this point. To turn his draft into a design, he had to incorporate the newly acquired components and fill out all of the missing gaps in the schematic. He expected to face a lot of bumps in trying to make something work the way he wanted to. Vase had to be inventive in order to make all of its goodies fit inside a single frame. At least it won't be as bad as the Caesar Augustus. Trying to fit multiple weapon systems in a single frame is a lot harder than trying to design a simple knight. Vase faced two particular challenges in designing an offensive knight. First, he had to maintain a careful balance between mobility and protection. While he wanted to have the best of both, sometimes he could only prioritize one over the other. Vase had to make sure he didn't overshoot his priorities and put their balance out of whack. His second priority lay in ensuring an adequate level of redundancy and compartmentalization in his mech's internal architecture. The downside to trimming the waist of his design was that it cut back on a lot of space that could have been used to toughen up his mech's internals. He pondered over the issue. The Keltrex armor system should be able to prevent a lot of breaches. It's not a disaster if my RF and CF ratios are merely average. A good mech pilot should be able to pull back before an enemy can exploit the holes in his mech. Unless it was a matter of life and death, mech pilots always retreated before their mechs sustained too many battle damage. It took only a few stray shots to completely ruin a mech's internals. The benefits of staying in the field didn't outweigh the risks of death or totaling an expensive machine. Before he embarked on his work, Vase wanted to take of any upcoming matters. He worked best if he could devote his entire concentration on his design. Vase, Carlos called as he stepped inside his office. You've got another pair of visitors from your family. Bring them to the lounge. I've been expecting them for a while. After brushing up his clothes, Vase met with the retainers the Larkinsons had groomed on Rittersberg. At first glance, the newcomers still retained the air of an elite from Rittersberg. The man looked like a typical bureaucrat, with his neatly groomed gray hair and impeccable suit. The woman looked younger, but still mature enough to occupy a senior position in a company. Both looked like they mean business. Vase, it's good to see you. My name is Jake Altern and this is Primrose Macquarie. We've been working on behalf of the Larkinson estate for over 100 years combined. I think you will find we can add a lot of value to the Living Mech Corporation if you let us take part in your venture. Vase shook both of their hands. I've already inspected your resumes, and I'm fairly satisfied with your qualifications. However, both of you have mainly worked in the retail sector. You will find that managing a mech business is a whole other beast than running a department store. We are aware of this shortcoming, but the Larkinsons have extensive connections to the mech industry. Jake and Primrose had made an effort to immerse themselves into the world of mechs by reading up a lot of industry-specific textbooks. They also exchanged knowledge with various industry insiders. Together with their existing business acumen, the two should be amply prepared to take the helm of any medium-sized mech manufacturer. I'm glad to hear you've made the extra mile. The LMC is still in its infancy at this point, but I expect a lot of growth in the future once I publish my first original design. I'm going to need a competent COO and CFO to support my company's rise. Without any further hesitation, Vase appointed Jake as the COO and Primrose as the CFO. The Chief Operating Officer often acted as the number 2 within the corporation. In the case of a mech manufacturer, the founder and principal mech designer usually occupied the title of CEO while the COO performed the actual day-to-day management of his company. Since Jake occupied various leadership positions for the businesses under the Larkinsons, Vase could think of no other suitable position for him to adopt. His age and experience should provide a steady hand at the top. The chief financial officer took care of the finances and bookkeeping of the company. The CFO led the financial department of a company, which managed its accounts and made sure that no one secretly siphoned any money away. They also kept track of any transactions and made sure that their ledgers complied with the law. While Primrose's resume did not look as impressive as Jake's, her knowledge in the field of accounting surpassed anyone else in the entire company by far. Vase had always intended to hire on an accountant to straighten up his increasingly burdensome transactions. The amount of money flying around will easily surpass 1 billion credits every year, spread over thousands of individual transactions. Right now, I don't have a lot of contingencies if something goes wrong. I hope you can help me with that, Miss Primrose. Just call me Primrose. She smiled at him. I've already taken a peek at your records. It's a bit crude, but not as messy as I've thought. There are a number of entries that your automated management suite has been producing a lot of errors. With his permission, Primrose brought up his asset listings and pointed out the nonsensical credit values attached to some of his licenses and his equipment. The accounting software mainly failed to estimate the proper values of things Vase had acquired by exchanging merits or DP. Oh, yeah, I haven't really thought of that. Vase awkwardly grinned. The value of some of these things is very substantial but have a complicated background. For example, Vase had no clue how to estimate the credit value of his reconstructed Dortmund printer. It should be worth several billions of credits, but it wasn't exactly market standard. Fortunately, his newly hired CFO didn't mind the oversight. I can take up this task. It's imperative your company can deliver a proper accounting to the Republic's tax office if asked. They may even confiscate your assets if you've been negligent in this area. That sounded very scary to Vase, so he eagerly handed off all responsibilities of this nature to Primrose. Besides discussing accounting, Vase also laid out his future plans to Jake. I'd like you to take care of 3 things. First, I want you to set up an administrative department for the LMC. You don't have to hire a lot of people, just make sure you hire enough to take care of all of the routine stuff that needs done. Consider it done. Next, I want you to help lay down the groundwork for the debut of my first original design. I don't think I need to explain how important its success affects my company and my career. My biggest priority is to secure a fixed supplier to supply the most critical exotics for my design. I'll send you the list. That will be difficult to accomplish, Jake admitted. A fixed supply contract is mostly established through existing connections or referrals and needs to be maintained through trust and communication. I think it's best I hire a specialist that can facilitate a connection with a specific supplier. Just get it done. Vase didn't care about the specific method. My third demand is to get a handle on the political situation of Cloudy Curtain. My business is hovering on uncertainty right now because the ruling coalition has a beef with me. I've got a part-time law student filling me in on the situation, but I don't have the time to manage my relations with the scumbags in power. It's best to start up a relations department that can maintain ties with the local stakeholders of your company. Sounds good. They had a fruitful talk about his intentions for the company. By the time the day came at an end, his new executives should have a good idea on how to perform their jobs. Vase would keep an eye on them, of course, but he didn't expect any missteps on account of their experience. Chapter 245 Skill to pay the bills. The addition of Jake and Primrose set the LMC's household in order. Vase granted them a liberal amount of authority as the newly seated COO and CFO of his company. They utilized their power immediately by setting up a couple of departments and staffing them with young hires from Cloudy Curtain and Bentheim. How many departments are you setting up? Vase asked Jake as he drew up an increasingly complicated organization chart. I'm only thinking of 6 so far. I'm setting up the Human Resource Management department first to expand on our recruiting. Once we get that going, Primrose will be setting up the Finance department while I'll be hiring or appointing the people who can head the Marketing department, the Research and Development department, the Relations department and the Production department. I'll be taking care of the Administrative department myself. Vase practically leaned backwards when he heard his coup's ambitious plan. Don't you think that's a little much? Frankly, I'm surprised the Living Mech Corporation has made do with a handful of people so far. It's not appropriate to run a company that's worth a couple of billion credits with automated software and a few young enthusiasts. It's time for the LMC to grow up and act like an adult. Even if Vase didn't see the need to expand his administrative overhead right now, he sorely needed it once he unveiled his original design. I can see the rationale for all of the departments you've mentioned, but it's going to be a huge problem keeping everyone under control if you hire 50 people at a time. I want trustworthy people under my wing. He continually hammered on this priority. Vase would rather be understaffed than let a bunch of strangers get close to sensitive data and equipment. There are methods we can use to minimize the risks. For a fee, we can resort to employment agencies that specialize in vetting job seekers. You're not the first person who harbors these kinds of concerns. Corporate espionage is very prevalent in the mech industry. Unpleasantries like this could never be fully prevented. Rather than quiver in fear, Jake went on with his hiring spree, trusting his newly set-up management systems to contain any attempts at sabotage or espionage. A malicious actor can't do much damage anyhow, Jake observed. You're a step ahead in terms of securing your software and hardware. Sanyal Ablin enjoys a stellar reputation in this front. They better be. I'm paying out of my nose for their services. His workshop's office space had always appeared rather spacious, but within a matter of weeks, it became filled to the brim with new administrative recruits. Jake hired a bunch of flexible middle management types from a renowned employment agency in Bentheim to take charge of most departments. Besides a clean background, the managers also had to possess untapped potential so that they could grow with the company. New faces appeared in the office every day that Vase stopped bothering to learn their names. The officers of the various departments coordinated with the chief human resources officer to entice the right kind of people to join the company. Despite Cloudy Curtain's lack of development, Herm managed to attract a lot of talent. Bentheim isn't a very pleasant place to live once you think about it, Jake explained to Vase. Prices are high and public security is low. If criminals aren't running roughshod around the streets, they still have to contend with the Bentheim liberation movement. I thought the Mech Corps succeeded in containing the BLM. Their off-world assets are diminished, but their roots will always be Bentheim itself. No one knows how many people they recruited and how many supplies they managed to scrounge up. Their leadership is in disarray right now, but they'll hit back hard once they get their act together. That sounded very ominous. The news portals only published encouraging news that the BLM had been neutered to the point of barely being able to muster up a suicide bomber. On second thought, Vase considered that the government engaged in a very deliberate messaging strategy in order to sap momentum out of the rebels. I see. What we see and hear in the news doesn't always match up to the facts in the ground. How did you know? You can thank our new officers for that insight. Most of them are aware of the real circumstances on the ground when they still worked in Bentheim. A touch of worry appeared on his face. Vase did not know what to think about the backgrounds of his unfamiliar officers. The need for competence meant that his Herm department took on managers who previously worked for his competitors. Even if they officially cut their ties to their old company, they might be keeping in touch. Still, the added workforce already made a difference. They eased the procurement of materials and set his inventory straight. They straightened up his accounting and made sure they complied with the law. The chief relations officer even started probing various suppliers for the possibility of entering a mutually beneficial relationship with each other. Maisie Duval, his crow, put it this way. It's much like dating if you think about it. There is plenty of fish in the sea, but you have to make an effort to find the right partner in the dark. Right now, I'm sending out a signal that tells the fish we're interested while simultaneously looking out for potential partners that are doing the same. What about the insular nature of the relationships at the top? Much of the resource market is kept in a stranglehold by the major industrial players. It's an ongoing issue, but I'm confident we can elbow our way into the periphery of their circle. We're too small to threaten their core interests. In the meantime, Vase didn't sit back and do nothing while his workforce expanded. He turned his attention back to his design project. Before he embarked with the next phase of his project, he decided it was time to spend his generous savings of DP on upgrading his various skills. He holed up in his private office and turned on his privacy shield before starting up the Mech Designer system in his comm. You're still my secret weapon, baby. With you around, I'm certain to make a splash with my new design. The system had remained dormant all this time. Vase thought that he had been on the right track lately, so the system didn't prompt him with annoying missions to get him to progress his career. He had no doubt that once he slacked off, the devious system would slap him with an impossible task. I love you, but you're still a bastard. As usual, the system pretended to be a soulless AI and declined to respond. Vase knew the real score, however. Of all the wonders he witnessed so far, he refused to believe the system was as dumb as it sometimes looked. He would wring the truth out of the system once and for all one day. Status. Status name. Vase Larkinson. Profession. Apprentice Mech Designer. Specializations. None. Design points. 97,279 attributes strength. 1.3 dexterity, 0.8 endurance, 1.9 intelligence, 1.8 creativity, 1.9 concentration, 1.7 neural aptitude. F skills: assembly apprentice, 3D printer proficiency 3, assembler proficiency 3, battle mechatronics apprentice, business apprentice, computer science incompetent, electrical engineering apprentice, structural pathway configuration 2, mathematics journeyman, mechanics journeyman, jury rigging 3, speed tuning 3, metallurgy journeyman, alloy compression 2, metaphysics incompetent, physics journeyman, directed energy weapon optimization 2, lightweight armor optimization I, medium weight armor optimization 3, melee weapon optimization 2, salvaging apprentice, signals and communications apprentice abilities superpublish available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation: a post-human mech designer with a random collection of skills. You're hinting something at me, right? That remark on my evaluation isn't a random statement. The system sneakily expressed its opinion about the depth and breadth of his skills. It thought that Vase lacked focus in any particular area. Most of my major skills are journeyman level, so at least I have a solid foundation. However, no mech designer truly excelled with only a good foundation. They had to offer something special to differentiate their products from the competition. The key lay in the sub-skills, which Vase had to admit he spread his attention somewhat. He possessed sub-skills that covered both ranged and melee mechs, for example. Since Vase prioritized the development of an offensive knight, he decided to spend over 80,000 DP on skills related to this archetype, leaving 20,000 DP as an emergency reserve. It will be a bit dangerous to drain my pool of DP, but I don't think there are any threats on the horizon that will push me to the brink. Vase had no intentions of leaving Cloudy Curtain for the foreseeable future. He already felt quite secure with Rayla and Melkor taking up routine patrolling duties around the perimeter of his compound. Sanyal Ablin prevented assassins and saboteurs from getting in while Walter's whalers deterred the criminal elements of society from disturbing his work. There's a time to save and there's a time to spend. I can't hold back when I'm about to design my first original mech. He proceeded to spend his DP like a man who won the lottery. Assembly, Journeyman 2000 DP, Electrical Engineering, Journeyman 2000 DP, Signals and Communications, Journeyman 1600 DP. First he upgraded a couple of his major skills that stalled in the apprentice level. All of them played a very integral role in enhancing his ability to design a good mech. The upgrades enlightened him to many insights. Vase had to take a break for a couple of hours to digest the influx of knowledge. Even with his augmented mind, he still had to sort out the complicated theories and mountains of practical know-how all at once. Melee Weapon Optimization 3, 2000 DP, Melee Weapon Optimization IV, 4000 DP, Medium Weight Armor Optimization IV, 2400 DP, Speed Tuning IV, 1600 DP. After that, he gradually upgraded the related optimization sub-skills. At the 4th level, these sub-skills started to show their strength, granting Vase many little nuggets of knowledge that took journeyman mech designers years to figure out on their own. The optimization sub-skills didn't necessarily widen his options, but they allowed him to make the most of what he already got. They helped him spot more flaws and provided him with a little more solutions to squeeze out more performance out of his design. Reaching the 4th level in those sub-skills practically doubled his library of tricks. Vase knew the value of this knowledge. It's like I've apprenticed to a journeyman mech designer for years and accompanied him as he designed his mechs. This isn't something I can learn from any book. Structural Pathway Configuration 3, 4000 DP, Alloy Compression 3, 4000 DP. The following two sub-skills enhanced his ability to design the interior and exterior of his knight. Unlike the optimization sub-skills, Structural Pathway Configuration and Alloy Compression came with a lot of heavy theories that required Vase to employ his major skills to the limit to digest them all. The burden they placed on his skills discouraged him from upgrading them to the 4th level. It's already sufficient for me to reach the 3rd level in those two sub-skills. Vase decided after he recovered from the burden placed on his mind. Now that he upgraded his existing sub-skills, Vase turned to acquiring some new ones, trusting in his instincts that it was better to acquire them now than later. Since he had the DP to spare, Vase skipped over the cheaper sub-skills and started to consider the more exotic ones. One particular sub-skill for battle mechatronics stood out like a torch in the dark. Night Mech Mastery I, 40,000 DP. The extravagant price tag already hinted at its value despite its entry-level status. Every sub-skill that possessed the word mastery came with a correspondingly high price. Vase had the sense that only journeyman mech designers embarked on the road to developing their masteries. There's got to be something special about a mastery if the system feels obliged to demand so much DP. What did masteries entail to make them so valuable? Chapter 246 Mastery. The system declined to provide an explanation on the nature of masteries. The lack of description surrounding the various mastery sub-skills roused his interests, especially since they seemed to be advanced skills. The amount of DP required to learn the subsequent levels of a particular mastery rose to a ridiculous figure. Vase found it prudent to take a step back and find out more about this mysterious set of sub-skills. He browsed the galactic net, finding plenty of references, but nothing solid. It appeared the mech industry treated it like a trade secret that should only be kept within their circle. Interesting. Fortunately, he found an introduction on the matter when he logged into the Clifford Society's online portal. He played a brief recording of a star designer lecturing in front of a conference of masters over 150 years ago. Mechs. We design them, we build them, we sell them, but do we understand them? The elderly woman started. Despite her frail stature, her identity as one of the best mech designers in the galaxy shone through the brilliance of her eyes. The audience remained silent. Despite their eminent status, the woman standing on the podium in front of them could easily beat them black and blue in any direct comparison. How many of you have ever piloted a mech? Simulations don't count. A few hands rose up, but by and large, over 90% of the crowd had never truly piloted a real mech. The old lady smirked. Ah, you may think it doesn't matter. It certainly hasn't stopped me from reaching this height. It is a common understanding among our profession that you can only fully dedicate your life to pilot a mech or design them. No one among us has managed to advance to a master mech designer while simultaneously becoming an ace pilot. It can't be done. Everyone nodded in agreement at that statement. It took an extraordinary effort for professional mech pilots to progress from advanced pilot to expert pilot, from expert pilot to ace pilot, and from ace pilot to the exalted rank of god pilot. The latter of which enjoyed so much worship that they even exceeded the status of star designer. Yet, how can we design mechs for the best pilots in the galaxy if we don't understand their perspective? Our individual design process is riddled with our own biases that we've formed through our own studies. Perhaps at the start of our careers, our shallow understanding of the piloting profession won't affect our designs that much, since our customer base is largely composed of regular pilots or advanced pilots at most. Yet will that superficial understanding of what mech pilots are going through be sufficient when you become a journeyman or a senior? Among the crowd, a hand rose up. In my entire career of designing mechs, I've never stepped foot inside a cockpit. But I've always listened closely to my customers and my in-house test pilots. I've never received any complaints about incompatibilities of severe discomforts about my products. Ah, but these are ignorant pilots who don't know any better. Just because they are unable to perceive any flaws doesn't mean they don't exist. If you compare a mech designed by you to a similar mech designed by someone who understands, the difference will be very apparent. Everyone looked confused. What did she mean by understanding? Understanding means knowing what a mech pilot is going through when he pilots your mechs. She exclaimed as she clapped her hands. It is not enough to read a memoir or two. You need to understand their thought processes, their reflexes, their skills, their reaction time and more. The best way to understand a mech pilot is to become one. But we just found out that most of us lack the aptitude to become a mech pilot. I just told you it's the best way, not the only way. The lady snapped back. Think outside the box for a moment. To design better mechs, we must understand the people who will use them. So your neural aptitude makes you unsuitable to pilot a mech, big deal. If we can't interface with a machine, why not interface with the mech pilots themselves? The revelation came as a bombshell. The neural interface had been developed many years ago as a way for neurologists to investigate the minds of their patients. Mind-to-mind connections quickly proved exceedingly dangerous as many instances of improper use led to permanent brain damage among the observer and the recipient. The technology had only been salvaged 400 years ago when a genius had the bright idea of connecting a person to a mech to solve its complicated control issues. The dangers proved much less substantial as the mind of a mech was non-existent compared to the mind of a person. It is not the age of stars or the age of conquest. Technology has advanced. We understand much more about the neural interface now that it has proliferated with the help of our profession. There are many experts in the field of neurology who have taken the neural interface and made it into a safer device to connect with another human's mind. Have you actually interfaced with a pilot? I did, she smiled, to the stupefaction of the crowd. Even if she claimed that the technology had become safer, the masters hadn't gotten rid of their doubts. I am still alive, as you can see. I can count to 10 without stuttering, and I can still go to the toilet without assistance. As long as you take the necessary precautions, there are many benefits to be gained by interfacing with a skilled mech pilot. What do you get out of interfacing with a mech pilot? Is this a way to become a mech pilot ourselves? Don't talk nonsense. The star designer shook her head. Interfacing is not a way to copy another person's efforts the way you can copy a file from one data pad to another. Each human is unique. It's impossible for us to copy a mech pilot's skills, as much of it is embedded in his reflexes, muscle memory and other properties that are exclusive to his body. Then what benefits did she obtain to make the risky venture pay off? I can't explain to you how wondrous it feels to connect your mind with another. The connection goes both ways, and while it is possible to block sensitive memories from your partner, it will destabilize the connection if you go too far. So up to a certain extent, it is best to interface with someone you trust. She went on to describe the advantage of interfacing with a pilot. The star designer did not set out to steal a mech pilot's memories, but merely wanted to experience the sensations of piloting a mech firsthand. There are many tiny aspects about piloting mechs that escape your grasp. I have learned so many new things and corrected so many misperceptions after I embarked on this exploration. As mech designers, we often receive second-hand or third-hand information on what a mech pilot is going through. Neural interfacing enables us to blur the boundaries between yourself and your partner, allowing you to perceive the piloting experience firsthand from the best. Someone realized the significance of her wording. That sounds like as if you interfaced with a mech pilot who interfaced with a mech. Exactly. The best possible moment to understand a mech pilot is when he actively pilots a mech. The brain activities that goes on in his mind can never be fully expressed if he lays down in a clinical lab with a device stuck onto his head. No one had ever thought such a mad idea could work. If interfacing a pair was already fraught with risk, then connecting 3 people at once always ended in disaster. Researchers who pushed the boundaries always ended off in jail after turning all of their test subjects into brain-dead idiots. I'm still alive and well, as you can see, so don't look too surprised. The risks are great, but the potential gains more than makes up it. My designs have improved remarkably to the point where ace pilots and god pilots have formed a decades-long waiting list for me to design a personal mech for them. It is because out of all my competitors, only I can fully tailor a mech that can bring out their full potential. Once the crowd of masters got over their shock, they started to see the advantages of understanding the minds of elite pilots. The few potentates among them had never advanced beyond the rank of advanced pilot. To push themselves to expert pilots required a complete dedication to the warrior profession. No one had any delusions of advancing any further, so they never held any ambitions of understanding the perspective of ace pilots and god pilots. Yet what they learned today opened the door to greater understanding. Comprehending the mindset of elite pilots finally became possible through the use of neural interfacing. The star designer proceeded to explain her setup and the many technical challenges she faced. Much of it must be grossly outdated by now, but Vase still found it useful as the old lady explained the concepts that made the process work. Human-to-human neural interfacing can be used beyond getting into the minds of a mech pilot. Currently, I've partnered up with the MTA to research ways in which a mech designer can interface with a variety of soldiers and athletes to achieve a greater understanding on how to exploit the humanoid form, and thus achieve complete mastery over a particular type of mech. Are there any dangers besides the obvious? Good question, the old woman praised. Neural interfacing can go wrong even if you have the perfect setup with the right hardware. Think about what you are embarking on when you put on the neural interface. You are connecting your mind with another person. To illustrate how dangerous this can be, imagine if any of you, each with over 100 years of life experience, would interface with a baby barely a day old. Everyone who surpassed the age of 100 possessed a formidable mind, and that went double for master mech designers. We've never tried it, of course, but the neurologists and researchers all project utter disaster for the baby. In order to ensure the interfacing won't overwhelm one mind or the other, it is important to balance them out in terms of mental strength. A simple old farmer who barely reached his 100th year possesses the same strength of will as a child barely into his teens. That meant that age was not the only factor. This basically meant that mech designers had to interface with mech pilots who closely matched their age, intelligence, life experience and career development. For example, a master mech designer should only interface with an ace pilot, while a star designer should only interface with a god pilot. Any mismatch on either side could lead to the weaker side sustaining permanent brain damage. What about interfacing with an animal? Everyone laughed at that question. The notion sounded so dangerous it was comical for someone to even entertain the suggestion. Even I'm not that crazy. The woman replied with a rueful smile. Despite the many strides we've made to minimize the risks, the neural interface technology is still immature. It will take many decades before we can even begin to interface with felines and canids. Once the recording came at an end, Vase sat back and digested what he learned. So that's a thing. After 150 years, the state of neural interfacing must have made a lot of strides. Vase checked the Clifford Society on any other mentions of mastery, and found a few oblique references. It turned out that only major institutions like the Limar Institute of Technology offered the facilities to conduct human-to-human neural interfacing. One document stated that only direct disciples of masters would be eligible to take part in this tightly controlled process. This explicitly left out someone like Vase with only a loose connection to Master Olson. He felt a little indignant at missing out on goodies like developing your masteries. If the system didn't offer it with a huge amount of DP, Vase would never know what he lacked compared to other mech designers. Seeing it's like this, it's no wonder that the system charges 40,000 DP for the first level of a mastery. Despite the painfully high price, Vase became enamored by the idea of skipping out the risky process of interfacing with a bunch of strangers. Besides the difficulty of getting access to this exclusive process, Vase did not wish to let anyone rummage through his mind as he rummaged through theirs. The price is high, but the benefits and the convenience must be huge as well. I'd be a fool to miss out on a mastery. Despite the uncertainty swirling around this new and explosive field of knowledge, Vase pulled the trigger and bought the mastery from the system. A flood of scorching heat suddenly emitted from his comm. After a long period of dormancy, the system roused its might for the first time in a very long time. Chapter 247 Barley, Engaging Dimensional and Temporal Neurotranslocation. Please rest in a comfortable position. Initiating in 10, 9, 8, what the hell, 6, 5, 4, what is neurotrans, 1, 0. Initiating transfer. The world changed as if his mind had been sucked into a wormhole. He clearly felt his body being left behind as if a giant scoop pulled out his consciousness and dragged it along a distance that Vase could not even begin to describe. Longer than expected but shorter than he thought, the wild ride suddenly ended when his mind abruptly crashed into a body. A different body. Barley. A strong smack thumped on his back. Get your head back in gear. I know we're up in an avalanche of dirtbags, but we can make it through. Persevere. Vase instinctively turned around and straightened his back. We'll get him, Captain. Glad to hear it. Captain Osprey smiled at him, though he couldn't hide the glint of bone-dragging weariness from his eyes. Make sure your Sept S is in shape to deploy in the next shift. Intelligence think the dirtbags are cooking up an assault. I want to make sure my best knight is raring to go. Will do, sir. Once the captain walked away, Vase took stock of his surroundings while he nursed his aching head. Vase somehow ended up in the body of an average advanced mech pilot named Ivan Barley in the chittering cicada star sector. It's over 50 years ago. From the memories Vase had access to, everyone fought with mechs that were 2 or 3 generations older than the modern norm. The system not only stuffed him inside a body halfway across the galaxy, it also sent him back in time, all without destroying Vase or Barley's minds. To say that Vase had complete control over Barley's body would be wrong. Vase likened his current situation as a pair of images being superimposed upon each other. Barley was still Barley. Vase was still Vase. The joint entity they made up comprised of both. I am still Barley, he uttered to himself. No matter what kind of weirdness is going on, I still have a battle to fight. Both of them agreed to push aside their existential crisis in favor of addressing the bigger threat to their lives. The invasion of dirtbags onto their current planet. From what Vase understood from Barley's memories, he fought for a fairly strong third-rate state called the Exilis domain. While it couldn't match any of the second-rate states of the chittering cicada star sector, its relatively abundant territory transformed it into a regional bully among the other third-rate states. Owing to its size and its wealth, the Exilis domain frequently threw their weight around. It didn't help that its neighboring states all consisted of piddling petty republics. The citizens often considered their territory to be the palace among the wilderness, with the surrounding states making up the dirt that borders it. Hence why everyone from the Exilis domain called them dirtbags. Quite predictably, the neighboring states had enough of being bullied around by the domain and decided to form an alliance. Faster than the domain thought possible, the Locus Alliance united their armed forces and formed a vast mech legion to hit back against their regional aggressor. The war had dragged on for 2 years now. Barley fought in the war from the start, but the constant battle slowly took a toll on his mind and his mech. Currently, he'd been tasked with defending the local underground headquarters on a low-priority rural planet. Neither side committed a lot of mechs to this war zone. This slowed down the pace of battles and broke them up into smaller skirmishes as both sides wanted to preserve their mechs and supplies. Right now, I should check my mech. Vase navigated the sturdy alloy corridors of the underground base. Like every other pilot, he constantly wore his piloting suit in case he needed to be deployed immediately. His suit's climate controls already started to fail from constant use and lack of maintenance. No one minded his odor because everyone else radiated their own stink. Besides, once he reached the mech stables, the harsh smell of metals and fuel overpowered any human scent. "Chief," he called out to the burly man overlooking his mech technicians from a ramp. "How's it going?" "It's been better, Barley." Chief Jackson shook his head as he chewed on a stimulant. "We've already exhausted the supply shipment we received last week. I did the best I could to fix up your Jimmy, but I prioritized the shield arm over the sword arm." That sounded kind of bad. His Jimenez had dueled against a swordsman mech in his last engagement. His knight received a lot of cuts trying to block the tricky sword strikes from the much more agile mech. "I'll take a look myself," Vase replied with a tone of resignation. "Don't work yourself to death, Chief." "Ha, I'd rather die from exhaustion than let the dirtbags shoot me in the head." Jackson laughed and strolled away. From his experience on graining IV, he knew that the maintenance department was straining its time and resources to the breaking point. They had to triage the mechs in order of importance and rank. The more expensive machines piloted by the officers got their turn first before the average mechs like his Jimenez received some attention. When Vase reached his Jimenez, his enthusiasm deflated like a pricked balloon. Its design was bog standard for its time, featuring the maximum amount of armor that a medium knight could carry. Along with its plain but serviceable sword and kite shield, the Jimenez had obviously been designed as a defensive knight. It's a slow, lumbering moving shield. Strangely enough, the insights of Vase the mech designer and Barley the mech pilot combined in an unprecedented clear perspective on the merits of the Jimenez. Even if its designer lacked boldness and inspiration, he did a good job in designing a capable workhorse. Barley had piloted his Jimenez through dozens of battles and skirmishes over the last 2 years and the machine hadn't let him down. Barley had developed a bond with his mech. Even if the machine had been mass-produced without any love, his irrational affection for his mech pulled him through the constant fighting. While Barley hardly ever thought about the significance of his feeling, Vase found it to be a curious phenomenon. If someone like Barley piloted a gold label mech fabricated by Vase, he'd be able to achieve a much greater synergy with his machine. The way Barley approached his routine check relied on feeling rather than a solid understanding of the physical makeup of his mech. He mainly tapped against the worn-out armor plating of his mech and stepped inside the cockpit without it on, preferring to breathe in the smells in the dark. To be frank, he wasn't inspecting his mech for flaws so much as to distract him from his worries about the war. All of that stress and worry faded away once he stepped inside the sanctuary of his mech. Still, the addition of Vase prompted a change in routine. He turned on the console and checked the diagnostics of his Jimenez. Most of the technical readouts should mean gibberish to Barley, but Vase gained a good understanding of the state of his mech. God damn it, how many corners have been cut? A knight should be durable, and a defensive knight should be even sturdier. What Vase gleaned from the diagnostics was that the design incorporated substandard materials and the manufacturer didn't pay much attention to quality control. Vase pulled up a hidden setting buried beneath the operating system of the mech. It summarized the complicated data into a color-shaded schematic of the Jimenez. "No need to thank me, Barley. Half of the components went from green condition to yellow condition." While that sounded mild, a mech should only reach this stage after 10 years of regular use or 5 years of intensive fighting. A few critical areas such as the sword arm blinked in an alarming shade of orange with a smattering of red. The overall picture looked discouraging, but it could have been worse. He suppressed the urge to pick up a multi-tool and perform some easy fixes to his mech. It would have been out of character for a musclehead like Barley to gain any form of technical competence. It still ached his teeth to let those faults remain in place. It's like boarding a shuttle with sputtering thrusters. You just know it will kill you one day. A few hours went by as Vase and Barley re-familiarized themselves with their mech. The marrying of Barley's intuitive understanding of his machine with Ves's extensive technical background resulted in a lot of new insights for both. Ah, so that's why the arms are so frail despite their thick construction. The alloys that make up the internal frame are great at absorbing sudden impacts, but is prone to erosion if subjected to a constant level of low-impact shocks. The power reactor is the best part of this mech. It's obviously licensed from a major trans-galactic corporation. I don't have to worry about power supply as long as the internals hold up. Enduring constant attacks has shifted the dimensions of the Jimenez. It's asymmetrical now, with the shield half being pushed back half a centimeter compared to the sword half. All of that caused the frame to deform and open up more fault lines. What kind of grease monkey had the bright idea to fix the transceiver coupling with a copper wire? A lack of personnel along with the need to work as fast and frugal as possible led to a lot of inevitable screw-ups. The lackluster longevity of the Jimenez also didn't help, as its design had been pitched to the Exilis domain as a knight that could deliver a burst of peak performance whenever they decided to bully one of their formerly weak neighbors. Vase learned a lesson from this realization. Assumptions don't always pan out. You can plan ahead for your design, but that doesn't mean they're subjected to their intended use. The domain had no other choice but to stretch out the service lives of their mechs. The conflict raging at its borders had dragged on for so long because the hatred had grown too deep to settle with a couple of set-piece battles. Vase didn't care too much about the war, but Barley felt otherwise. His disdain for the so-called dirtbags had turned into blind hatred after losing so many friends and colleagues to their stubborn aggression. An alarm suddenly rang from the speakers. Alert! Long-range sensors have detected scouts approaching our position. Everyone dropped their routine and entered into a frenzy. The mech technicians hastily put the half-repaired mechs back together while the mech pilots gathered up in front of their officers. Captain Osprey paced back and forth in front of his diminished platoon of 11 pilots. There used to be 30 among their number. It's not likely the dirtbags sniffed us out, but their scouts are ranging closer than we're comfortable with. Given time, their scouting systems will be able to read the traces that our mechs have inevitably left behind and follow them straight to our base. Our job is to stop them before they make it that far. Won't they know we're close if we show up out of the blue? Chandra asked as she scratched her head. Her hair had already started graying. That's why we're taking our mechs through a backup tunnel and emerge from the other side. We'll pretend we've been conducting a long-ranged patrol and happened to have stumbled upon the scouts. If all goes well, we can fool them into thinking that our base is on the other side of this sector. How many mechs are we facing? 7 or 9? The scanners aren't very clear about that. We're mainly dealing with light mechs, so we should be able to smash them apart with force. Any further questions? They boarded their mechs once everyone understood the stakes. Vase entered his own Jimenez and roused it from its slumber. For Barley, one battle was like any other, but for Vase it was an entirely novel experience. This is my first time stepping into battle as a mech pilot. Barley's constant reassurance lessened the fear that threatened to overwhelm Vase. He wondered if he would die for real if Barley happened to meet an unfortunate end. Would the system pull back his consciousness in time, or leave him to die as a consequence of his failure? He couldn't afford to take the risk. I have to survive. Barley's lust of battle pushed aside his fear. He became eager to experience how a real mech pilot fought. Chapter 248. The night Barley deployed on the field with his Jimenez along with Captain Osprey and 10 other pilots. If anyone looked at their mechs, they'd shake their heads and say what a sad sight they represented. Every mech featured scratches, scuff marks and even pockets of rust. The melee mechs had it worse than the rifleman mechs. Captain Osprey commanded only 2 medium knights, one of them being Barley's mech. The success of the upcoming engagement rested largely on Barley's ability to endure under pressure. For a seasoned mech pilot who already went through this slog for 2 years, Barley shouldn't feel worried. For a young mech designer who mainly ran away when faced with threats to his life, Vase felt as if he entered the women's bathroom. I don't really belong here. He kept those words to himself. No need to worry his comrades and his superior officer that their reliable night pilot suddenly shared his mindspace with a mech designer from the future. Is this even the past? I don't believe that's even possible. This must be an elaborate simulation or an alternate universe at most. The implications of actual time travel frightened him beyond belief. Who knew how many entities messed about the timelines if it actually became convenient for them to travel back and forth in time? Barley, the captain uttered over the secure channel. The Jimenez's transceiver was in a shoddy state, leading to a fair amount of static even if another mech stood right next to it. I know your machine's sword arm is bad, so I won't let you take point this time. Johnson's Jimenez is in a decent shape compared to yours, so I'm putting him up as the vanguard. You'll be taking the rear to keep an eye out for ambushes. Got it, sir. Be sure to stay on your feet. If Johnson has to back out early, we're going to need your shield arm at the front. Barley's pride as a night pilot swelled at being given the role as a protector. With his stodgy attitude and unsophisticated mind, he excelled in enduring the rigors of piloting a night. To Vase, Barley's personality provided him with a valuable window into his clientele. He realized that someone who specialized in piloting defensive knights would not enjoy switching over to an offensive knight. They preferred slow, deliberate and reactive combat over faster maneuvers and taking the initiative. I don't want to be in charge. He reaffirmed his thoughts. Before Vase could mull over the implications, Osprey alerted them that they neared the projected zone where the scouts had been nosing about. It's showtime, lads. Everyone, slip into battle formation. Johnson, stick close to Eloise, she's our sharpest shot after Fitzgerald kicked the bucket. Barley took up the rear as ordered. His mech continued forward while its sensors scanned the rear. At their current state, the enemy would likely detect them first, but Osprey's personal mech possessed some pretty good sensors as well, so they'd be able to force a fight regardless. Contact, Osprey barked. Their screens updated with the positions of the enemy mechs. They're spreading out. Pursue. Their mechs huffed towards the closest enemy bogey as fast as possible while still keeping together. The presence of the two lumbering knights slowed them down, making it impossible to catch the enemy scouts if they persisted in their flight. These cowardly dirtbags aren't even turning around to take a peek at us. Osprey cursed as he decided whether to ditch his protection in order to catch up to the slower enemy scouts. Caution prevailed, however. There's something funny about this. The dirtbags aren't splitting up. They aren't running closer to our base and into our trap either. It's as if they're leading us into a trap of their own. Too late. The enemy scouts slowed their flight and turned around to close the net. From the sides, several more signatures emerged as mechs appeared from underneath their sensor-blocking camouflage. 2 from the west, 3 from the east and 3 from the south. Along with the 7 scouts that had been leading them on, that meant their unit faced a total of 17 mechs. Several of his fellow pilots started to curse in the open channel. Someone even suggested that a traitor leak the details of their deployment. Can it, folks, traitor or not, there's enough enemies to go around, no need to look behind our backs. Captain Osprey eventually ordered them to make a stand while he hollered back to base to send some backup. Help would be on the way, but the chase had led them far away. The first wave of reinforcements was already on its way. 9 minutes. We have to hold our ground for 9 minutes. That's all I'm asking for. Everyone became determined to last this long. Barley felt proud for being given the responsibility to help their unit endure the coming ambush. Vase did not share his enthusiasm for turning to a sitting duck, but he had to make do with what he got. With contact imminent, Vase relinquished much of the control of their body back to the original personality. He had no delusions that he could outperform Barley's expertise in handling the Jimenez. His decision proved wise, as Barley's instincts prompted him to jump his mech to the left and catch an errant sniper round aimed for Eloise's mech. Thanks, Barley. No problem, sweetie. As Barley positioned his Jimenez to catch another volley of incoming fire, Vase grew fascinated with the way he fought. His perspective inside Barley's mind allowed him to witness up close how a night pilot thought and acted. It's a lot more instinctive than I thought. Many times, lasers and projectiles appeared too sudden to respond, yet Barley managed to anticipate at least a third of their fire. Much of it had to do with pooling his experience, instincts and his intimate knowledge on the armament of his enemies into his instinctive reactions. It was akin to a form of enhanced gut feeling that allowed him to block so many shots. Is this what an advanced pilot is capable of? His impression of defensive knights had already gone up a notch so far. Skirmishers are closing in. Don't let them take out our rifleman mechs. Osprey's men shifted gears. They stopped trading potshots at distant mechs and started firing their weapons in longer bursts at the incoming light mechs. Barley quickly noted that the enemy mechs wielded daggers, which meant that they felt confident they could get past Barley and knife the vulnerable ranged mechs. "Not on my watch," Barley uttered as he changed the footing of his knight. The Jimenez waited for the closest skirmisher to come within 100 meters before springing his mech to the side. "Caught you." The weak sword arm held up for now as the Jimenez managed to rake one of the skirmisher's arm with his heavy knight sword. The weight of the blade did most of the work, successfully chunking the thin and fragile limb. The skirmisher lost its balance from the blow. A friendly spearman mech quickly capitalized on the vulnerability and punctured the unbalanced enemy with a stab through the chest. The first blow was made in haste and without momentum, allowing the skirmisher to sacrifice much of its armor to bounce away from the blow. Unfortunately for the enemy pilot, Captain Osprey slashed it from the other side with a single stroke from his swordsman mech. The enemy didn't stand a chance. "Help out Blazer and Eloise." Barley had already dismissed the first skirmisher as soon as it skidded out of his range. The limited mobility of his knight didn't allow him to chase after his opponents. Instead, his responsibility was to defend a zone and make it difficult for enemies to approach his position from a certain angle. The presence of the two knights at the front and the rear constrained the enemy by their presence alone. The light mechs possessed no wish to confront them directly, which forced them to approach the cornered domain pilots from the sides. In turn, the limited approach vectors allowed the defenders to concentrate their fire in only 2 directions instead of 4. They already took out 3 foolhardy skirmishers who thought their speed and agility would make them impossible to hit. The dirtbags learned their lesson and waited for the noose to tighten before they re-engaged. The medium boys are here now. A handful of medium mechs that weighed on the lighter end of their weight class arrived to take point. Barley mainly had to deal with 3 swordsman mechs of different make. While he possessed a vague familiarity of their designs, he didn't know enough about their capabilities to prevail against 3 at once. Sweat poured down from his head where the neural interface connected to his head. Barley had ended up in a number of tight spots over the course of the war, but never did he face such dire circumstances. Vase found it admirable that Barley still maintained his duty towards the domain and kinship towards his comrades. He never thought of flinching away. It betrayed the very core of the principles he held as a knight. As the 3 enemy swordsman mechs closed in, Barley figured out their plans. They'd leave the middle mech to tie up his Jimenez while letting the other 2 mechs run roughshod over his unit's vulnerable ranged mechs. The awful thing about their plan was that Barley could do nothing to stop them. Any decent pilot of a swordsman mech learned how to leverage its mobility to constrain a knight mech. Even though Vase was shaking in his metaphorical boots, his considerable mind constantly studied the designs of the enemy mechs. He realized quickly that they didn't appear to be in tip-top shape either. The Alliance forces on this remote planet suffered from a lack of supplies as well. The faded scars of battle damage told its own story. Vase possessed a decent amount of experience with repairing damaged mechs, so he was able to read the markings as clear as day. Target the middle mech's legs. It's been blown apart before, and whoever replaced them employed weaker alloys underneath the standard system. The mech technicians did a good job disguising the inferior patch job underneath a top layer of standard armor. Any regular mech pilot wouldn't know the difference, but Vase was different. Upon his advice, Barley slammed the bottom edge of his mech's shield against the nearest leg of his immediate opponent. Crunch! The swordsman mech lost its footing as its right leg gave out. Barley spent an errant moment stepping his mech's foot against the other leg, which crippled the stricken mech. Barley had no time to finish off his victim as he also had the other 2 mechs to contend. His comrades already had their hands full in fending off the remaining dirtbag mechs. If these other 2 mechs attacked them from the flank, then their unit would quickly be wiped out. Focus, they both said to themselves as they turned their attention to the left. Vase already analyzed its major weak point and relayed them to Barley with the speed of thought. Barley slammed the shield close and blocked the next sword strike before hitting back with his own thrust that slipped through the sloppily sealed gap between the lower left side of his opponent's torso. The swordsman mech lost all power and dropped to the ground like a lumbering ox that got hit by a tranquilizer. Having taken care of his second opponent, Barley strained his mech to turn around as fast as possible to hurl his shield high against the final swordsman mech's head. The errant throw dislodged the head from the frame entirely, momentarily disorienting the pilot as he had to get used to a sudden shift in perspective as his mech's backup sensors took over his primary view. A sword thrust from the rear downed the bewildered mech before it could recover. "I don't know who you are, but you're goddamn smart. Keep 'em coming." Barley yelled as he shifted his mech towards Eloise to help her fend off a skirmisher mech. The enemies closest to his Jimenez noticed his abnormal performance. They lessened the pressure on his comrades in order to deal with the greater threat. Chapter 249 Power of Two, Vase. Jake knocked on the door of the office. He tried to contact his friend through the company channel but failed to get a response. "There's an issue regarding the board of directors I'd like to talk to you about. Are you in?" Nothing happened. The door remained stubbornly shut like a high-security vault. He started getting worried. Vase had a habit of focusing on his work for days at a time, but he usually put down his work if someone needed his input. This was the first time Jake couldn't get a hold of his boss. He considered calling security to force open the door, but called it off after Carlos noticed his concerns. Vase can get really intense sometimes. You haven't seen him when he designs a mech. He's obsessed to the point of being deaf to the rest of the universe. What if he's having a seizure or something? Hey, what age are we living in right now? His comm will send out an alert if something's wrong. Nah, it's best to leave him alone while he's in the zone. You don't want to ruin his mood when he's in the process of designing one of the most important mechs in his career. As the COO of the LMC, Jake knew more than anyone else how much the company relied on the upcoming original design. The LMC could pump out variant after variant, but wouldn't be able to ascend and make significant progress simply by making cheap copies of other people's work. Despite the healthy market for variants, it carried the stigma of too many bad designs. The mech market simply trusted original designs more. Jake shook his head. Well, if you get a hold of Vase, tell him his grandfather will nominate a number of people on the board of directors. A company of our size can't make do with two. The law mandates at least a headcount of 5 board members for companies that earn more than 1 billion credits a year. We also have to form a number of committees including a labor committee and an ethics committee. Sounds complicated. Carlos frowned. He felt sorry for Vase. It's a lot different than the old days when it was just me and the boss. I kind of miss the simplicity of it. Now I have to fill a half-dozen forms just to use the Dortmund to fabricate a spare bolt. We're not adding those procedures just to make life miserable. Part of it is to comply with safety and tracking laws, but it also helps cut down any possible abuse. The rapid expansion of the LMC left a lot of hiccups as the company didn't have a formal structure in place that scaled with its growth. Jake and the other managers had to develop solutions on the fly in order to maintain control over their increasingly complex hierarchy. While Carlos and Jake talked about the changes that came with the professionalization of the LMC, Vase was having a desperate time keeping up with the fighting. Barley, we've got incoming from your left. I know, but I have to fend off this bastard before he gets to Eloise. The hunt-turned ambush reached a desperate stage as the attackers from the Alliance plowed past the defenses of the domain mechs. Half of their rifleman mechs had already fallen, though Captain Osprey and his men gave as good as it got and disabled an equivalent number of opponents. What caused the combatant to fight as if possessed by devils was the fact that many of the downed mechs could still be recovered. Some of the mech pilots managed to eject, but many more remained stuck in their disabled machines as the ejection system failed to launch due to battle damage. The side who won would be able to salvage their mechs and the lives of their compatriots. As for the losers, they'd be captured or receive a summary execution. With the fate of so many brothers and sisters on the line, no one thought of making a retreat. In these circumstances, Barley's performance clearly made a difference. He had already disabled 3 complacent mechs before an officer of the dirtbags stepped up to contain his seemingly berserk Jimenez. I don't know who you are, but don't think of getting away from me while I'm here. The officer taunted as he flourished his curved sword for another tricky slash. Get out of my way. Barley shouted over the open channel as he turned his mech in a position to bash the officer's mech with his shield. Unfortunately, the officer easily anticipated the attack and danced around the Jimenez, taking the opportunity to leave another mark with his sword. What's this dirtbag mech's weak point? Vase had been trying to puzzle that out for a while. I'm trying. His mech is clearly first in line when it comes to maintenance. Do you know how hard it is to spot its weak points when it's been lavished by a full shift of mech technicians? I don't care. Get me a weak point now or we both die. There was nothing like the pressure of death to motivate his full potential. I've got it. Target his wrists. They've received an aftermarket modification to make them nimbler. That's how the officer is making all of those tricky moves. You just need to compromise their structural integrity a little bit. Brute force will do the rest. Now that he finally received a target, Barley roared to life as he forcefully pushed his mech shield first into his opponent's grip. The aggressive move caught the officer off guard but failed to make impact due to the swordsman mech's quick reaction. Again, Barley kept going, targeting the wrists with both his sword and his shield. A satisfying crunching sound rang throughout the forest as one of the wrists couldn't handle the weight of Barley's shield. Eloise, got him. The female marksman turned her attention away from fending off the enemy ranged mechs to snap a quick laser volley at the officer's mech. While the laser beams didn't do much except some of its armor, the sudden attack succeeded in creating an opening which Barley ruthlessly exploited by thrusting forward with considerable momentum. The stab succeeded in punching through the waist, though the armor mitigated much of the damage. That didn't matter for Barley, as the shock opened up his opponent to a quick triple combo that disabled the officer mech's engines and forced the officer to eject. "I'm coming, Eloise." He was too late. The other mech that approached from his left had bypassed him entirely and went for the vulnerable rifleman mech. Eloise already lost her rifle as she held it sideways in order to fend off a heavy chop. Her mech drew out a pitiful backup knife that looked like a toy compared to the full-sized mech sword in the hands of the menacing Alliance mech. "Leave her alone," Barley roared as he urged his mech to close the distance. However, he realized he'd be far too late as the enemy pilot reared up his mech for a fatal slash that targeted squarely at the cockpit. "I got to go faster. Give me control over one of your hands," Vase suddenly urged. "I can make something happen." Barley didn't even doubt the other voice in his mind and relinquished a considerable amount of control to Vase. Some of the strong and intensive feedback of the mech ran through Vase, battering his consciousness for a split second. Despite the man upgrades to his mind, his neural aptitude still remained the same as a norm. His mind simply couldn't handle the flood of foreign data. Barley quickly reined in his mind and spared Vase from any further ago. The delay almost proved disastrous, but Vase managed to use Barley's co-opted arm to override the safety limits of the Jimenez. With so much power running through its systems, Barley's mech gained a considerable amount of speed. He quickly lost his footing but not before he slashed the swordsman mech's back. The hasty attack bounced off the swordsman mech's armor, but the enemy pilot couldn't stop Barley from his follow-up attacks. "Thanks, Barley." In the next couple of minutes, Barley completely turned the tide of the battle, having taken out a total of 7 mechs. Each enemy that the night pilot cut down was one less mech that could bother his comrades. Soon enough, the numbers turned against the Alliance. Their flimsy mechs already held up poorly against their opposition, and the battle only turned worse when Barley the Destroyer chopped them down one by himself or with the help of his brothers. Half of the Alliance pilots managed to eject, but some got stuck in the beginning stages before the process got stalled for various reasons. The sensor readings sent out an alert. Captain Osprey sounded grim over the comm. "Enemy reinforcements are coming. This time it's the big boys, likely the main force that's been trailing behind the scouts. Their own reinforcements would still take 3 more minutes to arrive." Captain Osprey faced an increasingly difficult choice as the numbers of the enemy main force became clear. They came with over 30 mechs. While much of them consisted of cheap frontline mechs, when they gathered in any significant numbers, his remaining mechs wouldn't last a minute under all of that firepower. "Barley, Johnson, I hate to do this to you, but I'd like you to hold up the rear guard while we fall back." "Sir, we can't," Eloise sternly objected. "That's leaving them to die. We're all going to die if we stick to this location. We've got to rendezvous with our own reinforcements, but the Jimenez models are too darn slow to bring along." "Don't argue any further." Johnson's cool voice emerged from the channel. "It's our job to hold the line. Why are you doing this?" "Because I'm a knight. Because knights are meant to protect." Barley echoed his fellow knight's conviction. "We're running out of time. Go now. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain." The surviving domain pilots hesitated no longer and disengaged from the fight. They fell back straight towards the direction of the incoming reinforcements. While a number of enemy skirmishers sprang in pursuit, the 2 knights stubbornly stood their ground with their swords pointed to the ground littered with downed mechs. The threat was implicit. If the Alliance soldiers chose to evade the slow and lumbering Jimenez mechs, they'd be consigning their fellow mech pilots to an early grave. 4 mechs stayed behind, all of them in the medium weight class. "There's 2 to go around for both of us," Johnson mirthlessly joked. "I don't know how you turned into such a beast, Barley, but keep it up, because we'll need every bit of your magic." "It's coming right up," Barley replied as his other hand took on a life of its own. It zoomed in on the readouts of the enemy mechs and rapidly pointed out a series of vulnerabilities which it sent to Johnson's mech. Aim for these vulnerabilities. I guarantee you they're the real deal. Really? His colleague sounded skeptical, but had no time to ponder how Barley figured out so many weak points as the enemy medium mechs simultaneously sprang forward. Barley had a difficult time fending off his two attackers. One of them wielded a sword while another utilized a spear. While the pair showed little cooperation in their movements, the fact that they attacked from opposite angles made it difficult for Barley to finish off one opponent faster than the other. His mech also suffered from the after effects of the momentary boost in speed. This became most pronounced in the limp manner in which his Jimenez attacked with its sword. Both Vase and Barley ran through countless of ideas, but none of them had any chance of success. His Jimenez had reached the tail end of its operational life and Barley could barely squeeze any more potential out of its beaten frame. Too slow. It's simply too slow. A knight served as a protector exactly because it could rely on its faster and more vulnerable allies to cover up its deficiencies. Without any backup except for another equally slow knight mech, they had no chance to salvage their lives. It's been a good ride, Barley, Johnson said as his mech failed to parry another sword strike. The attack ruptured half the energy channels that supplied power from the power reactor to the engine. We should have never underestimated the dirtbags. Johnson. No. His fellow knight pilot died when the other swordsman mech deliberately ran its sword through the cockpit. Such a move was not considered a war crime, though it did foster further hatred. You stinking dirtbags. Pure rage subsumed Barley's mind. As a hitchhiker, Vase remained a little more detached, but even he became affected by its overpowering influence. Come on, you ghost, work with me now. Even if I'm going down, I'm going to take all four of these dirtbags with me. Vase wordlessly agreed with the original host of their shared body. He lost much of his rationality after being infected by Barley's rage. Now he too wished to harvest the lives of as many dirtbags as possible. After a moment's thought, Vase came up with the most effective way of accomplishing Barley's dying wish. Give me control of your hand again. In the meantime, try to last 10 more seconds. It's best if you can pull them all forward. Barley did this in the most direct fashion possible. He taunted his opponents, who had all started to relax once they realized how easy it was for four of them to take care of a single domain knight. Hey, dirtbags, why aren't you finishing the job? If you don't come forward now, I'll do this. With a callous couple of steps, his Jimenez mech crunched its foot down one of the enemy skirmishers that got taken out in the early stages of the ambush. The cockpit of the light mech didn't stand a chance. You'll pay for that, the lone spearman mech among the group broadcasted as it led the charge. Meanwhile, the other three mechs approached from the sides and rear, completely boxing Barley in. This is your end. Wrong. It's yours. Barley grinned and ejected his cockpit from his mech just before it blew up in a conflagration of heat, flames and electrical discharge. Since the mech ran on pure energy cells, it was impossible to achieve a massive explosion. Nevertheless, the simultaneous release of all of that energy battered the four complacent attackers severely. A normal mech pilot wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat, but Vase had spent several hours digging through the guts of the Jimenez, so he knew exactly how to force a worst-case scenario. As the cockpit flew through the air in a parabolic arc, Barley started to feel drowsy. All of the excess energy in his body left him now that his ability to fight had ceased. Vase felt a pull on his consciousness. It looks like my visit has come to an end. Before you go, tell me who you are. Vase Larkinson. Sorry for the intrusion. I can't explain how I ended up in your mind. I merely wanted to know how a night pilot functioned. No problem, you helped me out of a hopeless fight. Will I ever see you again? Probably not. I get the feeling this is a one-time deal. That's a shame. Vase stayed silent for a few seconds as he tried to resist the pull calling him back to his own body. Keep an eye on the Komodo star sector if it exists in this universe. If everything goes right, you might see me popping up in the news 50 years from now. That's a long time ahead. I don't know if I'll survive the war. It's up to fate if we can meet again. Vase uncharacteristically revealed his identity to Barley. It couldn't be helped, as their psyches intertwined so much that they developed an instinctive bond with each other. Still, Vase got more out of the melding than Barley as the system automatically closed off any portions of his mind that related directly to its existence. Even if Barley questioned how Vase managed to achieve this bond, he would never in his wildest dreams come up with something as miraculous as the mech designer system. It's the end now. I'm coming home. Farewell, Vase. Goodbye, Barley. Chapter 250 Board of Directors. His consciousness descended back to his body with jarring force. Vase felt as if he rode a shuttle that made a forceful landing on the ground. His head spun like wheels and the entire world felt alien to his own senses. Vase took a few minutes to recover from his ordeal. His breath shuddered with the aftershock of having his consciousness being pulled back and forth. The human mind wasn't supposed to endure such rigors, and if he hadn't upgraded his mental attributes, he might have turned into an idiot. Heavens, system, warn me before you pull another stunt like that. The mech designer system is not meant to warn the user of any negligence on his part. In other words, Vase had only himself to blame. Fair enough, but I thought you'd do your usual shtick and dump a library of knowledge in my head. Mastery extends beyond pure theory. A mech designer cannot ever claim a mastery without delving into the perspective of a mech pilot. Vase had to admit he benefited hugely from the experience. Even though Barley was nothing special in comparison to other night pilots, his experience and earnestness in piloting his Ximenes taught Vase a lot. He underestimated the value of a defensive knight. Lacking in mobility it might be, the Ximenes excelled in its narrow role. It almost makes up for the fact that I'm designing an offensive knight rather than a defensive one. He understood the system's motive in selecting a defensive knight pilot to bond. The name of the sub-skill was called Knight Mastery I, and as an introduction to the archetype, Vase first had to master the basic model. After he checked the logs, he found out he passed out for over half a day. That matched the amount of time he hitchhiked Barley's head. Thinking about him compelled Vase to look him up. He went to the galactic net and searched for the chittering cicada. Star Sector. It actually exists. A further search turned up the existence of the Exilis domain, which eked out a diminished existence after it lost the war against the Alliance over 45 years ago. His hands started to shake as he tried to search up the existence of a domain pilot called Ivan Barley. Lord Ivan Barley, ace mech pilot, the discerning eye, missing in action. 8 years ago a mix of shock, excitement and disappointment ran through his mind. A couple of searches confirmed the battle that Vase experienced alongside Barley happened exactly as he remembered. The implications were frightening. The seemingly omnipotent system proved its might once again by accomplishing actual time travel. It's too bad he's gone missing. It's also incredible he advanced to ace pilot. Nothing in his personality or talent suggested he could reach this exalted rank. Vase dug into his history and found out that his momentary presence had been a turning point in Barley's life. Just as Vase gained a lot of insight into the mind of a mech pilot, so did Barley gain a lot from the perspective of a mech designer. He leveraged his gains by cross-training as a mech technician and then as a mech designer, all for the purpose of improving his ability to discover weak points in the mechs of his opponents. Barley's skills and kill record rose up like a rocket at the latter stages of the war. By the time he advanced to expert pilot, the domain finally threw in the towel and signed a humiliating peace treaty. The heroic feats of a few exceptional pilots like Barley hardly affected the domain's dire resource shortages. The downside of being surrounded by enemy states was that they could easily intercept their foreign shipments. After being discharged from the domain's armed forces, Barley started making his mark in the mercenary circles. That he managed to rise to the point of becoming a certified ace pilot while he worked in the private sector showcased his determination to exceed his failings. Barley must have felt guilty for the way the last battle ended up. The Alliance reached the battle site first. Predictably, they rescues all their friendlies while executing their opponents. Vase understood how Barley took his knight oath seriously. Not everyone who specialized in piloting knight mechs bought into this culture, but those that did often made for excellent partners. His lessons from his first experience with mastery led him to reconsider his Phoenix Knight's overall premise. Did its draft possess the right concepts to serve its duty as a knight? I still believe in an offensive knight, he reaffirmed to himself. I just need to make some practical adjustments. With his newly mastered ability to adopt the perspective of a knight pilot, Vase smoothed out many potential wrinkles in his design. Even though they seemed innocuous, a real knight pilot would feel a little bit hobbled by these bumps. It's the equivalent of wearing a pair of mismatched shoes. It won't affect your ability to walk, but it constantly nags at you. He also adjusted his images, particularly the base role of a knight. The infusion of a genuine knight's conviction breathed new life in the stale image's existence. The noble vibes it gave off caused the Phoenix and Jackknife Jake's images to raise their guards. The modified draft of his original design hardly looked any different, but it gave off a completely different vibe. Those people raving about masteries are right. Mech designers think they know more than the pilots they served. What they learn from books and hearsay won't ever match a single first-hand experience. Vase already enjoyed a lead over many of his competitors due to his mastery. While it mainly applied to night mechs, his ability to design the other archetypes improved as well. When Vase finally left his office, his impatient COO came up to him with a mirthless smile. "Did you make a lot of progress? I've achieved a breakthrough in my development process. The end product should be much more appealing now." "That's great, Vase. Now, before you take the day off, you really need to read through these authorizations and sign them off." Going over the documents painted an unpleasant picture to Vase. Expanding the board, establishing all these committees, that will weaken my grip on my own company. It's true these changes will dilute the concentration of power in your hands, but that's exactly why the Republic mandates these demands. Your company is not just your personal property, not anymore. The livelihoods of hundreds and perhaps more will depend on its performance. The company has the responsibility to provide every stakeholder a voice, not just the shareholders. "Ah," Vase said flatly. "Good old corporate social responsibility rearing its ugly head again. I thought CSR went out of vogue in the mech industry. It's hard to pretend you care about the poor and the environment when you are literally selling machines of death." Well, the Bright Republic is behind the times. Besides, the MTA encourages mech manufacturers to establish a healthy corporate governance structure in their internal hierarchy. There's an inherent risk in letting the founder and lead designer of a company to hold all the decision-making power in his hands. The theory surrounding this subject could fill entire galactic libraries, but the short answer was that even brilliant founders got it wrong from time to time. That said, ruling a company through committees also had its downsides. They usually prioritized their own interest groups over the overall needs of the company. For example, a committee staffed by workshop employees never chose to cut back a plant's production lines, even though it had grown outdated and inefficient. Leaving aging equipment running all that time diminished the competitiveness of the company and could even run it into the ground. Vase feared exactly such an occurrence, so he continuously objected to the measures, though he signed them all in the end. The law is the law. Brighten up, Vase. Many other mech manufacturers have adopted these kinds of measures and they haven't gone extinct. Mostly, yeah, but their growth has also turned stagnant as they prioritize stability over risk-taking. Is that a bad thing? Good question. Vase didn't wish to rehash the same arguments over and over, so he waved his hand and called it a day. The next day, his new employees seethed with excitement at the news that the LMC would formally enact committees in its decision-making structure. Much of it would turn out to be window dressing, but the idea that the lowest workers could have a say succeeded in igniting their passion. They truly felt they took part in something great. Meanwhile, Vase chewed on the more substantial decision to choose the makeup board of directors. As the absolute majority shareholder, Vase had the right to appoint whoever he wanted as a board member. He'd elevate Lucky to the chair if he old get away with it. Sadly, the LMC had to be seen as respectable and show some proof to the Republic that some reliable old geezers kept his youthful enthusiasm in line. His grandfather sent him a list of suggestions. Each of these gray-haired men and women already sat on the boards of a couple of other companies at once. Naturally, none of the companies in their portfolios competed with each other. That would go too far. How do these fat cats even keep track of all of the industry-specific data? The board of only came together a handful times per year, but they somehow earned a salary that an average worker had to toil for decades to earn the same. Haha, I see now. It's a scam. These serial board members made a career out of their ability to advise and supervise a corporation. It didn't matter if the company produced dog food or mechs, it was all a business to them. As long as they applied their considerable business acumen to the data at hand, they'd be able to give out sage advice for the low price of several millions of credits a year. His grandfather gave him an earful over the comm when he expressed his opinion. Stupid. Do you really think you can make waves without consequence? The Larkinsons have enemies within the Republic that doesn't mind if your career is cut short. Then why should my company take on these board members? Because they're connected. Each nominee is intrinsically related to a powerful influence on Rittersburg. It's not in the rules and you can't find any of this in a book, but the board members act as the glue that will bind your company tighter to a power faction within the Republic. So it all came down to politics in the end. Vase thought he could shove those worries to his relations department. Okay, Vase replied in resignation. I'll go over the nominees and take a serious look at their profiles. Make sure you do. You're making a major decision here which will profoundly affect the LMC's future course. The quality of the board and the amount of help they provide is directly related to its makeup. If you approach them with your numbskull attitude that they don't have any use except for leeching your company's profits, then you will end up with an unproductive board. Okay, I got it already. Cooperation is a two-way street. What actually ended up happening was that Vase projected the busts of all 20 nominees. He then called over his trusty feline sidekick Lucky. Come on buddy, who do you think has the ugliest face? Go bite his or her head off. Vase appointed 5 respectable men and women who got chewed over last by his pet. All of them turned out to be bastards, but Vase selected the least awful ones through this scientifically proven method. With that chore done, Vase turned to the real meat in the game. Resuming his original design project. I've revised the draft design so its concepts are more compatible with its pilots. Now is the time to substantiate this draft into a functional design.